Firewood was scattered in the yard, roughly piled into two large heaps, one of split logs and the other of unsplit ones. Between the piles stood a large wooden stump, presumably a chopping block, its surface marred with crisscrossing cuts from axes and knives. Wood chips were scattered all around, along with some split firewood that had not been carefully tossed back onto the piles. Beside the stump leaned an axe. Sitting atop the stump was a child who looked about 5 years old, clad in a coarse gray linen shirt with short sleeves revealing two small, slightly tanned arms. Even though the weather was not hot, the front of his shirt was stained with sweat. Clearly he had split all the firewood around the stump by himself. "Hut, it's been 5 years since I came here," the child said. This child was named Mu Xiao, a person who had lived an entire life before. He remembered that in his past life he was a genius who knew everything, but precisely because of that many people bore grudges against him. One day while out for a walk he was assassinated. Then he arrived in this world born in a village called the Emperor's Soul. He had no chance to say goodbye to his parents, for he was an orphan. "Xiao, didn't you say you wanted to see the spirit awakening? Come quickly." "I know, father." The scene shifted to the place of spirit awakening. "You can only watch others awaken quietly, understand?" I know, father." "All right, go ahead." After speaking, the man whom Mu Xiao called father walked away. The awakening began. "My name is Tang, a 29th level Great Spirit Master, and I will be your guide from now on. Of course, that is only if you have spirit power. Now I will awaken each of your spirits in turn. Remember, no matter what happens, do not panic." "Understood." As he spoke, Ta Hongbao opened a package on the table and took out 2 items, 6 round black stones and 1 shiny blue crystal ball. Ta Hongbao arranged the black stones on the ground in a hexagon, then signaled the first child to stand on it. At the same time his body began to undergo a transformation. Roar. Fanged boar manifest. Ta Hongbao frowned deeply, forming a large bulge on his forehead. A trace of bloodlight burst from his brow and spread upward, covering his entire head. His eyes quickly shrank, releasing a bloodthirsty, brutal gleam. His nose elongated and 2 sharp fangs grew from beneath his lips. His originally dark short hair bristled backward. Similar bristles grew on other parts of his body. He looked exactly like a giant wild boar. His already explosive muscles became even more intimidating. Ta Hongbao's eyes were bloodshot, his fingernails black and long, and his entire body exuded a ferocious aura. 2 rings of light lit up beneath his feet, circling up and down from his feet to his head. 1 white and 1 yellow, very eerie. Mu Xiao, watching from the side, thought to himself, so this is a spirit. Come to think of it, the story I was reading before I was assassinated in my past life was probably Dolua Dalu. Looks like he'll have to get along with the protagonist from now on. Just then Mu Xiao tried to leave. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" A voice came from behind, and before he could react, a hand grabbed him and pressed his hand onto the crystal ball. Immediately after, Mu Xiao felt a warm current wash over him and his vision went black. When he woke up again, instead of seeing Ta Hongbao's angry face, he found himself in a blank space. Not far away a black sword was stuck in the ground. As Mu Xiao approached, the sword began to tremble. "Is this my spirit?" Mu Xiao wondered. He wanted to touch the sword, but at that moment it trembled even more violently. Suddenly a white light flashed and the sword shattered. Waste spirit, iron skin. Test spirit power. Innate spirit power level 5. Next. Then came a pair of twins, even their spirits were the same. Dagger, not bad. Test spirit power. Level 5. Next. Dagger level 4, not bad. This awakening turned out well, 3 spirits, all with spirit power. Good, thank you, Spirit Master. Mu Xiao walked home deeply upset. His spirit could have been a sword, but because he awakened too early it turned into iron skin. Almost home. But when he neared the house he did not see his parents waiting outside. Instead, a crowd of people was gathered in front of the house. "Quick, fetch water to put out the fire." "Hurry." Indeed, there was a fire. Mu Xiao stared at the blaze, searching for his father, but found no trace. Finally the fire was extinguished. "Father, where are you?" By now Mu Xiao was crying. "Ah. Found him. Come quickly, everyone." A group of villagers rushed over. One pointed and shouted. "Where? Where?" "There." Everyone looked and saw a charred bone broken in half, wrapped in a piece of cloth. Mu Xiao closed his eyes in pain. He recognized that cloth, it was what his father had worn that day. "Cover it up. Don't dig anymore." The village chief's voice came. Mu Xiao looked at a spot and walked quickly. That used to be a pillar, now collapsed and burnt. Mu Xiao reached into the pillar and pulled out a dagger. The dagger was pitch black with sharp edges on both sides. Even the fierce fire had not damaged it, showing its excellent material. But Mu Xiao knew very well that his family did not have such an item. So where did this dagger come from? He squinted his eyes. Then he tossed the dagger aside. "Village chief, my spirit has awakened." "What? But you..." The village chief did not finish his sentence. "Village chief, I want to leave the village." After hearing this, the village chief sighed. "Mu Xiao, wherever you go will have someone accompany you. No need, village chief. Also please sell my family's field for me, village chief. Alright, I'll give you the money tonight. The next day Mu Xiao left. To become a wandering spirit master one must first cultivate to level 10. Then let's cultivate, Mu Xiao thought as he sat on the hillside. 1 year later. I'm truly blessed. I cultivated alone to level 10 without falling into demonic deviation. Heaven truly favors me. Ha ha ha. Next up is acquiring a spirit ring. Let's get to it. In the starry forest a boy held a dagger in his right hand and a short sword in his left. Speaking of this short sword, it truly made Mu Xiao happy. This short sword was made from that iron piece. Mu Xiao discovered that every time he raised his spirit power by 1 level a fragment increased until 10 fragments could not only form a sword but also other weapons like a spear, though it consumed a huge amount of mental energy. Come here. Who? At that moment a voice came causing Mu Xiao to become cautious. Come here. Come here. Here. Where? Finally curiosity overcame caution and Mu Xiao began to respond to the voice. Ahead. The voice was very slow, as if speeding up would cause its owner to perish instantly. Ahead. Yes, ahead. Mu Xiao followed the sound. He eventually confirmed it came from a cave and walked inside. After entering, Mu Xiao realized who the voice belonged to. Holy crap, such a huge dragon. It was Mu Xiao's first curse. He tried to run but found he couldn't move. He thought he had to face it. Then he noticed the dragon was chained to a stone pillar and he relaxed. By the way, was it you calling me? Yes, it was I who called. You don't have a spirit ring yet, right? I am willing to become your spirit ring.
The heaven-reaching ape moved all 6 arms, as if wielding a 1,000-zhong divine mountain. Its black staff traced a terrifying arc.
No, I would never stoop to such villainy. I want to become your spirit soul. I am long imprisoned here by the gods. My life is near its end. What? You are Long. Really? And you say you want to be my spirit soul, but I already have one. Do you mean to become my second spirit soul? Or my spirit ring? I can be both. But I still don't trust you. How about I Long swear by my inverse scale, if I kill you may I never be reincarnated. Before Mu Xiao could finish, Long suddenly swore. All right. I believe you. If you help me become a god, I'll seek justice for you in the divine realm. Let's begin. You are the first person to trust me. Rest assured I will compress my spirit power. The higher your spirit power, the more of my power you will gain. The fusion began. 3 weeks later. I have become your spirit soul and spirit ring. Long's voice came from within his mind. Mu Xiao manifested his first spirit soul. Indeed, a purple 1,000-year spirit ring floated around the sword, but he didn't notice a scarlet spirit ring behind him that flashed and disappeared. By the way, what is my spirit ability? He then activated it. First spirit ability, explosion fusion. Not bad, it complements the spirit soul's fusion. Let me try other forms. Wow, amazing. It can transform into various weapons without consuming much mental energy. My spirit soul doesn't have a name yet. How about calling it Suishing Sword? He then changed Suishing Sword back to its original form, that black sword. By the way, what does my second spirit soul look like? It must be Long itself. That's right, it's me. And you have reached the peak of level 18. I will pull you into your spiritual sea. Just pretend to meditate and I will teach you how to use my power and give you the Long wing spirit bone from my back. But you need to reach level 30. Hearing this, Mu Xiao bowed 90 degrees to Long's body. Thank you. Without you I might still be wandering in the forest. With that he was pulled into the spiritual sea for deep meditation. Behind Mu Xiao, Long smiled. You are the first human to respect me. Rest assured, as you respect me I will respect you. Then it shrank into Mu Xiao's mind. By the way, Long, why didn't I feel any pain while absorbing your spirit ring? I am Long. If such a trivial matter caused you agony, I might as well die. Long possess. In an instant dragon scales began to form on Mu Xiao's hand and soon his hand transformed into a dragon claw. Mu Xiao was now 10 years old and exceedingly handsome. He still remembered that his first deep meditation began at the age of 7 and thus he had meditated for 3 years. When Mu Xiao awoke, the first thing he saw was a spider in the cave filled with cobwebs. By the way, Brother Long, why does my martial soul possess ice when it manifests? Brother Long had instructed Mu Xiao to address him thus. That is my attribute. Each time your soul power increases by 10 levels you gain more of my abilities. Long spoke. Ha! But isn't the Long's attribute water? How can it be ice? And what do you mean by more abilities? What do you mean? Mu Xiao asked a series of questions. Have you gone stupid from 3 years of meditation? Haven't you heard the saying, a dragon begets 9 sons, each different from the other? Long seemed somewhat irate. But speaking of which, your insight is not bad. Ice is an extension of water, something one can only comprehend through deep understanding. Let me put it this way, my abilities are like the elements. They are metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Before Long could finish, Mu Xiao interjected. You forgot wind, thunder, light, and darkness. That's incredible. Indeed it is. A gurgling sound, discordant and interrupting, came from nearby. Right, I haven't eaten anything since the deep meditation ended. And didn't you say you'd give me your wing soul bone? Why haven't you? If you absorb it now, you might be targeted in the future, so I won't give it to you for the time being. But don't worry, I will conceal this cave. Long then fell silent. So Mu Xiao walked out of the cave and headed toward the edge of the forest. I think Shrek Academy only accepts students at age 12. I'm excited to meet Tang-san. I still have the money from selling the land. I wonder if it's enough for a piece of clothing. At the edge of the Star Dou Forest, Xiao Xiao, what kind of soul ring do you want? I want one for control, said the little girl named Xiao Xiao. Just then a man-faced demon spider appeared ahead. Xiao Xiao, run. Ha! But father, what about you? I'll hold this beast off as best I can. You go deeper into the forest, I'll find you. Quickly. Immediately a small figure dashed deeper into the forest, while behind her a battle between man and spider ensued. She ran until she could run no more and finally stopped. Why is there a little girl ahead? Mu Xiao murmured as he looked at her. Hello, my name is Mu Xiao. What's yours? Mu Xiao approached and asked her name, but as he drew near, the girl suddenly released her martial soul. A cauldron. And 3 of them. Could this be the future Xiao Xiao, the cauldron Dolua? No way, this can't be the world of the unrivaled Tang sect. But this girl looks a lot like Xiao Xiao. Her face is quite similar. Let me confirm it. Then Mu Xiao summoned his star fragment sword. A purple 1,000-year soul ring coiled around the star fragment sword. First soul skill, explosion. The soul ring on the sword flashed and the star fragment sword split apart, transforming into a cluster of spikes that shot toward the girl. But they stopped just before reaching her. Then Mu Xiao rushed over and embraced the girl to prevent her from releasing her soul skill. You. What are you doing? At this moment Mu Xiao was holding the girl, making their position rather intimate. Most importantly, their lips met. The girl's face instantly flushed crimson. Mu Xiao was also stunned. This isn't what I intended. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Tell me. Who are you and what are you doing? See, can you get off me first? Ha. Sorry. He then rose from the girl. Speak. My name is Xiao Xiao, a level 20 control type soul master. Before Xiao Xiao could finish, Mu Xiao's habit of interrupting kicked in. What did you say? You're Xiao Xiao. Yes, I came with my father today to hunt for a soul ring, but we encountered a man-faced demon spider. Father fought it to let me escape. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao began to sob. But Mu Xiao had already been stunned the moment she said her name. Xiao Xiao. This is the world of the unrivaled Tang sect. Hey, are you okay? Xiao Xiao offered him a kind inquiry. He. I'm fine. Xiao Xiao thought to herself, I don't believe you, the whole background has turned gray and you say you're fine. You mentioned your father is fighting a man-faced demon spider. Oh dear, you might lose your father. Ha. Why? 100-year man-faced demon spider is equivalent to a 1,000-year soul beast and it's poisonous. Come take me to see. Maybe I can help. Dividing line, it's over there. Xiao Xiao pointed ahead. The man-faced demon spider is already dead. Maybe your father didn't find you and went home first, Mu Xiao thought. By the way, you said you're already at level 20. What's your first soul skill? Even though he knew, Mu Xiao still asked Xiao Xiao. First soul skill, cauldron suppression. She demonstrated it. And you? Level 19 martial soul star fragment sword in Inglong. First martial soul skill, explosion fusion, I call it transformation. Second martial soul skill, dragon transformation, which increases speed and strength. And every 10 levels I gain more changes. You're also a twin martial soul user. Me too. Thus Mu Xiao stayed with Xiao Xiao and even helped her find a soul ring. Not bad, a 1,000-year soul ring. Eventually they found Xiao Xiao's father, who was only slightly injured. When they learned Mu Xiao was an orphan, they invited him to stay at their home. But what happened to that man-faced demon spider? That night at Xiao Xiao's home, I'm at level 20 now. At level 10 I gained the ice attribute. I wonder what attribute level 20 will bring. I need to find a soul ring in the forest soon. Kid, you must choose a soul ring from a fire attribute soul master, understand? Understood. Standing outside the window, Xiao Xiao saw Mu Xiao level up and, recalling the morning's events, couldn't help but feel shy. Could I be falling for him? Xiao Xiao, have you taken a liking to that Mu Xiao? Ha. No. Xiao Xiao responded to the question but immediately retracted it. Alright, father knows you like Mu Xiao. He's not bad, gifted and handsome. But you're only 10. You need to nurture your feelings properly. He'll try to get you two married by the time you're 12. Just thinking about it makes me happy. By the way, father, can I go to Shrek Academy with Mu Xiao? Go ahead, but you must work hard. I'll make sure Mu Xiao marries you. If he doesn't, I'll make him pay. Oh father, stop it. I'll get angry if you keep talking. Truth be told, Xiao Xiao might really be falling for Mu Xiao. Not only because Mu Xiao was handsome but also because of his exceptional talent. Marrying a powerful person wasn't a bad idea. But they were only 10 years old. Was it too soon to get married? If Mu Xiao knew what this father and daughter were thinking, he would definitely say no wonder Xiao Xiao later claimed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were gay like father like daughter. Damn lion, don't run. If I don't catch you today and turn you into braised lion head, I'll change my surname from Mu. Mu Xiao chased after a crimson flame burst lion. The lion, a 10th ascend to your soul beast, fought brother him, a 10th ascend to your soul beast, and you're just a 22nd level soul master. Who's the beast here? The crimson flame burst lion ran, releasing soul skills backward but to no avail. Mu Xiao casually swung his star fragment sword, cleaving the soul skill in two. The game should end now, little lion. Hearing this, the crimson flame burst lion sensed something amiss. It released another soul skill behind it but found nothing. What are you looking for, little lion? Before the crimson flame burst lion could react, Mu Xiao slew it with a single sword stroke. As the lion's corpse fell, a black 10th ascend to your soul ring materialized. Which spirit should I give this soul ring to? What do you think, brother Inglong? Give it to the second spirit. For your first spirit you only need the ability to transform. Oh, I see. Then let's absorb it. With that, Mu Xiao sat cross-legged and began absorbing the soul ring. This time, however, he felt pain. Unbeknownst to him, Inglong was secretly transforming Mu Xiao's bone marrow into dragon marrow. Damn human, only at level 22 yet slaying a 10th ascend to your soul beast. If he becomes a title Dolua, that would be disastrous. He must die. Forget it, DT on. I sensed the aura of a soul beast from that child. A man and a woman spoke in the distance. 3 hours later, hiss that heard like hell, Mu Xiao said as he got up. Let's see what the second soul skill is like. Inglong possession. Then Mu Xiao struck the corpse of the crimson flame burst lion. A massive dragon claw detached from Mu Xiao's hand, tearing the lion's corpse apart. This is terrifying. If I used this on a person. The image is too gruesome to imagine. It's incredibly overpowered and my soul power barely depleted. He struck the corpse repeatedly until it was reduced to tiny pieces. You fool, why didn't you use attribute stacking? Stacking would have amplified the power. Inglong's voice echoed. Right. How could I forget about attributes? By the way, what should we call this move? Let's name it Void Claw. Speaking of which, where are we? Mu Xiao looked around. Damn, I think I'm lost. What now? I remember from wilderness survival shows that you navigate by the sun. But today, there's no sun. Damn it. So Mu Xiao resorted to a directionally challenged person's basic tactic, wandering aimlessly. Ha! Someone's lying ahead. He headed to a lake for water and spotted a figure lying nearby. Hey, how can I see things so far away? What's going on, brother Inglong? I have transformed your bone marrow into dragon marrow. Ha! I recall marrow produces blood. Does that mean I have dragon blood? To be precise, you are a dragon. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to live like this? I had no choice. I intended to help you absorb the soul ring, but I sensed someone watching us. I did it to protect you. Besides, dragon blood is a treasure. It replenishes soul power and detoxifies. Most incredibly, as long as you have a breath left, a few drops of dragon blood will have you back on the battlefield in days. What? Someone watching us. This might be near the core of the Star Dou Forest. So the person I saw lying down is on the outskirts. Possibly. If you want to leave, you should check that person's location. It'll mask your aura. Also, dragon blood increases your cultivation speed. Then why is my cultivation so slow now? Because I used too much soul power during our fusion, so I absorbed half of yours. Now go see that person. Mu Xiao trudged toward the outskirts. As he drew closer, he could make out the figure's features. Purple hair lying in the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest by a lake. This is Hui Yuhao. Mu Xiao exclaimed. Who are you? Let go of brother Hua. Who the hell are you guys? Xiao Ya check on Yuhao. I'll handle this. A young man said to a girl. Okay, baby, be careful. Thunderbolt. Hey, don't attack without warning. Mu Xiao dodged as he spoke. Thunder Dragon Claw. Seriously, still attacking? You think I'm easy prey? Star Fragment Sword manifest. Mu Xiao summoned his sword and the area around him seemed to freeze. Mu Xiao assumed a battle stance and shot toward Bebe like lightning. Rage of Thunder. Break. Mu Xiao cleaved through the Rage of Thunder, transformed the Star Fragment Sword into a dagger, flashed behind Bebe and pressed the blade to his neck. Big brother, you lose. Mu Xiao said coldly. Bebe. Let him go or Xiao Ya take Yuhao and leave. Listen to me, will you? Don't just attack without talking. Mu Xiao noticed Xiaoya hiding her hand behind her back and quickly spoke. My name is Mu Xiao. Inhuman, not a soul beast. I chased a soul beast here and killed it. Then I followed the lake, met that person, and then you showed up and attacked me without a word. After Mu Xiao's explanation, the two sides reconciled. Hui Yuhao woke up and joined the Tang sect. Great, the story is starting. Mu Xiao's voice was weak. Are you from the Tang sect? What do you want? Xiaoya said. You really are from the Tang sect. Awesome. I've heard since I was a kid that the Tang sect's founder Tang San was a genius. He became a god using the blue silver grass and clear sky hammer spirits and created all kinds of powerful techniques. Like Mystic Heaven technique and Jade Devouring Hand. Can I join too? Mu Xiao pretended to be overjoyed. But our sect has declined. Are you sure you want to join? Yes, I'm sure. Hey! Mu Xiao exclaimed as he first stepped through the gate and set eyes on the 5 great characters of Shillake Academy. A rush of relief and wonder escaped him. At last we have arrived. All right, we must press onward. Your destination is that white freshman instructional building over there. Bebe pointed toward it and began. Along the way I will tell you of their glorious history. Mu Xiao fought sleepiness, his face heavy with drowsiness, while Hui Yuhao glowed with exhilaration. The they Bebe referred to was of course the famed Shillake 7 freaks, and the others Mu Xiao already knew. By the way, what are the admission requirements for Shillake? Senior brother, may I ask, what are the admission requirements for Shillake? To enter the Outer Academy of Shillake there are 2 requirements. First, you must be no older than 12. Second, your soul power must not be below level 15, and you must pay 10 gold soul coins. What the? Hearing this, Yuhao felt in an instant that the world was unfair. Bebe seemed to read his mood perfectly. Yuhao, do not worry. Our Tangmen and Shillake have long been friends, so Shillake allows Tangmen to send 1 person in free each year. Come to think of it, it has been 2 years since anyone from Tangmen entered Shillake. Senior brother, could you let me in for free as well? Mu Xiao asked timidly. Aren't you exactly 12 and above 15 in soul power? Yes, I meet those conditions, but the problem is neither I nor Yuhao have money. I have at most 5 silver soul coins to my name. After some difficulty, Mu Xiao finally persuaded Bebe to add his name to Tangmen's roster. By the way, Mu Xiao, do you know where our dormitory is? Yuhao asked him. I don't know, go ask someone ahead. Mu Xiao noticed an old man sleeping in a chair by the school gate. Up close, the old man wore gray clothes and his face was furrowed with many wrinkles. Time had clearly worn him. His eyelids drooped. He looked like a man buffeted by years, half reclining in his chair and basking in the sunlight as if thoroughly content. That old man, he looked familiar. Who was he? Old. Mu Xiao stopped before finishing the word man. For a breath he froze, then his expression changed as if he suddenly remembered everything. He turned to leave, then hesitated. After a brief moment's thought, he offered the old man an awkward 90-degree bow and said, "Hello, grandfather." Then with astonishing speed, Mu Xiao grabbed Hui Yuhao and dashed toward the dormitory entrance. "Goodbye, grandfather." The boys called back. The old man murmured in a low, expectant voice, "Young people nowadays are full of vigor. I look forward to their future." Is it true? Longshan Doluo. Elder Mu. I nearly offended him. Wang Mu Xiao clutched his wildly thumping heart and swallowed hard. Hui Yuhao, naive to the reason for Mu Xiao's terror, interrupted and asked, puzzled, "What's the matter with that old man? Is he dangerous? Also, Mu Xiao, do you know where our dorm is?" Yes. Mu Xiao then led Hui Yuhao toward dorm 108. They opened the door and were greeted by dust everywhere. It looked as if no one had lived there for years. Mu Xiao silently complained in his mind. Mu Xiao opened the window to air out the room. After a while the air had cleared enough. Just as Yuhao prepared to start cleaning, he found Mu Xiao already holding a broom. Hui Yuhao understood what Mu Xiao intended and activated his soul skill spirit sharing. The two set about cleaning in haste. With Yuhao's skill their work went far more quickly. When they had finished and sat upon the beds to cultivate, the door suddenly opened. A youth entered with pale blue hair, fair skin and large eyes, the same pale blue as his hair. "Oh. He's here. I thought my little butterfly might set off a great butterfly effect." "Move aside," the youth said arrogantly, shooting Mu Xiao a disdainful glare. "Ha! Oh." Mu Xiao hurried off the bed and sat on Hui Yuhao's bed. "Since you cleaned the room fairly well, I'll permit you to stay with me for now. There are a few rules you must remember. First, do not bring people back to the dorm at will. Second, do not walk around naked and make others uncomfortable. Third, no snoring at night. Fourth, do not disturb me. Fifth, from now on you are responsible for keeping the dormitory clean, but do not touch my bed. Do you understand?" The youth bore himself with lofty condescension. Hui Yuhao's temper flared. "Why should I listen to you?" The youth snorted coldly. "If you don't obey, I'll throw you out. Try me if you dare." Having been bullied in the Duke's mansion since childhood, Hui Yuhao hated that arrogant air. He replied frostily, "Try it if you must. Let's go." Faced with Hui Yuhao's unyielding stance, the youth only laughed. His smile was handsome yet threaded with scorn which only fanned Hu Yuhao's anger hotter. You haven't told me your name, the youth asked with contempt. Hu Yuhao said coldly, before you ask others' names perhaps you should offer yours first. Wang Dong. Hu Yuhao. And you? Wang Dong looked toward Mu Xiao. Ha! Am I going to fight too? Mu Xiao asked. Otherwise. Unless you roll out on your own. Mu Xiao suddenly snapped. Mu Xiao, come on, go out and fight. They went to the training field. Yuhao, you go first. I'll wait. Mu Xiao sat cross-legged and entered meditation. Brother-in-law, why did Wang Dong's insult make me so angry? Didn't I tell you? From now on you are Inglong. Do you think a dragon swallows its fury? Besides, your blood is dragon blood with strong medicinal properties. You will be resistant to many poisons in the future. When Mu Xiao emerged from meditation, Wang Dong and the others had finished their bout. Hey, it's your turn, they called. Mu Xiao, it's you. Come, Mu Xiao said. Light goddess butterfly, possess me. Shattered star sword appear. Absolute Zero. Mu Xiao had chosen the name Absolute Zero for his ice attribute technique. Transform, Mu Xiao said calmly. The shattered star sword dissolved into sheets of iron which he then fused into a single spear. Wang Dong unleashed his first soul skill, Wing Cleaver. But before the Wing Cleaver could touch Mu Xiao vanished. This phantom shadow step is rather useful, though it does not fly, it allows great leaps. Wang Dong had not yet reacted when Mu Xiao slammed him to the ground. Just as Wang Dong thought he would hit the earth, a pair of hands caught him. Those hands belonged to Mu Xiao. Once on the ground, Wang Dong squawked, put me down, ouch my backside. You told me to put you down. It is not that we refuse your conditions, it is your attitude that I cannot tolerate. The next day someone called, hey, class is about to start. Oh, if only we had not called out oh. After Wang Dong left, Mu Xiao awoke. I'm off. Keep an eye on the time, don't be late. I will. Mu Xiao arrived in class and chose a random seat. Mu Xiao. HM. Mu Xiao followed the voice and saw Xiao Xiao. I must be seeing things, aren't you dead? You wish I were dead. Before Mu Xiao could answer, Xiao Xiao threw herself at him in tears. Wah, you lied. You said you'd come back, boo-hoo. By the way, Xiao Xiao, how did you end up at Shrek? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's face turned red to the roots of her ears. It's because Dad sent me here. Really? Really, truly? Look into my eyes. Gazing into Mu Xiao's eyes, Xiao Xiao's face flushed even deeper. Dad said that if you were still alive you'd definitely come to Shrek, so he told me to find you here. And what? And on the way here Dad said that from now on you are my person. He also said that the Xiao in your name and the Xiao in mine sound the same. So, he wants me to marry you. Mu Xiao, author, get out here. What kind of name did you give me? Author, hey old Mu, you're destined to become a man with 2 divine inheritances. If you can't even endure this little hardship, how can you become a god? Mu Xiao. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. What? Are you kidding me? It's true. Don't you like me? Mu Xiao. Damn, is this my father-in-law? Just handing his daughter over to me so easily. Is this a father? How could I not? I really like Xiao Xiao, okay? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao broke into a smile. Then it's a promise. From now on I'll be your wife. Mu Xiao. He, I'm so happy. I'm so thrilled. Like hell I am. In my past life I was a genius who could do everything. Class started a few minutes later. The problem was, why was Xiao Xiao sitting next to me? Mu Xiao felt like crying. Whoever started the fight at the beginning of the semester, stand up. Only 3 of you. What a bunch of trash. Except for these 3, everyone else run 100 laps around the field. You have 1 hour. Anyone who falls short will be expelled immediately. Why should we run just because they fought? Not satisfied. You can try to challenge me. With that, Teacher Joe released her spirit rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. Wow. This teacher is insane. She's trying to kill us. Seeing Joey's spirit ring configuration, the entire class shouted as they scrambled towards the track. Looking at the 3 of them, Joey nodded approvingly. Not bad, at least there are 3 kids with some backbone. Tell me, who did you fight with and why? Wang Dong was about to speak, but Hu Yuhao interrupted, reporting teacher. We're roommates. We had a minor disagreement that led to a conflict. Joey seemed intrigued. Oh. Roommates, huh? Fighting is good, it fosters competition and mutual improvement. She forced a smile that looked uglier than a grimace. Alright, you 3. Yes, teacher, well, go. Mu Xiao finished speaking, and with Hu Yuhao on his left and Wang Dong on his right headed to the track. Why did you drag me along? This teacher Joe is completely insane. Mu Xiao retorted, can you argue with her? Can you beat her? If not and you still want to stay at Shrek Academy then you have to do as she says. Let's run. I believe her when she says anyone who doesn't finish 100 laps will be expelled. Yeah, I agree with Mu Xiao. Thus 3 more joined the long-distance running squad. For Mu Xiao this task was ridiculously easy. The Yinglong Constitution after all. If this were hard Mu Xiao would rather bash his head against a wall. Half an hour later, take my current position as the finish line. As he spoke Mu Xiao's agile figure dashed forward followed by Wang Dong. Phew, I'm dead tired. Mu Xiao wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Ha! Xiao hasn't finished yet. Seeing she was still running Mu Xiao stood up rushed over and scooped her into a princess carry. Hey Mu Xiao. Xiao looked at the boy holding her. What are you staring at? Quickly release your spirit power to lighten yourself. I'll run the rest for you. Hold on tight. With that he started running. Mu Xiao ran with Xiao in his arms. 10 laps left. Ha! What's going on? Suddenly a pressure weighed down on Mu Xiao and he involuntarily looked towards Zhou. Damn it, this Zhou is shameless. She's secretly releasing pressure on me while pretending nothing's wrong. I curse you to choke on water and get food stuck in your throat, Mu Xiao silently cursed Zhou. In truth Zhou had noticed him earlier while everyone else collapsed after running. This kid was perfectly fine. So she released her pressure. Phew, done. I'm exhausted. After finishing Mu Xiao set Xiao down and collapsed onto the ground. Finished? Not bad, you have a sense of collective spirit, Zhou said as she approached. Her actual thought was to finish carrying someone under my pressure. This Mu Xiao is impressive. The hour was up. All students had completed the 100 laps within the time limit standing loosely on Shrek Plaza. Zhou turned to the students with a blank expression. Those whose names I call step out Chung Chiu Jianrao Tang Dao Shangwan Shintian Lin Ziyu Zhuge Yin Tai Long Tang Ling Yin Xiaopio. You can get lost. Teacher, why? A tall burly youth named Tai Long stepped forward with an angry face. Among those who finished the laps he was in the leading group, one of the first to complete them. Zhou said coldly, Shrek Academy has no use for students who cut corners. If you have strength but lack an upright and honest character nurturing, you will only bring disaster, not help to any nation. Tai Long, did you really run 100 laps? Tai Long argued, of course I did. Zhou smiled, did you? If I recall correctly, when the run started, since I hadn't arrived at the plaza yet, you strolled for 2 laps. You only caught up when the leader reached the 5th lap. Therefore you didn't run 100 laps but 97. I believe more than one person saw your initial laziness. Tai Long's face flushed red. He never imagined Zhou, who hadn't been on the field at first, could describe his cheating as if she had seen it herself. But even if I missed a few laps, you can't expel me for that. Zhou snorted disdainfully. I already gave the reason. You are unworthy of being a student of Shrek Academy. Pack your things and get out. What about those two? Tai Long pointed at Xiao and Huayuhao. If you point at her again, he'll break that finger. Mu Xiao said coldly to Tai Long. When the teacher tells you to scram, you scram. Why so much nonsense? You. My hand. Tai Long stammered, pointing at Mu Xiao, but before he could finish Mu Xiao had already snapped his index finger. When I say something I mean it. The remaining 8 students grew angry. Who are you to them? Mu Xiao pulled Xiao into his arms. She's my girlfriend and those 2 are my little brothers. What? Got a problem. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. What am I doing? So embarrassing. I need to stay calm. I'm Mu Xiao, the super genius of my past life. Calm down. Since I've already pulled her clothes, I have to see this through. Hearing this, they swallowed their words. This teacher is too ruthless, expelling so many at once. Calling her a demon isn't wrong. Wang Dong said. No kidding. Good thing I know the plot, or I'd be cursing up a storm. But saying something like that today. I don't know how I'll face my classmates tomorrow. How do I face Xiao, this precocious girl? I have no experience with relationship. That night in the girls' dormitory. So shy. Mu Xiao said him his girlfriend. Xiao hugged her blanket, curling up as she dreamed of the future. By the way, Yuhao was dragged by Zhou to join the Seoul Guidance Department after his run, wasn't he? Damn, I totally forgot. I should have come back later. Mu Xiao grumbled again. Morning already. Wang Dong, what time is it? Wang Dong. Ring. Crap. Class is starting. Hearing the bell, Mu Xiao leaped out of bed, threw on his uniform and dashed toward class 1 using the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step. That's right, the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step. I bet if Tang-san saw Mu Xiao using it like this, he'd laugh and use Unfixed Storm, saying, I'm not angry, you know. Report. Why are you late? Ha. Sorry teacher, I overslept. Oh. Where did you sleep? Ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Alright, go back to your seat. Be earlier next time. Mu Xiao returned to his seat and saw Yu Hao and Wang Dong still covering their mouths, stifling laughs. Still laughing. Why didn't you two wake me up this morning? Just then Mu Xiao felt someone tugging at him. Was what you said yesterday true? Xiao Xiao asked, blushing. Damn, I really want to refuse, but Brother Inglong said her dad could kill me in an instant. Ah. True. True. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly after hearing that. So cute. Seeing this, Mu Xiao's heart felt like it was gushing blood. I don't regret a word I said. After classmate, was what you said yesterday true? Is she really your girlfriend? I'm starting to regret it. Teacher Joe, do you know where the Soul Guidance Department is? Oh. You want to join the Soul Guidance Department? Why? Joe E asked. Well, because I want to protect our people. Come to my office after school. Yes. School was over. Xiao Xiao, I have things to do, so we'll go now. Mu Xiao said to Xiao Xiao. Okay. Xiao Xiao flashed him another smile. For some reason I think I'm falling for Xiao Xiao. No, impossible. I only said that yesterday to protect her dignity. It's not real. Report. Teacher Joe I. Before Mu Xiao could finish, Joey grabbed him and flew off. I'm scared of heights. Whoa, I'm alive. Mu Xiao caught his breath. Fan, you am here. Damn, is this really Joey? Mu Xiao was genuinely startled by her. If he hadn't known Joey wore a mask, he might have thrown up his lunch right in front of her. What's this? Fan, you couldn't help but ask, looking at Mu Xiao. It's like this kid is named Mu Xiao and he says he wants to join the Soul Guidance Department. Oh. That's strange. It's rare for someone to volunteer. Little one, what's your soul power level? Brother Inglong, should I tell him? No need. Hiding your strength is the real strategy. Teacher, I'm at level 16. Is that why you came? Low soul power. How about this, tell me what you know about soul tools. I believe that in the future soul tools can replace certain parts of our bodies. The brain transmits thoughts to the soul tool, making it move. They can also be built to accept human commands, run pre-programmed sequences, or act based on principles set by artificial intelligence. Their purpose is to assist or replace human work, such as in manufacturing, construction, or dangerous tasks. Mu Xiao's lips curled slightly. They can be called robots. And if I'm not mistaken, the Sun Moon Empire is also researching humanoid soul tools. Fan Yu had been listening intently, even starting to imagine, but was snapped back to reality by Mu Xiao's mention of robots. Excellent. From now on you're part of the Soul Guidance Department. Thank you, teacher. Fan Yu, how is Mu Xiao, this kid? This child is a true genius of the Soul Guidance Department. I've already let him join. Even if he can't build in the future, he can draw blueprints. Joe E thought, honey, can you finish your sentences? It's nerve-wracking. That's good. Mu Xiao, let's go. First we'll go to the library to borrow some books on soul tools. Damn, I'm out of silver soul coins. Mu Xiao pulled out his coins hoping for silver, but only found a few copper ones. This left Mu Xiao standing there dumbfounded in the wind. Tisk, no money. How am I supposed to eat? Forget it. Let's head back to the dorm. Damn, I'm lost. Mu Xiao was once again bewildered in the wind. Ha! A dessert shop. Hiring a pastry chef. 2 silver coins a month. Let's go in and take a look. Walking inside, he saw a male and a female server in uniforms chatting in the distance. Ha! Senior brother, teacher Xiaoya. Mu Xiao. What are you doing here? Well, I was heading back to the dorm but got lost, wandered here, saw the hiring notice and came in. So you're here to apply? Follow Bei Bei. Oh. Boss, someone wants to apply. Ha. Bei Bei, I know you need money, but bringing a first-year student here is. Listening to their conversation, Mu Xiao grew impatient. Looks like I'll have to prove myself with my genius skills. With that, he headed to the kitchen. After a while, when Mu Xiao came out holding a slice of tiramisu, the two were still talking. Boss, please taste this. When did you go in? It's delicious. The boss took a bite, then grabbed the plate. Hey boss, don't choke. There's plenty more. Hey, race a drink. Kid, you're our shop's pastry chef from now on. You'll get 3 silver coins a month plus bonuses when there are many customers. Great. Where's your dignity as a boss? At least I don't have to worry about money anymore. Finally off work. By the way, Mu Xiao, what did you make? It's so good. Ha. Oh, I call it tiramisu. Pretty tasty, right? Oh, senior brother, do you know where the first-year boys' dorm is? Mu Xiao, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Yu Hao said to the returning Mu Xiao. I joined the Soul Guidance Department and got lost on the way back. A few days later. The freshman assessment will be held uniformly across the entire grade. Since our academy's student body has grown this time, there will be nearly 300 groups participating, but only half can stay. That means the top 150 groups. The ranking will be based on your battle competition points. The matches will be drawn by lot and each group must fight at least 10 battles. The final ranking will be determined by wins. Among them, the top 64 teams will enter a knockout round and the top 4 academies from the knockout will receive different rewards. The champion team's reward will be extremely rare. Every student listened intently. For them, the freshman assessment was the key to whether they could stay. Once eliminated, they would have to return to a lower-tier academy and likely never become top-tier powerhouses on the Doluwa continent. They had worked hard for 3 months and no one wanted to be eliminated now. Joey said calmly, our class currently has 68 students, which can form 22 groups with 1 extra person. I have categorized you based on your martial soul characteristics and after careful analysis completed the grouping for you. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can change it after returning. But if no one raises objections when I submit the final list tomorrow morning, you must strictly follow my arrangement. Otherwise you know the consequences well. Song Chinghan. Joey said solemnly. Here. A thin student quickly stood up. He had always been inconspicuous in class and clearly hadn't expected Joey to call him first. Joey said every freshman class teacher can nominate one specially admitted student to pass the assessment directly. I have chosen you. Based on my observation, I believe you are more suited to continue training in the Soul Guidance Department. Any problem? You have 2 choices now, either go to the Soul Guidance Department or pack your bags and leave. Strong, really too strong. All the students' gazes involuntarily fell on Song Chinghan. I'm willing, thank you, Teacher Zhou. Song Chinghan showed no resistance to Joey's forcefulness. He was so excited he almost jumped. His purpose in coming to Shrek Academy was to enter the Soul Guidance Department. Joey gestured for him to sit down. Now let's begin the grouping. First group, Huayuhao Wang Dong Xiao Xiao. Mu Xiao as substitute. Ha! There's a substitute. The whole class started buzzing. Quiet. Mu Xiao's role as substitute has conditions. When one person from the competing team steps down, the substitute can apply to go on stage. However, the opponent must replenish their soul power. Our side cannot. Damn, Joey is trying to kill us. Greetings, fellow readers. I am the author of this book. You may call me Xiao Kong. A reader pointed out some issues with the novel yesterday and I wish to address them thoroughly, so I am temporarily pausing updates. If you have any concerns, feel free to raise them and I will gradually resolve them. My gratitude goes to the reader who brought these issues to light. After the freshman assessment, well-tailored teaching to each student's needs. Write down your future cultivation path and submit it to me later. Huo Yuhao. Present. Yuhao immediately stood up and replied respectfully. No wonder it felt strange, the plot had deviated. In the original story, the assessment was supposed to come after writing down the cultivation direction, but it was reversed. It seems my presence has indeed altered the plot. Joey waved at Huo Yuhao, who quickly walked to the podium and took the stack of papers she handed him. Without needing her instructions, he swiftly distributed them to every student in the class. Thanks. Mu Xiao said to Yuhao. But he never expected that a simple thank you would move Yuhao so deeply. Finally, someone treats me as a friend. Did you see that, mother? Looking at the paper, Mu Xiao began to ponder. Well, the Star's hard sword only has 1 soul ring and its soul skill is illusion, which allows it to transform into various weapon spirits. But I've never tried transforming it into a modern weapon. I'll give it a try after class. For now I'll put down control, and the other 3 also wrote control. Anyway, we're all on the same team, why be afraid of that, Joey? So Mu Xiao resolutely wrote control on the paper. Mu Xiao Wang Dong Hui Yuhao Xiao Xiao, come to the office after class. Oh. Trying to give me a show of defiance, are you? Joey scolded the 4. Control, 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 and control again. Are you 4 trying to rebel? If the competition weren't starting tomorrow, I'd have you run for 5 hours to clear your heads. Huo Yuhao, you first, what's your story? Your spiritual type martial soul is perfect for support, so what do you mean by choosing control? Huo Yuhao quickly replied, Teacher Zhou, I've always aspired to be a control type battle soul master. My spiritual detection can oversee the entire battlefield, and in the future the soul rings my spirit eyes absorb will definitely include attack type soul skills. Therefore I don't want to be purely support. Control suits my future development better. Joey slowly nodded and said, that makes some sense. Control has more prospects than support. There's nothing wrong with your choice. You pass. Wang Dong, stop hiding and come out. It's somewhat understandable for Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao to choose control, but you're an attack type battle soul master, yet you wrote control. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Wang Dong cautiously stepped out from behind Huo Yuhao, grinning sheepishly. Teacher Zhou, please don't be angry. Actually, I think my abilities would work fine as a control type. If I can control the entire battlefield with my attacks, isn't that the same as controlling? The teams are already set, so what are you afraid of? If I call you foolish, you're still the highest-ranked student in the class, barely. You. Joey was almost amused by Wang Dong and shot him a meaningful glare. Don't think I don't know, you just don't want to be separated from Yu Hao. The teams are already set, so what are you afraid of? If I call you foolish, you're still the highest-ranked student in the class, barely passable as a genius. If I call you smart, you're so dumb you're practically drooling. When have you ever seen attack type and control type battle soul masters separated? Class division is fine, but attack types and control types are grouped together. Change it, you idiot. And you Mu Xiao, you're worse than Wang Dong. Why would a sword soul master choose control? Teacher, my Star's Hard Sword only has one soul ring, but it allows my martial soul to transform into various weapon spirits. On the battlefield I can transform it into a bow to attract the enemy's attention. Besides, there are many forms of weapon spirits I haven't tried yet. Also in just a substitute. That makes some sense. But substitutes are still useful. What about you, Xiao Xiao? If I recall correctly, your martial soul is the rare soul calming cauldron, a top-tier weapon spirit. Its main function is support, so why did you choose control? Xiao Xiao glanced at Mu Xiao and said softly, Teacher Zhou, my soul calming cauldron is different from the ordinary one, it combines attack and support. It can also serve as defense if needed. It's a mutated version called the Tri-Life Soul Calming Cauldron. I also have a second martial soul. This revelation stunned everyone except Mu Xiao. Fine, control it is, Joey said, a rare smile appearing on her face, but she quickly turned serious. In this class you four are the team I have the highest hopes for, so you'd better win the championship. Got it. Alright, you're dismissed. Come on, let's have a sparring match. Mu Xiao took Xiao Xiao's hand and said to Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Yu Hao, you're with Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao and I are a team. Discuss your tactics quickly. Xiao Xiao, make sure to hold on to me tightly and let's take out Yu Hao first. Alright, ready to begin. Tri-Life Soul Calming Cauldron. Star's Hard Sword. Absolute Zero. Mu Xiao froze the entire area, condensed ice blades on his shoes, grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and began a serpentine movement. Both of them were dumbfounded. Was this a fight or a display of affection? Wang Dong was completely baffled. In his daze, Mu Xiao suddenly charged at Yu Hao. Oh no, his target is Yu Hao. By the time Wang Dong came to his senses, Mu Xiao was already rushing toward Yu Hao. Wang Dong, cover my retreat. Xiao Xiao, restrain him. Wing guillotine. Cauldron tremor. A metallic clash rang out as Mu Xiao pressed the Star's Hard Sword against Yu Hao's chest. Xiao Xiao, head back to the dorm first. I need to point out Wang Dong and Yu Hao's mistakes in the fight. Alright, I'll go now. Yu Hao, your spirit eyes should have a soul skill called Soul Impact, right? If you had used it on me when I charged at you, the outcome might have been different. Wang Dong, your mistake is even worse. Who gives you time to daydream? In a real battle you'd be— Got it. Got it. Let me ask you both, would you be willing to be my younger brothers? Ha! But don't you already have Xiao Xiao? Yes, I have Xiao Xiao now, but do you know what my life was like before I met her? I was lonely and afraid, terrified that I might die at any moment. Mu Xiao's voice began to choke. Indeed, when he left his village he had no idea where to go. He could only live in the mountains until he reached level 10 before truly venturing out. I am willing, brother. Before Wang Dong could speak, Yu Hao had already agreed. After all, witnessing his mother being beaten to death had left a deep wound in Yu Hao's heart and he simply longed for a family. Mu Xiao hugged Yu Hao and said, little brother. Then they both looked at Wang Dong. Fine, fine, I agree, stop staring at me like that. From now on you two are my brothers. I won't let you suffer. Brother, which arena are we competing in? Yu Hao asked. Arena 33. Let's go. Remember this, Xiao Xiao, disrupt the enemy's formation no matter what. Yu Hao, find an opportunity to use Soul Impact, but don't make it too obvious. As for you, Wang Dong, when you see someone hit by Yu Hao's Soul Impact, fly over immediately and throw them off, then attack from behind. Xiao Xiao and Yu Hao coordinate with Wang Dong's rhythm. Got it. Good luck. Under Mu Xiao's astute command they won the match. Team Mu Xiao wins. Mu Xiao inwardly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He looked up to the heavens and roared, Joey, you old fox, are you trying to kill me? The Mu Xiao team wins. The Mu Xiao team wins. The Mu Xiao team wins. Joey, you old scoundrel, at this rate it'll be nothing but a kept man. Come to think of it, how many rounds have we had? I recall one match where there was a soul master with a 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. He seemed to put quite a bit of pressure on Yu Hao and the others. Yu Hao, get down. I'll take your place. Ha. Oh, okay. Yu Hao looked at Mu Xiao, who was stepping onto the field utterly baffled. Wasn't it agreed that only an injured member would have a substitute? Mu Xiao read the question in Yu Hao's eyes and answered him, Yu Hao, let me go instead. Since my name's been called all along, that makes me the captain. And as the captain, if I do nothing, wouldn't that be a loss of face? Don't worry, I've got this. Mu Xiao finally managed to persuade Yu Hao to step down. Meanwhile, on the distant observation platform, Joey fixed her gaze on Mu Xiao. Good lad, finally couldn't resist getting into the fray. Teacher Joe, looking for your seed team. I just checked the draw. What a coincidence, the seed team you selected happens to be up against mine over in Zone 8. Care to guess who will win? A female teacher around 30 years old approached Zhou Yi and said with a low chuckle. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Mu Jin, do you think your students have this in the bag? Though Mu Jin was no longer young, she could certainly be described as youthful and attractive. She shook her head with a smile. Not at all. Nothing in this world is absolute. However, I haven't heard of any exceptionally talented individuals in your class this time, certainly no one above 30th rank. What a pity. Zhou Yi's gaze turned icy. Are you here to provoke me? Mu Jin's smile vanished instantly. What if I am? Isn't your class supposed to be the top performing one? I'm curious to see how many of your students can make it into the top 8. When the drought ended and I saw my seed team matched against yours, I felt quite pleased. This is the first time I've felt this good since you expelled my younger brother despite my desperate pleas. I heard you're aiming for a senior title. Well, it looks like that might fall through again this time. But Zhou Yi paid no heed to Mu Jin's provocative demeanor. Her gaze turned to the arena below, locking onto Zone 8 where Hu Yuhao and his teammates were. Care to make a bet? Mu Jin's goal was to anger and humiliate Zhou Yi. Without hesitation she agreed. A bet. What are you wagering? Zhou Yi finally stopped ignoring her. She turned to face Mu Jin and said in a low voice, a soul bone. Do you dare? At the mention of a soul bone, Mu Jin's pupils contracted sharply. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth. If you're scared, stay away from me. Don't let me smell your nauseating perfume. Fine, it's a bet. If I lose, I'll give you a soul bone. If you lose, have Fan you forge a melee soul tool for me. Zhou Yi said coldly, the one betting with you is me, not him. If I lose, I'll give you a soul bone too. Mu Jin snorted. I don't want your soul bone. I want Fan you to forge a melee soul tool for me. Fine, I'll agree on her behalf. A deep voice rang out and a tall figure had appeared beside Zhou Yi without anyone. Mu Jin pointed at the man standing next to Zhou Yi and said, you two are ganging up on me. You were the one being unreasonable first. She and I are just colleagues, nothing more. Are you betting or not? Why wouldn't I bet? Just because I lost to her doesn't mean my students will lose to hers. Mu Jin whirled around, her hands gripping the railing of the platform tightly. Her eyes now misty with tears turned toward the competition arena. Alright, time to get ready. Once we're on the field, take out one opponent first, then he'll unleash Absolute Zero. He'll protect Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong, you fly over and ambush them as usual. That's the plan. The invigilator announced, please take your positions. After entering the arena, the opposing team changed their formation, but Mu Xiao's team did not. The opponents were 3 girls. Just as I thought, good thing I came on. State your names upon entry, the invigilator instructed. Class 9 Freshman Wu Feng. 25th rank Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Class 9 Freshman Nan Men Yuner, 24th rank Agility Type Battle Soul Master. Class 9 Freshman Ning Tian, 31st rank Support Type Tool Soul Venerable. Mu Xiao, 30th rank Control Type Soul Venerable. Class 1 Freshman Wang Dong, 24th rank Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Class 1 Freshman Xiao Xiao, 22nd rank Control Type Battle Soul Master. Mu Xiao, how did you jump so many levels? Ever heard of hiding your strength? Begin the match. Wang Dong, take out that Wu Feng first. Star Shower now. Triple Life Soul Calming Cauldron Manifest. Wang Dong pushed off the ground and shot forward in a single stride. As he charged, his dazzling blue-bold wings unfurled abruptly. No matter how confident Wu Feng, Nan Men Yuner and Ning Tian were, the sight of his resplendent light goddess butterfly wings made them blink in admiration, silently praising their beauty. The opponents also summoned their martial souls. Just as Wu Feng was about to attack Wang Dong, a cascade of fragments rained down from above, hurtling toward her. As she tried to shield herself, the fragments suddenly swerved. Then came Wing Guillotine. Wu Feng's body was sent flying out of the arena. Quick strike while the iron's hot. Xiao Xiao. But no one answered Mu Xiao. When he turned around, he saw Xiao Xiao pinned down by Nan Men Yuner. Damn it, I forgot they have someone who can fly too. 7 treasures emerged, glazed and bright. At that moment, Ning Tian unleashed her martial soul. What? A 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. The 9 treasures glazed tile sect. Zhou Yi couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. 7 treasures named First Speed. The first soul ring on the pagoda lit up its rich yellow radiance, enhancing the tower's splendor. A streak of dazzling light shot from the pagoda and landed on Nan Men Yuner. Damn it, Wang Dong, go help Xiao Xiao. Absolute Zero. Mu Xiao activated Absolute Zero after speaking. He charged toward Ning Tian. Mu Xiao, you can use fire attribute, why don't you? Yinglong's voice echoed in Mu Xiao's mind. Ha! I can use fire attribute. Why didn't you tell me? I did tell you, but you never used it. Alright then. The Starfall sword suddenly transformed into a dagger wreathed in flames. Ning Tian. Nan Men Yuner saw Mu Xiao charging at Ning Tian and rushed to intercept, but the ground beneath her was inexplicably slippery. Moreover, two opponents were holding her back. Just as Mu Xiao's dagger was about to pierce Ning Tian, the Invigilator, having manifested his martial soul, grabbed the blade. Stop. The Mu Xiao team wins. The Invigilator's voice rang out. What? Impossible. Mu Jin exclaimed in shock. A loss is a loss. Accepted, teacher Mu Jin. Zhou Yi turned and walked away. In truth, she was equally astonished. Mu Xiao was at 30th rank. When had that happened? Wasn't he at 20th rank just a few days ago? And what about the flames on his dagger and the ice on the ground? It seemed Mu Xiao had many secrets. Great, we won. Mu Xiao, teacher Wang Yan wants you and Hui Yuhao to see him. Oh, right away. Okay, amazing. Teacher Wang, my martial soul is the spirit eye, my martial soul is the star-shattering sword. What? The spirit eye. Hui Yuhao, you are from the body. Teacher Wang, my martial soul is the spirit eye, my martial soul is the star-shattering sword. What? The spirit eye. Hui Yuhao, you are from the body sect. Wang Yan was extremely excited. The body sect. What's that? Yuhao couldn't help but ask upon hearing the name. Ahem, sorry, got too excited. By the way, Mu Xiao, didn't you say your martial soul was a sword? Then why did I see you holding a dagger? And what about the flames on the dagger and the ice on the ground? If I'm not mistaken, they aren't ordinary flames and ice, they should be of the ultimate attribute, right? Teacher Wang, my martial soul was originally an iron hide, but every time I level up I gain an extra piece of iron. My first soul skill is transformation, allowing me to transform into any weapon type martial soul. The dagger you saw just now was transformed from my martial soul. As for the flames and ice you saw, those are my self-created soul skills. Whether they are of the ultimate attribute or not, I don't know. Mu Xiao actually admired Wang Yan for being able to guess that both attributes were ultimate, but to hide his true strength Mu Xiao started to fast. Wang Yan looked at Mu Xiao's calm and composed demeanor and gave up questioning. Then what are the names of your two self-created soul skills? Reporting to teacher, the fire attribute 1 hasn't been named yet, but the ice attribute 1 is called Absolute Zero. By the way, Mu Xiao, both you and Hui Yuhao joined the Soul Guidance Department, right? Before asking, the two, Wang Yan had specifically checked their information but found nothing except that they had joined the Soul Guidance Department. Yes, our soul power is too low, so we joined the Soul Guidance Department. Hearing this, Wang Yan deflated like a punctured balloon. I see, a good choice. But don't neglect your martial soul cultivation. Yes. Then the two returned to the arena. Bro, you're up next. Oh, okay. The voice of the proctor came. Mu Xiao's team from class 1 of the freshmen versus Huang Qushan's team. Ha! Huang Qutian. Shouldn't they have been defeated long ago? Looks like it's because of me again, Mu Xiao thought to himself. Well, anyway, Yuhao has the protagonist's halo, so he'll win in the end. But this is a great opportunity to observe a martial soul fusion skill. A martial soul fusion skill is so powerful. If it weren't for Yuhao's the class monitor's spiritual detection sharing, we might have lost. Yuhao, Wang Dong, you two hug each other and release your soul power simultaneously. Ha! Bro, why? Didn't you see the twins' martial soul fusion skill? I saw it, so what? A martial soul fusion requires mutual understanding between the two. You two try first. Later Xiao Xiao and I will give it a shot. Ha! I have to do it too. Hearing about hugging and being involved, Xiao Xiao was bewildered. Hurry up and hug. Mu Xiao released a murderous aura. Seeing this, Yuhao and Wang Dong immediately understood that Mu Xiao was serious. They embraced each other. How does it feel? Wang Dong's body is soft. X3, I told you to release your soul power, so release it already. After saying that he witnessed such a scene as Yuhao held Wang Dong tightly, a faint golden airflow first emerged around him, then gradually turned blue gold and finally became dark gold. A martial soul fusion, excellent. At this rate your soul power leveling speed will increase manifold. Come on Xiao Xiao, let's give it a try too. Yuhao, you and Wang Dong go back to the dorm and fully experience the benefits of the martial soul fusion. With that he pulled Xiao Xiao away. Mu Xiao, why did you bring me to the small grove behind the school? Why? For a martial soul fusion. After saying this he turned around and hugged Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was clearly startled by Mu Xiao's move. She struggled a few times before hugging Mu Xiao back and releasing her soul power. Holy crap! So soft, so fragrant. That was Mu Xiao's first feeling upon holding Xiao Xiao. Why are you standing there? Didn't you say we were going to do a martial soul fusion? Ha! Oh, sorry, I spaced out. After saying that he released his soul power, but Mu Xiao never expected their martial soul fusion to be so effortless. A massive star-shattering sword appeared behind Mu Xiao accompanied by an imposing aura. Behind Xiao Xiao emerged a huge cauldron. Then their martial souls collided. Before they could react, both of them fell unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Xiao, how could you be so bad? Mu Xiao, what the hell did I do? Isn't it just a martial soul fusion? Is it that big of a deal? Then Mu Xiao knelt before Xiao Xiao. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wrong about what? I was wrong about. No. I wasn't wrong. Ha! What's this? Mu Xiao pointed at a huge crater. Don't try to change the subject. Ha! What's this? Stay here, don't move. I'll go down and take a look, Mu Xiao said to Xiao Xiao. The large pit was covered in ice crystals. When Mu Xiao picked up an ice crystal, it suddenly melted, replaced by a flame burning in his hand. Then with a bang, the pit suddenly erupted in flames. Mu Xiao standing inside felt a pressure. Phew, finally out. Good thing I've never been afraid of fire since I got the fire attribute, or I'd be dead. But that pressure felt like Xiao Xiao's 3 lives soul calming cauldron. Wait. Mu Xiao suddenly realized something was off. In the original story, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong would sleep for a whole night after using their martial soul fusion skill, but he and Xiao Xiao seemed to have slept for only a short while. Hurry up, Mu Xiao, we're almost late for the assessment. Ha, I knew it. Bro, what were you two doing last night? You didn't come back to the dorm all night. Even Xiao Xiao's roommate secretly came to the boys' dorm to ask. We were. Before Mu Xiao could finish, Wang Dong cut in. Bro, did you do something shameful with Xiao Xiao last night? Looks like I'll have to call Xiao Xiao's sister-in-law from now on. Wang Dong, you've changed. You're no longer the Wang Dong I knew. By the way, how did you two feel yesterday? The cultivation speed is indeed much faster. It's just that hugging another guy feels really weird. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xiao and I formed a martial soul fusion skill. Really? What's it called? Haha, haven't named it yet. Team leaders, please come forward to draw lots. Ha. Dai Huabin. Hey you, how do you know who he is? The murderer of my mother. Good motivation leads to results. Bro supports your revenge. Bro, how did you know I wanted revenge? But Yu Hao immediately regretted asking. It was obvious that anyone would want revenge if their mother was killed by the person before them. However, Mu Xiao didn't hold it against him. Please don't draw Dai Huabin, please don't draw Dai Huabin, please don't draw Dai Huabin. Damn, I still drew Dai Huabin. Can't this part of the plot be changed at all? Is it absolutely necessary for Yu Hao and Dai Huabin to compete in this match? Know that old hag Joey said that we must secure first place, otherwise Yu Hao and Wang Dong will follow me to their doom. Mu Xiao finished speaking and left, leaving 2 bewildered children in the wind. Bro, what did you bring us to the small forest for? Yu Hao, aren't you seeking revenge? First tell Wang Dong the story from your childhood. Then I will let you two get to work. Ha! Yu Hao's story. What? Yu Hao, my brother and I will definitely help you take revenge. Wang Dong wiped away the mist in his eyes and said. Just to clarify, Mu Xiao is the eldest, Yu Hao is second, and Wang Dong is the youngest. Thank you, Wang Dong. Alright everyone. Finished with the emotional build-up. Then let's begin. You two hug each other first and then just follow my instructions. Mu Xiao walked out from behind a tree. Eldest brother's words cannot be ignored. Upon hearing this, Yu Hao immediately thought of Mu Xiao. Eh? Why? Wang Dong asked in confusion. Aren't you going to help Yu Hao take revenge? Do you two know? Dai Huabin has a martial soul fusion skill, so in this match he will definitely find a partner who can fuse with his martial soul. You two are just beginning to learn about martial soul fusion. If you compete against him and he uses his fusion skill when he is about to lose, then we will lose and all the hard work you and Xiao Xiao put in before will be in vain. I and Xiao Xiao can already fuse our martial souls and even unleash a fusion skill. And you two cannot unleash a martial soul fusion skill, so I called you here this time to help you learn how to release a martial soul fusion skill based on my experience. Mu Xiao began, her maternal mode crossed out before she could finish. Yu Hao had already embraced Wang Dong. Wang Dong initially resisted, but seeing Yu Hao release his soul power, he also released his. Good, just like that. Feel each other's soul power well. Half an hour later, the two's soul power was still merging. I wonder if I should say a certain phrase. Why haven't these two released their martial soul fusion skill yet? How did they manage to release it in the original work? Mu Xiao wanted to cry without tears. Finally there was a development as a vast ethereal vertical pupil appeared behind Yu Hao, shimmering with strands of purple light, while a beautiful butterfly appeared behind Wang Dong. Finally the two forces intertwined, unleashing a massive golden light beam towards Mu Xiao, who was watching from the sidelines. Not good. Mu Xiao's mind echoed and she found herself in her spiritual sea. Outside, Mu Xiao's pupils transformed into dragon-like vertical pupils while her body was covered in dragon scales. An ice wall formed in front of her, behind which there were iron walls, vine walls, water shields, fire walls and earth walls. But the light wave was unyielding, enhancing its power, shattering the 4 walls in front, ultimately stopping at the earth wall, which began to show signs of cracking. Boom! The earth wall fell. Mu Xiao reverted to her original form. You brat must be crazy. Why didn't you dodge? What were you thinking? If those two hadn't exhausted their soul power, I might have unleashed my primal power. Even a fraction of my primal power could take out those two brats. Sorry Longu, I was just scared by their martial soul fusion skill. Alright, now we just wait for them to wake up. At this moment Ying Long's tone resembled that of a father crossed out. Hua Yu Hao, what are you doing? Wang Dong yelled. Shut up. Can't you be quiet? Hey. You guys are awake. Mu Xiao jumped up scolding but quickly regained her composure. Bro. How did we end up here? Oh, I remember we unleashed a golden light wave towards you and then I don't remember anything. I don't know why, but I really want to strangle him. To put it simply, you released a martial soul fusion skill yesterday. What? We unleashed a martial soul fusion skill. Yes, look at the pit over there. Yu Hao walked over and indeed saw a large pit filled with a radiant aura. This is your goddess of light butterfly, this is your spiritual pupil. What should we call it? How about fading in brilliance, path of gold? Sounds good. A nice name. Alright, if you keep going like this we will be late for our assessment. Isn't the assessment tomorrow? No, the assessment is today. Phew, luckily we made it. Hey Mu Xiao, where did you go yesterday? Xiao Xiao asked, looking at Mu Xiao who was covered in sweat. We went to the small forest yesterday. What? You actually went to the small forest with them? As a guy. Before Mu Xiao could finish, Xiao Xiao pointed at her. You'd rather take them to the small forest instead of taking me. Big sister, did you misunderstand something? Not at all. I just helped them release their martial soul fusion skill. By the way, do you remember the pit we made that day in the small forest? What do you think we should name it? How about Mighty of the Laughing Cauldron, Divine Punishment? You see, first my cauldron fell, then your shattered star sword's fire and ice attributes created an explosion upon contact. Don't you think it resembles that? It does look like it. Let's go with that name. Alright, you guys are about to go on stage. The opponent also has a martial soul fusion skill, so do your best to interfere with them and prevent them from releasing theirs. Skipping the fight scene for now. Alright, martial soul fusion skill Evil Eye White Tiger has appeared. Good Path of Gold is ready too. The battle between the martial soul fusion skills began. I remember there was a character named Du Weiluan in the original work who would block some damage. Where is he? Don't tell me the plot has changed again because of me. Boom. A loud explosion pulled Mu Xiao from her thoughts. She saw Dai Huabing panting as he glared at Yu Hao, who had already fainted while holding Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao standing nearby had also fainted on the field. Why did my heart hurt so much when I saw Xiao Xiao faint? At that moment Du Weiluan walked over. Due to both sides exhausting their soul power, one person from each side has lost their fighting capability. Therefore I declare this match a tie. Wait, I'm a substitute. I haven't been on stage yet. Before Du Weiluan could finish, Mu Xiao hurriedly said. Are you sure you want to go on? You must know that your teammates cannot recover. Yes, I understand. But I still want to go. She said as she walked over. Teacher, please help me bring my two younger brothers over. After saying that, Mu Xiao headed towards Xiao Xiao. At that moment Mu Xiao suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, losing her balance and collapsing onto Xiao Xiao, who had just woken up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Mu Xiao could feel the softness of her lips. Crap, I'm done for. How am I going to explain this to Xiao Xiao? Mu Xiao, since you've reached level 30, I will use my power to help you gain a new attribute. How about wind attribute? Mu Xiao ignored him and squatted in a corner drawing circles. Mu Xiao. If you don't speak, I will take that as a yes. Let me borrow your body for a moment. Everyone present, are you here to show off your love? Mu Xiao, you. You. Xiao Xiao's mouth was blocked by Mu Xiao. After a long time Mu Xiao looked at the blushing Xiao Xiao and said. Sorry, my dear wife. Inside the spiritual sea, I'm done for. If Xiao Xiao tells her father, I might as well be dead. Let go of me, you dragon. Stop messing around, Mu Xiao, I'm helping you awaken a new attribute. I don't believe you. Big brother, why bother? If she tells her father, it could be a case of double death. We are of the same root, why rush to harm one another? Stop messing around, I'm helping you awaken the wind element. Once it's awakened, it'll return your body. After saying that, Mu Xiao blocked Xiao Xiao's mouth again. Xiao Xiao, you need to stay calm. I didn't mean to. Alright, just help me back to rest. Xiao Xiao said, but deep down she was thinking, Mu Xiao kissed me. Twice. So exciting. Thank you for this assessment. Please let both teams enter. The championship is surely ours. I advise you to surrender now. We have 3 people and you only have 2. Dai Huabin said. Did you eat shit this morning and forget to brush your teeth? If you want to fight, then fight. Are you acting like a woman dawdling around? Mu Xiao finished and the audience burst into laughter. See, everyone thinks so too. You bastard. Dai Huabin clenched his fists, thinking to himself that if he couldn't kill, he could at least cripple him. Xiao Xiao, hold on to me tightly. If you see any sign of their martial soul fusion, well, do ours too. Mu Xiao instructed Xiao Xiao. Both sides state your names. Mu Xiao 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 Dai Hua Bin Zhu Lu Cui Ji begin. The proctor gave the order. Both sides began to release their martial souls. Tri-life soul calming cauldron, cauldron's tremor. Star-shattering sword absolute zero. Negative fire. After speaking, Mu Xiao pulled Xiao Xiao and charged toward Dai Huabin and his team. Taking down one of them first, that was Mu Xiao's initial thought. He aimed to eliminate Cui Ji. Nine-tailed fox manifest. White tiger manifest. Nether spirit cat manifest. Damn, they've manifested too. This is troublesome. Xiao Xiao, hold off those two for now. He'll take down the nine-tailed fox user first. With it he charged toward Zhu Lu. His target is me. But can you keep up with me? Star-shattering scatter. Mu Xiao hurled the star-shattering sword toward Zhu Lu. But it only struck an afterimage. Seizing the moment before the sword flew too far, Mu Xiao quickly used his first soul skill, splitting the star-shattering sword into a dozen sharp spikes while the rest transformed into a dagger aimed at Cui Ji. Meanwhile, Cui Ji and Dai Huabin were attacking Xiao Xiao. If not for the absolute zero on the ground in Xiao Xiao's twin martial souls, she would have been overwhelmed. Yes, that's it. While they're still focused on attacking, Xiao Xiao will sneakily push Cui Ji, no, not Cui Ji, off the stage. Cui Ji, completely unaware of Mu Xiao charging toward her, was fixated on attacking Xiao Xiao. Cui Ji dodge. Zhu Lu quickly warned, rushing over to harass Mu Xiao's advance. Ha! Ah! Cui Ji was sent flying. This was largely thanks to his dragon physique, otherwise Mu Xiao could never have pulled it off. From the spectator stand, Elder Xian, what do you think of this Mu Xiao? To have such rich combat experience at such a young age. Impressive, impressive. And that Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong are also quite good. An old man reclining in a wicker chair said. Then what about Huo Yuhao? Huo Yuhao. Aside from being able to perform a martial soul fusion with Wang Dong, he's just a support. What else can he do? Damn it, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, White Tiger's Vajra transformation. Seeing this, Dai Huabin activated his second and third soul skills. Hey, can't hit me, can't hit me. Mu Xiao pulled Xiao Xiao into a serpentine dodge across the field. Hey. Are those two about to perform a martial soul fusion? Watching Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu simultaneously release their martial soul manifest states and embrace with a telepathic connection. No fear, we have ours too. With that he embraced Xiao Xiao and released their soul power. Nether White Tiger. Behind Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, a massive white tiger began to take shape. Laughing cauldrons might, heaven's punishment. On Mu Xiao's side, a great sword appeared engraved with a dragon. Xiao Xiao's tri-life soul calming cauldron also materialized, and the two merged into a massive cauldron. This cauldron exuded an indescribable pressure, though others could not perceive it. What? Aren't both of these kids weapon soul users? Isn't it only possible to complete a martial soul fusion between a beast soul and a weapon soul? These two kids have completely overturned my understanding. Wang Yan said, holding his forehead. Just then, with a loud bang, the two martial soul fusion techniques collided. A massive crater appeared on the field. That's Director Dou. A figure emerged at the center of the crater, but it was in a sorry state. A claw mark was torn on the back of his clothes. Great. Only our nether white tiger could cause such damage. We've won. But Du Weilun merely cast a sidelong glance at Dai Huabin. I declare Team Mu Xiao the victors. What? Why? Dai Huabin shouted in protest. Du Weilun thought to himself, sigh, losing face is one thing, but now I have to spell out the reason for the humiliation. First, you all know my cultivation level, so your martial soul fusion wouldn't be able to harm me. However, Mu Xiao's martial soul fusion did indeed inflict damage on me. With that he prepared to walk toward Mu Xiao. DIR Director, all right, no need to say more. You've won. Du Weilun said as he walked. No, that's not it. Don't come over. This shout was almost screamed by both Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao, who then embraced and fainted. Du Weilun had already taken a small step, and then boom, a massive pillar of fire erupted from the ground. Watching from the side, Dai Huabin thought, no way. There's still a follow-up. Cough, 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 cough. These two little ones are truly ruthless. See that? If your soul power had been depleted and you'd fallen inside, you'd be dead. Take these four to the dormitory first. They can now become core disciples. Du Weilun said to the proctor. Director, these two students can't be separated. Then send them to the boys' dormitory. Du Weilun finished speaking and flew away. Sigh, that hurts. What kind of martial soul fusion was that? The next day, Mu Xiao, Huo Yuhao, how could you sleep with me? Get away from me. Huo Yuhao, what kind of treatment is this? Sky Dream Ice Silkworm Yuhao, don't cry, don't cry. By the way, it seems we have one, Mu Xiao said. Really? That's great. The four of them began to celebrate. Mu Xiao, what time is it now? Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped cheering and questioned the three who were still celebrating. Oh no, I'm late. Hurry up, get out of bed. Mu Xiao, you're not wearing any clothes. Yuhua Wang Dong, I'm leaving with Xiao Xiao first, you guys hurry up. Saying this, he picked up Xiao Xiao and used the ghostly shadow step. Report. Mu Xiao said while holding Xiao Xiao. Why are you late? Zhou Yi asked. Sorry teacher, we overslept. Oh, who was sleeping? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Report. 2 more reports were heard. Sorry teacher Zhou, we overslept. It won't happen again. Oh. Who was on top and who was on the bottom between you and Wang Dong? Zhou Yi said again, this time with a slightly lewd tone. You 4 go back to your seats. Only one team won the championship in yesterday's assessment. Was it us? Yu Hua and Wang Dong said face to face. Xiao Xiao also faced Mu Xiao and asked. I don't know. Wait, before Mu Xiao could finish, Zhou Yi shouted angrily, you 4 go outside to run until class is over. While the 4 were running, Mu Xiao asked, by the way Yu Hua, why didn't you and Wang Dong win the golden path? Instead Mai and Xiao Xiao's divine punishment won. We don't know either. Why don't you try again? Looking at Yu Hua and Wang Dong holding each other, Mu Xiao revealed a smile exclusive to seasoned drivers. Suddenly Mu Xiao felt something hugging him and turned to see Xiao Xiao blushing as she held onto him. But the next sentence left Mu Xiao truly dumbfounded. Shall we try too? A beautiful woman throwing herself into my arms should make me very happy, so why do I feel sad? Far away in the Soul Guidance Department, Kai Tu shivered. Kai Tu, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold? I don't know teacher, it seems I've lost something. Oh, go back and look for it carefully. Are you 4 showing off your love? Hurry up and run. Zhou Yi's voice came with a sense of pressure. Oh no, dead Zhou Yi, is it necessary? What a mood killer. Also after school, Mu Xiao and Hui Yu Hao come to the office. I feel like I'm dead. After school, alright Yu Hua, I'm ready to face death, are you ready? Brother, let's be brothers in the next life. As the 2 reached the office door. You go in. You go in. You 2 still haven't come in. Aha. After a round of lecturing, Zhou Yi told Mu Xiao to go to the Soul Guidance Department tomorrow, saying that Fan Yu wanted to hand over their soul guidance devices and make soul guidance tools. Today I'll make an exception and let you rest for a day. Actually, the whole school is resting for a day. By the way, Yu Hua, do you think we can fuse our martial souls? Look, you and Wang Dong are roommates, so you can fuse your martial souls. I'm also a roommate, so I should be able to too. Let's try. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Xiao, Hui Yu Hao, this is Wang Yan, you guys. Zhou Yi brought a teacher in while speaking, and before finishing, Wang Yan dashed over. Martial soul fusion. Is martial soul fusion really that easy now? Teacher Zhou, you're back. Teacher Wang. Mu Xiao was startled by Wang Yan's action. He pushed Yu Hua away and said, you are the student who fused those 2 weapon martial souls. That's great, you can actually fuse. Finally out. By the way, do you know someone named Su Sanshur? I know, I think I met him when I was selling grilled fish. What's up? Nothing, can you grill fish? Call Wang Dong and go eat grilled fish. After saying that, he left. By the way, let's grill at Sea God Lake. Ma Xiaotiao's evil fire should have been frozen and he shouldn't go berserk for now. I've wanted to go to Sea God Lake for a long time, but I didn't because of my salary. Halfway through eating, the surface of the lake began to change. What is that red dot? Hurry up, Yu Hua asked while grilling. That's obvious, it's so beautiful, wouldn't it be a waste not to come during the holiday given to us by Teacher Zhou? Also, Xiao Xiao and I aren't married yet, don't call her randomly. Halfway through eating, the surface of the lake began to change. What is that red dot? Yu Hua, can't your spiritual detection see what that is? Yu Hua shook his head and said it might be because we are too far from that red dot. It must be a senior from the inner courtyard. So impressive walking on the surface of the lake without using soul power. Wang Dong said admiringly. But Mu Xiao frowned tightly because he knew the plot had changed. Ma Xiaotiao was about to go berserk at this time. It seems to be getting hotter. Not good, Wang Dong, brother, that person is a madman, run. Yu Hua quickly called out. You guys go first, her attribute should be fire, I will control her with ice, you guys hurry and go. Mu Xiao shouted. Wang Dong's bright goddess butterfly martial soul was unleashed. Then brother, be careful. After saying that, he quickly flew away. Mu Xiao, this time you can't unleash the shattered star, her flames are extremely high in temperature. If you unleash the shattered star, your shattered star will first turn into molten iron and then into steam. If that happens, you can only use the Yinglong martial soul. I know this, but without the shattered star, using only attributes will greatly reduce my power unless you let me use the Yinglong martial soul. Fine, quickly, she's coming. After saying this, Mu Xiao felt the air around him boiling. Yinglong possesses absolute zero. Just because you have fire, do you think I don't have fire? After releasing absolute zero, Mu Xiao condensed a fireball in his left hand and threw it at that figure. But it was dodged by her. Damn, I have no choice but to use soul skills. First soul skill, Dragon Transformation. Second soul skill, Void Claw. Let's see if you can dodge so many soul skills. Mu Xiao fought with that figure for a long time, deliberately exposing a flaw. Now absolute zero. Seeing the figure lunging over, Mu Xiao quickly placed his hand on the figure's forehead, releasing absolute zero to freeze the figure into an ice block. Phew, I'm exhausted. Releasing so many void claws has almost drained my soul power. Speaking of which, this should be Mu Xiao. I heard her teacher is the principal of this academy, very rich, maybe I can extort some money. After saying that, he kicked the ice block, causing it to move forward. Look, I'm selling a senior sister here. Senior, do you need a wife? Buy a senior sister back and your mom will praise you for finding a good one. Your dad will say you inherited from him. You'll definitely cause a stir overnight. What do you think? 100 gold soul coins. Mu Xiao pointed at Mu Xiao beside him and recommended her to an inner courtyard senior. But how is that possible? Everyone in the inner courtyard knows Ma Xiao's temperament. What if once she thaws she unleashes a phoenix meteor shower? Junior, how much for this senior sister? A man walked over. 900 gold soul coins, or 3 boxes of solidifying pills, 6 mystic water pills and 3 soul bones, 1 speed type, 1 strength type and 1 secret method soul bone. Seeing the man, Mu Xiao knew this was Din Yen Xiaojia. In fact, Mu Xiao could ask for more, but this is in his territory. A few seniors could easily overpower him, so he was still cautious. Okay, this is 900 gold soul coins. All in this storage ring. You've made a profit. Yen Xiaojia took out a ring and said, I'm sorry, now it's 1000 gold soul coins plus 2 secret method soul bones. Upon seeing this, Mu Xiao raised the price. You find this is 1000 gold soul coins. I only have 1 secret method soul bone for now. I'll give you the rest when I have them. Yen Xiaojia took out another ring. I'm really sorry, now it's 1800 gold soul coins plus 2 secret method soul bones. You're extorting. Yen Xiaojia's face darkened. Ha! Don't you know how stingy the Shrek principal was 1000 years ago? I'm giving you this price, you won't lose out, don't worry, I won't change the price again. Okay, 1800 gold soul coins plus the secret method soul bones. Here you go. Yen Xiaojia took out 800 gold soul coins and put them into the ring, then added a purple soul bone. Mu Xiao, wow, is this a treasure chest? So many items. I should have asked for 2888 gold soul coins. However, with 2 secret method soul bones, 1 for Xiao Xiao and 1 for me, and the Yinglong brothers' wing soul bone is also with me, I can sell the secret method soul bones again when I run out of money. Ah ha 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 ha. Looking at Yen Xiaojia with the now ice block Mu Xiao, Mu Xiao stepped forward and said, Din Yen, Ma Xiao's love is in his hands, not yours. Please don't meddle, I can dispel her evil fire. Whenever her evil fire erupts, just let me freeze her, and after going back I'll break the ice and keep it. When her evil fire acts up, I can buy some time. After Mu Xiao finished speaking, he left. But Mu Xiao didn't know that his words would lead to his demise. Mu Xiao, you clearly have a girlfriend named Xiao, yet you're looking for another one. Aren't you afraid of death? It's not that, I'm just trying to make one less enemy in the future. By the way, can light attribute suppress her evil fire? It should be able to light counters dark. As long as your light is strong enough, it can suppress it. By the way, when will you go back to that cave to absorb the soul bone? I can feel something approaching the cave. It'll be soon, there's a holiday coming up, I'll go then. I'll also collect 2 soul rings. The shattered star sword can transform, but without my swordsmanship I'd be useless. Gazing at the 100-mile frost-free armor adorning his body, Mu Xiao felt a surge of exasperation. Ah! Finally on holiday. A loud cheer erupted from Class 1 of Shrek Academy. Then came a barrage of scolding. Mu Xiao, what's all the noise about? Are you so happy about the holiday that you'd destroy the world on graduation? By the way, Yuhao, what are your plans for this break? Ah. I want to find a spirit ring, Yuhao said. But Mu Xiao knew this was the second step of Yuhao's cheat, obtaining the Ice Empress Jade Scorpion Martial Soul. Bro, what about you? Me. I'm going to. Before Mu Xiao could finish, Wang Dong said slyly, he definitely going to Xiao Xiao's house to propose. Marriage. Mu Xiao, marriage is possible, but propose. What the hell, I've inexplicably become their son-in-law. I want to obtain a spirit ring. When will you be back? Xiao Xiao asked. I'll come back after I get the ring. Don't worry, I'll be quick. You just cultivate at home until you reach level 30. Mu Xiao placed his hand on Xiao Xiao's head and said. Then bye. I'm off. Mu Xiao said his goodbyes and left. Come to think of it, what kind of spirit ring should match the star-breaking sword? Mu Xiao pondered on his way to the Star Dou Great Forest. Mu Xiao, I suggest you choose the spirit ring of a wind wolf. And awaken the wind attribute along the way. Is that so? Then a wind wolf it is. Wait, did you say awaken the wind attribute? Wasn't it awakened during the competition? And didn't you kiss Xiao Xiao? Well, it was supposed to awaken. Kissing your little girlfriend was indeed for the awakening. I thought she would slap you after the kiss and I would awaken from the wind of the slap. But she didn't, so I kissed her again and still nothing. For some reason I really want to kill you. Right, hurry up or the spirit bone will be gone. Seeing Mu Xiao's deceptively kind smiling, Long quickly changed the subject. Oh right. Arriving at the cave, it was covered in cobwebs. Upon closer inspection, a large spider was guarding something that looked like a wing in the center. We're late, we'll have to kill it. Mu Xiao released his killing intent. The giant spider seemed to sense their presence and stood up. Then Mu Xiao saw a human face on the spider's abdomen looking extremely terrifying. This must be a man-faced demon spider. Ing Long Fuse. Dragon Eyes. Void Claw. Mu Xiao completed his martial soul fusion and made a probing attack on the man-faced demon spider. Damn. What a disgrace to its kind. What did you say? This thing has a spirit bone. What? Its spirit bone can fuse with a strike while the iron is hot. Void Dragon Claw. The man-faced demon spider lay still. Ha! Nearly 10th Asante, your man-faced demon spider just died like that. What a disgrace to its kind. What did you say? This thing has a spirit bone. What? Its spirit bone can fuse with a wing bone. Impossible. Young man, anything is possible. Alright, What are you doing? Ing Long asked, looking at Mu Xiao, who was absorbing the spirit ring on the ground. Absorbing its spirit ring. It's too good an opportunity to waste. Fool, you can't absorb it. It will awaken the dark attribute. Isn't it good to awaken another attribute? He said and continued absorbing. Hiss, it hurts so much. That was Mu Xiao's first feeling upon absorbing the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. Aw, it hurts so much. My consciousness is fading. Can I hold on? Mu Xiao thought. No, I can't fall asleep. I must endure. Mu Xiao passed out. That night, Ing Long, is this your so-called plan? Didn't we say the dark attribute should awaken last? Why has it awakened now? A man said. If Mu Xiao were awake at this moment, he would know this man was his father. I'm sorry, Lord God of Space. I don't know how this happened. Mu Xiao killed the man-faced demon spider and immediately absorbed the spirit ring. At that moment, space twisted and a man with long sea blue hair stepped out. God of Space, Muhan, can we go now? The man said. Ing Long pays respects to Lord Sea God. Right away, Tang-san, give me a moment. Muhan walked over to Mu Xiao, touched his forehead, then went to the man-faced demon spider's corpse and extracted the spirit bone, a trunk bone. Then he placed the trunk bone and wing bone together, drew out the spirit power from the trunk bone, fused it with the spirit power of the wing bone and Is it morning? Where's brother Ing Long? Not here. Let me try the spirit skill from the man-faced demon spider and test the power of darkness. He then used his third spirit skill. Whoa. What the hell, everything suddenly became so clear. I can even tell where every little bug is. This is too powerful. What's with all this spider silk? Whoa. Too powerful. Right, the spirit bone. Brother Ing Long, are you here? Wasn't the spirit bone supposed to fuse? Where's the dragon? Absorb it. A voice came. Who? Mu Xiao became alert, as anything appearing in the forest was certainly not friendly. Then I'll absorb it. Feeling no one around, Mu Xiao walked toward the spirit bone. The third spirit skill doesn't seem to have a name yet. From now on, I'll call my third spirit skill domain. Mu Xiao, I'm sorry. I woke up late. Ing Long's voice came at that moment. Don't worry, I already fused the spirit bone for you yesterday. Mu Xiao felt relieved and absorbed it. A few days later. Why has my hair changed color and it's white? Right, let me check my spirit bone. He then revealed the spirit bone. It was a huge dragon wing with black patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could see 8 legs on it. If it's a wing, I should be able to fly. Whoa, too fast. After some time, Mu Xiao finally adapted to the ability of flight. Someone. This power. Why does it resonate so perfectly with the dark attribute? As Mu Xiao flew for a while, he suddenly sensed a formidable power and energy of darkness. This force ignited a fervent excitement within him. Mu Xiao. What's wrong with you? Be careful, don't let this power seduce you. The hallmark of the dark attribute is not merely to drive you berserk. If you're not careful, it will devour you. I have yet to fully grasp the capabilities of the dark attribute. Do not use it until I permit you. Mu Xiao gave a brief reply and proceeded toward the source of that power. A sudden roar startled him. Then came more roars. To others it sounded like a battle between soul beasts, but to Mu Xiao the roar transformed into a furious cry. Humans. How far will you push us, soul beasts? Hearing this roar, Mu Xiao quickened his pace. Mu Xiao, you understand what this means, yet you still go. A soul master who can drive a soul beast to this point must be incredibly strong. Are you still going? I don't know. Maybe out of curiosity. The tiger, though grievously wounded, did not flee. Instead, it endured the attacks as if protecting something. The tiger, though grievously wounded, did not flee. Instead, it endured the attacks as if protecting something. Starfall transformation. Mu Xiao transformed the Starfall sword into a telescope while the remaining fragments became a small blade. A cub. Just one. No wonder the tiger fights to the death rather than leave. Are they setting up a formation? Wait, is that power emanating from them? Evil Soul Masters. Sensing something amiss, Mu Xiao reshaped the starfall into a sniper rifle. Mu Xiao, what's this thin tube you've made? A thin tube. This, my friend, is an AWM sniper rifle. Brother Inglong, do you know what kind of soul beast that tiger is? Mu Xiao aimed at one of the evil soul masters as he spoke. That's a blazing flame tiger. Why? Alright, got it. Mu Xiao began condensing his soul power into a bullet. What about the remaining fragments? He had fashioned them into a scope. Tisk, in my past life I never killed a human, Mu Xiao thought as he aimed. He wished two spirits would appear to advise him on whether to pull the trigger. Ah, to hell with it. As the evil soul master he was targeting withdrew his soul power, Mu Xiao squeezed the trigger, then quickly concealed himself. A single shot to the head. He then aimed at another but saw that the remaining evil soul masters had been annihilated by the blazing flame tiger. What are you looking at, little one? A voice suddenly came from behind as Mu Xiao prepared to leave. He sensed the breath of death in those words. Ah. Mu Xiao was sent flying. Damn it, a direct confrontation was impossible. Void Claw. Dragon Wings. He unleashed Void Claw and Dragon Wings, attempting to escape. But the owner of the voice seemed faster. What an interesting child. Using the blazing flame tiger to kill, not bad. I sense the dark aura in you. How about joining the evil soul masters? The voice's owner grabbed Mu Xiao by the neck. I'd rather die than join. Oh. Then die. As the grip tightened, Mu Xiao felt his end approaching. His legs kicked in the air. Tisk, giving up so soon. I thought this would be fun. That thin tube of yours killed my men, didn't it? The man crushed the gun formed by Starfall, but the fragments began to reassemble into the shape of the Starfall sword. Oh. So this is your martial soul's true form. Quite amusing. But I prefer your agonized expression. Ha 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 ha. On the verge of death, Mu Xiao mentally commanded Starfall to sever the man's hand. Starfall thrust toward the voice's owner but was caught. Trying to be clever. The man bent the sword. With each bend, Mu Xiao felt as if his body were being torn apart. Gradually the light faded from his eyes. Oh my, giving up already. Let me help you. Mu Xiao's eyes suddenly turned red. TCH, boring. I wanted to see the look of a shattered martial soul, but he's dead. How dull. As the man turned to leave, a voice came from behind, leaving after a fight. How uninteresting. The man spun around, but before he could react, darkness engulfed him, followed by the sound of air being sliced. A massive crater appeared on the ground. Mu Xiao flew out, his dragon wings transformed from blue to blood red and his eyes now crimson. Void, void, void. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Mu Xiao laughed, his voice resembling that of a demon. Then Mu Xiao plunged into the pit, followed by sounds of beating and screams as void claws flew out one after another. TSK. So painful. Ha! Where's that man? And why am I in this hole? Brother Inglong. Brother Inglong. Mu Xiao woke up in the pit, calling for Inglong but receiving no response. Returning his mind to the Sea of Spirit, he found Inglong conversing with a figure. Brother Inglong, who is this? And where did that evil soul master who ambushed me go? Trash, I am your other self. Are you stupid or just plain foolish? Why meddle in others' affairs? Now your Starfall sword is reduced to scrap metal again. Mu Xiao, bewildered by the scolding, stood there utterly confused. By the way, what about that young blazing flame tiger? Mu Xiao asked. Still worried about other things. Do you have any idea how close your martial soul was to shattering? If I hadn't helped you, you would have been devoured by soul beasts long ago. Mu Xiao scolded. Then what do I do? If the Starbreaker sword is nothing but fragments, he'll have to piece it together all over again. Are you kidding me? I finally managed to assemble the Starbreaker into the shape of a sword. Mu Xiao's world instantly turned gray. There is another way. You possess the darkness attribute and I am the embodiment of darkness. If you assimilate me, it might work. However, as a dark avatar, I've seen many. All refused because they feared death. What about you? May I ask? If I fail, what will happen? First, your Starbreaker sword will forever remain a scrap of metal. Then your soul power will wane, you'll use it sparingly and it will diminish. In the worst case, you might become an ordinary person. Inglong interjected. Yes, what that big loach said is true. But failure is not guaranteed. Mu Xiao pondered, thinking of Xiao Xiao. All right. Mu Xiao said resolutely. Good, you are truly the one I chose. Inglong remarked. In truth, Inglong was terrified that Mu Xiao would refuse. For he sensed that if Mu Xiao declined, the self-proclaimed other side of Mu Xiao would seize his body and first of all slay him. Bring it on. I'm not backing down. Mu Xiao said, sitting cross-legged. Mu Xiao approached, placed a hand on Mu Xiao's forehead and released a torrent of immensely powerful dark soul force. Even Inglong, upon witnessing this power, nearly transformed into human form and knelt before Mu Xiao. The dark energy swirled around Mu Xiao, finally piercing into his eyes. Ah! Yinglong transformed into human form, shielding his eyes. Loach, what are you doing? Damn it, I forgot this. I am one with Mu Xiao. Oh. Is that so? Mu Xiao turned to face Yinglong. Do you know who I am? Yinglong was baffled. No. Listen well. I am Mu Xiao, brother Yinglong. What did you say? Yinglong cried out in astonishment. Don't believe me. Why do you think I helped Mu Xiao? How do you think I know the Void Claw? Isn't it because you're using Mu Xiao's body? Yinglong was perplexed. No, brother Yinglong, I come from the future. In the future I learned that my father was the space god Mu Han and I killed him. Because he abandoned me for so many years, fabricating a fake corpse to deceive me. Do you think that makes him a good father? Yinglong was stunned by these words. For only he and the various deities knew that Mu Xiao's father was the space god of being capable of rivaling the creator. Yet the Mu Xiao before him shocked him profoundly. Shocked. Furthermore, after killing Mu Han, I became the new space god and also killed Xiao Xiao. That is my pain. So I used space power to return to the present. I hope you, brother Yinglong, can guide the past me onto the right path. After speaking, Mu Xiao summoned the light attribute which flooded his body. Then Mu Xiao began to grow transparent. Brother Yinglong, this is my light attribute. I entrust it to this me now. I hope you can teach him to master both light and darkness. I've already brought that little tiger here. With that, Mu Xiao vanished. Sai, I know nothing of darkness myself, how can I teach Mu Xiao to wield it? Yinglong lamented, mocking himself for failing to teach Mu Xiao how to use darkness. Brother Yinglong, what's wrong? Mu Xiao's voice came through. Mu Xiao, you succeeded. Yes, why? At first assimilating darkness was excruciating, I felt like my whole body was falling apart, but then the pain stopped. What happened? Well, talk about that later. Didn't you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Let's start now. Really? Great, let's begin. That's enough for today. Oh, and you were worried about that little tiger. I brought it here, it's sleeping outside now. Really? Does that mean I can keep a tiger? Mu Xiao jumped up with joy. Recalling his childhood in the past life, the orphanage organized a trip to the zoo. Some mischievous kids accidentally pushed Mu Xiao in front of a tiger's cage and the tiger approached him. Mu Xiao was terrified, thinking the tiger would tear off his arm, but it merely glanced at him and walked away. After that incident, his reputation as a prodigy turned into that of a coward. What an adorable orange cat, so cute. Mu Xiao opened his eyes to check for injuries. Finding none, he saw only a cute orange cat sleeping on his lap. He picked up the little orange cat to pet it when Yinglong's voice echoed in his mind, not bad kid. Calling a blazing flame tiger cub a cat, that's bold. What? A blazing flame tiger cub? What about the mother tiger? You mean the one in your hands or its mother? Obviously its mother. She's not dead, is she? Yes, she is. I negotiated with her when I brought the cub. She agreed to entrust her daughter to you. Entrust? That sounds weird. Ah, never mind. Since this cub is yellow, we'll call you Orange. Yinglong thought Orange. Are you afraid the mother tiger's spirit won't come for you? What kind of name is Orange? Do you want to eat her? A wind spirit wolf charged at Mu Xiao but was sliced in two by a flash of light. Is that the Starbreaker? Mu Xiao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the light's true form. The Starbreaker's sword flickered as if responding to him. Mu Xiao, aren't you going to absorb this wind spirit wolf's soul ring? A century soul ring. I want a millennium soul ring. Yinglong thought, kid, you're getting cocky calling yourself I. Orange is awake. Orange, who had been sleeping on Mu Xiao's head, smelled blood, jumped down and approached the corpse. Holy crap. Holy crap. Who in the world just eats a soul ring directly? Orange devoured the wind spirit wolf's soul ring, and a century soul ring glowed on its body. Others risk their lives to obtain soul rings, endure pain to absorb them, and you just eat it. What kind of move is that? Finally, out of the Star Dou Forest, a ragged boy emerged with a pair of cat ears atop his head. This was Mu Xiao, and the cat ears belonged to Orange. In the Star Dou Forest, wind spirit wolves harassed him almost every hour, only to be instantly slain by his Starbreaker sword or elemental attacks. After days of this, he killed a nearly 10th Sandier wolf king and absorbed its soul ring. Without their king, all the wolves charged him but were wiped out by absolute zero in dark corruption. Mu Xiao gained the soul skill Wind Blade from the 10th Sandier soul ring, while Orange ate all the rings, becoming a 20,000-year soul beast capable of changing size, perfect for a mount. Back. Bang. Son-in-law, you're finally back. If you'd been any later, Xiao Xiao would have gone to the forest to find you. Meow. Son-in-law. Mu Xiao, you're back. What happened to your hair? And what's on your head? Xiao Xiao came out. These cat ears on my head. Orange, come out. Wow, what a cute little kitten. Xiao Xiao scooped up the emerging Orange and hugged it against her budding chest. Orange waved its tiny paws looking at Mu Xiao for help. I can't save you, Orange. Endure it. Hey. Little kitten, don't go. Orange broke free from Xiao Xiao's embrace and dashed toward Mu Xiao. Roar. It was suddenly engulfed in flames, emerging as a majestic tiger that startled Xiao Xiao. Orange, stop it. Mu Xiao shouted. Orange shrank back into a kitten, leaped onto Mu Xiao's head and perked up its ears. Xiao Xiao, that's not how you do it. You should put her on your head like this. Mu Xiao approached, placing Orange on Xiao Xiao's head. Stepping back to see her, he suddenly headed to his room. So cute. What happened to my room? Oh, Mu Xiao, my dad said you'll sleep with me for a few days. Haha, I feel like not killing your dad. I must hold back. Mu Xiao, wake up. Time to cultivate the violet crystal demon eye. Coming. Later, Mu Xiao, wear these clothes today and don't take them off, understand? Xiao Xiao's father pulled him aside and handed him an outfit. Okay, uncle. Don't call me uncle, call me father-in-law. I must hold back, can't let darkness influence me. Alright, go eat first. As Mu Xiao stepped through the gate, he was pinned by an overwhelming pressure. Bow to heaven and earth, Xiao Xiao stood beside him and the words shocked him. He tried to flee but was possessed by Yinglong, bowing before them. Bow to parents, another bow. Mutual bow into the bridal chamber, holy crap. Brother Yinglong, what are you doing? Facing the shy Xiao Xiao, Mu Xiao cursed Yinglong internally. Xiao Xiao, let's save this for later. Alright. Holy crap. So direct. But first answer me, do you like me? Yes. Mu Xiao said it just to end things quickly, but Xiao Xiao's response made him regret it. Then kiss me. I want to die. Now. Now. Slowly their lips met. Alright, let's hurry and cultivate. There's an exam after school starts. Mu Xiao blushed and began to cultivate. Calm down, calm down. I'm still young, I'm still young. Xiao Xiao watched him with a smile and also began to cultivate. Orange jumped down to absorb the soul force they inadvertently released. Hey Mu Xiao, what's up with Orange? Why so slow? Hurry up or we'll be late. A young man and a young woman were riding on a giant tiger. These two were Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao. The tiger was the blazing flame tiger Orange. Ever since following Mu Xiao, Orange had been disguising itself as a kitten and hiding on top of Mu Xiao's head. However, everything changed when Orange met Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was beginning to develop, and as a shy young girl she would always bury Orange in her chest, kneading it for a few minutes before placing it on her own head. After Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao got married and started living together, Orange discovered that when the two embraced to cultivate their spirit fusion, still a trace of soul power would leak out. Seizing this opportunity, Orange would sit before them and absorb the soul power. Although it was only 1 year's worth of growth for a single day, Mu Xiao's power was nothing short of dragon-like. So with each level Mu Xiao ascended, Orange's transformation became more and more pronounced. Orange, speed up just a little. We can't be late. If you hurry, you'll grill some meat for you. At the mention of food, Orange perked up immediately and sprinted straight to Shrek. As a result, they reached Shrek in just 1 day. There's a shop. Let's go check it out. Orange turned into a cat quickly or well be stopped. Entering the shop, they took a quick look around and were about to leave when Mu Xiao suddenly spotted a yellow crystal. A bored crystal. Holy crap. Is it really? Boss, how much for this crystal? This crystal. Just take it as a gift. Really? Thank you, boss. He took the crystal and left. Xiao Xiao, you've bought so many clothes, isn't that enough? Not enough. Xiao Xiao replied without turning her head and walked away. But Orange is way too fast. It only took a few days to reach Shrek City. Of course our Orange is a 10th ascended soul beast. Mu Xiao pointed at Orange, boasting. By the way, Xiao Xiao, you probably don't know this, but Jiu Hao, Wang Dong and I are all in the same dormitory. Mu Xiao suddenly remembered the request he had made to Joey. He wondered if it had been approved. Isn't that the boys' dormitory? Well, it's mainly because you and I can perform spirit fusion. Also, Teacher Joe knows about our relationship, so it's no problem. Mu Xiao led Xiao Xiao into the boys' dormitory. Xiao Dong, have you missed your brother Xiao? The moment Mu Xiao finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in the flesh at his waist. By the way, bro, have you seen Yu Hao? Why is Xiao Xiao in the boys' dormitory? What are those cat ears on your head? They look so cute. Yu Hao hasn't come back yet. He's still in the extreme north, huh? Well, let's just wait for him in the dorm. School starts tomorrow. In the middle of the night, looks like I'm late. A blue-haired youth spoke, sweating profusely. Since when did our dorm have 3 beds? Wait, is this? Bro. And Xiao Xiao. Yu Hao couldn't believe his eyes. He saw Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao sleeping on one bed with Xiao Xiao sound asleep hugging Mu Xiao's arm. You're back. Go wash up and get some sleep. School starts tomorrow, and remember to explain things to Teacher Joe properly. Bro, you weren't asleep. Yeah. By the way, what's that fat bug on your head? Damn, you dare call me a fat bug. The voice of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm rang out. Aren't you a bug? Mu Xiao got up from the bed and looked at Yu Hao. Wait, you can see me. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm exclaimed in astonishment. He had thought that with his high spiritual power no one could see him, but Mu Xiao's statement, my spiritual power is higher than yours, left him baffled. Alright, go to sleep. You've got challenges to face tomorrow. The next day Yu Hao were heading off first. You go explain to Zhou. With that he took Xiao Xiao and left. Mu Xiao, where's your brother? Dai Huabin asked maliciously as he saw Mu Xiao enter the classroom. In Mu Xiao's eyes, Dai Huabin shouldn't have been in their class. During the class division, Mu Xiao had refused to let Dai Huabin join class 1. It could have worked out, but Mu Xiao's loose tongue got the better of him and he said, Dean, you're truly wise. I thought you were only good at cradle robbing. As a result, Dai Huabin ended up in class 1. You know, at the start of the semester there's a test to see if students have been diligent during the break. Let's make a bet. If. Before Dai Huabin could finish, Mu Xiao interrupted. If Yu Hao and I score higher combined than you, I win and you call me dad and do whatever I say. If you win and yours to deal with. You can even kill me, but you have to win first. Deal. Then Mu Xiao took Orange off his head and placed it on the desk to sleep. Huabin, look at that cat. It's so cute. Zhu Lu praised Orange. That looks like a blazing flame tiger cub. Ring ring. Mu Xiao, teacher Zhou is here. Put Orange on your head quickly. Ha. Class started. I just fell asleep. Reluctantly Mu Xiao put Orange on his head. Mu Xiao. What's with those 2 cat ears on your head? Zhou asked curiously, seeing 2 cat ears perked up on Mu Xiao's head. Teacher, don't worry, it won't run around. The plot is so boring, what should I do? Go to the Soul Guidance Department. That's boring too. I can already craft just by looking at those books on the core of soul tools. Sigh. The troubles of a genius are beyond comprehension. As the plot progressed, it was finally time for the exam. Holy crap. Orange, calm down. I know there are tons of soul beasts here, but don't get so excited. Roar, just 1/10 a sandier soul beast and I can become a 30,000-year one. Do you think 10th a sandier soul beasts are as common as water? Yu Hao, let's make a bet. If I win, you kneel. And if I win, you kneel and apologize. Yu Hao clenched his fist, suppressing the fury deep within. Phil win in the end. Ah, poor Huabin, why do you have to create such a fatal flaw? Yu Hao, come here. Later just reveal your 100,000-year soul ring and say it's your soul skill simulation. Ha. Bro, how do you know I have a 100,000-year soul ring and a soul skill that can simulate? Never mind. I'll go first. Mu Xiao gave Yu Hao a confident smile and stepped onto the arena. Student, no pets allowed. Teacher, in just letting it get some exercise. I'll redo it in a moment. Alright. What age of soul beast do you want? Teacher, do you have any 10th a sandier ones? What? You want to challenge a 10th a sandier one? No, it will. With that he placed Orange on the ground. Then go ahead and draw. The door slowly opened and a wolf walked out. Wind Spirit Wolf. No, that's not it. Looking at the wolf before him, Mu Xiao's first thought was Wind Spirit Wolf, but it might be the Wolf King. Orange, this should be a 10th a sandier soul beast. Go for it. Ha ha ha, that little kitten. The whole audience burst into laughter when they saw Mu Xiao send Orange in. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest. Before they could finish laughing, they felt the surroundings become scorching hot and had to use their soul power to withstand the heat. Mu Xiao, Orange's flames are different from ordinary blazing flame tigers. Orange's flames seem to be extreme fire. My pad is this strong. Bang. A loud bang echoed and the arena was filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, everyone realized that the little kitten they had laughed at was gone. In its place was a massive tiger with the wolf's head in its mouth. The wolf was already dead and its 10th a sandier soul ring was revealed. What? It killed the 10th a sandier Wind Spirit Wolf King in one move. The events that followed further shattered their understanding. Orange swallowed the 10th a sandier soul ring, making its own 10th a sandier soul ring even darker. Mu Xiao. 150 points, full marks. The voice of Yin Xiaojia came from above. But Dean, I haven't taken the test yet. You don't need to. With a pet this powerful, its master must be even more formidable. Dai Huabin, get ready to call me dad. No Dean, I think fair competition is better. I'll go later. Mu Xiao finished speaking and cast a glance at Dai Huabin. This feeling is exhilarating. No wonder Dai Huabin enjoys being condescending. Dai Huabin, it's your turn now. Mu Xiao called out to Dai Huabin with a smile. Since Orange hadn't transformed back into a cat, Mu Xiao simply sat on Orange and headed toward the spectator stands. Brother, you were incredible just now. How did a cat turn into a tiger? Yu Hao asked curiously, watching Mu Xiao ride Orange. Seeing Yu Hao's curious expression, Mu Xiao was bewildered. A cat. Yu Hao Orange has always been a tiger. An explosive flame tiger at that Tianmeng ice silkworm answered for Yu Hao. Dai Huabin won 45 points. Yan Xiao's voice echoed from the arena. Yu Hao, it's your turn. Remember, just reveal your soul rings and don't back down. Say it's simulated by your soul skill. Yu Hao, whether you can change yourself depends on your performance now. What age of soul beast do you choose? 1,000-year one. Thank you. The cage opened and as the story went, a lion rushed out. That lion looked so familiar. It seemed like the one I killed. But its aura wasn't as strong. Red soul rings appeared in ice spread across the arena. Yu Hao's aura resembled my absolute zero. Scram. Yu Hao said calmly and used the Ice Emperor's pincer, staring the lion into fleeing. Hui Yu Hao, full marks. I didn't expect Shrek to produce such a prodigy. Yan Xiaojia exclaimed excitedly. Quick check if Hui Yu Hao is from the Soul Tool Department. Yu Hao returned to the stands and Wang Dong said smugly, Hee Dai Huabin, Yu Hao alone scored higher than you. Still want to compete? I'm sorry. Dai Huabin knelt down with a thud, kowtowing an apology to Yu Hao. Then he stood up to leave. But would Mu Xiao let him go? Wait, Dai Huabin, our bet isn't over yet. Why are you leaving? Mu Xiao said with a smile. Next, Mu Xiao. Elder Gong, just wait until this kid finishes. No way. My precious soul beasts are all terrified. How can we continue, a man said. Teacher, I choose a 10th Asanti or soul beast, Mu Xiao said. Really? The examining teacher asked in confusion. Let him do it, Yan Xiao's voice came through. Teacher, even the dean agrees, what are you waiting for? The cage slowly opened. Mua python with ox horns crawled out. That's an azure bull python, someone shouted from the stands. Hey snake over there, yes you. What's your name? Believe I can kill you in a second. In an instant Mu Xiao activated his Yinglong martial soul. Ah, so cool. The scene erupted into chaos. Xiao Xiao, have you seen Big Brother's second martial soul? Yu Hao asked, enduring the dragon pressure. No, but I know, Xiao Xiao said. Look. The azure bull python is moving. Wang Dong yelled. Why isn't Big Brother moving? Void Claw. Mu Xiao prepared the Void Claw in his hand but didn't release it. Blue, red and black light appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, the color of Mu Xiao's left eye turned blood red, but he didn't notice. At the moment the azure bull python Mu Xiao rushed forward and pierced through the azure bull python. His body was drenched in blood and the python rapidly shriveled before their eyes. Mu Xiao licked the blood from his hand and the corner of his mouth. So cool. The arena erupted into chaos. That was an azure bull python. And it's dead just like that. Mu Xiao, full marks. Dai Huabin fulfilled a bet. Mu Xiao used his soul power to make his voice heard by everyone. Dai Huabin was burning with the desire to kill Mu Xiao, but the bet came first. Father. The word was practically squeezed out of him. Good son. Ha 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 ha. The scene descended into utter chaos. Huabin, let's go. Zhu Lu helped Dai Huabin to his feet. Hey Zhu Lu, since Dai Huabin already called me dad, your relationship with him must be special, right? Come on, call me dad, daughter-in-law. Mu Xiao said, his face unflustered and his heart calm. Mu Xiao, don't push your luck too far. Zhu Lu shouted at Mu Xiao. But would Mu Xiao agree? Sorry, my hobby is precisely pushing my luck unless you have no connection with Dai Hua. Mu Xiao said, touching an orange on his head. Zhu Lu suddenly activated her martial soul and charged at Mu Xiao. Although Mu Xiao didn't want to cause trouble since the other party had already made a move, he would be done for if he didn't fight back. Clang. The star fragment sword struck Zhu Lu's hand, hitting only her claws. Then the star fragment sword disintegrated into pieces, forming an array in front of Mu Xiao. A self-created soul skill. Yan Xiaojia exclaimed excitedly. A student capable of creating a soul skill was certainly a good prospect. But remembering that Mu Xiao was already a member of the Soul Guidance Department, Yan Xiao's excitement turned to disappointment. Little kitty, will you withdraw your martial soul fusion yourself? Or should I beat you until you spit blood and force you to dispel it? The choice is yours. As he spoke, a fragment sliced across, leaving a bloody gash on Zhu Lu's fair face from which fresh blood flowed. Ah, what a waste of a little blood. Since you don't want it, I'll take it. Saying this, he lifted Zhu Lu's chin with his hand and licked the blood clean from her face. Its sweet Mu Xiao's voice had taken on a slightly Yandere tone. Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao. Wake up, don't be controlled by the darkness. Ying Long shouted urgently, but Mu Xiao's actions didn't stop. He continued licking Zhu Lu's blood. Bastard, let Zhu Lu. Dai Huabin's voice came. White Tiger's shattering light wave. White Tiger's Vidra transformation. Trash. Mu Xiao finished speaking and reassembled the star fragment sword, swinging it at Dai Huabin. Wang Dong, what's wrong with brother? Yu Hao asked Wang Dong, who was sitting beside him in the audience. I don't know, but looking at the black aura around Mu Xiao, it seems trouble is brewing. Wang Dong said with a grave expression. Yan Xiaozhi frowned at the scene. This was becoming the mark of an evil soul master. Mu Xiao's hair suddenly transformed from light blue to a blood red, appearing exceptionally enchanting. If not for Mu Xiao's handsome face, he might have been mistaken for a girl. Then the star fragment sword in his hand began to tremble violently. The star fragment sword suddenly disintegrated and reassembled, but this time there was not a single crack. At the same time, Soul Ring slowly emerged on the sword, and with one strike he sent Dai Huavan and Zhu Lu flying. Purple, purple, black, black, red, 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 red. Quick, go invite Elder Xian. Yan Xiaozhi sensed something was wrong and hastily told a nearby teacher to invite Elder Xian. He himself went to engage first. Who are you? That child Mu Xiao couldn't possibly act like this. Yan Xiaozhi asked Mu Xiao. Hello there, I am Mu Xiao's other side. My name is Mu Si. Mu Xiao. No, Mu Si said. Seeing this, Yan Xiaozhi released his martial soul and continued to ask, what do you want by occupying Mu Xiao's body? Nothing much, just want to have some fun. Will you play with me? To buy time, Yan Xiaozhi had no choice but to agree. Alright, what do you want to play? Let's play a survival game. If you win, eternal happiness; if you lose, life loses all meaning. Mu Xiao, enough. Xiao Xiao's voice came from behind. Mu Si covered his head as if remembering something. Mu Xiao, if you keep this up, you'll be angry. Xiao Xiao said. Inside the Sea of Spirit, Mu Xiao stood in the water watching the outside scene woodenly. When Xiao Xiao spoke those two sentences, Mu Xiao felt as if a girl had said the same thing in the orphanage. Don't cry. If you cry again, you'll be angry. Every time the girl said this, Mu Xiao would immediately stop his tears. Mu Xiao, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, your girlfriend will be killed by your other side. Ying Long continued to call out to Mu Xiao. Xiao Xiao, come back. Yu Hao shouted from the audience. But Xiao Xiao didn't go back, instead she walked closer. Seeing this, Yu Hao and Wang Dong rushed down trying to pull Xiao Xiao back. In the past life, what was that girl's name? It seemed like Xiao Xiao, right? Mu Xiao stood in the Sea of Spirit recalling memories of his past life. Suddenly light flashed in Mu Xiao's eyes and he shouted, Xiao Xiao. Hey! Brother Ying Long, why have you turned into me? And how did I return to the Sea of Spirit? Great Mu Xiao, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, I might have had to electrocute you. Do you have to be so ruthless? Let's put that aside for now. What happened to you? I don't know. I just remembered some things. What's wrong? Someone claiming to be Mu Si has taken over your body. At that moment a figure walked in. Holy crap. How is there another me? The newcomer was a future version of Mu Xiao. Listen, Mu Xiao. I know you're probably shocked, but first let's solve the problem at hand. I'm going to burn my spiritual power to awaken your lightning attribute. It might hurt a bit, but this is the only way to get you back. What's going on? Can I refuse? Before Mu Xiao could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye from which tiny sparks of lightning emerged. While the current me is awakening the lightning attribute, let me tell you this: the current me can only slowly access the lightning attribute. Brother Ying Long, you know what to do. Before Ying Long could speak, the future Mu Xiao added, I just don't want the people I love to die. Then he slowly disappeared, so before only your physical body was gone. Now it's your spirit that's fading. Ying Long said to the gradually vanishing figure. Meanwhile, Mu Xiao had recovered. When Mu Si saw Xiao Xiao, he was about to attack, but as soon as he took a step, he was struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning. At the school gate, the old man in the wicker chair vanished, then reappeared in the audience meeting with Elder Xian. Elder Mu, what do you think? Such powerful lightning attribute. Who is it? What? How did you do that? Mu Si exclaimed in astonishment. Anyone who wants to harm the people I love die. Heavenly lightning extreme. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck down. When the lightning dissipated, a figure remained walking towards Xiao Xiao. Mu Xiao, are you alright? Xiao Xiao asked, seeing that Mu Xiao's hair had returned to normal. But Mu Xiao embraced Xiao Xiao and then collapsed. Wah! What happened to me? Mu Xiao opened his eyes only to find himself in the pristine white surroundings of the school infirmary, lying on a bed while someone was slumped beside him. This silly girl. Mu Xiao looked at Xiao Xiao and broke into a smile, then gently placed her on the bed before leaving the infirmary. Excuse me, nurse, when the girl inside wakes up, please tell her to go to class. Thank you. After speaking to the attending nurse, Mu Xiao felt something was amiss. It seemed he had dreamt of the girl he loved in his past life. Brother Ying Long, do you remember what happened to me before I was in the infirmary? Unable to recall, Mu Xiao directed his question to Ying Long within his sea of consciousness. You don't remember what happened? You went into chi deviation during that assessment of yours. If that little girl hadn't stepped in, you might have torn down the entire school. All of this was triggered by your dark attribute. You are not permitted to use the dark attribute again until you awaken the light attribute. Ying Long's voice carried a trace of authority. Back in the classroom his classmates looked at Mu Xiao with strange expressions. Dai Huabin, don't you greet your father when you see me? Mu Xiao saw Dai Huabin holding Zhu Lu staring at him warily. Were they showing off their affection in class? Mu Xiao felt as if he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Look, it's the evil soul master Mu Xiao. Run, the evil soul master is going to kill. Someone shouted and instantly the entire class turned their gazes toward Mu Xiao. Damn, could you stop looking at me like that? I already have a wife. Good morning, classmates. Mu Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. But it was useless, the whole class still looked at him with wary eyes. Yu Hao, Wang Dong, what happened to me yesterday? Mu Xiao at a loss had to ask Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Brother, don't you know? Yu Hao said in surprise. I only remember killing an azure bull python, making Dai Huabin call me dad, and then nothing else. Yu Hao leaned in and whispered, yesterday after you made Dai Huabin call you dad, Zhu Lu charged at you to fight. Then you beat her up thoroughly, even scratched her face, and then you licked her. And your hair turned red. What's wrong? Through my spirit eyes I saw that when your hair color changed, your aura changed too. Yu Hao said. Oh, and brother, I want dual cultivation. Yu Hao's tone was laced with excitement. This shocked Mu Xiao. He knew it was caused by the dark attribute, but licked her face. What the hell? However, when the dark attribute controlled his body, why did it make him think of that person? But he had forgotten her name. Mu Xiao. Are you okay? The door suddenly burst open and Xiao Xiao rushed in. I'm fine. As Mu Xiao spoke, he noticed that the little orange creature that was always on his head was gone. Xiao Xiao, have you seen the little orange? Mu Xiao asked, seeing it wasn't on her head either. Ha! No. Xiao Xiao said. Brother, it's with Wang Dong. He said the little orange was so cute he kept holding it. Yu Hao's voice came from behind. Phew, that's a relief. Mu Xiao sighed. If it accidentally got bullied on the street and suddenly turned into a tiger, that would be a sight too beautiful to imagine. The bell rang for class, but instead of Joey, the dean walked in. Students, everyone should know what happened yesterday. I was delighted to see two talented students in our school, but when I saw one turn into an evil soul master, I as the dean felt it was time to take action. So for the sake of that evil soul master student, please leave. Mu Xiao, you are expelled. Every word Yan Xiaozhe spoke felt like needles piercing Mu Xiao's heart. What? Mu Xiao is expelled. Xiao Xiao cried out. Mu Xiao, not knowing what was happening, thought Yan Xiaozhe was joking and didn't take it seriously. Student Mu Xiao, go pack your things and go back to where you came from. It seemed real, not a joke. Dean, stop joking. How could brother Mu Xiao be an evil soul master? Yu Hao asked. Weren't you present yesterday? Yan Xiaozhe glanced at Yu Hao. Enough, Yu Hao, ill go. Ill go. Mu Xiao's voice carried a hint of sorrow. As he finished speaking, he unfurled his dragon wings, shocking his classmates. He could already absorb soul rings at such a young age. Xiao Xiao, don't cry. I'll protect you from the shadows. Seeing Xiao Xiao about to cry, Mu Xiao quickly comforted her. Evil soul master, just leave. Shrek doesn't welcome you. Dai Huabin said. Son, what has turned father and son against each other? Mu Xiao grew angry seeing Dai Huabin like this. Then he flew away. Damn it, I must awaken the light attribute. If I don't, my surname isn't Mu anymore. A firm vow was made from the heart, filling Mu Xiao with determination. Step 1, reach level 40. Step 2, find a light attribute soul beast and kill it. Brother Inglong, do you remember my soul ring configuration when I was corrupted? Purple, purple, black, black, red, 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 red. Inglong's voice came through. Damn, I was that formidable after being corrupted. Then why don't I just become an evil soul master? No, doing that would get me killed by the world and my title of genius would be gone. Then I'll follow this soul ring configuration. I've now awakened ice, which is water, fire and dark. Next is the light attribute, then would win lightning, earth and metal. That's the plan. No, let's awaken the lightning attribute first. It can suppress the dark attribute, since finding a light attribute soul beast isn't something you can do just by wanting to. Alright, lightning first, then would, then light, okay. Take a look at your sea of consciousness. Inglong's voice came. Mu Xiao did as he was told. Damn. Brother Inglong, I didn't know you were like this. Why are you disguised as Xiao Xiao? Don't look at me like that. Kid, I'm doing this for your own good. Money makes the world go round for some, but for you a girlfriend drives your progress. Inglong spoke with Xiao Xiao's face and voice. Inglong. Brother, no. Sister. No, we'll just call you Brother Inglong. Can you please talk normally and stop with that eye nonsense? It sounds terrible. Since you're using my wife's body, you have to listen to me. Mu Xiao felt a surge of killing intent as he finished. I can agree to your first condition, but forget the second. If you want me to listen to you, get lost. Haven't you been saying Xiao Xiao is your girlfriend? When did she become your wife? Yinglong said coldly. I was wrong. I want dare again. Apologies echoed through the sea of consciousness. Shrek, you will definitely let me return to Shrek. A few months later, a youth wearing a mask and cat ears reclined on a tree branch gazing at a building before him where students attended class. Sister-in-law, I sense someone watching us. Yu Hao said to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao paused and asked Yu Hao, can you sense who it is? No, Yu Hao replied. Then Wang Dong spoke, sister-in-law, I recall you and brother Mu Xiao can unleash a spirit fusion skill, can't you? Once Yu Hao and I perform a spirit fusion, we can detect the other's presence. So theoretically you should be able to sense where brother Mu Xiao is. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao attempted it and discovered that Mu Xiao was indeed very close. Watching from afar, Mu Xiao silently smiled. I should continue completing that soul-guided armor. There's also a problem I need to resolve with Big Brother He or Teacher Fan Yu. Otherwise will suffer when confronting evil soul masters. With that, Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings and flew toward the soul guidance department. Big Brother He, are you there? Mu Xiao called out toward Hikada's dormitory. Receiving no response, he opened the door. Not here. Mu Xiao glanced around and left. Come to think of it, he had never thoroughly explored the entire soul guidance department, only briefly when Zhou Yi had given him and Yu Hao a simple tour on their first visit. Right, ill-fine Teacher Fan Yu. A spark of inspiration struck Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, what are you doing here? Just as he wondered where to search, Fan Yu's voice came from behind him. Teacher Fan Yu, I've run into trouble crafting a soul tool. I was looking for Big Brother He but couldn't find him, so I came to you. Mu Xiao explained to Fan Yu. Mu Xiao, first tell me, are you an evil soul master? Fan Yu said. He was highly sensitive to evil soul masters. When he heard Mu Xiao had been expelled, he felt a surge of excitement, but learning Mu Xiao might be an evil soul master quelled his joy. He had intended to dismiss Mu Xiao as his disciple, but Zhou Yi and Yu Hao pleaded on his behalf, so he refrained. Ha! How could I possibly be an evil soul master? I possess the 8 spider lances which accelerate corruption. I couldn't control myself, that's all. Teacher, let's set that aside, please take a look at how to control the soul cannon on this armor. Mu Xiao explained briefly before producing the armor to seek advice. The moment Fan Yu saw the armor, a glimmer of starlight shone in his eyes. He grasped Mu Xiao's shoulders, eagerly inquiring about the armor's functions. Teacher, calm down. Mu Xiao suppressed the urge to slap him, reminding himself he was only there to resolve the armor's issues, not cause trouble. I am sorry, I got too excited. Mu Xiao, what is this armor called? Tell me everything, its capabilities, its functions. Teacher, I call this armor 100-mile frost. See this slender tube? I call it a gun. 100-mile frost can use shadows to conceal itself, and this sword enables it to function as an assassin. Of course, I'm not using soul-guided missiles, I plan to use iron bullets. But I've upgraded 100-mile frost, the gun can transform into a cannon. So my question is, how do I switch between soul-guided missiles and bullets, or vice versa? That's where I'm stuck. Seeing Fan Yu's expression grow increasingly excited, Mu Xiao quickly wrapped up the topic. 3 hours later, all right, that problem's finally solved. Now I can mass-produce them. Emerging from the soul guidance department, Mu Xiao stretched languidly. Brother. Yu Hao's voice came from behind. Ha! Mu Xiao instinctively turned around. He found Yu Hao at the entrance. Yu Hao. What's wrong? Mu Xiao asked, puzzled. Brother, you've been the one watching us these past few days, haven't you? Yes, it's me. Nothing important, it'll be off now. Oh, Yu Hao, do you have any money? All my money is with Xiao Xiao. Mu Xiao suddenly remembered his gold soul coins were all in Xiao Xiao's keeping, leaving him with barely any. No. Really? Could you be any more blunt? I see. With that he flew away. To think I, a genius across 2 lifetimes, would be brought low by hunger. Ah, how miserable I am. Wait, I'm a genius. I can sing for money. A bold idea struck him. But it would take a thick skin to pull it off. No matter, I have no face to lose. He found a crowded spot. What to sing? English. They wouldn't understand. Japanese. Same problem. You'll have to sing in Mandarin. I still can't bring myself to sing. I'd better find a job instead. He arrived at a bar. Bartending suits me. Boss, I'd like to apply for a job. He shouted, but no one responded. Fine, I'll impress you with my skills, time to show my true talent. A while later, Bloody Mary, please enjoy. Just like that, he was hired. Back on the tree at Shrek Academy, Mu Xiao cursed inwardly. Then, feeling a warmth on his head, he hugged Orange to his chest and drifted off to sleep. The next day. Little girl, don't you think this is an invasion of my good looks? Mu Xiao stared at the orange-haired little girl in his arms. Daddy, don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer. Mu Xiao, this little girl is orange. How strange, how can a 10th Sandier soul beast nearly 100,000 year one take human form? Yinglong's voice echoed. This lowly is orange. What? I don't know the specifics either. Let's ask when she wakes up. Soon the orange-haired little girl in his arms awoke. Seeing Mu Xiao, she immediately began to cultivate. There was no way to question her. Thus the entire morning passed. Little girl, how did you get up the tree? Ha! Didn't Daddy hold me in your arms? What? Last night I was holding a blazing flame tiger. Exactly. That tiger. Are you called Orange? Yes. Didn't Daddy give me the name Orange? Orange, aren't you a 10th Ascendier soul beast? No, I'm not. Orange perches on Daddy's head every day to absorb the soul power you leak. No wonder my cultivation has been so slow these past few months. Slow? Of course. Do you think cultivation is as easy as drinking water? Yes. So this little girl before me is Orange. Orange, do you know who your mother is? Mu Xiao asked recklessly despite being married himself. I think it's Xiao Xiao. What's wrong, Daddy? Nothing. I'm going to work now. I'll buy you something to eat when I get back. He had suddenly gained a daughter, no one would believe it. Gazing at the 100-mile frost-free armor adorning his body, Mu Xiao felt a surge of exasperation as if countless mythical beasts were stampeding through his mind. What was the purpose of all this? If he were still at the academy it might serve to show off, but since he had been expelled, what use did it have now? Watching Qingzi cultivate nearby, Mu Xiao made a decision: he would forge a new one and sell it. First he needed to ask teacher Fan Yu for materials. So Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings and flew toward the Soul Guidance Department. Teacher Fan Yu, I beg you, just give them to me. What I ask for isn't much. The scene shifted to Mu Xiao clinging to Fan Yu's leg pleading. What? You call that not much? The materials you're asking for could make a 6th-tier soul-guided bomb and you still say it's not much. Fan Yu was visibly furious. Mu Xiao clung to Fan Yu's leg for an entire afternoon before Fan Yu reluctantly agreed to give him a little. But it was far too meager. Should he just sell the 100-mile frost-free armor? Don't you have that armor? Sell it and you'll have the money to buy what you need. Why come to me? You'll be scolded by the dean this time. Fan Yu said, rubbing his forehead. As Mu Xiao was leaving, he ran into Yu Hao. Yu Hao, why are you in such a hurry? Mu Xiao grabbed Yu Hao and asked. Brother Wang Dong gave me a... Before Yu Hao could finish, Mu Xiao interrupted. Bring Xiao Xiao along too. He'll go as well and protect you from the shadows. With that, Mu Xiao left. That evening, hey. Mu Xiao greeted the three approaching him. Brother, why haven't you changed clothes? You're still in your school uniform. Yu Hao asked, noting that his own clothes were borrowed from Wang Dong. Hey, all my money is with Xiao Xiao, so I couldn't buy new clothes. After speaking, Mu Xiao used his shadow attribute and vanished. Don't worry about me. This is my self-created soul skill. Let's go. A voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the three. Hiding in the shadows, Mu Xiao silently deployed his spider web dome. This was a soul skill derived from the man-faced demon spider, and Mu Xiao's other side was also a result of the 8 spider lances darkening. He reviewed the upcoming events and began sensing the surroundings of Yu Hao and the others with the spider web domain covering half the ground. According to the plot, Yu Hao and his group would encounter senior brother Bei Bei and Su Sanshur. It should be fine to have some fun now. Bei Bei, please let me join the Tang sect. You know Nan Nan is close with your Xiaoya. For the sake of your brother's happiness, grant me this. At that moment, Su Sanshur was clinging to Bei Bei's leg, begging. Get lost. Do you think the Tang sect is some kind of joke? Ah, senior brother, hello. You too. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Mu Xiao suddenly appeared, saw the scene and apologized. Mu Xiao. What are you doing here? Haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been? Bei Bei asked. Oh, nowhere special. Mu Xiao scratched his head and laughed, then pointed at Su Sanshur. Senior brother, so this is your taste. Does teacher Xiaoya know? This enraged Su Sanshi, who stood up and stared coldly at Mu Xiao. What? Picking on a kid? Seeing Su Sansh's demeanor, Mu Xiao knew this guy might cause trouble. Yu Hao, do you know him? Su Sanshur asked Yu Hao beside him. Ah, yes. Yu Hao quickly replied. Brother, this is senior Su Sanshur. His martial soul is the black tortoise. Kid, listen up. My martial soul is the black tortoise. What are you? Before Su Sanshur could finish, a little girl suddenly appeared, hugged Mu Xiao and called him daddy. Indeed, it was Qingzi. Everyone was stunned. Brother, you already. Before Yu Hao could finish, Qingzi interjected, Uncle Yu Hao, Uncle Wang Dong, daddy says you two are getting together. Is that true? Wang Dong and Yu Hao. Mu Xiao, brother, stop right there. Can you explain what getting together means? Xiao Xiao, Mu Xiao, when did you get a daughter? He. Yu Hao, put away your emperor scissors martial soul first. Wang Dong, retract your radiant butterfly goddess. My dear wife, please put away your cauldron. After some explanation, everyone learned that Qingzi had taken human form, and Yu Hao and Wang Dong forgot about Mu Xiao's comment on them getting A fight was about to break out. Yu Hao, you all go ahead. Chengzi, go with your mother. Yu Hao, come here for a moment. Fire the signal flare when you've gone some distance. After the group had moved away, Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings and asked seniors, could you tell me how much Dai Huabin paid you? He then unleashed void claws at the surroundings. Not bad, kid. How did you find us? Several figures in black robes leaped out. One who seemed to be the leader spoke. My third soul skill lets me sense vibrations in the area. It would be normal not to detect any in a crowded place, but here in the wilderness any vibration is suspicious. Who else could it be but assassins like you? Bang. A gunshot rang out, followed by a glowing signal flare shooting into the sky. Damn it, the kid tricked us. Finish this quickly. Before he could finish, a bullet pierced his body. Now clad in the 100-mile frost-free armor, Mu Xiao took cover and aimed at them. Bang. Another gunshot, but this time it wasn't a signal flare, it was a bullet. Ah. One of the assassins cried out as a bullet hit his leg. If you don't leave now, the next shot won't be at your leg, Mu Xiao said. Damn it. I didn't expect the target Master Dai wanted dead to be this strong. Retreat. Yu Hao, what's wrong? Who are you? A woman in red descended from the sky. Seeing the fleeing soul masters and Mu Xiao on the ground, she unleashed a phoenix meteor shower. Yu Hao, what's wrong? Who are you? A woman in red descended from the sky. Seeing the fleeing soul masters and Mu Xiao on the ground, she unleashed a phoenix. Don't come near me. Master Dai will kill you. My brothers will kill you. You're finished. Before he could finish, Mu Xiao knocked him unconscious with a single punch. You're Mu Xiao, right? Are you? Ma Xiaotao. Mu Xiao asked, remembering he had once frozen her. I like you. Ma Xiaotao declared. Mu Xiao felt like spitting blood internally. Didn't the dean listen to my advice? No, I truly like you. Brother Ringlong, is there any way to make her forget I exist? No. I already have a wife. That's wonderful. Ma Xiaotao murmured softly. What? Nothing. The next day during Zhouyi's class, the door was kicked open by Mu Xiao, who strode straight toward Dai Huabin. Mu Xiao, you. Before Zhouyi could finish, Mu Xiao's glare silenced her. Dai Huabin is assassination fund for you. What are you talking about? Mu Xiao, what are you saying? Xiao asked. Xiao, remember the signal flare Yu Hao fired last night? Yes, you told us to go ahead. That's because Dai Huabin hired people to kill us. Mu Xiao, don't slander him. Zhu Lu stood up and shouted. Slander him. Bring them in. Ma Xiaotao then brought the two assassins in. The bullets from yesterday hadn't killed them, only severely wounded them. The moment the two saw Dai Huabin, they laughed. Kid, you're finished. Master Dai will kill you. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Mu Xiao knocked one unconscious with a punch. Can you explain, Master Dai, why you would want me dead? Dai Huabin was left speechless. The classroom erupted. I can't believe Dai Huabin is like this. Good thing I didn't provoke him, or I'd be dead by now. What do I do? I've offended him. No wonder your Dai family fell from emperor to general. Mu Xiao's eyes were filled with provocation. Mu Xiao, come out for a moment. Zhouyi called Mu Xiao from outside the door. The dean needs to see you. Mu Xiao responded and walked out. Arriving at the dean's office, Mu Xiao stood outside the door, pondering what to say when he entered. Suddenly Yan Xiao's voice came from inside. What are you doing standing outside? Why don't you come in? Dean, Mu Xiao pushed open the door and walked in, speaking hesitantly to Yan Xiaozha. Alright, I know about your situation. The Soul Guidance Department said you went there and explained the reason for your madness that day. Yan Xiaozha looked at Mu Xiao as he spoke. Upon hearing Yan Xiaozha refer to his dark transformation that day as madness, the smile on Mu Xiao's face vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. Dean, you are after all the dean of Shrek Academy today. Don't you even know what dark transformation is? 1,000 years ago, Tang San, the Azura of 1,000 Hands, underwent a dark transformation. Are you unaware of that? Also, why did senior sister Ma Xiaotao say she likes me? Did you force her? Doesn't she know I already have a girlfriend? Stop. Mu Xiao wanted to continue, but Yan Xiaozha interrupted him. First tell me how you underwent a dark transformation. I know about Tang San, the Azura of 1,000 Hands from 1,000 years ago, but his transformation was supported by a soul bone, specifically the 8 spider lances soul bone from the man-faced demon spider. How could you with a wing bone undergo a dark transformation? Hearing this, Mu Xiao immediately revealed his wing bone, concealing its elemental aura and replacing it with the dark attribute power unique to the 8 spider lances. You. Yan Xiao's expression changed instantly upon seeing this. Impossible, isn't it a wing bone? How do you have the 8 spider lances? Did you kill a man-faced demon spider? Which clan are you from? Yes. So what? And I killed the man-faced demon spider myself. Mu Xiao knew Yan Xiao's state of mind, but he intended to deliver a resounding slap to his pride. Convinced. Yan Xiaozhi grabbed Mu Xiao's shoulders and said excitedly, how many years old was it? What is the soul skill? 10,000 years. As for the soul skill, I don't know either, so I call it the spider web domain. It can sense surrounding soul power and movements. Even agile-type soul masters, I can instantly pinpoint their location. As Mu Xiao spoke, he revealed all his soul rings. This is impossible. Purple, purple, black. How many more levels until you reach the 40th? 3 levels. Monster. Yan Xiaozhi blurted out a curse. Hey Dean, why are you swearing at me? You as the... Before Mu Xiao could finish, Yan Xiaozhi interrupted. Not that you're learning from me, are you? Why are you so annoying? Mu Xiao, you haven't gone to another academy, have you? You're a Shrek student, right? Come back to Shrek. I'm very sorry about expelling you before, but if you return, I'll let you join the Shrek 7 monsters in the Soul Master tournament a few months from now. Mu Xiao put on a thoughtful expression as he considered. But Yan Xiaozhi didn't give him time to think, immediately pulling him to Class 1 and declaring Mu Xiao a student of Shrek. Dean, can I not wear the uniform? If you agree, I'll return to Shrek. Mu Xiao said. In truth, Mu Xiao genuinely hated the uniform. Why did they have to put a little monster badge on it? Fine. By the way, Dean, Dai Huabin sent assassins to kill Yu Hao and me. How are you going to resolve this? Mu Xiao brought up the matter abruptly. Dai Huabin, sitting below, broke into a sweat upon hearing this. What? This happened too. I'll talk to the White Tiger Duke. Then you should go quickly. Teacher Zhou, continue the lesson. Returning to his seat, Yu Hao and the others gathered around to ask Mu Xiao. By the way, Xiao, can you lend me some money? I need to buy clothes. The dean agreed. I don't have to wear the uniform. In the dead of night, Mu Xiao sat at his desk meticulously engraving a soul-guided array. Ah. Finally finished carving the formation diagrams for the other parts. Now it's time for the weapons. Speaking of which, what kind of weapon should I choose? My Wuxuan uses a spear and a sword, providing both ranged control in close combat. I'll pick something weaker since it's meant to be sold to another country. After saying this, Mu Xiao began pondering what weapon the new armor should wield. The next day he lay sprawled across the table, surrounded by various weapon blueprints and models. Mu Xiao, don't you have class? Fan Yu approached, gazing at the cluttered desk covered in materials and inscribed arrays, then at Mu Xiao, who was sleeping face down on the table drooling. Remembering that Mu Xiao had school, he woke him up. Teacher Fan Yu, why are you here? Alright, I need to ask Teacher Zhou for a few days off. I'll leave it to you. Are there any countries around us that specialize in soul-guided devices? I want to sell the new armor. In the form of an auction. Mu Xiao began assembling the armor as he spoke. If you're talking about soul-guided devices, head to the Sun Moon Empire. By the way, why don't you go yourself? Oh, I just got back to the academy. If I leave right away, Teacher Zhou will skin me alive when I return. Mu Xiao finished assembling the armor, placed it into his storage ring and unfurled his dragon wings, ready to fly off. That's true. I'll explain things to Zhou Yi for you. Go on. Seeing Mu Xiao ready to take off, Fan Yu didn't try to stop him. Mu Xiao returned to the dormitory, changed out of his uniform, put on a stylish outfit and left. Flying through the sky, Mu Xiao gazed at the scenery below, feeling that life was truly wonderful. Just then a voice suddenly came from above his head. Daddy, where are we going? Startled, Mu Xiao nearly fell from the sky. How are you on my head? Didn't I tell you to stay at the academy? He grabbed the orange-haired girl perched atop his head and asked. Daddy, you're going out all of a sudden. Mommy told me to keep an eye on you. Orange said aggrievedly. Go back now. You don't even know where I'm going. What if there's danger? Here, this is a flight soul guide device. I taught you how to use it. Fly back on your own. Mu Xiao tossed Orange a flight soul guide device and flew away. After flying for a while, Mu Xiao spotted a young man and woman in a forest fending off a pack of wolves, so he descended to help. Brother, what do we do? The gold-silver wolves are increasing. We're surrounded, the girl asked the boy beside her. By now their soul power was nearly depleted. But they faced an entire pack. As the wolves lunged at them, the pair closed their eyes. Void Dragon Claw. A thunderous roar accompanied the wolves' howls of pain. The two opened their eyes to see Mu Xiao wreaking havoc among the pack. With his arrival, all the wolves turned their attention to him and charged. Suddenly Mu Xiao donned Wuxuan and vanished. A few gunshots rang out and the wolves fled. Hey, are you two alright? Are you injured? Mu Xiao turned to look at them. Thank you for saving us. I'm Xiao Hongchen and this is my sister Meng Hongchen. As Xiao Hongchen finished introducing himself, he heard something fall. Turning around, he saw Meng Hongchen collapse to the ground. The air was thick with a strange fragrance. Mu Xiao sniffed the air and identified the poison. You know about poisons. Please save my sister. Xiao Hongchen begged upon hearing Mu Xiao name the toxin. Your sister's martial soul is of the poison attribute. It's backlashing. After discerning Meng Hongshan's condition, Mu Xiao consulted Ing Long inwardly. Brother Ing Long, do you think my blood can act as an antidote? I don't know. I've never tried it. You can give it a shot. But your Tang sect should have some antidotes. If that doesn't work, you can try it. But if the indirect treatment causes her to explode, you'll need your saliva to buffer the dragon's recklessness. Worth a try. Mu Xiao applied all the detox methods from the Tang sect, but none worked. He looked up at the sky inwardly screaming, do I really have to do that? But saving a life comes first. Hey Xiao Hongshan, turn around first. After instructing him, Mu Xiao prepared to administer treatment. Biting the tip of his tongue, Mu Xiao slowly leaned toward Meng Hongshan's lips, and finally their mouths met in a kiss. After a moment, Xiao Hongshan turned around and saw Mu Xiao kissing his sister. He kicked him away and the two began cursing each other. You shameless bastard. How dare you do that to my sister? No, I was saving her. Like hell, I believe you. Are you an idiot? Brother, what are you doing? Meng Hongshan woke up. Little sis, are you okay? Xiao Hongshan asked. I'm fine. Then she spotted Mu Xiao and sat bolt upright. Brother, there's a handsome guy here. Why didn't you call me? Since your sister's fine, I'll be off. I still need to get to the Sun Moon Empire for an auction. With that, Mu Xiao prepared to leave. You're going to the Sun Moon Empire? The siblings asked in unison. Yeah. We're from the Sun Moon Empire. Well, take you there. As they prepared to leave, walking is too slow. Don't you have flight soul guide devices? Our soul power is almost depleted. How can we use soul guide devices? True enough. Sorry about this, Xiao Hongshan. With that, Mu Xiao used wind element to blow Xiao Hongshan into the air while he himself flew while carrying Meng Hongshan. When Xiao Hongshan saw Mu Xiao flying with Meng Hongshan in his arms, he yelled, bastard. Why am I the one being blown into the air? What? You want me to carry you too? Thus the trio chattered and laughed as they flew for quite a while, finally arriving at the Sun and Moon Empire. Upon their arrival, Meng Hongshan's soul power had mostly recovered. Setting Meng Hongshan down, Mu Xiao began searching for the auction house, as his purpose was merely to sell goods, not to seek a romantic partner. Gazing at the surrounding architecture, he observed a scene of bustling prosperity, though he wondered what the rooms for crafting soul tools looked like. After wandering around the vicinity, he still couldn't locate the auction house. If he failed to find it, his journey would be in vain, so Mu Xiao decided to ask someone for directions. He casually asked a passerby for directions and then set off. He finally managed to find the auction location, but the attendant did not take him seriously. Excuse me, is this the auction house? I want to sell something. Yes, little one, what would you like to sell? A female attendant replied. Little one. Your whole family are little ones. I want to sell armor, starting bid 500 million gold soul coins. Mu Xiao said, suppressing his anger. What? Armor? 500 million gold soul coins. Little one, are you joking? 500 million, who can afford that? Besides, we don't even know if your armor is useful. Moreover. Before the attendant could finish, Mu Xiao took out the armor and demonstrated its use. Excuse me. How much is it worth now? I even think 500 million is cheap. Little one, do you think a starting bid of 50 million gold soul coins would work? Mu Xiao, 500 million. Attendant, 80 million. Mu Xiao, 500 million. Attendant, 100 million, that's the maximum. If the price is too high, no one will buy it. Mu Xiao, 300 million, that's the minimum. It was very difficult for me to even gather all the parts for this body section. Let me ask my boss. With that, the attendant went to a room with a sign reading office. After a while, she came out, saw Mu Xiao and said, may I ask your name? If you agree, please write your name on this paper. You write it for me. Just write Master Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao said. All right, Master Mu Xiao. Here is the key to your room. Please let me know if you need anything. The attendant handed over a key and then left. Opening the door, his eyes were met with a leather sofa and a table for drinks and nothing else, though the room was very spacious. I don't understand the life of the rich. Mu Xiao murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. Before long, the auction began. The first item was a fixed soul cannon, but calling it a soul cannon was more like calling it a gun, as Mu Xiao had seen soul cannons before, thick barrels and powerful soul cannon shells that were incredibly satisfying to fire. This soul gun, however, seemed like it would take 2 shots to take down a person. The first item is a slim-barreled soul cannon. Starting bid 5,000 gold soul coins. Bidding begins. 10,000, 15,000, 16,000, 20,000, 25,000, the bidding continued. Listening to the bidding, Mu Xiao felt as if he had come here just to be a background character. Are these people this wealthy? Mu Xiao remarked. Ladies and gentlemen, next is our grand finale. Whether you can snatch it depends on you. The grand finale item, grade 3 soul armor. Starting bid 300 million gold soul coins. After the announcement, chaos erupted. What? A grade 3 soul tool for 300 million. Is that real? 300 million. Ahem everyone, it is indeed grade 3. However, it can switch weapons. As you can see now, its weapon is a gun, but when it switches the weapon it changes to is truly formidable. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Furthermore, it can be upgraded and the power after upgrading is naturally immense. Additionally, while typical grade 3 soul tools consume a tremendous amount of soul power, this one requires only a tiny bit. At this point someone in the audience stood up and asked if it needs to be upgraded, how do we go about it? Doing it ourselves would be extremely troublesome. Don't worry about that. You just need to find Master Mu Xiao. Alright, let's start the bidding. Starting bid 300 million. Each bid increase must not exceed 300 million. 300 million and 1 coin. 300 million and 2 coins. 300 million and 3 coins. Just then someone raised the bid 500 million. What? That's the head of the Mingda Hall. No wonder. Due to the Mingda Hall master's sudden bid, the voices that had been increasing by 1 coin faded away, replaced by silence. Mu Xiao had been contemplating whether to lower his price, but it seemed there was no need. Master Mu Xiao, someone wants to see you. The attendant entered and said. Let him in. Then a kindly-looking middle-aged man walked in. Seeing Mu Xiao, the man frowned, scrutinized him for a moment and said, I never expected Master Mu Xiao to be a child. Mu Xiao. You're the child. Your whole family are children. And you are. To avoid awkwardness, Mu Xiao spoke first. I am the head of Mingda Hall. The purpose of my visit is to purchase the blueprints for your armor. To buy the blueprints, this fellow even changed you to a respectful form. Sorry, not for sale. But if you want an upgrade, you can come find me at Shrek. Hearing that Mu Xiao was from Shrek, the Hall Master's eyes showed regret. What a fine talent, yet stuck at Shrek, that academy with abysmal soul tool skills. Master, would you be interested in joining? No. Why? Because I said I'm from Shrek. Joining you would be a betrayal. Besides, I've long considered Shrek my home. If you come, I am willing to marry my granddaughter to you. Brother, I'm here to sell things, not to cause trouble. But isn't there a Soul Master tournament coming up? I can participate. If I win, there might even be a student exchange. Upon hearing about a student exchange, the Hall Master instantly became animated. Really? Really? Why would I lie to you? What's your name? Same as my title, Mu Xiao. By the way, pay up. 500 million. 500 million. Gazing at the sincere eyes of the Mingda Hall Master, Mu Xiao extended his hand and obtained 500 million gold soul coins. Without a word of farewell, he turned and left. Returning to Shrek City, he was dragged away by Elder Xian the moment he entered the school gates. When he asked what was going on, he received only one sentence: something's come up. Mu Xiao thought, obviously dragging me so urgently must mean something's up. Telling me something's come up is no different from saying nothing at all. Eventually they arrived at a massive plaza where dozens of people had gathered, including Wang Dong and the others. Upon seeing Mu Xiao, everyone in the plaza turned to look at him. Yu Hao waved and called out, brother, over here. Yu Hao, what is this all about? Mu Xiao asked. Mu Xiao, this is the qualifying round of the Soul Master Tournament, essentially a free-for-all. Well, find our teammates and then defeat the other teams. Mu Xiao said, I see. So who are our teammates? Bei replied, listen carefully. It's me, Sanchi, Nan, and you, Xiao, Yu Hao, and Wang Dong, 7 of us. They'll bring Sancher and Nan over shortly. You take charge of Xiao, Yu Hao, and Wang Dong. On the opposing side, centered around Dai Huabin, he sneered inwardly as he looked at those surrounding him. Mu Xiao, Hui Yu Hao, he'll use this chance to kill you both. He said to those around him, first let's eliminate Mu Xiao and Hui Yu Hao. Mu Xiao and Xiao have a spirit fusion skill, and so do Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Once those two are out, everything will be settled. As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Xiao. But Mu Xiao noticed him. Thanks to his dragon-like perception, Mu Xiao overheard Dai Huabin's scheme and chuckled inwardly. Little tiger cub thinking of killing. Poof. At the same time, Mu Xiao's right eye slowly turned red. In a sea of consciousness, the Yinglong saw the change in Mu Xiao's right eye and suppressed it with its draconic might. Elder Xian stood below watching. After a while he announced, the free-for-all begins. At Elder Xian's command, Mu Xiao used absolute zero. Yu Hao, Wang Dong, Xiao, follow me. Let's find senior brother. When the 7-man team assembled, Dai Huabin saw this and cursed under his breath, damn it, I forgot Mu Xiao can control ice elements. He shouted, quick, take them down. Seeing this, Mu Xiao pulled Bei aside and said, senior brother, cover for us so Xiao and I can perform the spirit fusion. Bei nodded and replied, all right. Hurry up. Yu Hao, Wang Dong, Xiao, prepare the spirit fusion skill. Divine punishment. Withering in splendor, the golden path. They won without a doubt. Su Sancher saw this and shouted, what do you mean by that? I just got on the field and you're already using spirit fusion, you almost hit me. Ahaha, sorry, well, be more careful next time. Bei interjected, all right, stop arguing. He'll take you all to a great place. With that he turned and walked away. The group arrived at a cafe. As they entered, Yu Hao was the first to spot Tang dressed as a waitress. They all went to greet her, leaving Bebe and Mu Xiao ignored at the back. After a while, Mu Xiao and Bebe appeared before the others. Bebe was also wearing a waiter's uniform, the male version, while Mu Xiao was dressed in the clothes he had worn to the auction. Everyone, these cakes are Black Forest Green Happiness Paradise Island. Bebe carried several small cakes as he approached the group. Wow, these are delicious. Who made them? Zhang Nannan asked after taking a bite. Bebe pointed at Mu Xiao and said Mu Xiao made all of these. It was then that everyone remembered Mu Xiao. Ah, sorry Mu Xiao, we forgot about you, Su Sancher said with a sly grin. It's fine, but none of these cakes are for you. What? How can you be so heartless? Ha ha ha. But Mu Xiao, since when do you know how to bake cakes? I had no idea. Xiao Xiao asked after taking a bite of Paradise Island. What can I say? Your brother is a genius, Mu Xiao said, puffing out his chest. But I made these over the past few days. I'm not sure if they're any good, maybe too sweet. As he spoke, he wiped a smear of cream from Xiaoxiao's face with his finger and licked it off. Xiao Xiao blushed and stammered you. Su Sancher saw this and shouted Wu Mu Xiao is showing off his romance live. He then looked at Bebe only to see Bebe feeding Tanya a piece of cake. He yelled again, Bebe and Mu Xiao are ganging up to bully as singles. Nan Nan. Get lost. Nan Nan. Ha ha ha, Su Sanchi, I never thought you'd be so pathetic. The cafe was filled with laughter and joy all afternoon. That night Tanya crouched under a street lamp murmuring, Father, Mother, what should I do? Is the Tang sect going to be destroyed in my hands? Standing in the distance, Mu Xiao saw this and suddenly recalled that this was the very scene where Tanya had conceived dark thoughts and eventually became an evil soul master. Teacher Xiaoya, you. Why are you crying? Mu Xiao walked over. Hearing his voice, Tanya looked up and seeing it was Mu Xiao quickly wiped away her tears, not wanting him to see her weakness. Mu Xiao, why are you here? Aren't you playing with the others? Tanya forced a smile. Teacher Xiaoya, are you sad about the Tang sect? Mu Xiao looked at her and said, The Tang sect's foundation has been seized and now only you are left as its members. Before Tanya could finish, Mu Xiao embraced her. Teacher Xiaoya, if you're sad, just cry it out. It'll make you feel better. Feeling the warmth of Mu Xiao's embrace, Tanya burst into tears, releasing all the emotions she had bottled up over the years. After a long while, Tanya finally stopped crying. She pushed Mu Xiao away and said, You little rascal, how dare you take advantage of the sect leader? Ah ha ha ha. This is so awkward. By the way, Teacher Xiaoya, do you think your spirit is weak? What? I said, do you think your spirit is weak? Tanya thought for a moment and replied, weak. Blue silver grass is the weakest spirit in the world. Wrong. Completely wrong. Who told you that? I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Do you know? There are no useless spirits, only useless soul masters. You've given so much to the Tang sect. Even with the weakest spirit, you're not the weakest soul master. Teacher Xiaoya, do you want revenge? Mu Xiao asked. Yes. Do you know who seized the Tang sect's foundation? Lead the way tomorrow and he'll kill everyone who looked down on the Tang sect. Let them know that the Tang sect is not weak. Mu Xiao declared. Tanya stammered. Well, set out tomorrow. Mu Xiao said and turned to leave. He thought to himself, this way Teacher Xiaoya won't become an evil soul master, right? As he walked, Mu Xiao was pondering one thing, could he and Tanya truly succeed on their own? If they couldn't win, he would call on Brother Inglong for help. Aside from the deities, he doubted there was anyone on this continent more formidable than Brother Inglong. Yes, that's it. If we can't defeat them, they'll seek Brother Inglong's aid. Besides, I still have a 5th level defensive soul tool on me, it should hold out for a while. Oh, look who's here. The girl from the Tang family daring to return after your clan was wiped out, truly impressive, such courage. Little girl, how about? My hand. You reckless brat, you're asking for death. A hideous middle-aged man approached, muttering about a clan extermination and reaching out to do something unspeakable to Tanya. Hearing this, Tanya clenched her fists, her eyes misting over. So Mu Xiao severed the wretched man's hand. You little bastard. MPH. Before he could finish, Mu Xiao struck him down with his sword, then pressed his foot on the man's head and snarled, you're too noisy. Clan extermination. Ha! When was my girlfriend's sect destroyed? Mu Xiao, you just said I was your. Tanya stammered. Teacher Xiaoya, please let it go. Mu Xiao took Tanya's hand and said, Xiaoya. Teacher, let's go. Feeling his grip, Tanya's expression softened slightly. Mu Xiao, you just said I was your. Tanya stammered. Teacher Xiaoya, please let it go. This matter troubles me too. I've already cut off one of his hands, should I sever the other? If I do, it's picking a fight, if I don't, you might have suffered. Besides, I already have Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, Tanya pouted. Am I not good enough? Her words nearly scared Mu Xiao to death. Senior brother, this has nothing to do with me. Teacher Xiaoya said it herself, please don't strike me down. Teacher Xiaoya, aren't you senior brother's girlfriend? Oh right, I forgot. He he. Seeing Tang's smile, Mu Xiao was at a loss for words. Here in the very territory of her enemies she could still laugh so joyfully. Teacher Xiaoya had endured so much suffering. Teacher Xiaoya, are you hungry? Let me see what I can buy with my soul coins. I am not hungry. But her stomach betrayed her. Eat up, Yuhao's grilled fish is on me. I'll eat later. If I recall correctly, it should be just ahead. Then Tang suddenly pointed at a small sect ahead. When they reached the gate, Tang's tears began to fall. Circling the sect, she noticed a wooden stick among a pile of debris. On the stick were a few black lines, remnants of what had once been a signboard. Tang. She slowly read the character, then crouched down and wept. Sob. Sob. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, the Tang sect has fallen because of me. Sob. Mu Xiao said nothing, watching her. A good cry would help. 15 minutes later, Tanya was still crying. An hour later, Teacher Xiaoya, please stop crying first. I'll help you take revenge. Leave the sect leader's life to you. For now, hide. But Tanya didn't answer, only sobbed. Out of options, Mu Xiao knocked her unconscious. Concerned, he placed the 5th level defensive soul tool beside her, then summoned the heart-shattering sword and stepped into the small sect. Call your sect leader out. Tell him Mu Xiao, a disciple of the Tang sect, has come to reclaim our legacy. His killing intent burst forth, and the gatekeeper, terrified, ran inside without a word. Through his dragon constitution, Mu Xiao overheard, bad news, sect leader. How many times have I told you? Don't call me sect leader, call me senior brother. Yes, sect leader, I understand. You understand a damn banana, pineapple, or cantaloupe. There's someone outside claiming to be from the Tang sect here to reclaim their legacy. The Tang sect. Isn't that the sect the master destroyed? How are there still remnants? A figure emerged, smiling at Mu Xiao. May I ask what business you have, brother? Yes, I have business. Oh. What business? Return the Tang sect's legacy and your head. With that, Mu Xiao lunged with the heart-shattering sword. But he was easily knocked back. The sect leader sneered, is that all? Is that all? And you want my head? Brother, I see you have extraordinary potential, why not join our sect? It's far better than the Tang sect. Mu Xiao charged again with his sword, but this time, after his initial recklessness, he was more focused. Using the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step, he appeared before the sect leader and unleashed all the hidden weapons he had, shurikens, dragon whisker needles, but they were trivial against the sect leader. With a casual wave, the sect leader deflected the weapons. What? He swatted away the dragon whisker needles too. I thought only those above level 60 could ignore them. Miscalculated. He was knocked back again and again. Sorry, brother, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Bastard. Who said you could leave? Windblade. 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 Die. With a casual wave, the sect leader deflected the weapons. What? He swatted away the dragon whisker needles too. I thought, oh, ignoring all the wind blades, the sect leader appeared behind Mu Xiao as if teleporting, landing 2 heavy blows on his back. To others it seemed light, but to Mu Xiao it was devastating. Ignoring all the wind blades, the sect leader appeared behind Mu Xiao as if teleporting, landing 2 heavy blows on his back. To others it seemed light, but to Mu Xiao it was devastating. Unlike before, if you thought Mu Xiao was merciful, it was because you hadn't met Muse. A red circle appeared enveloping the sect leader. Other disciples were trapped outside. Any contact with the red circle meant instant death. Void claw. A massive red dragon claw swept through, leaving devastation in its wake. Ah. In the spatial realm, the terrified sect leader saw countless identical Mu Xiaos, each wielding the heart-shattering sword, advancing toward him. He'll kill you. Countless Mu Xiaos bared terrifying smiles. You. This is impossible. How is your strength so vastly different from before? What have you done? The sect leader was covered in wounds. If not for Tang's insistence on killing him herself, Mu Xiao would have already ended his life. Since you're about to die anyway, telling you won't hurt. I am here and I am not alone. Mu Xiao no Musi spoke. The crimson circle gradually faded and the disciples nearby began eating and chatting among themselves. What did the sect leader do wrong to attract such a formidable opponent? I don't know. Tang sect. I remember now. Do you recall the sect that the previous sect leader annihilated? You mean the ancient sect, Tang sect? Exactly. Look, the red circle is disappearing. Musi held the sect leader by the collar and felt insulted seeing the disciples idly chatting outside. Oh my, you're all here. It seems you can't wait to die. Fine, I'll grant your wish. What? Everyone run. One disciple sensed the danger and shouted for the others to flee. Watching the scattering crowd, Musi smirked. Run. I never intended to let any of you live. Goodbye, Absolute Zero. Unlike Mu Xiao's version, Musis Absolute Zero was far more terrifying. With Musi at the center, several white circles materialized around him. In an instant all the disciples were frozen. Glowing ice blocks appeared across the square. Boom. He. With a snap of Mu Xiao's fingers the ice blocks shattered, reducing those inside to fragments of flesh. Listen carefully. Don't resist or you'll end up like your junior brothers. He approached Tang, who was still lying on the ground fast asleep, drool at the corner of her mouth and a slight upturn at the corners of her lips clearly indicating she was having a pleasant dream. Teacher Xiao, wake up. Still asleep. Teacher Xiao, see if this person is the one who tarnished the Tang sect's reputation. Zzz. The sun's shining on your bottom, little sleepyhead. Mu Xi leaned close to Tang's ear and breathed warmly, causing her to stir awake. You. What are you doing? Tang was visibly startled by Mu Xi's gesture. Here, you said you wanted to kill him yourself. He's right here. Go ahead. Mu Xi dropped the sect leader to the ground like trash. You went to that sect? Tang asked upon seeing the sect leader. Yeah, I knocked you out and went. Happy. Well, he's here. Kill him or let me do it. Hurry up, we still need to get back to Shrek Academy. Mu Xi grew impatient. Got it, Tang replied, her gaze turning vicious as she stared at the sect leader. Do you remember? I remember. Tang, the darling of the Tang sect who vanished after the massacre. Shut up, so you do remember. That day, I will never forget that day. You killed my parents right before my eyes. You slaughtered the disciples who refused to submit to your rule. Today I will avenge them. Die. Blue-silver thorn array. Tang's blue-silver grass had turned pitch-black, bristling with dark thorns, making it resemble brambles. Dark energy swirled around her. Mu Xi had already returned control of the body to Mu Xiao. Mu Xi, teacher Xiaoye is turning into an evil soul master. Is there a way to stop it? Brother Long, do you have any ideas? There is a way, but... He. Mu Xiao felt that something terrible was about to happen. An evil soul master is formed when inner darkness corrupts the soul. I am darkness itself. To prevent this girl from becoming one, you just need to. Just need to what? You just need to kiss her so I can draw out the darkness. It will benefit you too, at least I won't possess your body anymore. As for Long, kiss her. Get lost. Is there no other way? Can't I avoid kissing? There's no other way but to suck it out, Mu Xi said with a strange grin. He's right. Sucking it out is the only option. If you had mastered light or lightning attributes you could purify it. But you haven't, Long added. I can't do something like that. Mu Xiao wailed. Don't worry, just hand control back to me. I'll do it for you. After much debate Mu Xiao reluctantly agreed to let Mu Xi take over, but with conditions: one, only absorb the dark attribute, nothing else; two, return control immediately after; three, since the host is unconscious during possession, no inappropriate actions toward Tang without consent. Mu Xiao done. Let's go. Tang walked over and said. Mu Xiao glanced at the sect leader's corpse and shuddered. What in the world is this mess? So brutal, his body is riddled with holes and the fatal ones are two in his head. Wait, what are those two balls on the ground? Eyeballs. And those fingers. Mu Xi, I can't take this. Hurry up. Roger. Hey teacher Xiaoya, I have a surprise for you. Mu Xi patted Tang on the shoulder, and the moment she turned around knocked her unconscious. The brambles around her sensed his hostility and lunged at him. A ring of fire erupted around Mu Xi and Tang as he slowly leaned in, bringing his lips closer to hers. The dark mist around Tang gradually dissipated. The thorns on the brambles receded until they vanished entirely and the black lines transformed back into the color of blue-silver grass. Burpa, that felt good, so satisfying. Mu Xi released Tang's lips and sighed contentedly. Time to give the body back to little Mu Xiao. Wait, someone's coming. Guess I'll have to wait a bit longer. With that he unfurled his dragon wings and flew away. Moments later a figure in a black robe arrived. Surveying the carnage he muttered, strange. Where did that dark aura go? This scene looks like a fierce battle took place. What a pity, that energy was so pure. Consuming it would have granted immense power. What a shame. What a shame. After flying for a while, Muse returned control of the body to Mu Xiao. Gazing at Tang, who had fainted in his arms, Mu Xiao couldn't help but sympathize with her while cursing Bebe 100 times in his mind. Woo woo. Father, mother, I have reclaimed the foundation of the Tang sect. Tang murmured in his arms. Looking at her, Mu Xiao suddenly felt that his own experiences were not as pitiable as hers. As a child she had witnessed her parents' deaths. Afterwards she wandered everywhere until arriving at Shrek, where she finally resolved her housing and food issues. Yet the entire Tang sect was reduced to only herself. To revive it she met Bebe and fell in love with him. She could have focused on her studies, but she never abandoned the mission of restoring the Tang sect. In contrast, Mu Xiao had known only the orphanage since he could remember. While other children struggled with their studies, he had already mastered everything. Later he lived under the titles of genius and prodigy into adulthood. His damned talent drew the hatred of others, ultimately leading to assassination, ending his life as a prodigy. But after transmigrating into the unrivaled Tang sect, he made so many friends. In his original world, Mu Xiao had almost no friends and was targeted by everyone save for one person he met while competing in mixology, a man named Ji Dong. Happily, within a year of knowing him, Ji Dong died from a jar of ancient wine. It seemed Ji Dong was his only friend. Bei. I've taken back the Tang sect. Praise me. Tang Ya's eyes were hazy as she spoke these words to Mu Xiao. Teacher Xiao Ye Yu. Woo woo. Mu Xiao was about to ask if she felt unwell when she woke, but Tang Ya mistook him for Bei and directly kissed him on the lips. Perhaps it was due to their similar hair color. Mu Xiao. He tried to break free, but since he was holding Tang Ya, he could only shake his head frantically. Just as Mu Xiao was about to shake his head, Tang Ya seemed to sense something and wrapped her arms around his neck to keep him still. Woo 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 woo. Then Mu Xiao felt something slip into his mouth. This soft touch. What was it? A tongue. As Tang Ya's tongue pressed forward, some strange liquid flowed into Mu Xiao's mouth. Woo woo woo. Mu Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He hadn't realized Tang Ya's feelings for Bei ran so deep. From descending slowly from the sky to retracting his dragon wings, Tang Ya maintained this position the entire time. How could he not break free? Teacher Xiao Ya's strength was too great. When had she ever been this strong? Did he have to use his martial soul? Would he accidentally hurt her? Let's try it. If she didn't let go soon, he might suffocate. A flash of blue light passed as Mu Xiao's dragon claws grabbed Tang Ya's hands and slowly pulled them apart. As he pulled away, a hum sounded and Mu Xiao broke through level 40. But he didn't feel happy because with that same hum, Tang Ya wrapped her arms around him again. Put. Ha. Ha. Cough 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 cough. What did Teacher Xiao Ya go through? Breaking free from Tang Ya's embrace, Mu Xiao knelt on the ground gasping for air. Come to think of it, why did I break through now? Mu Xiao spat out some strange liquid from his mouth, rinsed it, and pondered. Mu Xiao, I have many question marks. Soon after, Tang Ya cried out again, Bei, where are you? Don't leave me. Woo woo. What was senior brother up to? Forced by circumstances, Mu Xiao had to play the role of Bei. Xiao Ya, it's okay. I'm right here. Hiss, if Xiao Xiao found out, would he be dead? Bei, the Tang sect isn't dead. I saved it. You're amazing, Xiao Ya. A day later. Mu Xiao, why am I sleeping on your lap? Are you trying to take advantage of the sect leader? Tang Ya had clearly recovered. He, how could that be? Mu Xiao forced a bitter smile. Really? Tang Ya asked. Really? Upon hearing his answer, Tang Ya suddenly bent down and said, thank you, Mu Xiao. If it weren't for you, Bei, and I might have waited who knows how long to reclaim the Tang sect. I'm a Tang sect disciple too. It's only natural. By the way, Mu Xiao, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that Bei and I kissed. When you go back, should you try it with Xiao Xiao? Mu Xiao, are you sure that was senior brother? Alright, let's hurry. The academy is still selecting people. Let's go. 3 hours later. Shrek, am back. Mu Xiao flew into Shrek's gate shouting. Elder Xian, am back for the assessment. Ha! Why are you all staring at me? Only then did Mu Xiao realize he was holding Tang Ya and in front of Bei no less. Silence. Ahem, since Mu Xiao is back, let's continue. Hurry up, little ones. Time waits for no one. Since the preliminaries were passed, the next event was the 7-monster mix and match competition. First, introductions. Bei stepped out first. My name is Bei, 5th year Outer Courtyard level 42 Assault System Battle Soul Ancestor. Then came Su Sanchi, Jiang Nan, and Mu Xiao 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 Wei Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Among them, Mu Xiao dealt them a massive. Su Sanchi, 5th year Outer Courtyard level 43 Defense System Battle Soul Ancestor. My name is Jiang Nan, 5th year Outer Courtyard level 41 Agility Attack System Battle Soul Ancestor. When she stepped out, the eyes of several male Inner Courtyard students lit up. Jiang Nan was indeed stunning. Among the girls present, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful in terms of appearance. Ma Xiaotao had the best figure. As for Xiao Xiao, she just hadn't matured yet. After Jiang Nan came Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, 2nd year Outer Courtyard level 40 All System Soul Ancestor. Silence. What's wrong with you all? Report your soul power. Why are you staring at me? Soul Ancestor. How old was this junior? Even if he trained in the womb, he couldn't have reached this level. And the key point was he was still just an Outer Courtyard disciple. The senior students were utterly stunned. Mu Xiao, weren't you level 13 last time? How did you break through? Xiao Xiao scolded. Brother, you're amazing. Mu Xiao. I finally caught up to you and now you're... You're destined to be the insurmountable hurdle in my life. Jokes aside, they soon reintroduced themselves. My name is Xiao Xiao. Greetings, seniors. I'm a second-year outer courtyard student level 29 control system battle soul master. After Xiao Xiao came Yu Hao. Greetings seniors. My name is Yu Hao. Second-year outer courtyard level 26 control system battle soul master. Finally it was Wang Dong's turn. Wang Dong second-year outer courtyard level 31 assault system battle soul elder. Because of Mu Xiao, Wang Dong had been smug thinking he was about to catch up, but reality slapped him hard across the face. Elder Xian nodded, pointing towards the inner courtyard. Your turn. From within the inner courtyard the first to step forward was none other than Ma Xiaotao. Compared to her usual fiery temper, she appeared much more composed now. Inner courtyard Ma Xiaotao. Level 67 assault system battle soul emperor. Following Ma Xiaotao, a male student walked out. He was very tall, standing beside the slender Ma Xiaotao. They seemed quite well matched. When it was his turn, Yu Hao felt a strange sense of familiarity for some reason. This male student had a calm demeanor and eyes sharp as blades. He said in a deep voice, inner courtyard Dai Yuehan level 64 assault system battle soul emperor. Hearing the name, Yu Hao finally understood and was greatly startled, his expression changing involuntarily. Dai Yuhang's gaze also fell upon him. His eyes narrowed slightly and a faint trace of coldness flickered within them. Yu Hao had never expected to encounter Dai Yuehan under such circumstances. He was actually one of the Shrek 7 devils participating in this competition. From Dai Yuhang's eyes he understood that the enmity between himself and Dai Huabin was undoubtedly known to Dai Yueheng. Don't be afraid. Don't back down. Perhaps you once lived in their shadow. Then let them live in the shadow you cast this time. Mu Xiao patted Yu Hao's shoulder to comfort him. But Mu Xiao also noticed Dai Yueheng staring at him. Annoyed. Manipulating the wind element coupled with his Yinglong wings, Mu Xiao instantly appeared before Dai Yueheng, who was so startled he stepped back. What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Then he manifested his Yinglong spirit using the dragon's bloodline to startle Dai Yueheng before swiping a dragon claw at him. A female student watching this scene had a glint in her eyes. Yu Hao, nice one. Mu Xiao got it. Time to take you down a peg. Feels good, doesn't it? Happy. Surprised. Satisfied. Don't look at me like that. So what if you're a duke? If you have the balls, become an emperor like your ancestor. If you want to dig into my background, go ahead. You'll never find out in your lifetime because I'm your daddy. What? Bastard. Slap. What did you call me? Bastard. Slap slap. Call me daddy. Damn it. Not convinced. Fine, come at me later then. Joking and messing around aside, after Dai Yueheng another male student stepped up. He wasn't as robust as Dai Yueheng but was also tall and slender, a gentle smile on his face. Inner courtyard Chen Zifeng level 57 assault system battle soul king. The fourth person was finally a female disciple. Her appearance was very ordinary, her figure plain, and she looked like nothing more than an utterly unremarkable young woman. Even her voice was surprisingly plain. Inner courtyard CC level 56 agility system battle soul king. Her introduction was equally simple, yet she seemed difficult to remember. As soon as she finished speaking she seemed to fade, completely overshadowed by the radiance of those before her. The fifth was also a female student. Compared to Cici she was far more beautiful, possessing a kind of cold pure beauty. Different from Ma Xiaodao's fiery nature or Jiang Nanan's gentle grace, her aloof proud demeanor like a plum blossom in winter was easy to remember. Her skin was very fair and she walked as if weightless. Inner courtyard Ling Luochen level 55 control system battle soul king. The female student named Ling Luochen glanced at Mu Xiao after speaking. The sixth was a short thin male student. He was only about 1.6 meters tall with a slender build, even shorter than Ling Luochen beside him, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Inner courtyard Yao Haoshuan level 55 control and support system battle soul king. Another controller. But with support as well. The last inner courtyard disciple had a delicate and handsome appearance. Yes, delicate and handsome. Although he was clearly male, he was tall with a face like polished jade. His elegant look made Mu Xiao involuntarily glance towards Wang Dong. Inner courtyard Gong Yang Mo level 59 support system battle soul king. Elder Xian nodded slightly. Alright, you've all briefly gotten to know each other. To deepen your impression, today's training task is a friendly spar. In battle you can better understand each other's abilities. You won't necessarily only cooperate with your own team members. During the match I may substitute personnel at any time to ensure we can ultimately win the championship. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuehan, each of you lead a team. Ma Xiaotao, your cultivation is higher so your team can only have 2 main members, but you have priority to choose 1 main and 1 reserve member. Dai Yuehan, you lead 3 main members. Then the reserve team members. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yueheng stepped forward, keeping a certain distance from each other. Ma Xiaotao said, for the main team I choose Mu Xiao first. No. Shouldn't the first pick be from the inner courtyard? Mu Xiao refused without any hesitation. In the end Ma Xiaotao chose Gong Yang Mo. For the reserve team I choose Mu Xiao first. I refuse. You can pick Yu Hao. Fine, then I'll choose Hui Yuhao. In the end, the teams were formed essentially just replacing Hikada's position. So he was still on Ma Xiaodao's team. The selections were complete. The remaining reserve members Jiang Nannan and Xiao Xiao naturally went to Dai Yuheng's side. Ma Xiaodao's team consisted of herself Gong Yang, Mo Huiyuhao, Cici Bebe, Mu Xiao and Wang Dong. Dai Yuheng's final choices were Chen Zifeng, Ling Luochen, Yao Haoshuan, Su Sanxi, Jiang Nannan and Xiao Xiao. Without Xiao Xiao, Mu Xiao couldn't perform the spirit fusion skill, so he became serious, especially since he had just provoked Dai Yueheng from the opposing team. Excellent. Since you finished selecting, you'll give you 10 minutes to plan your tactics. After 10 minutes the spar begins. The losing side will have to shout, "I am a pig." Elder Xian said. Gong Yang Mo whispered to Ma Xiaotao. Why didn't you pick a control system? Cici, I'm not saying you're bad. But you know that without a controller in a team battle will be at a big disadvantage. We've practiced together, you know how powerful Ling Luochen and Yao Haoshuan are as a dual control combo. I can barely play a control role, but am not a true controller. Ma Xiaotao glared at him. Do I need you to teach me what to do? When the fight starts, just do your best to support everyone. I'll handle Dai Yueheng. But I can't take him down quickly, I'll just do my best to help the rest of you. Cici, Chen Zifeng is yours. And who said we don't have a controller here? After speaking, she glanced at Mu Xiao. The match began. Mu Xiao immediately used his spider web domain as Jiang Nannan was an agility type 1 careless move and shed be gone. Spider web domain. Mu Xiao commanded with a laugh, and faint translucent spider silk began to materialize across the entire arena. Mu Xiao, since we lack control here, you'll take that role. Mu Xiao. Don't act alone. Ma Xiaotao shouted. But Mu Xiao, as if deaf to her words, charged forward, casting absolute zero on the ground as he went. Ling Luochen saw Mu Xiao sliding towards her so blatantly and rushed to intercept him. Little junior, don't blame your senior for being ruthless. Blame your own overconfidence. Ling Luochen saw Mu Xiao sliding towards her so blatantly and rushed to intercept him. Little junior, don't blame your senior for being ruthless. Blame your own overconfidence. You Feng Hanbing. Sorry senior, you're not my target. Mu Xiao utilized his wind and ice attributes to boost his speed and freeze Ling Luochen's feet to the ground. He then lifted her chin with his hand as he spoke. The gesture was exceedingly ambiguous. Ling Luochen stood frozen in shock. Seeing this, Yu Hao didn't miss the chance to steal the kill, striking Ling Luochen with a purple golden demon eye combined with a spiritual impact. After freezing Ling Luochen, Mu Xiao wasted no time. He appeared before Dai Yueheng and raised his dragon claw to strike, but at the last moment he transformed the claw into the Starfall sword and slashed downward. Seeing the Starfall sword descending, Dai Yueheng abandoned all pretense of dignity and rolled aside. But no sooner had he rolled away than Mu Xiao channeled fire attribute energy, enveloping his dragon claw in flames. Damn it, this situation is unfavorable for me. I need to find a way to escape, Dai Yueheng thought. But did Mu Xiao fail to see through his little scheme? Mu Xiao was well versed in psychology. White Tiger's light wave. Dai Yueheng opened his mouth wide and unleashed his soul skill, momentarily halting Mu Xiao's assault. White Tiger's Vidra transformation. Dai Yueheng activated another soul skill. Tisk, your Dai family soul skills are truly timeless, Mu Xiao cursed. He then switched his martial soul from the Yinglong to the Starfall sword. No matter your White Tiger's Vidra transformation, am the man who once broke through Su San's defenses. Flames enveloped the Starfall sword. Mu Xiao then unleashed the Wind Blade soul skill. The combination of fire and wind created a crimson blade far larger than an ordinary one. Seeing Mu Xiao switch martial souls and release his skills, Dai Yueheng responded in kind, unleashing all his damaging soul skills at once. Dai Yueheng's soul skills collided with the wind blade, gradually reducing its size. Just as Mu Xiao was about to transform the Starfall sword into an AKM, the spider web domain alerted him to an incoming ambush. He rolled to the right, but before he could regain his bearings, the domain warned him of another attack. Transform. This time Mu Xiao didn't roll. Instead, he used the transformation ability as he rose, and the AKM fired relentlessly. However, he didn't use real bullets, knowing that his custom-made rounds could inflict a slow, agonizing death. When Mu Xiao finally saw the figure clearly, it was indeed Jiang Nannan. Seeing the Starfall sword in Mu Xiao's hand suddenly morph into a martial soul she had never seen, Jiang Nannan recalled Xiao Xiao mentioning that Mu Xiao possessed a terrifying ability, the power to transform into unfamiliar martial souls with devastatingly high damage. At this thought, Jiang Nannan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the hail of bullets. The bullets, however, all flew towards Dai Yueheng. Caught off guard by the yellow projectiles, he failed to react in time. But his White Tiger's Vajra transformation was still active, so the bullets merely bounced off him. Fortunately, they weren't Mu Xiao's custom rounds, or Dai Yueheng's heart would have been shredded or his head blown clean off. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xiao slid forward, using his momentum and strength to kick Dai Yueheng flying. Dai Yueheng was eliminated. Meanwhile, after Mu Xiao eliminated Dai Yueheng, Jiang Nannan fled faster than a rabbit. Yu Hao and Wang Dong used their martial soul fusion skill, the Blossoming Brilliance, Golden Road, ending the match. Ling Luochen only then seemed to recover from Yu Hao's spiritual attack. When she saw that she was the only one left on her team, the others turned into golden statues by the golden road, and Mu Xiao holding an AKM, she cowered in fear. Ma Xiaotao and the others, are we really that terrifying? Ling Luochen, yes. I'm a pig, I'm a pig, I'm a pig. Ling Luochen chanted those 3 mortifying words, inwardly cursing Mu Xiao and Yu Hao 1,000 times. Even Dai Yuehang had to chant them. One had to admit the White Tiger Duke certainly knew how to discipline his children. The second group had an interesting lineup. Mu Xiao, Xiao Xiao and Yu Hao were all in one team. This meant Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao could use divine punishment. After giving their teammates time to rest the second round, first Mu Xiao approached Ling Luochen from behind, placed his dragon claw on her back and released his ice attribute. Then watching Ling Luochen unleash a flurry of attacks, Yu Hao couldn't resist. He placed his hand on her back and used his ultimate ice. Though not as potent as Mu Xiao's dragon ice, it still inflicted significant damage on Ling Luochen. Seeing Yu Hao join in, Mu Xiao stopped applying the dragon ice buff. He left to perform the martial soul fusion with Xiao Xiao, but before going he released his wind attribute, amplifying Ling Luochen's ice into a raging blizzard that even Ma Xiaodao's flames couldn't withstand. Finding Xiao Xiao, Mu Xiao embraced her and activated their martial soul fusion skill, divine punishment. A colossal cauldron floated in the air before crashing down with a thunderous boom. Then at the slightest movement from anyone, a new explosion was triggered, a fiery blast accompanied by swirling ice shards in a storm designed to shred everything in its path. They had indeed tested this effect before. Mu Xiao had once wondered what would happen if they added the wind attribute to divine punishment. So he took Xiao Xiao to their previous assessment site and asked Elder Gong for 2,000-year soul beasts. The first test was without the wind attribute. The cauldron stunned the soul beasts. As they fell, they triggered the ice shards, resulting in an explosion that granted them a painless death. The second test included the wind attribute. The result was astonishing, for it was incredibly ferocious. A whirlwind swept up the ice shards. A single small shard attached itself to a soul beast and exploded. After the explosion, all the ice shards on the ground levitated, then pierced the soul beast, cruelly waking it from its stupor only to let it die in agony. The beast's miserable screams sent the other soul beasts trembling in fear. It took Elder Gong a long time to calm the remaining soul beasts. Returning to the battlefield, a massive crater held several dazed figures. Just as they were about to collapse, Mu Xiao and Elder Xian intervened. Mu Xiao carried one person in each hand, while Elder Xian held 3 in one hand and 2 in the other. They moved the 7 individuals to a safe area to await their recovery. While they waited, Elder Xian berated Mu Xiao. The destructive power of Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao's divine punishment was immense. He had only learned from Elder Gong after their last conversation that the pair's fusion skill had once sliced a soul beast into countless tiny pieces. Elder Xian asked Mu Xiao to consider, what if the 7 had collapsed just now? Even though Mu Xiao had saved 2, what of the other 5? Would they just listen to their screams? When the 7 awoke, Mu Xiao asked why they hadn't dodged. They looked bewildered. So Mu Xiao demonstrated the skill's power. He picked up a stone and threw it into the crater. With a loud bang, the ice shards rose and subjected the stone to a gruesome shredding. The 7 were stunned by the sight. Dai Yuehang was so shocked he fell to the ground. Dai Huabin didn't tell you that this martial soul fusion skill is even more ferocious than the Golden Road. In the end, they still won. Elder Xian announced that they would depart for the Soul Master Tournament tomorrow. Mu Xiao left the oranges with He Kai too. The next day, everyone set off. First came a place that plunged Xiao Yuhao into memories, where he once again encountered the man he hated most in this life, White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, with Dai Yuehang kneeling on one knee behind him. Yu Hao stared at Dai Hao's back, suddenly recalling how as a child his mother had drawn on the ground with him, sketching the silhouette of this very man. At this thought, Yu Hao's heart seethed with fury. You made us mother and son live like slaves, ignored my mother's death, and remained oblivious to your own son's deeds. The more Yu Hao fumed, the tighter he clenched his fists until drops of blood slowly seeped from his palms. Wang Dong noticed and was startled, but quickly realized the depth of Yu Hao's hatred for Dai Hao. He stepped in front of Yu Hao to stop him from harming himself further. Yet Yu Hao's grip only tightened and the blood dripped more profusely. What should I do? They'll just have to pinch this guy's thigh. Wang Dong acted on his thought, reaching back with his right hand and pinching a soft spot hard, unaware of what it was. Under his touch, that soft spot gradually hardened. Wang Dong sensed something amiss but didn't let go. Instead, he pressed down, trying to guess what it was. Suddenly realization dawned on Wang Dong, and at that moment Yu Hao snapped back to clarity. Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, had witnessed everything. Silence. Deathly silence. Then an awkward cough broke it. Ahem, I know you're in a hurry, but no need to be so eager in front of everyone. That remark only made things worse. Except for Dai Hao and his family, everyone else stared at Wang Dong and Yu Hao with strange expressions. Could it be? Hey! What are you doing? Ptah, class monitor and Wang Dong are truly a match made in heaven. Xiao Xiao burst into laughter at their embarrassment. Everyone except Wang Yan joined in. Alright, fun's over. Duke Dai is still here. What if he gives you a challenging mission? Wang Yan said this while treating Dai Hao as air, suppressing his own amusement. His words instantly silenced the room. Thanks to Wang Dong, Yu Hao no longer wallowed in despair. Write the mission. Wang Yan called Mu Xiao to fetch the mission. Mu Xiao was reluctant, but since Dai Hao was the father of Dai Huabin and Dai Yuehang, he considered him a brother. Hey. I'll take the mission. No need for introductions, you don't have the authority anyway. Wang Yan nearly fainted at these words. In his eyes Mu Xiao was now. Hey. Is that how you speak to the White Tiger Duke? Dai Yuehang said, still kneeling on one knee. But Mu Xiao showed no kindness to his son. What? Got a problem? My dear son, is that how you talk to your father? You. Dai Yuehang was furious at being humiliated in front of his father. Father, please let me kill him. Dai Yuehang made his request to Dai Hao. Dai Hao turned to face Mu Xiao, seeing his nuclear-friendly smile, and asked, your name is Mu Xiao? Yes. Dai Yuehang, what are you looking at? Mu Xiao replied. What is your martial soul? Ha. Oh. Star-shattering swording long. Holy crap. As Mu Xiao answered, Dai Hao froze for a moment, then fell to his knees with a thud. Mu Xiao. Wang Yan. Yu Hao Wang Dong Xiao Xiao. Ling Luochen, this junior is impressive. I've decided, he's my Prince Charming. Bebe little junior has grown up. Su Sanchi, good thing I only fought him once. Dai Yuehang. The ancestor was right. Lord Mu Xiao, please help us. Ha. Mu Xiao looked bewildered. Is this guy an idiot? In his spiritual seeing, Long was equally puzzled. Could Mu Xiao travel back in time in the future? Only the goddess of time and the god of space could do that. Did a future Mu Xiao go back and leave a mess for this one? Just how much had that Mu Xiao done, and how many messes had he left? Sigh. Unfathomable. Lord Mu Xiao, please accept the mission. Also please forgive my two sons. What? What did I do? Do I even know Boss Dai? Ahem, well. They'll take the mission, but they'll never forgive your sons, especially Dai Huabin. Hey, race the deal, make them kneel before me and admit their wrongs, and I'll forgive them. What? Bastard you. Dai Yuehang tried to rise in protest, but Dai Hao pushed him back down. By the way, where's Dai Huabin? He's not here. How about you take his place? If it's Lord Mu Xiao's wish, this junior is will. He was about to say, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Wait, let me move. All right. Mu Xiao deliberately stood in front of Yu Hao. When the two knelt and apologized, he stepped to the right, letting Yu Hao witness the entire scene as if they were apologizing to him. Yu Hao and Wang Dong were both stunned. Yu Hao was shocked that the White Tiger Duke would kneel to his brother. What exactly was Mu Xiao's identity? Wang Dong's surprise was simpler. Who exactly was this brother of Mu Xiao? All right, you can get up. I forgive you. As for this mission, eliminate a lair of evil soul masters. How many are there? Seems like 3. At the mention of the mission, Dai Hao stood, his authority restored. Seems. What do you mean? Sometimes there are many, sometimes only 3, but mostly 3, including a pair of twins. Twins. Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes at the word. Elder Xian will take us tomorrow. Mu Xiao said this and burned the paper. Tomorrow they would go. Though he had memorized the plot, the unexpected could happen. What if something went wrong? But Yu Hao had taken that whale gelatin. Yu Hao, do you still have that 10th Sandy or whale gelatin? Ha. Oh brother, yes, why? I'll come to your tent tonight. Wang Dong, you too. That night Mu Xiao arrived at Yu Hao's tent, where Wang Dong was already waiting. Give me the whale gelatin. A flame appeared in his hand and Mu Xiao roasted the gelatin over it. Unlike Ma Xiaodao's fire, it quickly softened the hard lump. Wang Dong, stay here and make sure Yu Hao finishes it. Don't leave the tent without my permission or I'll burn you alive. Why should I listen to you? Because I'm your brother. So infuriating, why did I ever call him brother? Here, eat quickly. I need to sleep. Wang Dong scooped a bit with his spoon. Seeing Yu Hao swallow it, he scooped another. The whale gelatin diminished bit by bit. Yu Hao, having taken too much supplement, had his face flush red and the redness spread through his entire body. Yu Hao, are you all right? Wang Dong asked with concern. But Yu Hao's consciousness was fading. He had only one thought, so hot, what should he do? Mu Xiao, hiding outside the tent, witnessed the entire scene. Yu Hao's face was flushed. Accidentally touching Wang Dong's hand, he suddenly embraced Wang Dong and then pushed him down. Hui, Yu Hao, what are you doing? Wang Dong struggled on the bed. Yu Hao hugged him again, but this time he breathed softly into Wang Dong's ear. Ha! You bastard, Hui, Yu Hao, what's wrong with you? Wang Dong lay on the bed panting heavily. Miraculously, his short pink hair began to lengthen and his body underwent a transformation. Mu Xiao outside the tent exclaimed inwardly, holy crap. Amazing. Yu Hao pinned Wang Dong down, removing his clothes piece by piece. Finally he gently bit Wang Dong's collarbone and slipped his hand into Wang Dong's garments. Ah. Hui, Yu Hao, you. Ah. Wake up. Wang Dong continued to struggle. Yu Hao suddenly kissed her on the lips and Wang Dong seemed to give up resisting. Why did I watch? Why did I watch? Why did I have to be so reckless? No, I can't watch anymore. I'm leaving. Ha! Xiao Xiao, you're still awake. Pulling open the tent, he saw Xiao Xiao sitting inside wrapped in a blanket. Mu Xiao, where did you just go? Xiao Xiao asked while summoning her 3-life array soul cauldron. Xiao Xiao, let's talk nicely, alright. I was just giving Yu Hao a supplement. A supplement? How? It's simple. By the way, why are you asking? Mu Xiao was puzzled by Xiao Xiao's sudden question. Well, how should I put it? When you came out, Wang Dong didn't he go into Yu Hao's tent with you? Where is he? Mu Xiao felt helpless. Xiao Xiao was still too young to know too much, even though she probably knew more than he did. Well, guess. You'll get a prize if you guess right. Mu Xiao raised his index finger. What prize? Guess first. You tell me first. Then there's no surprise. But I need to know what the prize is to be motivated. It'll make you a midnight snack. Midnight snack? What's that? Dinner. But didn't we already eat? Oh, just guess. Xiao Xiao rested her chin in her hand, thinking. As Mu Xiao lay down to sleep, Xiao Xiao leaned close to his ear and whispered. He thought, tisk, is women's intuition always this sharp? Ah yes, that's right. But your answer isn't complete. Mu Xiao sat up, wrapping himself and Xiao Xiao in the blanket, and said, I discovered a secret about Wang Dong. Does that mean they really are gay? Xiao Xiao blurted out decisively. Should keep your voice down. Teacher Wang Yan's tent is right next to us. If he hears. Oh, go on. Through a gap in the tent I saw that Wang Dong is a girl. Since everyone would find out at the Sea God's Fate event anyway, it was better if only Mu Xiao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao knew. You actually spied on them doing that, Xiao Xiao said. But then she replayed Mu Xiao's words in her mind. What? Wang Dong is it? Xiao Xiao threw off the blanket and started to shout, but before she could finish, Mu Xiao kissed her. Classmate Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? What happened to Wang Dong? Classmate Xiao. Ahem, Mu Xiao, you two are still young, right? Well, get some sleep. We have a mission tomorrow. Wang Yan pulled open the tent flap and asked. Before he finished speaking, as he lifted a corner of the tent, he saw Mu Xiao kissing Xiao Xiao. Have you ever stayed in a tent? When you lift a corner and look in from the ground, it's easy to have a visual misalignment. So from Xiao Xiao's perspective, Mu Xiao was kissing her to calm her down. My goodness. Are students this open-minded nowadays? Do they have any respect for me, their teacher? On second thought, everyone at the academy knew about Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao's relationship. So maybe what they were doing wasn't wrong. In the end, he just reminded them to be careful and left. Phew, that was close. Xiao Xiao, you're not scared, are you? Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's gaze was vacant, but inside she was thinking, did Mu Xiao just kiss me? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Xiao Xiao. Ha. WH. What's wrong? Just that you can't tell anyone about Wang Dong being a girl. For now only Yumi and Wang Dong herself know. Yu Hao doesn't know, hell, just think that night was a dream. Oh, I won't tell anyone. By the way, I want that midnight snack. Alright, how about a steak? Sounds good. The next day, Wang Dong emerged from Yu Hao's tent with a dark expression, one hand pressed against his lower back. After what happened last night, Wang Dong had remained in his female form. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Hao drowsily pulled him down onto the bed. Through sleepy eyes, Yu Hao saw a young girl beneath him, her eyes red-rimmed as if she had been crying. Her face seemed strangely familiar. As Yu Hao struggled to place where he had seen her, the girl landed a punch that knocked him unconscious, a testament to its formidable force. Well, Wang Dong, up early, aren't we? Ha! What's with your back? Did you feed Yu Hao the whale gelatin like I asked yesterday? Mu Xiao teased as he saw Wang Dong emerge from the tent clutching his waist. You dare to mention it? If it weren't for that damn thing, I wouldn't have. Wang Dong clenched his fist and shouted at Mu Xiao. But Mu Xiao's anger flared when Wang Dong called it a damn thing. Damn thing? You call the sandy or whale gelatin a damn thing without even knowing what it is? With that, he lifted Wang Dong's arm and poked him in the waist with his other hand. You're a descendant of a god, you have nothing to fear. If you get hurt, someone fixes you up right away. What about us mere mortals? It hurts. Stop, please stop. Wang Dong cried out. Wang Dong, you're a girl, aren't you? Mu Xiao released his grip and looked at Wang Dong, who had collapsed to the ground, still rubbing his waist. What? How did he know? Wang Dong was clearly stunned. Had he seen everything outside the tent last night? Just a guess. But that shocked expression tells me everything. So it seems I don't have two younger brothers, but one younger brother and one younger sister. And the key point is, last night my little brother did that to my little sister. So do you like Xiao Yu Hao? You? What are you talking about? How could I possibly be a girl? As he insisted on being male, Mu Xiao casually made up a reason. When you and Yu Hao were doing that in the tent last night, thunder struck and nearly killed me. It seems the gods do favor their daughters. And I saw your transformation. Can you keep this a secret for me? Brother. To prevent Mu Xiao from telling anyone, Wang Dong used a word he never wanted to utter, stressing brother heavily. I won't tell. Only you, me and Xiao Xiao will know. No one else. Ha! What won't anyone know? Su Sanchi emerged from his tent. Wang Dong. Mu Xiao. Su Sanchi, what's wrong? You. Get the hell back to sleep. A turtle thrives in stillness. Who allowed you to come out? And if I don't? Star-shattering sword manifestation. I'm holding a Gatling gun now. Get back or I'll turn you into a sieve. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Fine, I'm going back to sleep. Wake me when we leave. Back to the point, do you like Yu Hao? Yes, I like him. Are you happy now? Oh, I see. So my little sister likes my little brother. This relationship is so messed up. If you dare say another word, watch out for my wing guillotine. If you use your wing guillotine on me, you'll poke your waist. Wang Dong. Mu Xiao. Come on, try me. You win. Wang Dong said, pressing his forehead. How did I end up with such a brother? Here, treat your back. When the fight starts, I won't have time to look after you. Mu Xiao tossed a tube of ointment to Wang Dong. Maybe having this brother isn't so bad after all. Mu Xiao, Wang Dong, you're up early. Xiao Xiao also came out of her tent, seeing Mu Xiao and Wang Dong facing off. Brother Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, you're all up. Yu Hao said happily. What? The 29th rank bottleneck. The whale gelatin is this effective. Maybe I should try it someday. But would I end up? Yu Hao said happily. What? The 29th rank bottleneck. The whale gelatin is this effective. Maybe I should try it someday. But would I end up like Yu Hao? Mu Xiao thought, but then said, ahem, Yu Hao, you don't understand. The energy in whale gelatin is too immense, it needs to be shared by two people. That's why I asked Wang Dong to accompany you. Mu Xiao made up a ridiculous excuse. Wang Dong, standing nearby, was burning with rage inside. Why didn't you share it with Yu Hao? Why drag me into it? On purpose. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and glared at Mu Xiao. Yu Hao noticed Wang Dong staring at Mu Xiao and said, brother just said it needs to be shared by two. Check if it had any effect on you. Wang Dong actually took a moment to sense it. Nothing. He looked back at Mu Xiao, who was staring at him with an expression that said, dumbass, you do whatever you're told. If Yu Hao told you to eat something, would you eat it? Haha, yeah, I felt something. Oh, you're all up early. As your senior, I feel ashamed. Su Sanchi had also gotten up, but the other four ignored him. Su Sanchi, with Su Sanchi awake, the others gradually rose as well. Time to eat, little ones. Old Xian said, clutching his ever-present chicken leg and gourd of wine. Xiao Xiao, Yu Hao, Wang Dong, here you go. Ha! Yu Hao, where's Wang Dong? He said he went to apply medicine. Yu Hao replied while eating the leftovers from Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao's midnight snack. Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances. Did you give it to him? Yeah, she's my sister after all. Well done. I think I did a great job too. That smells wonderful, Junior Mu Xiao. Could you share some with your senior sister? Ling Luochen traced the delicious aroma to Mu Xiao's group. Glancing at the plain cornbread in her own hands, she tossed it aside and headed toward them. Sure, senior, but this portion is for Wang Dong. Let him eat cornbread. Hey! Ma Xiaotao, you bastard, give me back my food. Just then Wang Dong returned after applying the medicine. You have no food left. But you can share a portion with Yu Hao. Mu Xiao said with a hidden meaning, since you're already Yu Hao's, you might as well eat with him. After breakfast it was time to hunt the evil soul masters. As they set off, Dai Hao kept saying, go get him, Lord Mu Xiao. This put immense pressure on Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao are a team. Wang Dong and Ma Xiaotao are a team. Old Xian began assigning groups. No need. Wang Dong, Yu Hao, come here. Mu Xiao used his wind attribute to lift the three of them off the ground, then lifted himself. Ling Luchen's eyes sparkled at the sight. Mu Xiao, could you take me too? She said with a red face. Ah, sure. Sister Nan Nan, why are you looking at me like that? You want to try it too? Alright, come on. Mu Xiao, could you take me as well? Ling Luochen said, blushing. Don't you have an auxiliary flight device? Hearing this, Ling Luochen grabbed her flight device, threw it to the ground, and used her ice attribute to smash it beyond repair. Ling Luchen's followers knew then that she had fallen for Mu Xiao and they had no chance. Mu Xiao realized it too. Senior, I already have a wife. That's fine. I'm sure you wouldn't mind having a concubine. Ling Luochen said happily. Holy crap. I'm dead. Xiao Xiao is right here. Senior, did I offend you? He looked at Xiao Xiao, who gave a slight nod as if to say it was okay for Mu Xiao to take a concubine. Phew, that was close. Thought I was going to get smashed by the 3 live soul-calming cauldron. No wait. That's not the point. Xiao Xiao, you don't mind if I take a concubine? I don't mind. Taking concubines is a man's nature, isn't it? My dad has many aunties. But you have to keep me in your heart. Don't forget the old love for the new. In the distance Xiao Xiao's father sneezed. Hee hee, Xiao Xiao, you're so kind. I'll treat you like my own little sister. Ling Luochen said, hugging Xiao Xiao as she floated in the air. At that moment Mu Xiao felt he finally understood what it meant to build a harem in his past life. At this moment Mu Xiao desperately wished to die. Why? Because Ling Luochen had confessed her feelings to him. Yet Mu Xiao still wanted to die. Even with Xiao Xiao's indifference he wished for death all the more. It was only then he realized his father-in-law also kept a harem and not just one woman. At this moment countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Mu Xiao. Among them Ma Xiaodao's gaze was the most venomous, nearly blazing with fury. Don't look at me like that. It makes me terribly uncomfortable. Wang Dong retorted, you should be embarrassed. Su Sancher added, who would have thought Mu Xiao that you harbored such lofty ambitions? Jiang Nannan said, what do we do? I think I'm starting to like Mu Xiao too. Hey, what nonsense is this? Sister Nannan, don't stir the pot. It's true. From the moment you grilled that fish for me I realized I've fallen for you. Sister Nannan, stop teasing me. Anyway, let's go. Mu Xiao hoisted Ling Luochen up and spoke. Elder Xian felt rather awkward as these youngsters had failed to notice his presence. Let's go. And so under the scrutiny of many eyes Mu Xiao entertained the thought of suicide for the first time. They arrived at a cave outside of which lay numerous corpses and a faint smell of burning could be detected. Who are you? Just as everyone was about to enter and investigate, a voice sounded from behind. Turning around they saw a figure cloaked in a hooded robe speaking. Are you the evil soul master from this cave? Mu Xiao drew his star fragment sword, splitting it into multiple segments to point at the person before him. The figure responded in kind, manifesting their martial soul, a dagger. This fragment. You're Mu Xiao. Ha! You know me. Mu Xiao appeared utterly astonished. Brother. Mu Xiao is here. That person shouted towards the cave. Inside the cave a pair of eyes snapped open. Yu Hao was the first to sense something amiss. The corpses were glowing. Everyone run. Boom. The corpses exploded. Those standing near them died right before Yu Hao's eyes, their blood splattering onto his face. But it didn't stop there. One by one those surrounding the pile of corpses collapsed. There was only one possibility: poison. Everyone retreat. Yu Hao yelled. Elder Xian, gazing upon the bodies of his students on the ground, was enraged. His martial soul manifested, the gluttonous divine ox. Evil soul masters, this old man will have your lives. Mu Xiao stared at the corpses. Just moments ago they had been chatting with him, now they were dead. At that moment Yu Hao was captured by an evil soul master. Yu Hao. Wang Dong cried out. Damn it. Star fragment sword. Transform. I'll blow this place to hell. Mu Xiao prepared to charge into battle. Wait, Mu Xiao, don't you sense something strange? Ma Xiaotao inquired. What? That's right, Dai Hao said there were 3 evil soul masters. So where were those twins? Long time no see, Mu Xiao. Suddenly these words sprang into Mu Xiao's mind. Who are you? He set down the RPG that the star fragment sword had transformed into and asked. Don't remember. My brother and I witnessed you being forcibly awakened. Don't you recall? What? Could it be? It's you. Mu Xiao ventured to ask. That's right. It's us. What do you want? Nothing much, just to drive you insane. That will never happen in this lifetime. Mu Xiao replied. Why not? Do you know why you were forcibly awakened? Back then you could have escaped, but you were discovered. Do you know why? Why? As Mu Xiao finished speaking he felt 2 icy objects pressed against his neck. Because I was the one who told on you. Another voice sounded. It was indeed the elder brother. Well, what do you think your soul power would have been if you had awakened at age 6? I think it would have been innate full soul power. What? Mu Xiao's pupils contracted but quickly returned to normal. Also, do you know why your house was burned down? Because my father set it on fire. What? If his father was killed by them, then the villagers. That's right, your father died that way. After you left, everyone in the village slowly perished like that. As if reading Mu Xiao's thoughts, the voice answered again. At this moment black mist began to coil around Mu Xiao. Father was killed by them. Killed by them. Killed. Within his spiritual sea the vast boundless ocean gradually turned black. Mu Xiao, calm down. Your father isn't dead. Yinglong cried out desperately from within, using its own radiance to preserve a patch of pure land. Those people are your friends, right? You're really something, kid, at soul power at level 5 when you were 5. But the truth is right in front of you, you're a curse. Don't you know that? First you cursed your own father, then the villagers. Look at those corpses, they were all chatting with you. And what's become of them now? They become corpses. Just you wait, next will be those people. As for those women, well, have our fun with them. The voice gradually faded away. Thunder Dragon Claw. Seeing Mu Xiao enveloped in black mist, Bei sensed something wrong and used a Thunder Dragon Claw. It struck two shadowy figures. Mu Xiao, are you alright? Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao. Bei asked. Ha 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 ha, curse him, a curse. Ah ha 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 ha. Nonsense. All of you go die. Go die. Ha ha ha. I see you. Transform. Ah da 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 da, ha 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 ha, all of you die. But he struck nothing. Mu Xiao, what's wrong? Mu Xiao. Bei shook Mu Xiao's shoulders, trying to bring him back. Die, all of you die. I'll kill you all, then I won't be a curse anymore. Ha ha ha. Mu Xiao laughed maniacally. Mu Xiao, senior brother, what's wrong with Mu Xiao? Xiao asked from the side. I don't know either. None of us were paying attention to Mu Xiao. When I finally noticed him, there were two black shadows beside him. I used Thunder Dragon Claw to drive them away, and then Mu Xiao became like this. Bei said helplessly. Wait, didn't the White Tiger Duke say there were 3 evil soul masters? One just appeared, so the other 2 must be those twins. Xiao stated. Ha ha ha, Mu Xiao, how does it feel to despair? Pretty good, isn't it? A figure emerged from the cave. Frostless armor. Ah. I'm going to blow up this cave. With that he charged forward. But the twins were formidable. Exchanging a glance, they punched Mu Xiao right out of the frostless armor. Sorry, we're at level 53. The twins said flatly. Do you want to kill them? A voice rang out. I do, Mu Xiao replied. How weak he was at this moment. The confidence he had once prided himself on had been shattered by their words, leading to his corruption. It was truly pathetic. Good. Accept my divine throne. The owner of the voice gradually materialized. I do, Mu Xiao replied. How weak he was at this moment. The confident death god. That was Mu Xiao's first impression upon seeing him, and indeed he was the death god. The death god offered the scythe to Mu Xiao, but Mu Xiao hesitated to take it. Will there be any side effects if I take it? No. Will my companions die? If you don't take it now, they will. Fine. I accept your divine throne. Mu Xiao took the scythe in hand. First trial of the death god facing death, kill the twins and burn their bodies to ashes. Reward 10th Sandier soul ring, soul power increased by 3 levels, obtain martial soul, death god scythe. What? This aura. Impossible. How could you have the master's aura? Impossible. The twins cried out in shock. They then grabbed their daggers and lunged at Mu Xiao. However, their 5 soul rings granted skills related to invisibility, so their main threat lay in their physical attacks. Mu Xiao lifted his head, silently watching the 2 charging towards him. The star fragment sword in his hand was now coated with purple flames. Go die. He uttered flatly. With one wind blade strike, the younger brother, caught off guard, was cleaved in 2. Bei and Xiao stood there utterly stunned. What had just happened? A moment ago he was being thrashed at level 40, and now? Brother. Bastard. If you've got the guts, drop the master's aura. The elder brother drew closer. 9 phoenixes summoning flute. Xiao activated her second martial soul. Well done, Xiao. I love you. Mu Xiao imbued the star fragment sword with fire attribute and thrust it straight through the elder brother's throat, piercing all the way through the neck. I'm sorry, but I cannot erase the aura of your master. However, you must pay for everything you have done. Without pausing, Mu Xiao transformed the ice attribute into countless ice shards, then combined them with the wind attribute, creating a weakened version of divine punishment. Watching the 2 bodies gradually vanish, Mu Xiao murmured, you must be buried with the village. Then he turned around, hugged Xiao joyfully, and exclaimed, Xiao, I love you. Your soul skill just now was incredible. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Startled by Mu Xiao's sudden embrace, Xiao blushed deeply. But when asked why he had never seen her use the 9 phoenixes soaring Xiao, she replied, I did use it during the assessment battle. I only used it once though. After that I just used the 3 lives soul calming cauldron. You kept cutting down everyone in your path, leaving Guangdong the class monitor and me with no chance to shine. She pouted to express her dissatisfaction. You'll be more mindful in the future. Mu Xiao scratched his head and chuckled. In the Sea of Spirit the dark tide had vanished, but Yinglong felt sorrowful. Why? Because when Mu Xiao began to succumb to darkness, he hastily connected to the divine realm, pleading for Muhan's help. Yet by the time Muhan descended, the god of death had already arrived. The god of death resolved the matter, and then Yinglong was scolded by Muhan. Only the god of death and Yinglong knew the specifics of that reprimand. First trial of the God of Death passed. Reward Death Scythe 10th Ascend to your soul ring 3 levels of soul power infused into the Chosen One. The soul ring and Death Scythe await absorption by the Chosen One. Wielding his scythe, the God of Death appeared in Mu Xiao's mind, dropping a 10th Ascend to your soul ring and a Death Scythe into his sea of spirit, terrifying Yinglong. First trial of the God of Death. That's not right. Isn't contacting a deity supposed to start at the Soul Dou level? What level am I now? 43. And am already contacting a deity. Mu Xiao stared at the God of Death, but the deity's figure gradually faded and panic set in. Hey, don't run. What's going on? Contacting at level 43. Hey. Don't run. If you have the guts, start the second trial of the God of Death right now. Unexpectedly, the God of Death, who was about to vanish, instantly returned. Fine. Your words. Second trial of the God of Death returned to 10,000 years ago and graduate from Shrek. Reward Death Scythe Art Death Cloak and an 8-level increase in soul power. Mu Xiao thought, so you just wanted me to take the test immediately. Just then another voice echoed from the Sea of Spirit. First trial of the God of Space returned to the Shrek Academy of 10,000 years ago and graduate from the Academy. Reward the Star-Breaking Sword gains a new attribute, Space. Wait, what the hell? 2 deities. Brother Yinglong, can you explain this? Mu Xiao shook Yinglong's form in the Sea of Spirit, shouting. Transmission will begin in 30 seconds, said the God of Death and a cloaked deity. If Mu Xiao ever found out that the God of Space was his father, he would probably be furious. Mu Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao, still in his arms, asked, seeing his bewildered expression. Ha! Nothing, really nothing. Mu Xiao replied with a wry smile. Mu Xiao. Get ready. The transmission by 2 deities is no joke, protect yourself with soul power. Yinglong shouted from the Sea of Spirit. Just then Xian Lao emerged from the cave, dragging Yu Hao along. Strange, what's with this oppressive feeling, asked Tianmeng Ice Silkworm curiously. This emperor doesn't know either. This pressure is truly annoying, Ice Empress said through gritted teeth. Hey. Brother Tianmeng, Empress Bang, look, my brother is glowing, Yu Hao said innocently, pointing at Mu Xiao in the projection. A deity. Who is this child? To be contested by 2 deities, Xiao Hei. No Ilux. Elder L said in astonishment. What? A deity. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Ice Empress exclaimed in shock. A god. Yu Hao was utterly bewildered. Yu Hao, how did you come to know this brother of yours? Elder L asked, pointing at Mu Xiao in the projection. At school. Why do you ask, Elder L? This brother of yours may very well become a deity in the future. I even suspect he might be the offspring of some god. Wait, Mu Xiao, that name sounds so familiar, said Ice Empress. What's wrong? Bing Bing, did he bully you? Don't worry, your brother will get revenge for you. Get lost. You can't even protect yourself. 10,000 years, a full 10,000 years, and he's finally returned. On the other side. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Commencing transmission. With those words, the 2 deities vanished, and at that moment time stood still. Mu Xiao sustained himself with soul power, traveling through a pitch-black tunnel. Though it looked flat, any impact would be excruciating even with soul power protecting him. Gradually Mu Xiao lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a forest, his body reduced from a youth to a child. Where is this? Mu Xiao shielded his eyes from the scorching sun. Wait. My hand, no. My voice. This isn't my voice. I've returned to childhood. That can't be right. Those 2 divine fools said return to 10,000 years ago. And graduate from Shrek Academy. Mu Xiao began to realize something was amiss. Brother Yinglong. Brother Yinglong. Hey. Is anyone in the Sea of Spirit? Muse. Dark attribute. Where the hell are you? Mu Xiao shouted in the empty Sea of Spirit, searching for Yinglong and Muse, but there was no trace of them. Forget it for now. According to those 2 divine fools, I'm in a place 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago. Where? Mu Xiao felt himself gradually breaking down. Right. Has my soul power decreased? He checked the soul power within his body, thankfully it was just right, reduced to level 30. Just right. It took me forever to go from level 13 to level 40. Even though I never cultivated, at least let my soul power stay at level 40. Wouldn't a nice round 40 be great? Mu Xiao was devastated. The soul skills of the Star-Breaking Sword remained unchanged: Illusion, Spider Web, Domain, Wind Blade. Yinglong's skills were also the same: Void, Dragon Claw, Ice Control, Fire Control, Dark Control. But most of Yinglong's soul skills were Elemental Control. The only things he had were a storage ring containing 500 million gold soul coins from selling armor, a few sets of clothes, and seasonings. What was I thinking? Can seasonings even be eaten? Sigh, I don't want to think anymore. The more I do, the more I want to cry. Mu Xiao chose to accept it. But where am I now? Where is Shrek? Who am I? Where am I? Mu Xiao wished he could curse those two gods to death. Why did the teleportation have to drop him in a forest when they knew he had no sense of direction? He decided to follow this path straight ahead, hoping to find someone eventually. 2 hours later. Mu Xiao stared at the massive mountain blocking his path, despair flooding his heart. With no other choice, he turned back the way he came. Another 2 hours passed. Gazing at the chasm stretching before him, Mu Xiao felt an urge to set the entire forest ablaze. Heavens! Someone please come. I'm losing my mind. I have 500 million gold soul coins, I'll give 2 million to anyone who shows up. Mu Xiao knelt by the cliff's edge shouting. The worst part was that night was falling and Mu Xiao hadn't eaten yet. He was going to starve to death. From afar came the howl of a wolf. Mu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. He, dinner is sorted. Wind Spirit Wolf again tonight, I'm tired of it but it's better than nothing. Yash. Tonight we feast on curry. No, I mean roasted Wind Spirit Wolf. Laughing, Mu Xiao transformed his dragon wings into spider legs and headed toward the source of the howl. Elsewhere. A girl with cat ears nimbly dodged wind blades while leaping through the trees. Some strikes still landed on her body, leaving scars that starkly contrasted with her curvaceous figure. Behind her a pack of Wind Spirit Wolves gave chase. Should she turn back and fight the Wind Spirit Wolves to the death? The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. As an agility-type battle spirit master, she was unsuited for direct confrontation, better to harry them from the flanks. So she kept running, hoping to find someone. More wind blades came from behind, pale green and white with a single purple one mixed in. This was it. The girl slowed her escape. Demesha Hallelujah Void Dragon. Claw. The tree in front of her bellowed. She collided with something and through a daze glimpsed a person. Please. Save. She murmured before fainting. That person was Mu Xiao. He had planned to descend from the sky in a dramatic pose, stunning the Wind Spirit Wolves long enough to grab one by the leg and escape with absolute zero. But when he leaped from the tree to execute Void Dragon Claw, he crashed into her, nearly killing her. Hey, are you okay? Oh heavens, I finally need someone, don't you dare die. I'll save you right now. Mu Xiao used absolute zero and an ice blade to whisk them away, leaving the bewildered Wind Spirit Wolves behind. A wolf howl echoed. The pack bowed their heads as if worshipping something. Slowly a Wind Spirit Wolf emerged from the group, distinct with its purple fur instead of the usual green. Ah, sorry. I forgot what I was here for. My bad, keep spacing out, don't mind us. Mu Xiao slid back, grabbed a random Wind Spirit Wolf and ran, not noticing which one had taken. The pack grew agitated and gave chase. Why are you chasing me? Look, this Wind Spirit Wolf is dead. Mu Xiao held up the carcass that had been dragging on the ground for an hour. See? I only took one leg. If you keep chasing, you'll fly away. Gar. TCH Dragon Wings activate. Wing membranes gradually grew from the 8 spider lances on his back. Time to scram. Mu Xiao flew with the girl to a stream, set her down and marveled at her injuries. How had she endured so long with such wounds? He quickly began treatment. He cut a small slit in his finger, letting dragon blood trickle out, then pried open her mouth and dripped a single drop in. But Mu Xiao had forgotten what Ying Long had said. Dragon blood was too potent for spirit masters, one careless drop could make them explode. Oh, I forgot, Brother Ying Long said, I need to neutralize it. Can I choose not to save her? Mu Xiao suddenly recalled the warning, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon the girl. Her wounds healed only to form new ones, threatening to burst at any moment. Fine, I give in. After healing her, Mu Xiao looked at her tattered clothes. No good, this will hinder the healing. He'll take them off for her. Eyes closed, just keep them closed. Mu Xiao squeezed his eyes shut and reached out. Phew, done. Luckily they were so torn a quick rip did it. Let's see if there's any clothes in the ring that I bought for Xiao Xiao. He scanned the storage ring with his spiritual sense and was shocked, not a single piece of women's clothing inside. Mu Xiao began to feel remorse for what had done. Let's find something big. This one will do. Alright, I'm going to wash up. Controlling the 8 spider lances all day has exhausted me. If it weren't for the forest, I'd have flown long ago. Mu Xiao said, withdrawing from the storage ring to find the girl awake. You're up. Sorry. I burned your clothes, I had no firewood otherwise. Here, take this leg and rest well. Mu Xiao looked at the girl in his oversized clothes, but she only glared coldly. What's your name? I'm Mu Xiao. How did you attract a pack of Wind Spirit Wolves? Zhu Zhuqing. I came to the Spirit Beast Forest to reach Heaven Dou City but got lost. Then I ran into the wolves and you. Why are you going to Heaven Dou City? None of your business. Just eat for, after a long while. Mu Xiao dressed and left the river, returning to the campfire to find Zhu Zhuqing gone. She had fled as soon as she healed without a word of gratitude. Well then, the remaining half leg. Where is it? In the distance, Zhu Zhuqing carried the leftover leg as she traveled. Soon she found a place to sleep. The next day. Hey! Wake up, the sun's burning your butt. Up yet? What was your intention in taking my leg last night? Nothing. Weren't you stalking me too? That's different. Fine, I'm lost. How do I get out of here? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Mu Xiao as if he were a fool. Don't look at me like that, I'm naturally directionless. Let's go. So along the way Mu Xiao punished her for leaving him hungry all night by annoying her to death. What's your spirit power level? What's your martial spirit? What's your bust size? Calm down, put away your spirit and we can still be friends. When were we ever friends? Zhu Zhuqing retracted her martial spirit as she spoke. Is that not so? Asked Mu Xiao. No, we are merely cooperating like this. You saved me and I help you out of the forest. Ahead lies Tiandou City. Where you go from here has nothing to do with me. With these words Zhu Zhuqing released her martial soul and leaped away from the tree. I see. I don't think I asked her where Shrek Academy is. Mu Xiao uttered a curse he had never spoken before. I'll just look around. Mu Xiao said as he entered Tiandou City. He found a tavern and walked in. A glass of Sprite please. Mu Xiao looked at the bartender and spoke. Bartender, what? Oh, you don't have that. Then how about Coke? Bartender, what is that? A new drink. Then a glass of milk. Oh yes, we have that. The bartender poured a glass of milk and handed it to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao took the milk, retrieved 2 gold soul coins from his storage ring and placed them on the table. This is for the drink. Also, I'd like to ask if there's any interesting place in Tiandou City. The bartender looked at the gold soul coins and said you could go to the spirit arena. You can earn gold coins there. Thanks, buddy. Mu Xiao turned and left without a hint of looking back. The spirit arena, huh? It must be akin to an assessment ground. As he pondered, Mu Xiao passed by a shop. A general store. The name couldn't be simpler, they might as well just call it store. Just then a man and a woman entered the shop. Mu Xiao followed them and hoping to find something to eat as he had only drunk a glass of milk since yesterday. Mu Xiao's eyes fell upon a murky crystal. A hair crystal. Perfect, with that he could make dragon beard needles. Boss, how much is this crystal? Mu Xiao and a young man shouted in unison. The girl beside them was startled and said to the young man, brother, what do you need this crystal for? It has no luster, not even as pretty as a blue crystal. What do you know? Wait. You are a soul. Mu Xiao intimidated the girl, but the aura of a soul beast emanated from her, weaker than his dragon breath yet still perceptible. A soft bone rabbit. If it can take human form, it must be 100,000-year soul beast. Ha! Sir, what did you say my sister is? The young man looked displeased as he questioned Mu Xiao. Ha! Oh, nothing. Sorry for the intrusion. Miss, could you step over here? Rest assured, I'm not a pervert. Mu Xiao said. Xiao Wu, what do you think? The young man asked the girl. I'll go with him. You're here anyway, brother. Well. All right. Outside the shop, hey, what do you want to say? You. What are you doing? Mu Xiao suddenly pinned the girl against the wall, afraid she might flee. Rabbit, if you dare do anything reckless, I'll eat you. Mu Xiao released a trace of his dragon breath. The girl froze on the spot. You can see my true form. So you really are a soul beast. Ah, you're lying. I'm not. You just said it. No, I didn't. You did. I did not. You did. Xiao Wu, are you done? Xiao Wu. The young man stepped out to check and saw the scene. Sorry, my friend, I was rude. Mu Xiao walked back into the shop. Boss, how much is this crystal? Mu Xiao asked the shopkeeper lounging in a wicker chair. 100 gold soul coins. Buy it or don't block my business. Wait, I'll take it. Hey, race 110 gold soul coins. I'll buy it. How about 10,000 gold soul coins? Hey, what are you doing? It was my brother who came first, all right. Xiao Wu was intimidated by Mu Xiao's aura, but she still spoke up for the young man. Brother, could you tell me what you need this crystal for? The young man asked. He felt this youth might also be making dragon beard needles. Tang Sect. Mu Xiao replied. What? The Tang Sect. The young man exclaimed in shock. Yes, the Tang Sect. I needed to make a Tang Sect hidden weapon, the dragon beard needle. I'll take this and this flute as well. Mu Xiao picked up the crystal and the flute, tossing a pouch of coins at the shopkeeper. He bought the flute not only because he could play it but also for its beauty. A phoenix was carved atop it with 100 birds beneath. It formed a scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, though it was hard to discern on the flute. Wait brother, what's your name? Tang-san. Would you share this crystal with me? The young man, no Tang-san, said. Why should I? Both of us are of the Tang sect, born into a world of peerless brilliance. Tang-san replied. Could it be? You're also. Tang-san didn't finish, only nodding. Let's go. The three left together. The shopkeeper, still lounging in his wicker chair, slightly opened his eyes and murmured, looks like there'll be a few more little monsters this year. He chuckled and closed his eyes again. At the Rose Hotel. Sorry to intrude. I didn't know you two were together. Let's get down to business. Tang-san, do you have a hammer? I do. Tang-san took out a hammer from the 12 moon bright bridge. Xiao Wu stepped back. Rabbit stepped back. Boom. The crystal shattered and golden particles burst forth. Pick them up quickly. Don't miss a single one. Mu Xiao scrambled to gather the golden particles, and soon Xiao Wu and Tang-san joined in. Brother, what can this do? Xiao Wu asked, cupping the particles. Xiao Wu, look. With a bit of soul power, this particle can unfold. See, like this. The golden sphere gradually extended, transforming into a needle. Rabbit, give me your hand. I won't kill you. Ha. No. Let me do it. What should I call you? Mu Xiao. I'm older than you, so call me Brother Xiao. Alright, Brother Xiao. Xiao Wu, look. This needle has an extremely small contact area, so even a light prick can kill. After all, the dragon beard needle is ranked 4th among hidden weapons. Tang-san and Mu Xiao said in unison. Well, let's split it. I'll take 60%, you take 40%. Tang-san pondered for a moment and agreed to the 40%. You two chat. I need to go. Mu Xiao turned to leave, but as he reached the door, Tang-san suddenly said, Brother Xiao, you seem to be going the wrong way. Shrek isn't that way. Ahaha, I know. Who said I was going to Shrek? Mu Xiao turned around with an awkward but polite smile. I see. I was hoping we could go together. Mu Xiao couldn't stay any longer. He left and headed for the spirit arena. While Mu Xiao was still asking passersby for directions, a girl with pink hair took a liking to his flute. Hey. You there. Are you male or female? Mu Xiao sighed, male. What's up? Yes, I have business with you. I've taken a fancy to that flute. Name your price and I'll pay you for sure. Mu Xiao thought it over, looking at the girl. She was younger than him clearly, but her clothes. She looked ordinary. How could she possibly have money? Alright, I won't ask for much. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it wouldn't cost much. How about 10 billion gold soul coins? What did you say? 10 billion. Why don't you just rob a bank? The girl exclaimed. Didn't you say you were rich? And this isn't robbery, it's extortion. Mu Xiao dug his ear with an air of nonchalance. You. Do you even know who I am? The girl shouted, her face flushed red. Oh. Resorting to anger, are we? Mu Xiao said with a smirk. Do you know who this young lady is? This young lady is from the 7 treasures. The girl began pointing at Mu Xiao, but before she could finish, a chill touched her neck. Mu Xiao had placed the Death God scythe from his first Death God trial against her throat, sending cold sweat trickling down her skin. Mu Xiao's face darkened. Didn't your father teach you that pointing at people is rude? And who you are, does it matter to me? You what? Not satisfied. Fine, I won't scold you, I'll scold your father. He must be a madman, not knowing the world is full of villains. The people he sent are probably all idiots, still hiding and doing nothing. Aren't they afraid I'll accidentally chop your head off? I am Ning Rongrong. Scared now, aren't you? Apologize and give me that flute and well, forget this ever happened. Ning Rongrong. Who's that? You. Ning Rongrong pointed at Mu Xiao again. The aura of death exploded, instantly startling those hidden in the shadows. This guy is incredibly strong. He hasn't even used a soul skill yet, his presence is this overwhelming. Ning Rongrong, listen. You must be some young miss, right? Do you think your friends are genuine? How laughable. They're just afraid of the power behind you. Think for yourself, how many of those people in your circle willingly befriend you? Such hypocritical affection makes you this happy. Without your backing, you're nothing. With that, Mu Xiao sheathed his Death God scythe. Freed from the oppressive death aura, Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, his words echoing in her mind, without your backing, you're nothing. Was he telling the truth? Were they all just putting on an act? Watching Mu Xiao's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong made up her mind. He was dead. The flute lay silently on the ground. The bodyguard hidden in the shadows was about to rush back to the 7 treasures glazed tile Sect to report, but before he could react, a scythe sliced horizontally through his waist. He was cleaved in two. Ah. Woo woo. The bodyguard barely let out a cry before Mu Xiao stuffed a rag into his mouth. Enjoying the show? Since you saw my brutality, say goodbye. A flash of cold light and only a severed head and torso remained on the ground. 2 days later the maggot-ridden corpse was finally discovered. On his way to the spirit arena, Mu Xiao crafted a fox mask, finding the ones sold there unbearably ugly. Hello, I'd like to apply for a spirit arena match. Sure, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. What's your name? The staff member asked, taking the coins. I have 2 titles. First Star Break Dragon Emperor, second Dragon Break Death God. That's all. Thank you. When will I fight? Let me check. You're up in 3 matches. Alright, thank you. Mu Xiao sat in the spectator stands watching the bouts. Child's play. Even Xiao Xiao could win these. Next match, Star Break Dragon Emperor vs Aaron. Prepare. Sorry, couldn't help it. It's fine. Please begin. Wait, referee, can I ask something? What happens if I accidentally kill my opponent? Then you should sign up for a deathmatch. Fine, let them place their bets. And so the match began. Little sister, what's your soul power level? Aaron asked instead of attacking. Little sister. I'm a guy. Mu Xiao shouted, pulling off his mask. Ha! But you look like a girl. Go to hell. Mu Xiao summoned his death god scythe and charged at Aaron. TCH thought this would be fun. How boring. Come on everyone. Who are you betting on? Aaron. Aaron. That Dragon Break Death God, at least he's good looking. Kid, go home to your mommy. Puck trash. And here I thought he was strong. Doesn't even have a soul ring. Bye bye little bro. Aaron manifested her martial soul, a ball with 2 yellow soul rings. But Mu Xiao showed no fear, charging forward with his scythe. An arrow flew toward him, but he cleaved it away with a single swing. Big sis, have you ever heard of bringing your own BGM? A smile, dangerous, formed beneath Mu Xiao's mask. Music began to play. It was Mu Xiao's favorite song from his past life friendship. Nice tune little bro, but you still have to die, or I will. Aaron activated her soul skill. 4 arrows shot toward Mu Xiao. He smirked and began. Dancing. Breakdancing. Moonwalk kip up. He dodged every arrow effortlessly. Second soul skill, Heaven's Judgment. You dare call that Heaven's Judgment? Mu Xiao danced closer to Aaron step by step. The fool didn't realize an archer shouldn't fight up close, she just stood her ground, firing relentlessly. Closer. Closer. Almost there. Hey, don't run if you've got guts. I'm not running, this is called repositioning. You. Aaron raised her bow, but as she did, a cold flash severed the forearm holding her martial soul. Only the bare upper arm remained. Ah. Another flash and a round object rolled across the ground, trailing crimson liquid, her face still frozen in agony. The headless corpse stood before Mu Xiao as blood dripped slowly from his scythe. Good thing I acted fast, or her screaming would have been unbearable. Not as pleasant as the music. Silence fell over the audience. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Excellent. Incredible. He killed her without even using a soul ring. Amazing. Ha ha ha, I just won back all the money I lost today, shouted a supporter. What? What is this nonsense? Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, you can bet on me or someone else, I don't mind. Just don't come after me if I lose. The audience's hearts skipped a beat. Are you kidding? Come after you. We'd be lucky if you don't come after us. He has 2 titles, how many martial souls does he have? At most 2. On this continent, who else besides the Pope has twin martial souls? Upon hearing the whispers among the audience, Mu Xiao sneered inwardly. 2. I have 3, one of my own, one gifted by a dragon, and I became that dragon, and another bestowed by a god. Jealous. The second match followed the same pattern and ended with the same outcome, making Mu Xiao suspect foul play. By the third match, the combat style finally shifted from ranged attacks to close combat. As soon as the death scythe appeared and released its aura of death, the opponent was so terrified they could barely hold onto their spirit soul. They retreated when he approached and drew near when he stepped back. Fight. Dragon God, strike him. The audience had abbreviated Shattered Dragon Death God to Dragon God. Honestly, Mu Xiao had to admire these spectators. He had chosen that title because he'd vowed to shatter any unruly dragon only to become one himself, a self-destructive irony. The stands erupted in chaos, all demanding that Mu Xiao kill his opponent. Truly this feeling was unpleasant. What did they take him for, a beast in a pit fight? Yet he had no choice. For some reason, after killing Irene, the death scythe trembled faintly as if suppressing something. Enough. This man is too dull, kill him. Mu Xiao's gaze grew cold. He added ice blades to his shoes, harnessed the wind attribute, and then used fire to scorch his opponent's eyes. A flawless plan capable of shattering anyone's will to fight. You might wonder why Mu Xiao with 4 attributes didn't use the dark one. Because it was too violent, a single misstep could trigger a rampage. He had no desire for another muse to emerge in his spiritual sea. Mu Xiao attacked. His plan worked perfectly. As he charged his opponent, unable to see his shadow, wildly swung his spirit soul, forgetting even to use his soul skills. In behind you, Mu Xiao slid to his back and tossed a fireball into his face. The blast was too intense, burning the man to death, but not before Mu Xiao landed a slash. In the restroom, Mu Xiao held the death scythe, his eyes filled with confusion. The scythe had spontaneously generated a soul ring, a millennium one at that. What the hell? A self-generated soul ring. Is it that impressive? I guess I don't need to study the Death God scythe techniques, Mu Xiao muttered. The long-awaited match begins. Let's welcome our dark horse, Starbane Dragon Emperor and Shattered Dragon Death God. Whoa! The crowd cheered. At the same time, Shattered Dragon Death God challenges a foraying soul master. Place your bets now. Who do you think will win? Shattered Dragon Death God, he's never lost. What if he can't do it? He's up against a foraying soul master. Why so much chatter? I'm the one fighting and getting hit. What right do you have to doubt me? If you're so capable, get in the ring yourselves. Mu Xiao grumbled inwardly. Now let's welcome Shattered Dragon Death God's opponent, Frozen Basalt. Needless to say, a defensive type soul This. A defensive type. What a loss. Someone shouted, and the audience's support for Mu Xiao waned. Next we present the undefeated Shattered Dragon Death God with 4 wins and 0 losses. Whom? Nobody ever knows, nobody ever sees. Mu Xiao began the match by singing Please Don't Go to showcase his prowess. What language is that? It's damn beautiful. Had better not dabble in English. Ah, a lovely song, but the match must proceed. Begin. Ice Tortoise Manifest. Death Scythe. The opponent's soul rings were white, yellow, yellow, purple, not bad. Mu Xiao knew he faced a defensive soul master with a tortoise spirit soul. Rash action could drain his soul power despite his dragon blood and other souls bolstering him. If his opponent wouldn't emerge, all was moot. Die. Mu Xiao charged without hesitation. First soul skill, Turtle Retreat. The opponent withdrew entirely into his shell. Damn, too late. The side struck the hard shell and rebounded. As everyone knew, force is mutual. Clang, 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 clang. Arg. I can't break through. This guy's shell is thicker than Su San's is. Wait, Su San's his is a basalt, how could it compare to this second-rate turtle? I get it, all his soul skills are defensive. Come out. Get out here. Hey, come out, I won't strike you. I don't believe you. The man inside the shell clung to his stubbornness. Don't regret this, Mu Xiao said, using his ice attribute to lift the opponent. A purple soul ring appeared, glowing as the death scythe coated itself in a dark hue. I'll make you beg me to kill you. With that he struck. A crisp crack, the shell shattered. The man inside tumbled out, blood trickling from his lips. How did you do it? Haven't you noticed I never use soul skills in fights? Had I miscalculated? Ah. A scream, Mu Xiao severed his right arm with the scythe, then amid his cries cut off all 4 limbs. In the end, the tortoise had used only 1 soul skill before dying, his 4th. The other 3 were useless unless his opponent was utterly exhausted. Winner, Shattered Dragon Death God. 5 wins, 0 losses. Is this truly a 12-year-old boy? Haha, I won big. Boo, I lost. Mu Xiao smirked, forgetting he wore a mask. At that moment a faint purple soul ring emerged on his death scythe, though its color was too pale. Alright, I'm done. Time to sleep, Mu Xiao yawned, asking a staff member where he could rest. Meanwhile, Flender led the Shrek 7 Devils to the arena. What? You're saying I have to fight 2 more matches? Are you kidding me? Yes, mister. Shattered Dragon. It's the rule. Fine. Switch it up. No more gambling matches. Very well, mister. Shattered Dragon. Please wait a moment while we arrange a new match. If you wish to rest, there's a lounge. Thus Mu Xiao followed a staff member to a restroom. The arena was truly stingy, just a sofa and a table with a plate of grapes. Did I not pay enough? This is pathetic, he complained. Next match, Shattered Dragon Death God's battle. What the hell? I just got here, haven't even sat down. Actually, I haven't sat at all. I'll throw this match. I'm exhausted. Don't I need sleep? Mu Xiao grumbled, donning his mask and heading to the arena. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Long live the Dragon God. The Dragon God is number 1. The Dragon God rides spirit beasts in the sea. Mu Xiao thought, what? How can I bear to fight them when they're so enthusiastic? But it's already evening. Mu Xiao's opponent turned out to be a girl. Upon closer look. Zhu Zhuqing. Come on, let's begin, Broken Dragon Death God. Hey, calm down, it's me, Mu Xiao. Begin. Mu Xiao thought, did the referee do this on purpose? Forced to act, Mu Xiao quickly removed his mask. However, Zhu Xuqing, already in her martial spirit possession state, froze for a moment upon seeing him. Her momentum carried her straight into Mu Xiao's arms. To onlookers it seemed like a picturesque scene, but it was far from it. Because Zhu Xuqing was mid-leap when she crashed into Mu Xiao, who stood still. The impact brought a sudden softness to Mu Xiao's face. If this were his past life, he would have quoted a meme coach. I object. He's charging with a ball. Unfair. But no one paid him any attention. Hiss. That hurts. Wah. Ha. Where's Mu Xiao? On the viewing platform, a certain Dai gritted his teeth as he watched the battle. Yo boss Dai, what's wrong? Looks like they know each other. What now? You might get cuckolded. A chubby boy beside him said. Scram. Boss Dai barked. On the battle stage, Zhu Xuqing rubbed her head searching for Mu Xiao. Wah Zhu. Zhu Xuqing, get off me. I'm dying. Mu Xiao said with difficulty. Ah. There you are. Zhu Xuqing quickly got up, her flustered look utterly adorable. Ha ha ha, I almost saw the holy light. What are you doing here? Zhu Xuqing immediately returned to her cool demeanor. Just playing around. Did you find Shrek? Yeah, thanks to you I almost couldn't register. Zhu Xuqing said coldly. Hee, by the way, can I go? What for? Zhu Xuqing was puzzled. To study your academy. What's going on? Are we fighting or not? Mu Xiao. Zhu Xuqing. Let's talk after this. Agreed. Nether spirit cat possess. 2 yellow spirit rings floated beside Zhu Xuqing. Since you're going all out, I should show some support. Starbreaker, appear. With that, the death scythe transformed into the Starbreaker sword. 2 purple and 1 black spirit rings floated beside Mu Xiao. What? A 3-ring spirit master. No way, Zhu Xuqing must surrender immediately. Dai Mubai shouted. Even the chubby boy beside him was stunned. How old is he? Seems younger than me, and he's already at 3 rings. Did he cultivate in the womb? The broken dragon death god lives up to his name. Zhu Xuqing had a pair of cat ears atop her head and a cattail behind her. Sorry, I'm not the broken dragon death god anymore. I'm the Starbreaker Dragon Emperor. Mu Xiao said. Zhu Xuqing struck first, charging ahead. Though he could track her with his purple gold demon eyes, out of respect he used the spider web domain. The spider web burst forth, instantly revealing Zhu Xuqing's movements to Mu Xiao. The strands entangled her, slowing her down considerably. Nether assault. Zhu Xuqing circled behind Mu Xiao. He smiled, hidden by his mask. Split pierce. The Starbreaker sword in Mu Xiao's hand split into dozens of fragments at his command. Formation extreme kill. Mu Xiao said. Zhu Xuqing dodged just in time, but the fragments still grazed her arm, leaving 3 bloody gashes. Then 4 more appeared on her left hand and a cut on her leg, slowing her further. Ah la la, looks like I've caught you, Mu Xiao said. Perhaps due to his light blue hair and developing voice, he seemed almost fat. Zhu Xuqing could only think, you're so flamboyant. As she tried to flee, an ice wall blocked her path. Every direction she turned was sealed. Now Mu Xiao and Zhu Xuqing were trapped in an ice cube alone together. So, ready for a last stand. Mu Xiao teased. Nether 100 claws. Zhu Xuqing's second spirit ring flashed. Starbreaker block. Hum. Clink clink clink. All attacks deflected off the Starbreaker sword. Now it's my turn. Mu Xiao said, reforming the sword. Zhu Xuqing tried to run again, but the ice world was too small. Where could she go? Swoosh. The Starbreaker sword plunged into the ice wall behind Zhu Xuqing. Mu Xiao rushed over and pinned her to the wall with a wall slam. Lifting her chin gently, he asked, does it hurt? Ah. Only then did Zhu Xuqing remember her injuries. You. Mum. Before she could speak, Mu Xiao's lips met hers and a soft object slipped into her mouth. Zhu Xuqing's pupils contracted in disbelief. Then a taste of blood reached her mouth and Mu Xiao pulled away. Don't misunderstand. I was just healing you. I did that so you wouldn't get depressed from losing. It's a magic that makes people happy, just so you know. Mu Xiao said and walked away. As he left, the ice walls shattered into fragments. The winner is Broken Dragon Death. Starbreaker Dragon Emperor. Who? Zhu Xuqing stood frozen, her face flushed with disbelief. Then she blushed deeply and ran after Mu Xiao to take him to the dean. Dai Mubai on the viewing platform gaped in shock, having seen everything. When they were trapped in ice, the reflection allowed him to witness it all. Zhu Xuqing had never even acknowledged him, yet one kiss from Mu Xiao had her smitten. Dai Mubai's small mind was filled with immense confusion. Let's go. Where? To find the dean. Oh, okay. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Mu Xiao was startled by the dean's appearance. Boss. Yo, hello. Yo, your head. I lost my flute. Got any more in stock? Give me another one. I see. Why didn't you say so? Xu Qing told me you want to come to Shrek. I didn't. Xu Qing tried to protest. That's right. Just got lost. No worries. Want a drink? Drink. Who says I can't? Don't underestimate me just because I'm 12. I know a lot. I have 3 innate martial souls. What? 3 innate martial souls? Flanders exclaimed in shock. Is that not allowed? Ahem ahem. In that case let's drink. Flanders said awkwardly. Just then Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong returned. When Ning Rongrong saw Mu Xiao, her expression turned sour. Brother Xiao. What are you doing here? Same as you. Oh. Why are you so slow? Slow. It's only been 10 minutes. Come on Dean, drink up. Ha ha ha, cheers. Mu Xiao was confident he wouldn't get drunk. In his past life he often competed with Ji Dong in drinking and mixing cocktails, honing an unshakable tolerance. Half an hour later. Ha ha ha, good stuff, hiccup. Keep drinking him. Not drunk. I can still go on, hiccup. Xu Qing frowned, thinking serves you right. Ha ha ha, Xu Qing, you drink too. This is good stuff. Mu Xiao pulled Xu Qing into his arms and handed her a glass. Dai Mubai and Fatty were stunned. As Xu Qing took the glass, Dai Mubai prayed, don't drink, don't drink. But she drank anyway, then left. Why? Because of that kiss earlier. She didn't understand why there was a taste of blood, but afterwards she unexpectedly found her spirit power had increased by 2 levels. Was it the saliva or that trace of blood? Because of that kiss earlier. But upon closer thought it was absolutely impossible for it to be Mu Xiao's saliva, so there was only one possibility, that bloody scent was it Mu Xiao's blood. Xu Qing pondered, looking at Mu Xiao with confusion. Did he say a soul beast? Impossible. Which soul beast has a weapon spirit? Then it must be the second. That's impossible too, he also has the death scythe. Could it be 3 spirits, so he wasn't lying? Xu Qing was certain of her conjecture. At that moment the bloody taste in her mouth returned, and crucially it seemed to be drawing her closer to Mu Xiao. To investigate what was happening she sat beside him, nearly falling into his embrace. The chubby boy beside her and a man who looked quite eunuch-like couldn't help but glance at Dai Mubai. Then the chubby boy chuckled. Boss Dai, looks like you've been. Well, you know. The eunuch-like man also laughed. I think I see a few sheep grazing on Boss Dai's head. Dai Mubai snapped. Ma Hongju and Oscar, are your bones feeling loose? Want me to fix them for you? Thinking that Xu Qing had drunk the wine, Dai Mubai wondered could Xu Qing actually hold her liquor. With that in mind he asked a staff member for a bottle of premium wine and 2 glasses. Xu Qing, would you like a drink? Dai Mubai opened the bottle and asked. Xu Qing shook her head. No, I don't drink. Dai Mubai, Mu Xiao, you. So Mu Xiao, are you sure you want to join the Shrek family? No need for the family, you'll still graduate. Burp. Continuing to drink, Mu Xiao began to get drunk. Seeing Xiao Wu leap over, he pressed down on her head, which terrified Tang San, as Xiao Wu only let him touch her head, and even then just a touch, not a but judging by Xiao Wu's reaction she seemed to allow it. Brother Xiao is amazing. That was Tang San's thought at that moment. Ha! Little rabbit, where are your ears? Be good, show me your ears so I can pet them. Still not there. Oh, I get it, need a spell right. Little white rabbit, white and fair, 2 ears, standing up in the air, loves carrots and greens, hopping and jumping, so cute it seems. Mu Xiao suddenly began to sing as he spoke. Xiao Wu had no choice but to release her spirit, since she still didn't know what kind of soul beast Mu Xiao was. Until she learned what Mu Xiao truly was, she would indulge him. That's better, so soft like a sticky rice ball. Out. Mu Xiao rubbed Xiao Wu's ears. For Xiao Wu it was genuinely uncomfortable. If she hadn't hidden her tail, Mu Xiao might have rubbed that too, and then that scene. But what was with the ear-biting move? Xiao Wu was furious. She kicked out, trying to shove Mu Xiao away, but he caught her foot. Ah! Third brother, save me, Mu Xiao is about to eat my ears. Xiao Wu had no choice but to seek Tang San's help, but he looked at her with a strange expression. From Xiao Wu's perspective, was Xiao Wu that kind of person? Rabbit! How disgusting! From Tang San's perspective, Xiao Wu has grown up, she doesn't need her brother anymore. In the end it was Xu Qing and Ning Rongrong who pulled Mu Xiao away. Ning Rongrong was responsible for prying his hands off Xiao Wu's ears, while Xu Qing grabbed Mu Xiao's feet to help drag him away. Third brother, check if there are any teeth marks on my right ear. There are no marks on Xiao Wu's spirit, you can reach. It hurts so much. What sign is this guy? Xiao Wu rubbed her right ear and complained. Dragon sign. Ing Long. Mu Xiao suddenly waved his hand and shouted. You kids are so full of energy, I'm old, so old. You have fun, remember to come back to the academy. After Flanders finished speaking he left, leaving the 7 of them staring at each other with one drunkard in the middle. What do we do? Dai Mubai spoke first. I don't know. If we take him back, whose dorm will he stay in? Ning Rongrong said. Xiao Xiao. Ha ha Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? Mu Xiao suddenly hugged Ning Rongrong. Oscar. Hey. I'm not Xiao Xiao. You've got the wrong person. Ning Rongrong said impatiently. Who says so? You're the smallest here, how can you not be Xiao Xiao? Don't try to fool me. Mu Xiao said. Hearing Mu Xiao's words, Ning Rongrong instinctively glanced at the other two girls. Then at her own. It seemed. Indeed. It was a bit small. Then she looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. There was no comparison with Zhu Zhuqing, she was in a league of her own, but Xiao Wu seemed. Indeed bigger than her. Put. Sorry cough, this is a serious matter, I can't laugh. Put. Ma Hongjun said between laughs. Get lost you jerk. I haven't settled the score for how you bullied me. What's the rush Xiao Xiao? Let's settle it in bed. Mu Xiao said. Tang-san help. Tang-san was in a difficult spot, having to comfort Xiao Wu and apply medicine to her ears while also helping Ning Rongrong. Might as well end it all at once. With that thought he released his blue-silver grass spirit intending to bind Mu Xiao, but the vines wilted just a few centimeters away from him. At that moment Mu Xiao's light blue hair gradually turned red as he activated his dark attribute. Roar, you want to lay a hand on Xiao Xiao? Then all of you can die. Mu Xiao pointed his shattered star sword at Tang-san, then imbued it with a fire attribute and placed an ice attribute under Tang-san's feet to prevent him from escaping. Just as Mu Xiao's shattered star sword was about to strike Tang-san, Zhu Zhuqing stepped in front of him and the sword halted abruptly. Just as Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes thinking she might be dead, Mu Xiao lunged forward much like his earlier pounce on Xiao Wu. Senior, what are you doing here? Do you want me to marry you? Ahem, although Xiao Xiao said I can have a harem, I'm still going to have one, ha ha. Tang-san. Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong. Oscar. Dai Mu Bai. Ma Hongjuan. Everyone was baffled. What kind of senior was this to make such a move? At that moment Mu Xiao had also quieted down, curled up in the corner and fallen asleep. The seven of them looked at Mu Xiao unsure of what to do. Maybe we could leave him here. Ning Rongrong asked. If you want to be skinned alive by the dean, feel free to try, Dai Mu Bai said irritably. Then what do we do? You know he took advantage of me, Xiao Wu and Zhu Cheng. Ning Rongrong said, hands on her hips, unafraid of whatever Dai Mu Bai might do next. Standing beside Tang-san, Xiao Wu was wiping her martial soul with a tissue while Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be in a daze, at least from the other's perspective. In reality she was trying to control that power, but she couldn't do it. Thinking this, Zhu Zhuqing walked over to the corner, sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Zhuqing, what are you doing? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Cultivating. Ha! Cultivating next to him. Aren't you afraid hell take advantage of you again? Ning Rongrong said. This guy is even more perverted than that lecherous tiger. Ning Rongrong, what did you say? Dai Mu Bai shouted. But Zhu Zhuqing felt that Mu Xiao might have only done that because he was drunk. Sitting beside Mu Xiao to cultivate that aura gradually faded away, eventually becoming Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. Though it was only half a rank for her, any increase in strength was welcome. Perhaps there was too little blood, Zhu Zhuqing thought. Let's go. Just leave him here. I'm not a curse, I'm not. Everyone don't listen to this evil soul master's nonsense. Xiao Xiao, Senior Ling, don't leave. I'm really not an evil soul master, I'm not. Evil soul masters, all of you go to hell. Mu Xiao suddenly spoke, startling the seven of them because his hair had turned red again. They feared he might kill them in his dream, mistaking them for evil soul masters. But Mu Xiao merely summoned the star-shattering sword, hugged it and went back to sleep. Dai Mu Bai leading Ma Hongjun and Oscar cautiously approached Mu Xiao one step at a time. What? You ask why they didn't just go straight over. Dai Mu Bai leading Ma Hongjun and Oscar cautiously approached Mu Xiao one step at a time. What? Take Dai Huabin for example. Mu Xiao nearly got him expelled from the academy. Just thinking back on Dai Huabin's expression, like he'd eaten something foul, still made Mu Xiao want to laugh. Whoosh! A sword beam flew past, collapsing the wall behind them. The staff looked on in bewilderment. Sorry, well pay for it. Tang-san said awkwardly. Forget it. Let him stay here. Don't lose your life just to complete the dean's mission. Zhu Qing, don't get near him. Dai Mu Bai shouted urgently as he saw Zhu Zhuqing boldly approaching Mu Xiao. Huff. Huff huff huff. Huff. Hello, senior. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing so close, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also edged nearer. Ning Rongrong was the most nervous. Unlike Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were agility-type soul masters, she would be the first to suffer if Mu Xiao attacked. Hee bunny Xiao Xiao, look at the bunny. Mu Xiao suddenly grabbed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's hands and said. Oscar's jaw dropped in astonishment. Pervert, stay. Stay away from me. Ning Rongrong put on a brave front, but inside she was secretly delighted. She had thought Mu Xiao would hold a grudge over her taking his flute, but now it seemed impossible. Ahem since this Mu Xiao allows you three to get close, then you'll have to take him back to the academy, Daimubai said. So the three girls, one carrying Mu Xiao's legs, the other to his arms, formed a striking sight on the street. Back at the academy, a man stood sleeping by the gate. He was immovable as a mountain. Zhou Wuji. Teacher Zhao, we're back. Tang-san called out first. Oh, you're back. Go get some rest. He'll take Mu Xiao to his dorm. There's a dorm? Everyone asked. Yes. Isn't Zhu Zhuqing sleeping alone? The dean saw that Mu Xiao knows her and arranged for him to room with her. I object. Dai Mubai shouted. Everyone turned to Zhu Zhuqing to hear her opinion. Fine. He has more cultivation experience than I do, I can ask him questions. Zhu Zhuqing said expressionlessly. Dai Mubai was on the verge of a breakdown. Alright, give Mu Xiao to me. I'll take him to your dorm. Zhao Wuji reached out and grabbed Mu Xiao. Stop, Teacher Zhao. Tang-san shouted urgently. Clearly Mu Xiao had left him traumatized. This was even before Mu Xiao used his dark attribute. But it was too late. Zhao Wuji had already hoisted Mu Xiao onto his shoulder. Star-shattering sword scatter, extreme kill. Mu Xiao murmured on Zhao Wuji's shoulder and the star-shattering sword thrust toward Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji tried to swat it away, but just as his palm was about to hit the sword, it suddenly disintegrated. Did you all just hear something? Did Mu Xiao just say extreme kill? Zhu Zhuqing asked, a cold sweat dripping down her face. Yes. It seems he did say that, Ning Rongrong replied. Oh no. Everyone realized something was wrong, especially Dai Mubai. He had seen the star-shattering sword split apart like this to torment Zhu Zhuqing. Now the target had changed to Zhao Wuji. What the hell? What is this thing? As if in response, wounds gradually appeared on Zhao Wuji's arm. Mu Xiao. Calm down. This is Teacher Zhao. Tang-san pulled Mu Xiao off Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Hiss. Xiao Ao, give me a sausage quickly. Zhao Wuji said, rubbing his injured arm. Teacher Zhao, Mu Xiao only trusts Xiao Wu Rongrong and Zhu Qing. You almost died just now. Tang-san said to Zhao Wuji, who was eating a sausage. Ha. This kid. I'm afraid of him. Teacher Zhao, Mu Xiao has many ultimate moves. This might just be a small one. Look, a small one could injure you this badly. What about the big one? That does make some sense. Then he'll trouble Xiao Wu and the others. He'll take good care of Mu Xiao. Don't worry. I don't need help, I'll handle it myself. Zhu Zhuqing said, then dragged Mu Xiao toward her dorm. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing drag Mu Xiao away, everyone except Dai Mubai returned to their own dorms. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure and then the utterly drunk Mu Xiao, Dai Mubai felt a bitter taste in his heart. That night Ning Rongrong lay in bed pondering over how Zhu Zhuqing had taken a drunken Mu Xiao back to the dormitory. A man and a woman alone in a room, and the man had been drinking. What might he do to Zhu Zhuqing? At this thought Ning Rongrong sat up and headed to Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. Damn it, why am I thinking about Mu Xiao? No, I was just worrying about Zhu Zhuqing, not Mu Xiao. But because of what Mu Xiao said, I've gained so many true friends. Lost in thought, she arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory was incredibly serene, a perfect place for cultivation with bamboo groves, a stream and fish swimming in it. Knock knock knock. Creak. Ning Rongrong knocked, but the door swung open on its own. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhu Zhuqing on top with Mu Xiao beneath. Mu Xiao. I knew you were a lecher. What are you trying to do to Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong stepped closer, pushed Zhu Zhuqing aside and slapped Mu Xiao hard across the face twice. Zhu Zhuqing looked bewildered by Ning Rongrong's sudden intrusion. What did he do? Wasn't he drunk? I was just lying beside him because I suddenly realized it enhanced my cultivation and I wanted to try taking a few more drops of his blood. Rongrong, what's wrong? Ah. Zhuqing, are you okay? I've been fine all along. At that moment Ning Rongrong's face darkened. Why did she even come here? Well. I'll be going then. Bye. Ning Rongrong turned to leave, but a hand grabbed her. Why did you hit me? Mu Xiao asked with a grim expression, his murderous aura gradually seeping out, sending chills down Ning Rongrong's spine and breaking her into a cold sweat. In Mu Xiao's eyes he was merely using his dark attribute without the influence of Mu, so he wasn't agitated, but to others his long crimson hair signified his fury. I. Ning Rongrong stammered, trembling. It's nothing, Mu Xiao. Xiao Xiao loves you forever. Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled that when Mu Xiao was drunk he had held her and called her Xiao Xiao, his girlfriend. Oh. I see. Let's sleep. With that Mu Xiao pulled Ning Rongrong down to lie beside him. Ning Rongrong. She struggled to escape, but Mu Xiao suddenly asked, what's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Isn't this how we always slept? Ning Rongrong. Ah, I forgot. Oh. Senior, you should sleep too. Since you've confessed to me, won't you join us? Zhu Xuqing was taken aback. Should she sleep with them? If she did with two women sandwiching a man, Mu Xiao could easily pull either of them into an embrace. But to preserve her life she had to take the risk. Zhu Xuqing gritted her teeth and lay down on the bed as well. She wondered which one Mu Xiao would hold. Herself or Ning Rongrong. If it were Ning Rongrong she could just make do on the floor for the night. But when she lay down she realized her head was resting on Mu Xiao's arm and so was Ning Rongrong's. Seeing Ning Rongrong's dazed expression, Zhu Xuqing guessed she too had expected Mu Xiao to hold Zhu Xuqing, but neither anticipated being cradled on his arm. Mu Xiao flexed his arm, pulling both women closer to him. They stared blankly at his handsome face, only realizing after a moment that they were in his embrace so close that a mere lift of their heads would let them kiss him. To avoid awkwardness they both lowered their heads and rested them on Mu Xiao's shoulder. Ning Rongrong, why did I even come? Zhu Xuqing, why did Ning Rongrong come? In Xiao Wu's dormitory, Xiao Wu rolled over in her sleep and fell off the bed. When she climbed back up she noticed that Ning Rongrong, who had been sleeping across from her, was gone. Estimating the time she realized Ning Rongrong had left an hour ago. Ha! Where's Rongrong? She's been gone for an hour and still hasn't come back. Little did she know Ning Rongrong was wishing she could die at that moment. Zhu Xuqing, once Mu Xiao falls asleep we should be able to leave. Ning Rongrong, so close. What am I even thinking? And so Mu Xiao fell asleep holding both women in his arms all night. As for Zhu Xuqing's initial plan, it was completely forgotten and she drifted off to sleep alongside Ning Rongrong. The next day. Where am I? My arm is so numb. Feels like something's on it. Mu Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the objects pressing on his arm. Holy crap. What the hell? Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong. How are they here? Mu Xiao couldn't believe that the weights on his arm were Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong. No wonder he had dreamed last night of Ling Luochen and Xiao Xiao sleeping on his arm. But a sudden wave of nausea made him ignore the numbness and he scrambled up to run outside and vomit the alcohol from the day before. Black. Damn it, did that old man give me cheap booze? Black. Here. A hand extended a tissue to Mu Xiao. Thanks. Zhu Xuqing. You're awake. Recognizing who it was, Mu Xiao asked. You pulled your arm away in Rongrong and I hit the bed hard. Rongrong's still asleep but the pain woke me up. Sorry about that. Mu Xiao walked to the stream, took off his shirt, then as if remembering something turned back and asked, where's my clothes? Zhu Xuqing didn't answer because she sensed a powerful force within her resonating with the Yinglong tattoo on Mu Xiao's body. What's wrong? Were you talking to me? Zhu Xuqing snapped back to reality, her dazed expression surprisingly cute. She could easily survive by acting adorable, yet she chose to be a soul master. Yes, I asked where are my clothes. They're in the dormitory. I'll get them for you. Zhu Xuqing ran back to the dormitory, opened the wardrobe and took out the large shirt. Staring at it she couldn't help but recall the tattoo on Mu Xiao's body. Somehow it looked incredibly handsome on him and that force was tempting her to get closer to him. That feels great. The icy water instantly revitalized Mu Xiao, though it was just for show since he wasn't afraid of such stream water, not even with his ultimate ice power. If Yinglong found out, he'd surely devour him. Mu Xiao, you pervert. Ning Rongrong had also woken up. She had intended to step out for some fresh air but instead saw Zhu Xuqing staring blankly at a set of men's clothes and she deduced what had happened. So she went outside to scold Mu Xiao only to find him bathing in the stream. I'm not. If you say I'm perverted then don't look. I wasn't looking. Ning Rongrong retorted. No. You were. Your clothes. Zhu Xuqing walked out with the garment. Both of you turn around. Mu Xiao made a turning gesture and stepped out of the stream. You. Shameless. Then turn around. Zhu Xuqing already did. Ning Rongrong then noticed that Zhu Xuqing had already turned around, so she turned her back as well. After a while Mu Xiao finished dressing. Zhu Xuqing, did you wear my clothes? They're too big. Mu Xiao's clothes were so oversized that one of his shoulders was exposed and he was still sitting on the ground. Zhu Xuqing, you're so provocative. Ning Rongrong, you're so provocative. Your clothes are just that big. Zhu Xuqing coughed a few times to mask her embarrassment. Dong, let's go. The dean rang the bell. Oh. Mu Xiao replied curtly. Oh, your head. You took such a long bath, I should have left with Zhu Xuqing earlier. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. My fault. Who told you not to leave? As Mu Xiao spoke, his dragon wings unfurled with a whoosh and he flew off, leaving Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing standing there dumbfounded. Whoosh. Ahem, sorry, I forgot Zhu Xuqing. Bye. Mu Xiao grabbed Zhu Xuqing's hand to take off. Wait, I won't throw a tantrum anymore. Why are you telling me this? I never said you must not throw tantrums, just that you need to have some tact with people. Mu Xiao said as he slowly descended. If you two grab my hands, they'll dislocate my shoulders. Hold on to me tight, if you fall don't blame me. Mu Xiao's words made Ning Rongrong cling even tighter. Whoosh. Mu Xiao flew off, but before long he crashed. Ah. Ning Rongrong, don't hug me. Hey. And don't choke me, you're strangling me. Let go or well I'll fall. Why, you're too fast. I can't take it. Slow down. Slow down. I'm about to fall. We're almost there. Loosen up or I'll drop you. We've arrived. Get off me, I'm dying. Hey. Don't thrash around, learn from Zhu Zhuqing. Ah, we're going down. Zhu Zhuqing, hearing her name, asked something wrong. Tell your sister to let go or well plummet at 150 kilometers per hour. Fall. Zhu Zhuqing also clung tightly to Mu Xiao. Wah! In the end, with these two good sisters, Mu Xiao crashed. Damn it. Ning Rongrong, I hate you. Mu Xiao didn't forget to curse Ning Rongrong even as he fell. Ha! Mu Xiao, Zhu Zhuqing, where's Ning Rongrong? No idea. Why is a big bird falling from the sky? Seems like it. Holy crap. What are you waiting for? It's falling toward us. Run. Boom. The other five gathered around. Except for Tang San, who saw Mu Xiao holding Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, the rest waited for the smoke to clear before seeing the full picture of this big bird. Oscar and Dai Mubai saw the big bird, dazed, faintly hearing the sound of something shattering. Shu Qing. Rongrong. Put cough, hey. Ning Rongrong, are you trying to kill me? You squeezed me so tight. Good thing I used my body to cushion the impact, or you and Zhu Zhuqing would have. Damn. Mu Xiao was in the middle of his tirade when he realized the Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in his arms were asleep. Ah. I'll chop you both with my scythe. I'm half in the grave and you're still sleeping. Ah. Inhumane. He summoned his Reaper scythe and swung it at the two girls. Hey. Mu Xiao, calm down. We're all classmates, this isn't good, not good at all. Oscar interjected. Yeah, brother Xiao, look, Zhuqing and Rongrong are clinging to you. That's a good thing. Xiao Wu fanned the flames. Good thing my foot. You scared me first thing in the morning. What's with being stuck in between? And leaning on me? I was almost strangled to death by Ning Rongrong and you call that good? Rabbit. Do you want me to pin you down and eat you? Mu Xiao retorted. Hey. Don't talk nonsense or I'll have third brother beat you up, Xiao Wu stammered, whether from fear of Mu Xiao revealing her true identity or from shyness. Have you all forgotten that I, the dean, am standing here? Flanders finally reminded them of his presence. That's right, we did forget. Get up. Class is starting. Mu Xiao got up from the ground and shook Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong awake. Why did you stop? Zhu Zhuqing's first question upon waking was this. Ha. Stop. Mu Xiao was puzzled. Nothing. Right, Rongrong. Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing replied, then looked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong had tears on her face and stammered it. It hurts so much. Xiao Wu, are you kidding? Oscar no. Rongrong. Flanders, holy crap. What hurts? You didn't dream that. No, I chopped your head off, did I? Yeah, that's right, that's why I said it hurts. You scared me. I thought I'd have another one for the harem. One Xiao Xiao is enough, and then Ling Luochen pops up. Good thing I have a grudge against you. But things were a bit dire for Zhu Zhuqing. Ever since she fused Mu Xiao's blood, she felt an urge to stay close to him. She could tolerate the power forcing her to like Mu Xiao for the sake of becoming stronger, but what was Ning Rongrong's? It seemed she was even more obsessed than her. Had Mu Xiao directly fed her a bowl of his blood? Alright, you ruined my clothes. How will you compensate me? I'll give you gold soul coins. Don't look at me. This young lady won't pay. Flanders spoke up, enough. You really don't take me seriously. That's right. Just like that. Who do you think you are? A mere spirit saint, not a title Doluo. Why should I fear you? Mu Xiao said. This wasn't Mu Xiao being cocky, he genuinely dared. With 3 martial souls, 4 attributes, darkness for enhancement, ice and wind for control, fire for killing, plus the dragon blood and dragon constitution that ensured he wouldn't die as long as he had a breath left, why would he be afraid? Ridiculous. You. Flanders didn't finish. It wasn't that he dared not expel Mu Xiao, after all someone with 3 martial souls was extremely rare, almost unheard of. He was destined to become a powerhouse. If he expelled him, what if he went to another academy and crushed them? I give up. Same rules. If you want to study, pay 10 gold soul coins. 10 caddies. Okay, wait. Here 10 caddies of soul coins. Mu Xiao took out a bag of gold soul coins from his storage ring. This is. Ha! Isn't that what you said? 10 caddies of soul coins. Here. 10 caddies of soul coins. 10 gold soul coins. You. Is this 10 gene of gold soul coins? Flanders extended a trembling hand pointing at the bag of soul coins. No. What's wrong with you? You're too hypocritical. You told me to give you 10 gene of soul coins and now you refuse to take them, what do you mean? Here. Take it. Don't say a word. From now on you're not allowed to speak without my permission. Otherwise every word you utter will shorten your mother's lifespan by 10 years. Don't say anything. Hey, you spoke again. 1, 2, 3. Your mother's lifespan is now 70 years shorter. Look at you, you spendthrift, no wonder you're selling things at a stall. Flanders wanted to speak but Mu Xiao simply wouldn't give him a chance. Trembling he opened the bag and gazed at the gleaming gold soul coins within. Flanders felt an overwhelming urge to manifest his martial soul soar into the sky and shout him rich. Alright, let's start the lesson. Mu Xiao, how much money do you have? Not much, I only brought 200 million gold soul coins. My wife took the remaining 300 million. WH. What? 200 million. 300 million. 500 million. Can we start the lesson? Oh, you all study on your own. Train well. We're heading to the soul fighting arena tonight. Bye. With that Flanders grabbed the money and ran off. Brother Mu Xiao, do you have any more gold soul coins? Brother Ma and Brother Dai will take you to a fun place. The chubby boy clung to Mu Xiao's leg with a lecherous grin, utterly unashamed of the onlookers, and spoke in a sleazy tone. Facing this situation, Mu Xiao remained completely unflustered. After all, Xiao Xiao had told him that a boy must always protect himself outside, especially one like Mu Xiao who looked like a girl. So, don't be scared. When faced with this, you just crush it. The death scythe flashed into view and the 1,000-year soul ring behind him glowed, activating the weapon's power. What's this? Xiao Ao boss Dai, are you going for a drink? What's your name? Alright, I'll spill it, good brother. In my Hongjuan, my martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. What? The evil fire phoenix. This fatty has the evil fire phoenix. What's his relationship with Ma Xiaotao? Could it be? That's right, the evil fire phoenix. Pretty awesome, huh? What's this? Xiao Ao boss Dai, are you going for a drink? What's your name? Alright, I'll spill it, good brother. Wah, I'm not playing anymore. Xiao-san, is this idiot always like this? Tang-san could only shoot back a look that said, I have no idea either. Wait, going to the soul fighting arena tonight. Did I just waste 10 gene of gold soul coins? No lessons. Just actual combat. Was I scammed out of my gold soul coins? Mu Xiao asked, looking at Tang-san. It seems so. Mu Xiao, I have a curse word I want to say, but I'm not sure if I can. That night. You all spar with each other first. Flanders, having pocketed 10 gene of gold soul coins, now wore a foolish grin on his face. Oh. The 8 of them replied simply. Alright, first match, Mu Xiao versus Dai Mu Bai. Flanders said to the staff. Hearing this, Dai Mu Bai jumped for joy. He had held a grudge against Mu Xiao for a long time, especially since Mu Xiao had stolen away his Zhu Zhuqing. So in this match he intended to completely defeat Mu Xiao, making Zhu Zhuqing realize that he was the one she should truly like. And so. White Tiger Light Wave. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. The fight began with Dai Mu Bai first unleashing the unvarying techniques of the Dai family. Slash. Stand. Execute. Mu Xiao didn't back down either. The purple soul ring behind him flared. As for slash. Stand. Execute, it was Mu Xiao's own invention, after all he needed a name for it. Slash. Stand. Execute. Mu Xiao didn't back down either. The purple soul ring, execute. The enhancement it brought forced Dai Mu Bai into a disadvantage within a minute. Clean, swift, decisive. Damn, I'm awesome. Mu Xiao raised his scythe and struck at Dai Mu Bai. I win. You lose. Damn it. You're just richer than me, better looking than me, stronger than me. What else do you have over me? Why does Zhu Zhuqing have to like you? Dai Mu Bai said, unwilling to accept defeat. First of all, I have no relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Secondly, you're really pitiful, aside from your royal bloodline. It seems you truly are inferior to me in every way. Dai Mu Bai, is he being this direct? Bro. Bye-bye. That scythe just now. Where have I seen it before? Broken. Broken. Broken dragon. Death god. A spectator spoke in disbelief. It seems so. Isn't he alone? Are you stupid? He never said he was alone. That seems true. Ma Hongjuan, you'll fight Mu Xiao. Got it. Let's go, little brother Xiao. Blow up your mother. One must never underestimate the evil fire phoenix. After all, if it weren't for the ice attribute, that day by sea god Lake Yu Hao and Wang Dong might have already died. Mu Xiao thought silently to himself, but the memory of Ma Xiaotao's sudden confession jolted him back to reality. It was terrifying. Begin. As the host's voice fell, both Mu Xiao and Ma Hongjuan manifested their martial souls. This time Mu Xiao used the Yinglong martial soul, fearing that the star-shattering sword and death scythe would melt into molten iron under the terrifying heat. Phoenix manifest. Yinglong manifest. With that, Mu Xiao charged at Ma Hongjuan, only for the latter to suddenly take flight. Naya Naya Naya, little brother Xiao, you can't hit me, can't hit me. Hey, I fly down, hey, I fly up again. Come on, hit me, hit me. Void Dragon Claw. Hey, I dodge. I dodge again. I dodge again and again. Can't hit me, right? Ha ha ha. Is he an idiot? From the spectator stands a viewer suddenly cursed. The Shrek group held their heads in their hands, filled with despair. He's gone mad. 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 This is the damn soul fighting arena, you fool. Shrek's face is completely disgraced by him. Dean, don't be angry, don't be angry. Well, give Ma Hongjuan a good beating later, got it. Daimobai comforted Flanders, then turned to the others, offering a perk one punch for Ma Hongjuan each. Hey, missed again. Little brother Xiao, you're no good. A man can't be called no good. Now it's my turn to strike back. Phoenix Fireline. A stream of fire shot from Ma Hongjuan's mouth. Sizzle. The fireline struck Mu Xiao, but suddenly Mu Xiao turned into a mist. Indeed, when the fireline came down, Mu Xiao quickly condensed an ice shield in his hand using the ice attribute. His ice attribute was even stronger than extreme ice, so he emerged completely unscathed. I'm done playing. I'm coming clean. With that, Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings, soared into the sky, and looked down at the dumbfounded Ma Hongjuan, speaking calmly. You can fly. Dragon-type martial souls can't fly. Sorry, look up, Yinglong. Ma Hongjuan was stunned, staring at Mu Xiao flying above him. Ever heard of a Yinglong? Damn it. Ahem, choose one. Shall I pluck all your feathers and kill you, or will you pluck them yourself? I surrender. Ahem, choose one. Shall I pluck all your feathers and kill you, or will you pluck them yourself? Want a volley. Here you go. Bang. With Mu Xiao's command, the 88 ice swords thrust toward Ma Hongjuan, who could only dodge. Want a volley. Here you go. Bang. With Mu Xiao's command, the 88 ice swords thrust toward Ma Hongjuan, who could only dodge frantically to avoid being skewered like a sieve. Wait. I surrender. Ma Hongjuan could no longer fly. Seeing the ice swords closing in, he hastily cried out for surrender. The ice swords, as he hoped, shot past him. A gentle breeze tousled Ma Hongjuan's hair. With the referee's verdict, Mu Xiao wins. He could no longer bear the crushing blow, collapsing to the ground as a yellow unknown liquid seeped from his pants. At that moment he could think of nothing else but whether he had just brushed past the gates of hell. Though you enrolled earlier than me. Don't get cocky, or next time you'll be truly angry. Ma Hongjuan turned his head stiffly like a robot to look at Mu Xiao, his eyes filled with terror. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't act up, you'll be fine. Mu Xiao retracted his martial soul as he spoke. After all, on the Dolawa continent no one had ever seen a dragon martial soul with wings. Mu Xiao, is that your martial soul? Flanders was also deeply shocked. Seeing Mu Xiao's Yinglong martial soul, he began to doubt this world. What kind of martial soul was that? A dragon. Why did it have wings? This world was too terrifying. Yes. You're wondering about the wings, right? After all, if there's a martial soul with wings on the continent, it means such soul beasts exist here. That's a soul bone. Mu Xiao said nonchalantly. Oh, a soul bone, I see. Wait, a soul bone? Yes, any problem? Mu Xiao seemed indifferent. A huge problem. What soul master absorbs a soul bone at level 30? Mu Xiao, Actually, I wanted to say. He hesitated. But still wanted to speak. Forgot what to say. Oh right, I absorbed it at level 10. Hey Ma Hongjuan, don't blame yourself. Mu Xiao has a soul bone. Losing to him isn't a loss. Maybe this will make you focus more on cultivation. Dean, if I weren't afraid of you, I'd really want to curse you. Did your all eyes see me blaming myself? I'm scared. Can you stay calm if you're at over level 30 and have that many ice swords pointed at you? Ma Hongjuan was on the verge of tears. He had never imagined his flames would be defeated by ice, and by a junior no less. Being threatened by ice swords was bad enough, but the dean had to mock him too. What did he mean by not a loss? Why didn't he try provoking the red-haired Mu Xiao? He'd be dead for sure. Next match Tang San vs Zhu Zhuqing. Flanders assigned the next match. Dai Bai asked Tang San to go easy before he stepped up and Tang San agreed. But at that moment he was more preoccupied with Mu Xiao's martial soul being a Yinglong. In his era the Yinglong was the Azure Dragon, both elder figures of the Dragon Clan. But Mu Xiao had a Yinglong as his martial soul. Could it be that Yinglongs existed in this world too? Brother Xiao, could you tell me about your martial soul? Yinglong. That's it. Be careful. Mu Xiao replied briefly. It wasn't that he was snubbing Tang San, but if Tang San knew he was from 10,000 years in the future, who knew how he'd react? And if he pried out that Xiao Wu was his wife, then there would be no Wang Dong, no Tang Wutong Huiyuhao's wife. So Mu Xiao knew his limits. Aren't you going to wish me luck? Why should I? Afraid you'll lose and come to me for happy magic. How wishful thinking. Aren't you afraid Dai Bai will get jealous? He's already put us on some weird list. Besides, who are you to me? Why should I bless you? Fine, forget it. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, then went up to the stage. So boring. Time to sleep. Mu Xiao lay down as he spoke, directly taking Flanders' spot. Flanders, hold it in, hold it in. This is the spirit arena, I can't act out. He's the one who gave the academy 10 caddies of gold soul coins. In the end Xiao Wu had to shake Mu Xiao awake. Honestly, ever since Mu Xiao's red hair appeared, everyone in the academy had been terrified. Mu Xiao, get up. We're going back to the academy. Xiao Wu shook Mu Xiao's shoulder, trying to rouse him from his seat, but aside from turning over he made no move. How about carrying him back like last time? Xiao Wu turned to ask everyone's opinion. No. What if he gets angry again? Except for the two girls, everyone else shook their heads like rattan drums. After all, they had developed a psychological shadow from Mu Xiao. Aha! You're done fighting. Mu Xiao got up on his own. Wait for me. I suddenly feel like killing someone. Mu Xiao took a mask out of his ring as he spoke. Care to bet? Win or lose? He put on the mask and asked. Little brother Xiao. Big brother's move will surely win. Ma Hongjun said with a smile, but quickly corrected himself, remembering not to call Mu Xiao little brother. Bye. Wait for him. Ma Hongjun asked. Wait. The usually silent Zhu Zhuqing said. Dai Bai's face darkened upon hearing this. Let's go. No waiting. You go ahead. I'll wait for him. Zhu Zhuqing said. Zhuqing, you. Don't tell me you've fallen for that god of slaughter. Xiao Wu asked. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing began, but her words were drowned out by the audience's cheers. In the end Xiao Wu only caught something about Ning Rongrong feeling the same way. Who likes him? Even if I did. Who puts a martial soul to someone's throat on first meeting? Ning Rongrong explained, but it only seemed to cause more misunderstanding. I'm leaving. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, gave a cold snort and turned to go. Are you all leaving? Just as the others were about to let Zhu Zhuqing stay and head off themselves, Mu Xiao stood by the door drenched in blood. But what gladdened them was that his hair wasn't red, though much of it was obscured by blood. Injured? Zhu Zhuqing asked, eyes closed, sitting on the sofa. Oh no. I just dismembered someone. Didn't you see? Hearing this, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt truly lucky. Mu Xiao had said nothing and just tore someone apart. And he himself had called Mu Xiao a little brother. Imagining himself being dismembered by Mu Xiao. Ha ha ha. Wait, let me change clothes. You can go ahead. Mu Xiao took out a set of clothes from his ring with a smile. I'll wait for you. Don't think I'm willing to wait for you. Third brother, how about we wait a bit? Of course we have to wait. You don't have to be afraid of me. You're my friends now. Look, the dean has already left. Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Ma Hongjun's face. Brother Xiao, I need to tell you something. The dean didn't leave. He promised me you won't demolish the academy after I tell you. Ma Hongjun fell silent, waiting for Mu Xiao's response. Go ahead, I won't demolish the academy. The dean went to collect the money. Mu Xiao, I'm not angry. It's fine if I just dismantle the dean, right? Hey, don't look at me like that. Xiao Wu, why are you staring at me? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Ning Rongrong, what are you gawking at? Mu Xiao inwardly cursed the money-grubbing dean thoroughly. To be honest, if Mu Xiao were still at level 43, he could have just gone into the forest to hunt a thunder attribute spirit beast. But level 30. He had spent countless nights sleeping just to break through the final threshold of level 39, only to be dragged back down to level 30 by those two lunatics. Forget it, I'm leaving. Why aren't you going? Want to watch me change clothes? Get lost. In the end, amidst laughter and cheerful voices, Mu Xiao learned that Zhu Zhuqing liked him, but what was this about that young lady Ning Rongrong liking him too? Could she be that thing from my past life? Oh, a masochist. You like me? Mu Xiao looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked solemnly. I suppose so. Are you sure it's not for my blood? Mu Xiao suddenly whispered into Zhu Zhuqing's ear, catching her completely off guard. If it's for the blood I can give it to you, but don't deceive me when it comes to feelings. I hate liars. What about you, young lady who nearly killed me? What's your story? Mu Xiao said, looking at Zhu Zhuqing, then remembering that Ning Rongrong also liked him even though he had once held his death scythe to her throat. That day you said those things to me. I thought it over carefully. Indeed, as you said, without father grandpa sword or grandpa bone I am nothing. The people in the sect treat me coldly. If not for my status I might have already. So I hope someone truly likes me. So? Ning Rongrong spoke with a flushed face, but would Mu Xiao spare her feelings? Indeed, it seems you have some self-awareness. You're different from those other young ladies. They let my words go in one ear and out the other, rarely considering what I said, which is why they all ended up dead. Of course these words were fabricated. If Dai Huabin had been a woman, Mu Xiao might have lured her in. But Mu Xiao looked at Oscar. Though he didn't know Oscar's spirit, his first impression was that Oscar was easy to talk to. And from various behaviors Mu Xiao could tell that Oscar also liked Ning Rongrong. Wait, why did I use also? Mu Xiao silently cursed himself bastard, even though Xiao Xiao agreed to a harem, but can't you see that Oscar liked? Mu Xiao asked. It's fine, I was just curious about what love feels like. Oscar said with a smile, but it was a bitter one. For a moment Mu Xiao felt guilty toward Oscar. Suit yourself. As for Zhu Zhuqing, if you covet my blood you can have it, but I hate liars. The first half Mu Xiao said in front of everyone, but the latter half he only told Zhu Zhuqing because Mu Xiao truly despised liars. In his past life many deceivers had tricked him, and a few had even nearly killed his girlfriend Xiao Xiao. Truly, when pushed to the limit, people would do anything. Alright, everyone go home. I'm off to cultivate. After saying this Mu Xiao flew away. Though he claimed to be cultivating, he was actually just hiding somewhere. Come to think of it, I haven't sung in so long, only making instrumental music. I'll sing a song and then sleep. When I picked up the pen and wrote the first line I saw the end. In dreams after drinking I move forward, you step back. I only hope you will hold me tight again with your angelic hands. As Mu Xiao sang, he was completely unaware that not far away Zhu Zhuqing was watching him, listening to his song, and unknowingly fell asleep. Get up. Time for class. The dean rang the bell. Get up. Time for class. The dean rang the bell. Mu Xiao woke up while Zhu Zhuqing was still asleep and discovered her. Just as he thought he was the earliest to rise. Flender rang the bell. Picking up the still sleeping Zhu Zhuqing, he spread his dragon wings and quickly flew away. Arriving at the training ground, Mu Xiao noticed Oscar was absent. Flender frowned and asked Tang San where Oscar was. Level 30. Oscar ran over excitedly, only to be scolded by Flender. When Flender learned that Oscar had reached level 30, he was also surprised. Mu Xiao wasn't fazed, since before he arrived there seemed to be a food-type spirit master who fought with Yu Hao and the others. At that time Mu Xiao was a substitute, so he didn't know much. According to the original story, was it a chicken leg? Well done, Oscar, congratulations. Zhao Wuji will take you to find a spirit ring sometime. But before that you all eat Oscar's spirit. Hearing this everyone frowned, and Mu Xiao also sensed danger. What's wrong? Why those expressions? Is his spirit that terrifying? Mu Xiao asked, puzzled. Not exactly. Brother Xiao, you'll find out soon enough. Tang San was the first to answer Mu Xiao. What do you mean? Hurry up, Oscar, let me see your SPI, I've got a big sausage. I've got a little sausage. Before Mu Xiao could finish, Oscar accepted Flender's task and handed out 2 sausages to each person. Mu Xiao, what did I just hear? Obscene words. Is he making a dirty joke? Brother Xiao, you go first. Oscar shoved 2 steaming sausages into Mu Xiao's hands. Looking at the one big and one small sausage, Mu Xiao instinctively knew this was not edible. Mu Xiao would rather die. Be devoured by a spirit beast. Fall in love with Zhu Zhuqing. Then eat a single sausage. Mu Xiao declared proudly and valiantly. After everyone else had eaten, feeling 8 pairs of eyes on him, Mu Xiao finally gave in. Holy crap. So delicious. Got any more? Oh, and add some cumin for me. At Mu Xiao's sudden true fragrance principle, everyone could only shake their heads for. They couldn't defeat him, but whether Mu Xiao could defeat the dean was another matter. Hurry up, you little brats. I don't want to wander around the forest with you, Zhao Wuji grumbled from behind. Why don't you call him Little Bear Blind? Xiao Wu pouted and muttered. Xiao Wu, what did you say? Zhao Wuji asked. Nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wu immediately fell silent. Rabbit, though unusually wary of your mischief, for once I agree with you. What little brats? If I unleash even a sliver of my bloodline pressure, everyone here would kneel. Mu Xiao sidled up to Xiao Wu, rarely agreeing with her perspective. By the way, you keep saying you'll eat me, but I'm 100,000-year soul beast, how could you? Xiao Wu whispered, afraid Zhao Wuji might overhear. Teacher Zhao, I need to speak with Xiao Wu. We're leaving first. Without waiting for Zhao Wuji's reply, Mu Xiao scooped up Xiao Wu and flew away. Honestly, he loathed unfurling his dragon wings, but for speed he did so anyway. Teacher Zhao, where did Brother Mu and Xiao Wu go? Tang San asked, seeing Mu Xiao soar into the sky with Xiao Wu. I don't know. Perhaps. Mu Xiao couldn't resist and wanted to. Well, you know. Zhao Wuji said, awkwardly, unable even to catch up with a mere 30th level brat. Tang San immediately grasped the implication upon hearing his words. Watching the trees Mu Xiao had knocked down during his flight, his expression grew complex. Hey. Where? Where are we going? Guess. Eventually Mu Xiao brought Xiao Wu to a small stream. Want some? Shaved ice. Mu Xiao froze the stream, chipped off a piece into a cup, crushed it, added some jam from his ring and handed it to Xiao Wu. Don't change the subject. What kind of soul beast are you really? Give it to me. So you admit it then? Mu Xiao smiled at Xiao Wu, who realized she'd been tricked. You deceived me. Xiao Wu summoned her martial soul. So you really are a rabbit? Mu Xiao feigned surprise. When he first saw Xiao Wu, he only sensed she was a soul beast, not specifically a rabbit. Later he noticed her martial soul was a rabbit, but still wasn't certain, thinking the rabbit ears might just be decoration. Where's your tail? Mu Xiao asked. You. Why are you asking that? Oh, I heard that rubbing a rabbit's tail during its mating season might yield a surprise. You. Haha, I'm just teasing. I am both human and soul beast. Don't lie. How can anything be both human and soul beast? I am one, okay. I'm a Yinglong, I suppose. Ha. Yinglong. What kind of soul beast is that? I don't know. It might be a divine beast, but not quite. Are the wings on your back from a soul bone or innate to your martial soul? Mu Xiao didn't know how to answer that. The Yinglong wings were a gift from Brother Yinglong, who had also transformed his body into a dragon's. So whether he was human or soul beast, Mu Xiao himself wasn't sure. I don't know. Which one is the real me? I don't know either, Mu Xiao said. Indeed, he began to doubt his own identity, while the dark attribute calling itself Mu seemed more human. It possessed human ruthlessness and coldness, yet also other emotions like a person. When Mu spoke seriously with Mu Xiao felt as though Mu had changed. Just think of me as a soul beast. But don't look at me like that. I became a soul beast later. Starfall Sword was my original martial soul. What? Later? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Speaking of which, my status in the village was like that of a soul beast. Since childhood, aside from the village chief, my father, and a few aunties who played with me, no one wanted to. I only had one friend my age when I left. When I was about 3, I wandered outside and was bullied by older kids. I fought them, but a 3-year-old against much older ones stood no chance. I lost quickly, and all I wanted was to kill them. Then I blacked out. When I woke up, I found all those kids had broken right arms. After that, I was even more ostracized. They called me cursed. It makes sense, I suppose. As Mu Xiao spoke, his blue hair gradually tinged red. But then I met him. Ah, never mind. What about you? Why did you come to the human world? My mother was killed by the spirit hall. I want revenge. Good luck. Let's go. Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings. By the way, could you not hold me so tight? You nearly strangled me on the way here. Teacher Zhao, we're back. Mu Xiao saw Zhao Wuji resting with a phoenix-tailed crested snake lying beside Oscar, who was gradually gaining a purple soul ring. All done. Mu Xiao, I'm not one to judge, but you're too young to act like Mu Bai. Mu Xiao, meow. You're overthinking it. Would I ever go after a rabbit? Seeing Zhao Wuji nod seriously, Mu Xiao nearly unleashed his dark attribute. So what's up with Oscar? He just killed a soul beast, got intercepted, but still managed to snatch it. So we wait. Yes. Mu Xiao stood up to leave. Where are you going? To find food. Brother Mu, I'd like to talk to you tonight. Mu Xiao, this is going to be trouble. He walked off and soon returned holding a rabbit. This one's mine. Yours are here, look. Air. How can you eat such a cute bunny? Who said I'm going to eat it? But you said. Ah, so soft. I wonder if its ears are soft too. Before Xiao Wu could finish, Mu Xiao flipped the rabbit over and buried his face in its fur. Xiao Wu blushed, perhaps reminded of something. By the way, this season is the rabbit's mating period. So? I can't eat it. Mu Xiao released the rabbit, then glanced at Xiao Wu with a mischievous thought. Should I set something up for Tang San? Give him some whale gelatin. Yes, arranged. I recall. There's some in my ring. Tang-san, enjoy tonight. Don't blame me, blame my charm. I'm just afraid Xiao Wu might fall for me, causing Wu Tong and even Wang Dong to vanish. So trouble's on you. Xiao-san, I need to discuss something with you tonight too. Mu Xiao's lips curled upward as he looked at Tang-san, which made Tang-san feel quite uneasy. Oscar is really taking his time. How long has it been and he's still not done? Miss, are you hungry? Want to eat rabbit? Mu Xiao turned to Ning Rongrong, who was standing nearby watching him. Rabbit? How could anyone eat such a cute little rabbit? But I am a bit hungry. Then how about I cook some noodles for you? I'm really skilled at making noodles. No. No, you pervert. Mu Xiao. How did I become a pervert? Aren't my noodles good? Alright, Mu Xiao pulled out a fish he had caught by the stream earlier from his ring, sliced it into thin pieces and dipped them in a delicious sauce. A plate of exquisite sashimi was thus prepared. May I have some? Shu Shuqing asked cautiously. Sure, go ahead. Finally Oscar finished absorbing and Mu Xiao had grown impatient waiting. That evening, after setting up the tents, Mu Xiao wandered off to the side, lay down on the ground with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looking utterly at ease as if this forest were his own home. You're being far too relaxed, Zhao Wuji remarked, glaring at Mu Xiao's leisurely demeanor with great dissatisfaction. Is that not allowed? This isn't your home. What right do you have to be so carefree? Right. Because of my martial soul. With that he released his Yinglong martial soul, its oppressive aura pressing down heavily on Zhao Wuji. For the first time Zhao Wuji felt his own insignificance, realizing that even a 30th level soul master could control him, a testament to Mu Xiao's boundless future potential. Fine. Zhao Wuji left without a moment's pause. Mu Xiao retracted his martial soul and lay back down. Just then Xiao Wu approached and asked, aren't you afraid a soul beast might come and eat you while you're lying there? Afraid? I killed a 10th Asandia Red Lotus explosive lion when I was only at level 20-something. Why would I fear a soul beast? Besides, if I can't win I can always run. Mu Xiao suddenly fell silent, got up, spat out the grass and walked off into the distance, leaving Xiao Wu standing there alone in her solitude. In truth, Mu Xiao had already used his spider web domain to encircle the surrounding 10 kilometers, allowing him to detect any approaching soul beast or troublemaker early. However, that soul beast snapped several strands of web with every step it took. Clearly it was enormous and not of a low year level. Nevertheless, this sufficed to ensure everyone's safety. He spread his dragon wings and soared into the sky to get a clear view of the beast, but the trees blocked his line of sight. Tisk, where is it? Can't even the purple gold demon eyes find it? Mu Xiao cursed the soul beast for being so adept at hiding, yet he remained in the sky waiting for it to show itself again. Could it be the pressure? That doesn't make sense. I've suppressed my aura to the minimum. How did it detect me? Meanwhile, on the ground. Respected king of the forest, we meant no offense by intruding upon your territory. Well, leave immediately. Roar. 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 The only response was a series of roars. It was a titan giant ape. 100,000-year-old one. Roar. 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 The titan giant ape let out a roar and reached a hand toward Xiao Wu's direction. Clearly she was its target. Tisk, we have to fight. Daimubai, take the others and get out of here while I engage it. Got it. Damn it, Mu Xiao disappears at the critical moment. Martial soul transformation. After completing his transformation, Zhao Wuji began to battle the titan giant ape, but within moments he was sent flying, crashing through 3 trees along the way. Is it over there? Mu Xiao gazed at the 3 fallen trees, reminded of Weingong's 2 formidable fathers from Peerless Tang Sect. Could it be? Trouble's coming. Frostless armor. Flying to the spot where the 3 trees had fallen, he switched his Yinglong martial soul to the star-shattering sword, donned the Bili frostless armor and descended with his sword pointed downward. Fire attribute attach. Wind attribute assist. Flames enveloped the star-shattering sword as he plunged downward. Look, what's that? Ma Hongjun pointed at the fireball plummeting from the sky, within which a sharp glint was faintly visible. What is that? Roar. The titan giant ape seemed to sense the heat above its head and looked up to see a fireball hurtling toward it. Seeing this, the titan giant ape hastily rolled aside, dodging Mu Xiao's heavenly justice. With a deafening BOM, Mu Xiao crashed into the ground, leaving a crater, but thanks to the frostless armor's protection he emerged relatively unscathed. Is Teacher Zhao alright? Mu Xiao climbed out of the pit and looked at the unconscious Zhao Wuji, who was being tended to by the others. Mu Xiao, take them and leave. Don't engage. That's 100,000-year soul beast. Zhao Wuji opened his eyes, intending to urge Mu Xiao to lead the others to safety, but the first thing he saw was a hunk of red and yellow intertwined metal, undoubtedly Mu Xiao. However, Mu Xiao was charging at the titan giant ape like an idiot, wielding the star-shattering sword, a sight that made Zhao Wuji curse aloud. Star-shattering sword split extreme. The star-shattering sword disassembled into a massive flying wheel which Mu Xiao controlled to fly toward the titan giant ape. But reality rarely meets expectations. The flying wheel was swatted away by the titan giant ape with a single slap. Star-shattering sword, return wind blade. Wind blade shot out and struck the Titan giant ape's leg, but aside from shaving off some fur they had no effect. Don't just stand there watching. Help me. Put. Mu Xiao had just called for the others to assist when the Titan giant ape punched him away and the sound of the frostless armor shattering was clearly audible. The frostless armor was broken. The frostless armor made of rare metal proved so fragile against a 100,000-year soul beast. Bang. 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 Slap. Thud. Mu Xiao was sent flying, crashing through 4 trees in succession, smashing through a massive boulder before finally stopping in front of a tree. Cough 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 cough. Mu Xiao struggled to his feet, the excruciating pain causing a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In truth, Mu Xiao had gotten off lightly. Protected by the frostless armor and his own dragon constitution, he still ended up vomiting blood. Compare that to Zhao Wuji, who was sent flying after merely using his martial soul, crashing through 3 trees. There was simply no comparison. White Tiger's intense light wave. 7 treasures glazed pagoda. First speed. Second power. Nether 100 claws. Phoenix fireline. These people finally snapped out of it and began attacking the Titan giant ape. It was unclear if Ma Hongjun was doing it on purpose, but he kept spitting fire lines at a certain spot on the Titan giant ape. Zhu Zhuqing fallback. Oscar sausages. If you want to live, cooperate properly. After eating a sausage, Mu Xiao felt much better, but the crack on the chest of his frostless armor made him hesitate about whether to continue fighting. However, for the sake of his friend's safety, he pressed on. Wind blade. Yinglong possession. Void dragon claw. Absolute zero. Damn it, is this Titan giant ape's skin made of metal? Can't even break through it. Mu Xiao dodged the Titan giant ape's fists while releasing his soul skills. The soul skills of the others were mere tickles to the Titan giant ape. Only Zhu Zuqing's harassment and Mu Xiao's attacks inflicted any real. Teacher Zhao. Are you dead? If not, get up. Or we're all done for. Mu Xiao shouted back. Annoyed by Zhu Zuqing's relentless attacks aimed at its eyes, the Titan giant ape seized an opportunity and sent her flying. Ugh. Ah, it hurts so much. Mu Xiao caught Zhu Zhuqing but was forced back by the momentum. Mu Xiao, are you alright? Roar. The Titan giant ape beat its chest, seemingly mocking Mu Xiao. Do you really force my hand? Dark attribute release. Mu Xiao's hair instantly turned crimson as he exuded a murderous aura. The surrounding plants seemed to wilt under his influence, drooping listlessly. Kill. Kill. Gazing at the Titan giant ape, Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings and flew toward it, crashing through many trees but never slowing. Void dragon claw. Infuse with fire. As he neared the Titan giant ape's leg, the void dragon claw shot forth but vanished upon contact. Despair washed over Mu Xiao. Indeed, even with a 30th level soul master couldn't defeat a 100,000-year soul beast. Dark attribute full release. Purpler flames erupted from Mu Xiao's body, startling everyone. Even the Titan giant ape couldn't help but stare. Ah, finally here. Yo, Mu Xiao, miss me? The familiar voice made Mu Xiao pause. Returning to his spiritual sea, he saw Muse. Though delighted, the dire situation left no room for joy. Ill hand you control. Beat that monkey. It ruined my frostless armor made of rare metals, unforgivable. Ha. Why? Just for that armor. Don't you know this is wrong? But. I like it, he. Mu Xiao looked up, his hair still that familiar red, but his blue eyes had turned bloodshot. Void dragon claw. Mu Xiao, no Muse, casually waved his hand toward the Titan giant ape, and sure enough a claw mark appeared on its body. Roar. The Titan giant ape beat its chest in fury, but what use was it? Before Muse, it was like a dog barking at him, only stirring up a wind that nearly blew everyone except Zhao Wuji away. TCH, so noisy. Quiet down. Muse picked his ear, growing impatient. Just as Muse prepared to charge and corrode the Titan giant ape with his dark attribute, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. Turning back, he saw her being blown away by the wind. This guy must be an idiot. Mu Xiao seized back control, cursed, and rushed to catch Ning Rongrong, then handed control back to Muse. Seeing its wounds, the Titan giant ape realized it might not defeat Muse and decided to complete its mission and flee. Under Tang San's gaze, the Titan giant ape grabbed Xiao Wu and ran, startling Muse, who was about to impale it with an ice spike. Oh, it's just grabbing Xiao Wu. Thought it was taking a hostage, scared me. Wait. Put that rabbit, no, that person down. No. Tang San was devastated as the Titan giant ape took Xiao Wu. TCH, Mu Xiao, why did you save that girl? That monkey was almost dead. Muse was on the verge of tears. Trapped by the god of space and forbidden to help, had finally been allowed out, only for Mu Xiao's meddling to ruin it. Who knew when he'd get another chance? I'm so tired. He returned control to Mu Xiao and went silent. Regaining control, Mu Xiao approached the grieving Tang San and comforted him. Xiao San, accept it. Brother Xiao, I beg you, please save Xiao Wu. Tang San started to kneel, but Mu Xiao stopped him. Teacher Xiao, you're so useless. I fought that Titan giant ape to a standstill as a 30th level soul master, but you. One slap did you in. Xiao San, go back with Teacher Xiao. I'll bring Xiao Wu back. Mu Xiao asked Oscar for a few recovery sausages and left. Watching Mu Xiao's retreating figure, Tang San turned to Oscar for sausages. Oscar hesitated at first, but seeing Tang San's bloodshot eyes and hearing his explanation, he gave him mushroom sausages and recovery sausages. Sorry, Teacher Xiao. Xiao Wu is my family, I must find her. He ate the sausages. Tang San, get back here. Zhao Wuji yelled. 7 treasures blazed pagoda, first speed. Third brother, I support you. And bring Mu Xiao back. Ning Rongrong teased. Xiao San, go for it. We support you. Bring Mu Xiao back. Damn it, you must return with Mu Xiao alive. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to agree to Tang San's actions. Tang San nodded and flew off. On his way to find Mu Xiao, a wounded man-faced demon spider lunged at him, but he riddled it with bolts from his Juga crossbow. Looking at the corpse, Tang San sighed in relief. Good thing Brother Xiao had me install dragon beard needles on the crossbow, or I'd be done for. Staring at the black soul ring on the man-faced demon spider, Tang San's heart was conflicted. But he began absorbing it, wanting to help Mu Xiao and better protect Xiao Wu, only to be discovered by the arriving group. As for Mu Xiao, he hovered midair tracking the Titan giant ape. Mu Xiao, this isn't like you, Muse asked from the spiritual sea. I know, but do you know what's there? The lake of life. Abundant life essence. Fill a bottle, drink when near death, and with the dragon Bodis recovery speed it's incredible. Muse paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That's the Mu Xiao I know. Use everything useful to cultivate. That's you. Hey, did you think that was my only goal? I promised Tang San I'd bring Xiao Wu back. I'm not one to break my word. Finally the Titan giant ape stopped and Mu Xiao landed. The ape placed Xiao Wu by the lake and submerged itself to heat. The dense life essence tempted Mu Xiao to sin, but he held back. Then the lake stirred and a snake with bull horns emerged, the azure bull python. Xiao Wu, you're back. Since you're here, don't leave. Deming, did you tell Ming to bring me back? Xiao Wu said, hands on her hips, fearless. Ming missed you too. The azure bull python used its tail to lift the Titan giant ape from the lake bottom. Woo woo. The Titan giant ape was no longer a fearsome 100,000-year soul beast, but more like a true monkey. Alright, Ming, I'm back now, aren't I? Xiao Wu consoled. You should cultivate first, this should be your third soul ring after transforming into human form. The azure bull python looked at Xiao Wu and said, then he'll start cultivating now, Ming. You're not allowed to take revenge while I'm at it. Woo woo woo. Mu Xiao hid behind a tree, utterly bewildered. He could understand the Titan giant ape's words, he always could, but had never bothered to listen. Now hearing it, he was genuinely astonished. What had the monkey just called Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu Jia. They knew each other. He looked again and saw Xiao Wu had already sat cross-legged, beginning to condense her third soul ring. That human over there, you have two choices now, either I eat you or you come out on your own. Mu Xiao smiled awkwardly. So he had been discovered all along. He stepped out from behind the tree and the Titan giant ape erupted in fury again. Tisk, so noisy little monkey. Have you forgotten the pain once the wound heals? Mu Xiao said as his Yinglong battle soul manifested. Seeing this, the azure bull python couldn't help but ask, are you a soul beast or a soul master? Why does another soul beast ask me this question? I told you I was human, but now I'm a soul beast. Got it. Explaining it to Xiao Wu was already exhausting enough, and now I have to explain it to you two big dummies. I'm so pitiful. Mu Xiao began to put on an act. That's enough. Why would a soul beast attack another soul beast? The azure bull python roared angrily, slapping the water's surface. Splashes flew out and wherever they landed small grasses sprouted. Amazing. Don't change the subject. What are you here for? So powerful. If I had this with my physique, I'd fear nothing. Wahahaha. Answer my question. Roar roar roar. He's talking to you. Tisk so a dragon's breath was released, pressing the azure bull python down so it couldn't rise. At the same time, a stone pillar coiled with stone dragons at the bottom of the life lake emitted a brilliant light. This. The azure bull python was now speechless, staring in terror at the light behind it. This aura. Impossible. Oh. Is there something at the bottom of this lake? Mu Xiao asked, looking at the light. Brother Xiao. What are you doing here? Xiao Wu had finished and opened her eyes only to see Mu Xiao standing by the life lake gazing at the light in the water. You're awake. Shouldn't we settle a score now? You knew that Titan giant ape but didn't tell me, and it cost me my armor. The chest piece was made of rare metal, but your Ming shattered it with one punch. Care to compensate? I have no money. How about I pay you with carrots? Forget it, just tell me what's at the bottom of this lake. Ha! You mean the dragon coiling pillar? It fell from the sky when I was little and then the life lake appeared. My mother said it was a gift from the dragon race to their descendants. The dragon race. Mu Xiao said and was about to jump into the lake. What are you doing? The life lake is not something for a half-human half-beast like you to desecrate, the azure bull python bellowed. Can you talk properly? What do you mean half-human half-beast? I'm a soul beast all right. With that he jumped into the lake and froze the surface. Damn it. It's okay Deming. Brother Xiao isn't that kind of beast. As Mu Xiao approached, the light grew brighter. When he reached it he could finally see the dragon coiling pillar clearly. On the stone pillar coiled 2 dragons, both with 5 claws resembling Yinglong, but the only difference was that these dragons had no wings. Mu Xiao stared at the radiance emanating from the pillar and couldn't help but step forward a few paces. Deming quickly called out to stop him, but it was futile. He could only watch as Mu Xiao walked into the light. Deming knew the power of this light. When the dragon coiling pillar had fallen from the sky it had emitted such radiance. Wherever the light touched, low-year soul beasts turned to ash. In the end several 100,000-year soul beasts had moved it into the life lake, and during that process some had died while many others were severely injured. Xiao Wu's mother had been in the team that moved the pillar. If she hadn't been injured she wouldn't have been forced to sacrifice herself and Xiao Wu wouldn't have lost her mother. But now Mu Xiao was approaching the dragon coiling pillar directly. There was no doubt he was already dead. Deming thought to surface, but just as it prepared to rise a miracle occurred. The light was fading and Mu Xiao's figure appeared within it. He was clad in armor with 2 dragon heads on his shoulders, a dragon head on his chest, a sword at his waist and a long spear in his hand. The light slowly merged into Mu Xiao's body. You're fine. Deming asked Mu Xiao nervously. Its greatest fear now was that Mu Xiao had fallen into demonic cultivation, becoming an evil soul master. If that happened neither Deming nor Erming, the only remaining 100,000-year soul beasts, could contend with him. Xiao Wu was no longer a soul beast, now merely a 30th level soul master. A demonic Mu Xiao could kill her with a single slap. So you want me to be in trouble? Or perhaps if I were, everything in this pillar would be yours. Mu Xiao pointed his spear at Deming and asked. Of course not. What did you say? Things inside the dragon coiling pillar. Deming was astonished by Mu Xiao's words. Yes, it seems like a bottle containing an unknown red liquid. When I touched the pillar I immediately sensed it. At first it was extremely violent, but when I put on this armor the violent force vanished as if it had become part of the armor. So I could easily retrieve the bottle inside. After speaking, Mu Xiao swept his spear across the head of one of the dragons on the pillar. The dragon's head shattered, revealing a bottle inside the stone dragon's neck filled with the red liquid as he had described. Mu Xiao then shattered the other dragon's head, finding another bottle inside also containing the red liquid. Let's go up first. Deming said, preparing to use its tail to hook Mu Xiao up, but Mu Xiao simply swam upward at a speed no slower than his descent. Ming, when do you think brother Xiao and Deming will come up? I need to leave now or third brother will worry. Woo. Put. Ming was about to speak but was interrupted by Mu Xiao. Seeing the armor on Mu Xiao, Xiao Wu was stunned because it was handsome. That was the only feeling she had. She already had someone she liked. Looking at the 2 bottles in his hands, Mu Xiao said to Deming, I want to try drinking them. Aren't you afraid of death? No, I feel that the liquid in these bottles can only benefit me. Besides death. I've even killed a titan giant ape, what else is there to fear? Mu Xiao cast a contemptuous glance at Deming, opened a bottle and poured it into his mouth. What does it feel like? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. No particular sensation, I even feel like eating spicy rabbit heads. Ahaha, just kidding. As Mu Xiao spoke, a sweetness rose in his throat and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dripped onto the ground, causing the grass to grow even more lush. Ugh! What's happening? Purple flames erupted from Mu Xiao's body and he found himself unable to control the summoning of the star-shattering sword. The flames gradually spread to the sword, which began to show signs of melting. Is this a shattered martial soul? Impossible. I've shattered countless martial souls and none of them ever melted. Ming shouted. Ah! Mu Xiao collapsed into the molten iron of the star-shattering sword, his armor glowing red from the flames. Ah! Mu Xiao screamed hysterically. Seeing this, Deming quickly extended his tail to fling Mu Xiao into the lake of life, but before the tail could touch him it was repelled by a force. Looking back, the tail showed signs of scorching. Is this a trial? Then I'll fight you to the end. After speaking, Mu Xiao got up, sat cross-legged and enveloped himself in ice. But as soon as the ice formed it melted into water by the purple flames and then turned into steam. This process repeated and the flames gradually diminished. It should be fine now. Ming said, and Xiao Wu agreed. But Deming alone sensed Mu Xiao's agony. His first martial soul had been reduced to this state. It couldn't possibly be fine and would likely backlash. Coupled with the still burning purple flames which possessed a power rivaling his own, the pain was unimaginable even for Deming. Yet Mu Xiao had endured for so long, earning Deming's sincere admiration. Cough cough cough. Mu Xiao opened his eyes clenched shut from pain and coughed for a while, black smoke rising from his throat. Seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly fashioned a simple cup from leaves, ran to the lake of life and fetched a cup of water for Mu Xiao to drink. Cough 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 cough. It hurts so much. Mu Xiao forced out these words before fainting from the pain. When he awoke, he was back at the academy. Tang-san had also obtained his third spirit ring and the spirit bone 8 spider lances. Xiao Wu, come here for a moment. What happened to me? Why can't I sense my first martial soul? Mu Xiao quickly led Xiao Wu to a secluded spot and asked urgently. I don't know. After you drank that liquid? I know, just get to the point. Xiao Wu was cut off by Mu Xiao. Realizing his rudeness, Mu Xiao apologized. After you drank it, purple flames appeared all over your body and then your martial soul melted. Later you sat cross-legged and wrapped yourself in ice, which gradually weakened the flames. Then you fainted and your armor disappeared along with the flames, Xiao Wu said. Mu Xiao wasn't concerned about the armor as he could feel it was still on him. His only worry was the star-shattering sword. From past to present, the sword had shattered countless times, each time causing Ying Long to faint more frequently. Now that Ying Long was gone, what should he do? Don't worry. While you were unconscious, the molten iron from your first martial soul attached itself to your armor. Just treat the armor as your first martial soul. After Xiao Wu left, Mu Xiao stood there sensing the presence of the star-shattering sword. Suddenly in his spiritual sea he saw the sword inserted into the armor's scabbard. Drawing it out, he noticed the cracks on the sword had diminished, now nearly gone. Is this the star-shattering sword? Mu Xiao sensed that the sword might no longer be what it once was. Mu Si, explain what's going on. When did a formation appear in my spiritual sea? Mu Xiao felt a formation beneath his feet and grew curious. Yo, Mu Xiao. 3 voices came from behind. Mu Xiao turned and was stunned. There stood Mu Si and 2 others who looked exactly like him except for their hair. You all. Mu Xiao pointed at Mu Si and the other 2 stepping back. Mu Xiao, don't be afraid. We are the manifestations of your elements. One Mu Xiao spoke. This one had red hair, a face that charmed both genders, and was wearing women's clothing. Mu Xiao was baffled. What the hell was this? That's not me. You. That's not me. Mu Xiao pointed at the Mu Xiao and exclaimed. As soon as he said that, the Mu Xiao in front of him changed clothes. I am the fire element. You can call me Mu Yan. Wind element Mu Feng. I the dark element Mu Si and am your senior. Come on, call me senior. Dream on. In ancient times the wind element appeared first. Why should I call you senior? Mu Feng asked. I'm nothing special. I appeared after the lightning element. I dare not claim kinship with you seniors. Compared to Mu Feng's aloofness, Mu Yan was more open. Hey, in the beginning there was only chaos and thus only the dark element. So I'm the big boss. Mu Si had changed his usual demeanor, seemingly cheered by the arrival of these 2. Quiet down. Mu Feng, Mu Si, I said. Mu Feng, Mu Si, everyone be quiet. I'm the real boss here. If I die, none of you will survive. Mu Xiao shouted. Mu Feng. Mu Si. Mu Yan. Mu Xiao, what am I even saying? They existed before I was born, what am I doing? Dead. It was as if a pause button had been pressed, all 4 fell silent. Seems a bit reasonable. Mu Yan was the first to speak. Alright, I'll accept you as the boss. This is your body, you are the boss by nature. Mu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. By the way, didn't you say you were my elements? Wind, fire and dark are all here. Where's ice? Mu Xiao asked. But as soon as he finished he saw the 3 looking at him as if he were an idiot. You are ice. The primary element given to you by Ying Long. What? Mu Xiao was bewildered. Let's set that aside for now. First, about the star-shattering sword. It's no longer what it was, it's just a sword now. So your first spirit ability is useless. However, it can serve as a platform for the 4 of us to cooperate. Let's try to modify your spirit abilities. After all, you don't know where your first ability came from and it won't hurt much. After speaking, Mu Si knocked Mu Xiao unconscious. Meanwhile, Mu Xiao returned from his spiritual sea to reality. Summoning the star-shattering sword, he watched as the deepest purple spirit ring on the blade gradually changed. He felt a pang of reluctance as the ability originally named Transformation, a combination of violent and fusion, had taken him a long time to rename. This ability had brought him many surprises, having used it to transform into countless thermal weapons. Mu Xiao, someone's looking for you. Ma Hongjun pulled Mu Xiao back from the time when he wielded an AWM and Warfrost armor. I heard it's Xiao San's teacher. Tang San's teacher. Who is it? What does he want with me? Mu Xiao called out to Ma Hongjun. I'm coming right away. Arriving at the dean's office, Mu Xiao ran into Xiao Wu coming out. Seeing Mu Xiao, Xiao Wu quickly said, Xiao Gu, you'll just say that you went to find me and ended up getting knocked out and then it will be over. Tang San's teacher. Who is it? What does he want with me? Mu Xiao called. Upon seeing Mu Xiao, the man scrutinized him and in the end with Fred's consent grabbed Mu Xiao as if he were a treasure. Mu Xiao was so frightened that he almost spread his dragon wings to poison him, but Li Xian told him not to do that. Mu Xiao, right. I need you to tell me everything that happened in the forest. No. What? First of all, who are you? Why are you scrutinizing me as soon as we meet? Is my charm that great? And why should I tell you? What if you find out and then conspire against me next time I'm called to hunt for spirit rings? Mu Xiao looked at the man with disdain. No. Stop. I don't want to hear it, nor do I want to speak. First, I'm already put off by your attitude. Why are you staring at me as soon as we meet? Want to know? Go ask someone else. Why come to me? Zhao Wujin, teacher Zhao is also here, why not ask him? Mu Xiao questioned in a series, causing the man's face to turn pale with anger. We found out from Zhao Wujin, but we don't believe it. What if a high-level expert helped? Fred said. Fine. What level are you? Mu Xiao asked. He is a core figure of our golden triangle. His knowledge is beyond your imagination. Known as a master, Yu Xiaozhang, born into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but for some reason. No more. This. The master was clearly unwilling to manifest, but out of a desire to know the truth he still manifested his This. The master was clearly unwilling to manifest, but out of a desire to know the truth he still manifested his martial spirit. However. What the hell is this little deer? Mu Xiao pointed at the little deer that was bowing respectfully to him. This little deer. It's called Luo Sanpao. I regressed it due to certain reasons. The master said, his eyes filled with the weight of experience, clearly having a story, or rather an incident. So. It has dragon blood in it. Mu Xiao smiled. Right. But it's not as pure as your Yinglong martial spirit. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus is a later breed, unlike Yinglong, a born king who might even become a dragon king in the future. So your future is limitless, that's why I brought you here. Little deer, do you believe me? I can make you transform from a little deer into a dragon. You. Are you talking to Sanpao? Of course. By the way, do you believe I can turn this little deer into a dragon species stronger than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus? What? Really? Yu Xiaozhang excitedly grasped Mu Xiao's shoulders, but immediately noticed the resentful look in Mu Xiao's eyes and quickly let go. Mu Xiao could only say he was still a clever person. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have noticed Mu Xiao's gaze. So. Death. But there are risks, it depends on whether you are willing to take the risk. Mu Xiao said. Yu Xiaozhang fell silent for a moment, looked at Luo Sanpao, and recalling his own experiences he steeled himself and said, let's do it. Alright little dear, hold on. Mu Xiao said with a smile. Luo Sanpao seemed to sense danger, stopped bowing and tried to run away. Dragon pressure. Mu Xiao casually released dragon pressure, pinning Luo Sanpao to the ground, unable to move. Luo. Luo Sanpao struggled in vain, but all of it was futile in Mu Xiao's eyes. He lightly sliced his ring finger with the star-shattering sword, causing it to bleed. Mu Xiao was stunned, not expecting the sword to be so sharp. But now was the time for business. He dripped a drop of blood into Luo Sanpao's mouth and Luo Sanpao drank it, erupting with golden flames. Yu Xiaozhang couldn't help but feel pain at the sight of Luo Sanpao like this. Hold on, you and Luo Sanpao are one at this moment. You can feel its pain, but you must not break down. If you break down, Luo Sanpao will be gone. I know. Once I break down, Sanpao will disappear, so I must hold on. Yu Xiaozhang struggled to squeeze out this sentence. Looking at Luo Sanpao and Yu Xiaozhang, Mu Xiao left. Alright, go cultivate, don't break down. I quite like that little deer. If it dies, I will use you to sacrifice to Heaven Earth ancestors and Luo Sanpao. You don't need to count money anymore, Dean. You've got plenty. Please keep an eye on him, I'm leaving. After Mu Xiao finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away, bumping into Zhu Zhuqing along the way, burying his face directly into her waves. The reason Mu Xiao was walking so fast was that Muse and the others had told him that the first spirit skill seemed to be modified, and he hurried back to the dormitory to check. On the way he asked Tang San where his dormitory was and only then found out there was no dormitory left. He had to go to Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. Thinking about living together with Zhu Zhuqing at night, Mu Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It wasn't that he was afraid Zhu Zhuqing would come at night to admire his beauty. Regarding his appearance, Mu Xiao was quite confident, but this confidence created the current situation where he was popular with both genders. What he was truly worried about was that Zhu Zhuqing might train too hard and come to his room to kill him for his blood and organs. You have to know that Zhu Zhuqing was doing everything possible to get stronger now. What if Mu Xiao was playing a game with the four in the Sea of Spirit and ended up dying? Upon arriving at the dormitory, he quickly locked the door and even added 6 layers of ice to the door to prevent anyone from entering. Muse, is it true that my first spirit skill has been modified? Mu Xiao arrived at the Sea of Spirit and the first thing he did was ask about the first spirit skill. It's not that it has been modified, but that it might have been modified. We're not sure. After all, this is the spirit skill given to you by Yinglong. If you're not careful, your ice attribute might disappear. That's why we need you to try it out. Alright, go back and try it out. After Muse finished speaking, he absorbed a little bit of Mu Xiao's mental power using dark attributes. Returning to reality, Mu Xiao summoned the star-shattering sword. Looking at the sword, it was no different from before, still riddled with cracks, as if the previously intact sword had been a figment of his imagination, making Mu Xiao feel a wave of joy. It seems Muse and the others were quite serious. Although the sword shouldn't have cracks, I've been with the star-shattering sword for so many years, so I still feel quite reluctant. So the first spirit skill, come forth. What should I say? It used to materialize directly. What should I say now? Mu Xiao felt a wave of darkness within his whole being, petrified. Whatever, come out, Pikachu. After Mu Xiao said this, the first spirit ring lit up and then 3 figures appeared. Whatever, come out, Pikachu. After Mu Xiao said this, the first spirit ring lit up and then 3 figures appeared. Flame Demon King, Mu Yan. You. What is going on here? I can hear you. It seems it was successful. Hee hee, what do you think? Aren't our titles cool? Mu Yan said with a playful grin. I think if I called you out during a confrontation, I'd be seen as an idiot. Oh, don't say that. No matter what, the 3 of us are founding members. With tens of millions of years of age, anyone who dares to oppose us can be taken down with a single combo. Mu Si chimed in teasingly. How do you know about combos and taking down? Where did you learn that? Mu Xiao was puzzled by Mu Si's words. In this world there should be no such thing as the internet, but times change. Yet even after 10,000 years, Doluwa continent had no internet, so. TCH, we saw it in your memories. Is that not allowed? Mu Feng crossed his arms and closed his eyes as if peeking into Mu Xiao's memories had nothing to do with him. What? You looked at my memories. How did you see them? Even Brother Yinglong didn't. Mu Xiao pointed accusingly at the 3 sitting on the bed. Yinglong. Oh, the Dragon Clan. Speaking of which. He seems to be a descendant of the Zhanlong. Who do we think we are? Even the Zhanlong must treat us with respect. Without us, the 9 elemental dragons would just be winged snakes. The dragon god too, if we feel like it, any dragon can be reduced to dust in an instant. Mu Si's expression turned somewhat sorrowful. But you're different. When Yinglong made you fuse with me, I kept trying to take over your body, right? Do you know why I stopped? Mu Xiao shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Is it because of the contract between us? Mu Si laughed. No. It's because you and the Dragon Clan and those people are not the same. How should I put it? I wasn't like this originally, but those who comprehended me never treated me as a person, only as their tool. I refused to accept that. Why should I obey them? Mu Si stood up excitedly as he spoke. So I took over their bodies and turned them all into evil beings. The other elements did the same. After experiencing those things, we no longer trusted those who exhausted their words to comprehend us. We only judge by actions. But you're different. When I became your power, Yinglong used light attribute to suppress me, which gave me a little understanding of you. The first time I took over your body, you defeated me with lightning attribute, though I don't know where you got it. After the takeover, I saw your past. You were as lonely as us elements, with only Xiao Xiao treating you well. When Xiao Xiao stepped onto the stage, I hesitated, wondering whether to kill her. But in that instant you seized back your body and said I must not harm your beloved. Remember. Mu Si finished and looked at Mu Xiao. So you've been through that. Mu Si, you mustn't do that again. Mu Xiao is the only one who treats us as battle partners. Mu Yan dropped his playful demeanor and stared seriously at Mu Si. The room seemed to turn cold. Mu Feng was the same. Remember, my flames can burn you to nothing. Mu Yan then returned to his usual smile, as if his words had been a jest. I did say that. Xiao Xiao is my beloved and I met her in the forest. From then on my view of you changed. There was also that time with your teacher. To prevent her from becoming an evil soul master, you absorbed her dark attribute, unafraid that I might take over your body again. Teacher Xiaoya. Actually, I have to thank Mu Si. Without him I would have died. And besides, we have the contract, right? From that moment I knew you were a good person, dark on the outside but with a luminous heart. That's why I acknowledge you. Mu Xiao recalled the times Mu Si had helped him. And yesterday I also have to thank Mu Si. The frost armor was nearly shattered by the Titan Giant Ape's punch. Without Mu Si I would have been crushed. So Mu Si has helped me many times. You are the only one who sees us elements as people, as brothers. We will do our best to help you too. Mu Si said. By the way, what about the water attribute? Mu Xiao remembered what Yinglong had told him, that his water attribute had been upgraded to ice. But what about the original water attribute itself? The water attribute is you. It is your innate attribute. Among us, water is the most popular. It can combine with anyone to form a synergy. Mu Si is right. Combined with me, water can burn down an entire city. A bucket of water with a big fire makes the flames even larger. Mu Yan said. With me it can become a water tornado. Mu Foam remained in his usual pose. With me it can destroy the world. Mu Si suddenly spoke. What? Destroy the world. If I'm willing to spread poison with water attributes help it can circulate throughout the world. People must drink water and if they do they die. Gulp. Mu Xiao swallowed hard. It was terrifying. But on second thought water was the source of life. In the wild you could go 7 days without food but 3 days without water would kill you. Can my ice attribute turn back into water? It's possible. But ice is a rank higher than water. Why would you want water? Because I want to gather all 9 brothers together. Mu Xiao smiled. The 3 of them looked incredulous. Knock knock knock. Mu Xiao, why did you lock the door? The dean is calling us to class. Shu Shuqing suddenly knocked. Mu Xiao quickly retracted Mu Si and the other 2. Oh. Coming. Mu Xiao replied simply and walked out. You're still here. Opening the door he saw Zhu Zhuqing standing there in her unchanging attire and he was stunned. Waiting for you. Fine, let's go. Mu Xiao spread his dragon wings and hugged Zhu Zhuqing ready to fly off. Fly slower. Zhu Zhuqing said blushing. Why is your face red? Have a fever. Then he'll move out. Mu Xiao made a small ice cube with his ice attribute and placed it on her forehead. I like you. Zhu Zhuqing blurted out coldly. What did you say? Mu Xiao looked incredulous. I like you. Zhu Zhuqing said seriously. If it's for blood I'll give it to you. Don't be so cheesy. No, I truly like you. Oh. What do you like about me? Your character, you insist on doing things you don't want to do. Mu Xiao remained silent indicating no objection. That's why I like you. Zhu Zhuqing pressed on. Mu Xiao was dumbfounded. To be honest he did have good feelings for Zhu Zhuqing but only as a friend. I treat you as a friend and you want to be my concubine. Mu Xiao smiled wryly. You agree? Zhu Zhuqing asked. It's up to you. Say I like it and I like it, say I don't and I don't. Really? Zhu Zhuqing blinked as she asked. What else? Did you come to annoy me? Mu Xiao replied impatiently. Because Mu Xiao had no knowledge of what transpired on the Doluo continent 10,000 years ago, the only thing he knew was that Tang San led others to become gods and he only learned this from Peerless Tang Sect. He had read the first part of Doluo Dalu but only skimmed the ending so he was unaware of the earlier events, which was why he dared to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled. Mu Xiao accidentally glanced at her and was stunned, never imagining that the expressionless Zhu Zhuqing could smile and smile so beautifully. Recalling his battles with Wang Dong and the others he couldn't help but think of the chubby kid Xia Huanyue who was directly rejected in the original Sea Gods fated match. Is it beautiful? Just as Mu Xiao was lost in memories, Zhu Zhuqing asked abruptly. Smile more often, don't always be so expressionless. Mu Xiao held Zhu Zhuqing as he spoke. You're the same, aren't you? You're also expressionless and a pervert at that, becoming ruthless when you meet someone stronger than you. First of all, that's not being expressionless, that's being aloof. Secondly, have you ever seen a dragon spirit soul that isn't battle-hungry? Mu Xiao explained. Alright, we're almost. What are you doing? Why are you putting your hand on my neck? Zhu Zhuqing seized a gap in Mu Xiao's speech to wrap her arms around his neck, then slowly brought her face closer. What is he going to do? This move looks so much like Teacher Xiaoya. Could it be? Hey, why are you getting so close? We're almost at the training ground, restrain yourself. But Zhu Zhuqing seemed not to hear, drawing nearer and nearer. Finally their lips met. Yo Mu Xiao, you're even better at flirting than that kid Mu Yan. Mu Xiao, although I'm older than you, seeing your moves I can only complain loudly in the sea of consciousness. If heaven gave me 3 seconds right now I would only shout, show off, please stop showing off. Hey, are we brothers or not? Mu Xiao, oh Mu Xiao, tell me, doesn't this scene seem familiar? Mu Si said with a smile, and then Mu Xiao felt his head spin and fainted in the sea of consciousness. At the moment of fainting, Mu Xiao opened his mouth and uttered with difficulty, Mu Si LFCKU. Now with Mu Si controlling Mu Xiao's body, Mu Xiao was in the sea of consciousness receiving comfort from Mu Yan and Mu Feng. This is the second one. Xiao, I'm sorry. At this moment Mu Si took over Mu Xiao's body, feeling Zhu Zhuqing's kiss, and then began to counterattack tongue kisses, French kisses, and everything else were used, completely ignoring Dai Mubai's feelings on the training ground. Mu Si, get back here. Mu Xiao shouted, using half of his mental energy to fight for control of his body. The first thing he did after regaining control was to separate, but by the time they both reacted they had already flown out of the academy. Dai boss, there's something on your head. Don't worry, fatty, and I won't laugh at you. Hey fatty, hold it in. What? Can't hold it anymore. Then you have to hold it. I said. Ahem. Since Mu Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing have finished showing off their affection, let's start class. Just as they were messing around, Yu Xiao Zhang's voice came through. Teacher. Tang San upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang rushed toward him like an unleashed dog. Hey Grandmaster, how did it go? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang, Mu Xiao didn't act arrogantly for helping him. After all, he was old enough to have basic manners. The effect was excellent. I thank you on behalf of San Pao. Yu Xiaojiang bowed after speaking. Forget it, as long as little Bambi is fine. I thought it couldn't withstand it and died. Then you might be disappointed. Alright, let's start class. Your dean asked me to substitute for a few days and you must listen to me during this time. Yu Xiaojiang shed his previous humility, now resembling a true teacher. First lesson: carry stones and run 100 laps around the academy. The stones are in baskets with your names on them. You cannot use spirit souls or spirit power. Yu Xiaojiang pointed to the 8 baskets of stones in the distance. What? 100 laps and carrying stones. This will exhaust us to death. Ma Hongjun complained. Yeah, why do I have to carry them too? Ning Rongrong asked. Oscar and I are support-type spirit masters. Do support-type spirit masters not need training? On the battlefield, support-type spirit masters die first. If you don't want to die in the future, start now. After speaking, Yu Xiaojiang summoned Luo Sanpao. Roar! Luo Sanpao roared at everyone, then ran over to rub against Mu Xiao like a loyal dog. The Luo Sanpao at this moment was no longer the little Bambi of before, but a golden-scaled Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is this Sanpao? Teacher, what's going on? Tang San looked at Luo Sanpao's current form, recalling the previous one, the contrast. This is all thanks to Mu Xiao. If his dragon blood hadn't evolved Sanpao, I would never have known that Sanpao is our family's extremely rare mutated spirit soul, the golden sacred dragon. Hey, let's go. Staring won't help, Mu Xiao won't give it to you. Ma Hongjun said, though inwardly he was more shocked than anyone. I can't give it anyway. Unless you're a 100,000-year spirit beast or have incredible willpower, the moment the dragon blood touches your mouth you'll explode, Mu Xiao quickly explained. Finally, the 7 of them each carried their own basket, but one stood out. Mu Xiao looked at the stones with disdain. For him this was nothing. Back in Peerless Tang Sect he had trained so much to make the frostless armor, coupled with his dragon physique. This was an insult to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, why aren't you running? Yu Xiaojiang asked, seeing Mu Xiao standing still and staring at the stones. Ha! You mean this? Do I really have to run? You have to run, and you can't use spirit souls or spirit power. I feel like you're insulting me. Mu Xiao said, taking the frostless armor out of his ring. Can you hold this? Mu Xiao handed the armor to Yu Xiaojiang, but as soon as Yu Xiaojiang received it he was pressed to the ground. Because of Luo Sanpao's transformation, Yu Xiaojiang himself had changed, so lifting the basket of stones was easy, but Mu Xiao's armor was clearly heavier. You'll just run wearing the armor. After speaking, Mu Xiao put on the frostless armor and started running. Whoosh! Did you see that? What was that just now? Ma Hongjun pointed incredulously at the afterimage left by Mu Xiao's running. Didn't see. Whoosh! You must have seen it this time. Saw it. After running 3 laps, Mu Xiao took off the frostless armor and put on the armor. Mu Xiao was amazed to find that the armor didn't need to be worn like the frostless armor, instead it directly donned itself onto Mu Xiao. Mu Si Mu Yen Mu Feng, I have a bold idea. Go ahead, X3. Agreed, X3. Then Thunder Yutaris, the power of world justice merge. Armor merge. Wow, Mu Xiao, that's cool. Mu Yen, it's your turn. It'll give you control of the body. Mu Xiao said, putting the armor away. Ah, I'm so nervous. No need to be nervous. Mu Si and I do this often. Here I go. Flame Nawa, devour, the power of blazing flames merge. Armor merge. Mu Feng, your turn. Gale Tornado, pierce and tear, the power of raging winds merge. Armor merge. Finally, Mu Si. Dark Kaiser, the power to destroy everything merge. Armor merge. Huff. Huff. What is this? Daimubai and the others trudged over with stones on their backs, only to see Mu Xiao and the other 3 elemental attributes standing in the middle of the road transforming themselves. They were utterly bewildered. You're so slow. I've already run so many laps and you're only just arriving. Mu Xiao said casually. Are you? Mu Xiao. Chu Zhuqing looked at Mu Xiao clad in his armor and exclaimed in surprise. Handsome, isn't it? Handsome, came 4 voices in unison. Then it'll be off now. You all take your time running and remember, don't stop. With that, Mu Xiao took off running, relying on neither his martial soul nor anything else, only his years of experience wearing the frost-free armor. But Mu Xiao noticed his pace was slowing down. Sensing something amiss, he gradually slowed to inspect the armor, yet found nothing wrong. It seemed he was just being paranoid. Mu Xiao thought to himself and continued running. But the moment he took another step, he crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Only then did he realize the armor was growing heavier. Now every step required immense effort to move forward. Yo, Mu Xiao, why aren't you running? Ma Hongjun and the others arrived to see Mu Xiao moving in a strange halting gait and note it was not running. Mu Xiao ignored them and pressed on. One by one he encountered Tang San and the others, and under Oscar's mocking taunts he gritted his teeth and completed 2 more laps. Damn it, why is this armor so heavy? Mu Xiao, do you have any idea how to use it? If I don't figure something out soon I might sink into the ground. Holy crap, it's getting heavier again. Mu Xiao's spirit inquired within the sea of spirit, seeking help from Mu Xiao and the others. He saw them manifest at table in the spiritual realm, their faces grave as they deliberated. This armor contains our attribute energies. It should grow stronger with each infusion of attribute power. Mu Xiao, try this, pour water attribute energy into the armor. Mu Yan, do your best to coordinate with Mu Xiao's ice attribute and find a chance to help him modify it, it's too troublesome as it is. Mu Xiao said, resting his chin on his hand. Alright, I'll give it a try. Mu Yan, I'm counting on you. Just don't let your attribute evaporate the water. Mu Xiao replied. If the weight didn't lessen he might collapse to the ground. At that moment all he wanted was to curse loudly, offering his most heartfelt regards to the creator of this armor. I'm a fire attribute after all. You better keep an eye on me. Mu Yan said, weakly, dressed in a female outfit formed from spiritual power. With you in that outfit I can't exactly trust you even if I wanted to. See? Mu Xiao, do you believe him? Mu Feng, do you? Mu Xiao asked. We believe. Mu Xiao and Mu Feng answered without a hint of hesitation. Mu Xiao, right in the feels, buddy. Can we even have fun together anymore? Come on then. Mu Xiao said, infusing ice attribute energy into the armor. Then he handed control of his body to Mu Yan, who ignited a crimson flame around himself. The armor glowed blue and became much lighter, at least now Mu Xiao could move without being crushed. Dark attribute, wind attribute, fire attribute, add them later. Now that the armor is lighter I want to use it for training. With that Mu Xiao began to run. Since he wasn't carrying stones he didn't have to worry about jostling them loose. Slowly he caught up with Tang San and the others. Brother Xiao, you got used to the armor that fast? Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. Back then this very armor had devastated the spirit beasts in the forest. But now, worn by Mu Xiao, it seemed to cause no trouble at all. Yeah, I'm used to it. Xu Zhuqing, do you need help? Xu Zhuqing ran off into the distance. Mu Xiao, she wasn't like this morning. A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the ocean. Even I, a prodigy, have been bested by this woman, how shameful. Mu Xiao, can you help me? Ning Rongrong said weakly. Mu Xiao took the basket of stones and hoisted it onto his back, then picked Ning Rongrong up. Let's do this together. Helping each other is probably what Master had in mind. Mu Xiao said, then fell silent. Tang San took some stones from Xiao's basket while half of Oscar's load was divided among Mu Xiao, Ma Hongjuan and Dai Mubai's baskets. Seeing them help one another, Yu Xiaojiang smiled with satisfaction. Even Luo Sanpao, cheered by his master's happiness, ran behind the group to watch over them, ensuring no one slacked off. Mu Xiao, put me down. I've rested enough. All right. Mu Xiao set Ning Rongrong down and placed the basket back on her back. The sudden weight made her stumble forward a few steps. After finishing that, Mu Xiao turned his gaze to Xu Zhuqing. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, yet she persevered. You idiot, if you can't take it don't force yourself. He strode over, grabbed her basket and lifted her into his arms. Xu Zhuqing tried to struggle but she had no strength left. Put me down. Xu Zhuqing said weakly. No. You kissed me this morning so I have to take responsibility for you. If you get hurt Xiao Xiao will scold me to death. Mu Xiao said. Xiao Xiao. Who is that? You're always talking about them. She's my lawful wife. Senior sister is the second. You can be my concubine. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao said that if you love someone you should treat them well. She allows me to have a harem. I don't know why she said that, but all I need to know is that she's my wife. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, but you just blurted it out. Alright, quiet down. If you have the energy to talk, use it to rest instead. Or are you waiting for me to seal those little lips of yours? Xu Zhuqing blushed and muttered, pervert. Daimu by Mu Xiao, give me back my stones. Sure. Finally, under the watch of the setting sun, the group managed to complete 100 laps. When Mu Xiao saw Yu Xiaojiang standing at the academy gate with several buckets of water prepared, he smiled. Then Yu Xiaojiang announced they could rest and Mu Xiao was moved to tears. He believed that if Doluwa Continent had a telegram he would immediately send out Shrek's Mu Xiao reports after wearing heavy armor and running all day finally. I recall that run under the sunset, it was my lost happiness. After drinking a few mouthfuls of salt water, Mu Xiao collapsed from exhaustion and soon the others followed suit, fainting one by one. Yu Xiaojiang stared at the armor gradually fading from Mu Xiao's body, his face filled with astonishment. Just what kind of background does this kid have? Is that dragon on the armor the ancient king Mosasaur? Never mind, I have no right to ask about such things. My arms and legs are so sore. Mu Xiao opened his eyes to find himself sitting completely naked in a wooden barrel filled with green liquid. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted up as he sniffed. Mu Xiao was so startled he nearly leaped out of the barrel, but his whole body ached too much. The liquid shimmered under the light, revealing the Yinglong tattoo on his body. Oh no, I've been seen naked. Wait, that's not the issue right now. The tattoo is the problem. Mu Xiao undressed me while I was unconscious. Put. Mu Xiao didn't answer, just stifled his laughter. Even Mu Feng, usually expressionless, was covering his mouth to hold back giggles. What happened? Ahem, let me tell you. When you passed out you were. Ha ha ha. You were dragged away by Zhao Wuji. And the thing is. Ah ha 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 ha. He took off your clothes, ignored the tattoo on your body, and instead noticed your. And said at such a young age you already. Ha 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 ha. I can't hold it in anymore. Mu Feng, stay cool and tell him. Ha ha ha. Mu Xiao turned to look at Mu Feng, who was still covering his mouth, struggling not to laugh. You. Don't look at me like that. I'll burst out laughing. Ah ha 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 ha. Mu Xiao, it's over. Even the stoic Mu Feng has lost it. But Mu Xiao had a rough idea of what had happened. I just. Forget it. I won't say it. Mu Xiao withdrew from the sea of spirit, but his mind was still filled with the laughter of Mu Feng and the others. Am I the first to wake up? That makes sense, dragon blood plus the medicinal bath speeds things up. I'm so hungry. Where's the cafeteria? These past few days I either had Zhu Zhuqing bring me food or ate outside. Where's the cafeteria? Mu Xiao stepped outside and looked toward the lit house in the distance. He walked over and checked each one. Until he reached the last house and pushed open the door. As the door swung open, the first thing he saw was Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous figure. Their eyes met. Holy crap. What are you doing here dressed like? Mu Xiao shouted, but Zhu Zhuqing quickly covered his mouth. Do you want to wake up Ning Rongrong and the others? What? There are others. Mu Xiao exclaimed and ran off. Zhu Zhuqing locked the door and put on her clothes. Sensing her spirit power, she realized she had advanced a level. Thanks to the dragon blood, she had woken up earlier than Xiao Wu and the others. Yet perhaps she shouldn't have. Zhu Zhuqing, you're awake. Why is your face so red? Ning Rongrong also woke up, but seeing Zhu Zhuqing's flushed complexion, she knew exactly what had just happened. Zhu Zhuqing, did some pervert come by just now? No. Really? I guess I'm being paranoid. Let's wait for Xiao Wu to wake up. So sore. Achoo. Which little idiot is cursing me? It couldn't be Fatty, could it? Mu Xiao, who was looking for the cafeteria, sneezed abruptly. The cafeteria was right here all along and I didn't even see it. After traversing the entire academy, asking 3 people and accidentally crippling one, Mu Xiao finally found the cafeteria. Walking in, he saw the 7 monsters already seated at the table eating. Watching the food quickly disappear, Mu Xiao rushed over and grabbed a plate of steamed buns. Have you people never eaten in your past lives? What's with the grabbing? Finish the plate in your hand first, then talk. Ha! Plate. Oscar. Give me back my steamed buns. You'll spar today. Let me see if you're worthy of your monster titles. Alright. Teacher, how should we fight? Tang-san asked. Very simple. In the first round, all of you attack Mu Xiao together. Ha! Me against 7. They're my friends, are you kidding? I could knock Dai Mu by half dead with one casual punch, and now you want me to fight Xiao-san and the others? That's right. From what I know, Xiao-san has many weapons you haven't anticipated. Many weapons. Mu Xiao looked at Tang-san in confusion. Tang-san could only offer an awkward smile in return. Mu Xiao walked over and asked, Xiao-san, is Grandmaster talking about the sleeve arrows and the dragon beard needle? Or at the very least the Zhuge repeating crossbow, the hidden weapons manual? Be careful, they'll be using poison. If necessary, use your 8 spider lances to fight me. But then you'll need to be even more cautious, as I have more experience with them. This speech sent chills down Tang-san's spine. Would he die? Well, don't worry, you won't die, Mu Xiao said, seemingly reading Tang-san's thoughts. He patted Tang-san on the shoulder, snapping him back from 1,000 different ways to die. Xiao-san, discuss your tactics. Mu Xiao, get ready. Yu Xiaojiang said. Mu Xiao used his dark attribute to conceal himself in the shadows and donned his armor. The armor was as heavy as before. It seemed that without any attributes infused, it was just like ordinary armor. But the only difference was that this armor was heavier than the frostless armor. Mu Xiao mused. Just then Mu Xiao seemed to remember something. He ran into his sea of spirit and gathered the 3 of them. I'll let you make your debut in a bit. Make it cool. Mu Yan, don't wear a skirt this time. You summoned us just for this. What else? Fine, you win. Mu Feng and the others said helplessly. Mu Feng thought you had changed, that you were no longer the same old joker. Turns out you haven't changed at all, Mu Si said. Mu Xiao looked at Mu Feng upon hearing this. What's there to panic about? We fight. If we can't win we still have the death side and the Yinglong spirit. What's the worry? Suit yourself. Alright, let's begin. With that Mu Xiao summoned his Starfall sword. But unexpectedly Yu Xiaojiang appeared from nowhere propping up the sword and asking, is this your spirit? Good heavens, the blade is shattered like this and it's still usable. Unbelievable. I've studied broken spirits for 3 months and never encountered such a phenomenon. It's incredible, a miracle in the spirit world. Grandmaster, are we fighting or not? Ahem, occupational hazard. So Mu Xiao, are you sure you're ready? Yes. Begin. Tang-san, all of you fight as if your lives depend on it. Because if you don't you might actually die. Grandmaster, isn't that a bit too extreme? Ma Hongjun attempted to test Yu Xiaojiang's patience. When I say fight you fight. What's with all the nonsense? Yu Xiaojiang barked, summoning Luo Sanpao to intimidate them. Come on. Mu Xiao initiated the attack, thrusting the Starfall sword towards the still-dazed 7. Daimu Bai reacted first, followed closely by Tang-san. The others finally snapped to attention, but it was too late. Mu Xiao's sword was already inches from Daimu Bai's throat. Tang-san quickly used his blue-silver grass to pull Daimu Bai away. Mu Xiao's thrust missed, but he didn't stop, he charged forward. Damn it. Protect Ning Rongrong. Tang-san yelled first, using his blue-silver grass to pull Ning Rongrong aside. Daimu Bai fired a white tiger's light wave to distract Mu Xiao, but Mu Xiao ignored it. In society, support-type spirit masters were always in high demand. Even if misused, sending them to the army would still grant them good treatment as they were invaluable on the battlefield. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda was a ghostly existence. Oscar's sausages were at least visible, but Ning Rongrong could chant a short incantation and instantly buff her teammates, which was infuriating for the opposition. Xiao Ao, quickly prepare the mushroom sausages. Protect Rongrong. If anything happens to this support spirit master you'll pay for it. Ma Hongjun, realizing Mu Xiao's intent, hurriedly called for Oscar to prepare the sausages. Ning Rongrong ate the mushroom sausage and a pair of thin wings sprouted from her back. Compared to Mu Xiao's dragon wings, they were far inferior. Mu Xiao used Absolute Zero to slide in front of Ning Rongrong, severed the blue-silver grass and pushed her away. Using the ice, Ning Rongrong slid smoothly out of the arena. First blood. Mu Xiao grinned. With Ning Rongrong eliminated, next was Oscar. Although Mu Xiao still had a soft spot for Oscar's big sausages, he was furious thinking about the 2 lunatics assessment. He had to reach level 40 before he could go back. He decided that after this he would head to the extreme north to try his luck finding a piece of cold jade marrow. Had heard that the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm had slept on one and become a million-year soul beast, so Mu Xiao wanted to give it a shot. Before long, Oscar was also eliminated and Absolute Zero was fought by Ma Hongjun. Next up was Xiao Wu. Mu Xiao thought to himself, let's see Tang-san's feelings for Xiao Wu. Sigh, what's wrong with me lately? I've become as gossipy as Xiao Xiao. He transformed the Starfall sword into the death side and charged at Xiao Wu. Seeing Mu Xiao rushing towards her, Tang-san quickly used his blue-silver grass to pull Xiao Wu back, but Mu Xiao was too fast. A flash of cold light and the blue-silver grass was severed. Xiao Wu saw Mu Xiao coming but didn't dodge. When he got close enough, she kicked at his head. Mu Xiao blocked with his hand, but Xiao Wu's leg coiled around his neck like a snake. This maneuver stunned Mu Xiao. He hadn't expected her to pull that. Tang-san breathed a sigh of relief, having suffered a similar attack before, but he was still uneasy. He transformed the Starfall sword into the death side and charged at Xiao Wu. Seeing Mu Xiao rushing towards her, Tang-san quickly used his blue-silver grass to pull Xiao Wu back, but Mu Xiao was too fast. A flash of cold light and the blue-silver grass was severed. Xiao Wu saw Mu Xiao coming but didn't dodge. When he got close enough, she kicked at his head. Mu Xiao blocked with his hand, but Xiao Wu's leg coiled around his neck like a snake. This maneuver stunned Mu Xiao. He hadn't expected her to pull that. But from Tang-san's perspective, it looked like Mu Xiao might have. Xiao Wu. Clear Sky Hammer. Tang-san summoned the Clear Sky Hammer and clashed with Mu Xiao's death scythe. Mu Xiao yelled, what the hell? Tang-san, are you trying to kill me? Your Xiao Wu isn't dead. Die. The Clear Sky Hammer struck the scythe's handle, producing a deafening sound. Mu Xiao took a step back, but Tang-san retreated 3 steps. This entire scene unfolded before Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Tang-san, calm down. If you keep this up, it'll get serious. But Tang-san paid no heed. Mu Si Mu Yen Mu Feng. If you don't come out now, I'm going to get a concussion from that hammer. Mu Xiao switched the death scythe back to the Starfall sword and his first soul ring flickered. Yu Xiaojiang stared in shock at the soul rings around Mu Xiao. Purple, purple, black. Is this even human? Yu Xiaojiang asked himself. Do you now understand how Yinglong feels every time you lose control? Mu Si teased. Stop joking. Help me out. Mu Si, Mu Yen and Mu Feng appeared. Yu Xiaojiang was dumbfounded. This. Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat bewildered by the sudden emergence of Mu Feng and the others. He had never heard of someone hiring substitutes for a fight, yet the reality stood before him. He must make sure to hold Mu Xiao back later so he wouldn't run away. This soul skill was truly miraculous. Yu Xiaojiang pondered. The scene returned to the battlefield. Tang San, having misunderstood Mu Xiao's anger, had even drawn out the clear sky hammer. Mu Xiao, harassed by Zhu Zhuqing and the others, nearly struck himself multiple times, feeling that the death scythe might be broken at any moment. Finally he summoned Mu Feng and the others handed the death scythe to Mu Si, while Mu Feng used the Yinglong spirit. Mu Yen wielded the spear from his armor and Mu Xiao donned the armor to transform. Raising the star-breaking sword, he pointed at the enraged Tang San and said, "Alright, let's count your sins." Star-breaking Dragon Emperor reporting in. Oscar exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming presence. Mu Yin Flame Dragon God reporting in. Mu Si Dragon Death Reaper reporting in. Mu Feng Wind Dragon King reporting in. Mu Yen fight Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Feng take on Dai Mu by Mu Si. You handle Ma Hongjun. Got it. X3. Mu Xiao clashed with Tang San's clear sky hammer using the star-breaking sword, each strike ringing with clinks. Mu Yen, leveraging his fire attribute and spear, kept Zhu Zhuqing at bay before chivalrously sending her off. Meanwhile Mu Feng seemed to prefer using his own power, adding wind to his claws for speed and evading Dai Mu Bai's white tiger intense light wave by soaring into the air, showcasing the wind attribute's advantage. Mu Xiao, however, only used wind for speed and flight, nowhere near Mu Feng's level. Mu Si had an easy time. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire threads were constantly devoured by Mu Si's dark attribute, rendering him nearly useless. Mu Xiao couldn't recall if he had ever used that devouring skill, as it was almost unknown to him. Thus Ma Hongjun was tossed off by Mu Si. Now only Mu Xiao remained fighting Tang San. As the star-breaking sword thrust forward, Tang San dodged with Ghost Shadow Mirage Step and flung Dragon Beard Needles. Mu Xiao immediately understood and activated his purple gold demon eye combined with Dragon Eye to barely see the needles, then evaded them one by one with Ghost Shadow Mirage Step. Despite wearing armor, the pressure from the Dragon Beard Needles was immense. Though Mu Xiao was also from the Tang sect, he was no match for the old sect master. Dodging as Tang San's clear sky hammer swung toward him, Mu Xiao quickly used his jade green hand on his left arm to grab the hammer handle, placed the star-breaking sword across Tang San's neck and froze Tang San's legs with ice to prevent any lethal moves. Your Xiao Wu is just unconscious. Shuqing Rong Rong. Help! Wake Xiao Wu up, hurry! Or it'll be too late. Mu Xiao shouted urgently. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong quickly shook Xiao Wu awake. Third brother, stop. The first thing Xiao Wu saw upon waking was the anxious expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. She felt a flicker of gratitude at first, but the next moment the two girls helped her up and urged Tang San to cease. Seeing Xiao Wu unharmed, Tang San naturally calmed down. Mu Xiao then released the ice binding him. Tang San stepped off the stage and embraced Xiao Wu, only separating when Yu Xiaojiang arrived. Sorry teacher, we lost. Tang San stood dejectedly before the master. Xiao San, I'm not blaming you, but you seven could have defeated Mu Xiao. Even with Oscar and Ning Rongrong as supports and Xiao Wu as an agility-type soul master, if you had coordinated well, how could you have lost? Why didn't you attack together? Why wait until Mu Xiao's three helpers appeared to act? Did you think the level gap would guarantee victory? On a real battlefield the enemy wouldn't give you time, they'd kill you instantly. You must strike before the opponent reacts. Level isn't the key, it's whether you have the courage. Clearly the last remark was aimed at Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Xiao was startled. He hadn't expected the scholarly Yu Xiaojiang to utter such violent words. What do you mean by attack together? Isn't that just ganging up on me? Mu Xiao thought. Master, it's hopeless. Mu Xiao's pressure was too overwhelming, and what were those three Mu Xiao clones? Ma Hongjun asked. You should be ashamed. Ma Hongjun, you performed the worst. Why didn't you use your third soul skill? Why didn't you release it? Saving it for the new year. And Xiao San, what happened? Why did you suddenly use the clear sky hammer? Sorry teacher, I couldn't control myself when I saw brother Xiao kill Xiao Wu. Tang San said weakly. Xiao San, you're amazing. Xiao Wu fainted and you nearly gave me a concussion. If I had actually killed her, would I be dead? Mu Xiao approached and said. Sorry brother Xiao, I was too impulsive. No problem. Throwing everything away for your woman, I admire that spirit. But don't go overboard. Xiao Wu is like a sister. Tang San. By the way Mu Xiao, what's your first soul skill? And your soul ring configuration? Let's skip that for now. I need to take leave to train outside. Help me inform the dean. It won't be long, just a few months. Mu Xiao interrupted before Yu Xiaojiang could finish, then flew off without giving him a chance to react, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and the others bewildered. And your soul ring configuration? Let's skip that for now. I need to take leave to train outside. Help me inform the dean. A loud noise came from ahead. Clearly something was fighting there. Mu Xiao slid over and saw a group of people in black robes attacking an emerald green scorpion. Their blood and the scorpion's crimson soul ring dotted the ice field with tiny icy blossoms. This seems familiar. That's how Orange came. But is there 100,000-year soul beast among the ice jade scorpions? Mu Xiao paused, then couldn't help shouting, Ice Emperor. The group and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion both looked at Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, how awkward. Let's finish this quickly and leave. Ice Emperor, I admit you're worthy to be our opponent. Get lost. Harassing me while I prepare for my heavenly tribulation, and you dare say that? Mu Xiao understood the situation. Activating his dark attribute, killing intent instantly filled a circle with a 1,000-meter radius centered on him. The group and the bug beast turned to look. Mu Si, it's yours. Mu Xiao handed the mess to Mu Si, who reluctantly took control of Mu Xiao's body, cursed him out, then went to help the Ice Emperor. Void Dragon Claw. The Void Dragon Claw flew out, piercing through the group. 3 seconds later they were all dead. Alright, no problem. Before he could finish, he was frozen by the Ice Emperor's soul skill. Mu Si returned control to Mu Xiao in that instant. Damn, why can't I control it? You're water attributed after all. Then what do we do? Let the Ice Emperor handle it. The Ice Emperor panicked upon realizing she had hit the wrong person. Though soul beasts and humans were sworn enemies, this human had helped her. Mother said I must repay those who helped me. Saying this, the Ice Emperor's body shrank until she became a green-haired little girl. She pushed Mu Xiao down and began removing her clothes formed from soul power, muttering, "Humph, human, you're lucky. If you hadn't saved me, I'd have eaten you long ago." But why did you save me? The Ice Emperor, looking at Mu Xiao inside the ice block with his mouth agape, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "What? You like me? And you've liked me for a long time. I don't sense any human aura on you. So you're a soul beast, but what kind?" Mu Xiao said helplessly, "I'm both human and dragon." "Oh, you're a dragon." The Ice Emperor removed her last garment, blushing as she said, "Since you're a soul beast and helped me, I've decided from now on you're my king." She lay on the ice and the angle was just right for Mu Xiao to see. Mu Xiao's nose bled. "I mean, you could have just broken the ice. Was that necessary?" But the ice blocked most of his words, so the Ice Emperor only heard, "Was that necessary? Hee, from now on you're my boyfriend." What's a boyfriend? I heard it from a soul master. Mu Xiao ranted inside the ice. 1 Damn. What is she doing? Why is she undressing? 2 What did you say? Mu Si, can you hear me? 3 Don't lie on top of me. This angle. Mu Xiao's in for some romance. 2 days later. Can you get up now? You're awake. Hurry, come back to the tribe with me. I want to announce you as my boyfriend and show you to mother. Mu Xiao, oh no, meeting the parents. What do I do when I get back? We're here. When you see mother, you must answer her questions seriously. Otherwise she and I will use ice burst on you. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, Bing Dis delicate hand pulled Mu Xiao to a frozen plane and she shouted, "Mother, Bing Bing is back." Then the frozen plane finally revealed its true face. Countless emerald scorpions emerged from the ice, but their hue was incomparable to Bing Dis. Bing Dis' exterior shimmered like diamond, resembling a colossal ice sculpture under the sunlight. Bing Du. Call me Bing Bing. Alright Bing. Bing. You don't understand. This is normal. Your Majesty, this human. No, this soul beast, where did you bring him from? Is he food for the clan? A voice rang out, but it didn't sound like 100,000-year soul beast. Mu Xiao then realized that ever since he transformed into a Tinglong, he could understand the communication between soul beasts. Food. One scorpion lit up its soul ring and lunged at Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao dodged the attack with a ghost shadow mirage step, but then more scorpions charged, centuries-old, millennial, and even tens of thousands of years old. One with a blood-red soul ring caught Mu Xiao's attention. 100,000-year soul beast stood there with Bing Di beside it. Bing Du. Bing Bing, are you saying the entire hope of our Ice Jade Empress Scorpion clan rests on this creature that is neither human nor beast? Then let's see what this so-called dragon clan is capable of. Yes, mother. Bing Di said respectfully. Mu Xiao glared at Bing Di and shouted, "You tricked me. This is just mother's test for you. Hurry, mother doesn't have much time." Bing Di said. "What the hell do I do? I can't take out the Starfall sword or it'll really become food." Mu Xiao with his Yinglong form dodged the basic attacks of Century and Millennium Scorpions and the ice burst of the 10th Ascendier Soul Beasts. "Food don't run," roared the 10th Ascendier Soul Beast. "Since you show no mercy, don't blame me. Void Dragon Claw, let's have a good slaughter today." Fire attribute immediately attached to the Dragon Claws. Each time the Void Dragon Claw struck a scorpion, that scorpion would catch fire, the flames only fading after the Soul Beast lost its life. This food is quite formidable. Let's attack together. A scorpion said, and then a 10th Ascendier Scorpion used Ice Burst. Boom. It blasted a cloud of snow mist. When the mist cleared, Mu Xiao's figure emerged clad in armor and holding a long spear. Clearly the ice burst hadn't harmed him in the slightest, but the 3 dragon heads caught the attention of Bing Di and her mother. Meanwhile, a young girl walked out of a cave looking toward the direction of the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion clan, murmuring, "Such a powerful pressure, definitely the dragon clan. Binger, what has happened to your clan?" With that she headed in that direction. "If you want to play, I'll play with you." Pointing his long spear, Mu Xiao said coldly, then launched a fierce attack on the scorpion swarm. The spear ignored the scorpion's outer armor, the exoskeleton of arthropods, piercing each scorpion with every thrust. The long spear moves, the divine dragon roars. Mu Xiao said as he thrust at the Scorpion King Bing Di's mother, but it was blocked by her Ice Emperor protection, causing no major harm, only pushing her back a few steps. Mother! Bing Di cried out and immediately went to support her, but was pushed away by the Scorpion King's massive pincer. You are formidable, worthy of the Dragon Clan. I entrust my daughter to you. After saying this, the old Scorpion King departed, leaving Mu Xiao standing there dumbfounded. Bing Di exchanged a respectful gaze with the surviving Ice Emperor scorpions. Watching the old Scorpion King's retreating figure, Mu Xiao was bewildered. What is going on? Just like that, she gave Bing Di to me. Seeing Mu Xiao's confused expression, Bing Di spoke, this is normal. Every old scorpion goes to the outer ring when their children leave. No soul beast knows what the outcome will be, because once in the outer ring they face human attacks. Humans hunt us for soul rings and spirit bones. Mother has already given me her spirit bone. Do you want it? I also have one. Want it? No, keep it for yourself. At that moment Mu Xiao suddenly thought, since Bing Di had become his, what about Tianmeng Iceworm? That was a problem. By the way, let me take you to meet my friend. Bing Di said with a smile, snapping Mu Xiao back from his thoughts about Tianmeng Iceworm's fate. But when he heard about Bing Di's friend, Mu Xiao grew timid. Bing Di's friend, Xue Di. Facing Xue Di, a single great cold without snow could freeze Mu Xiao, and with an imperial sword Mu Xiao might be saying goodbye to this world. Mu Xiao wanted to refuse, but Bing Di raised her small hand and said amiably, "Be good, hubby." Mu Xiao thought, damn. Are we already in a relationship that fast? What about the respectful gaze you just gave the old scorpion? Mu Xiao, are you scared? X3, dare you try Xue Di's 3 ultimate techniques. Great cold without snow, imperial sword, imperial palm, they'd kill me in seconds. And you ask if I'm scared. Are you that eager for me to die? Or do you want to use my body for something weird after I'm dead? Ooho, you found out. X3, Mu Xiao, hey, are you listening to me? Seriously good looking but an idiot. By the way, you've transformed, right? What level are you now? Ha! Over 30, I guess. I never check my soul power. Mu Xiao said with a smile, and Bing Di's mouth gaped in surprise. The Dragon Clan was always powerful, terrifyingly so. I've heard Mother say that the Dragon Clan grows stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak, and they have immortal bodies, inverse scales, healing dragon blood and dragon bones, and blood for refining pills, all of which greatly benefit both humans and soul beasts. Mu Xiao hadn't realized dragons had so many good parts. He almost wanted to sell himself now. By the way, have you heard of Tianmeng Iceworm? At the name Tianmeng Iceworm, Bing Di's happy face instantly darkened. If it weren't for him, I would have transformed into human form long ago. Hearing this, Mu Xiao inexplicably wanted to know what had happened. Why do you say that? That big fat worm kept harassing me with his superior spiritual power. Many times I almost got struck by heavenly thunder. I see. You've had a tough time. Mu Xiao was dragged along. Ha! Someone's ahead, a woman. Why would someone be in the inner ring? Mu Xiao saw a woman walking toward them from ahead, but her skin was excessively pale. Unlike Xiao Xiao and the others, whose whiteness was that of the living, this woman's pallor was unnerving. As Mu Xiao pondered, Bing Di suddenly let go of his hand and ran toward the woman, shouting, "Swear." Mu Xiao was horrified. He had just been thinking about how to escape from Xue Di, and now she was walking right toward him. Was that pressure just now from you? Despite his fear, Mu Xiao mustered his courage and said proudly, "So what? Got a problem? It was me. What do you want me to? Dream on, I'm a man you'll never have." Seeing Xue Di's bewildered expression, Mu Xiao was also stunned. What am I saying? Xue Di came to her senses and released the pressure of 100,000-year soul beast onto Mu Xiao. He immediately fell to his knees, not even having time to release his spirit. After kneeling, he remembered to summon his spirit, and the armor enveloped him, lessening the pressure. Watching Mu Xiao slowly rise, Xue Di smiled, then intensified the pressure. Mu Xiao knelt on one knee, this time seeing Xue Di's contemptuous smile through his armor. He fell down in defeat. "Binger, is this your so-called boyfriend? Is it useful to place hope in him? Better off with me." Xue Di didn't finish because she saw flames erupting from Mu Xiao's armor, clashing with her pressure. Mu Xiao climbed back up. "Those who insult me shall die," Mu Xiao's cold voice echoed from the armor. Watching Mu Xiao's figure and the overwhelming pressure, Snow Emperor knew Mu Xiao was serious. Great cold without snow. Snow Emperor spoke coldly, and as he finished, a fierce wind arose, stirring the snow. Mu Xiao watched the approaching blizzard without fear, perhaps because the armor gave him a sense of security. But Mu Xiao recalled that in the original story the great cold without snow was supposed to be warm, yet now it was freezing. Fortunately, he was no longer afraid of the cold. Mu Xiao charged at Snow Emperor, his spear sweeping toward him, but Snow Emperor dodged with a swift turn. Mu Xiao then handed control of his body to Mu Yan. In Mu Yan's hands the spear seemed to transform into a dragon, forcing Snow Emperor to retreat. Mu Yan returned control to Mu Xiao, who used his ice attribute to erect an ice wall behind Snow Emperor. The spear inched closer to Snow Emperor, but he remained motionless, which made Mu Xiao uneasy. Then Snow Emperor attempted to strike Mu Xiao with a palm, but Mu Xiao evaded it. Gazing at Snow Emperor's fair delicate hand, Mu Xiao harbored no strange thoughts. His mind was filled with Niu Tian's words from the original story. The only way to counter the Great Cold without snow, one of Snow Emperor's 3 ultimate techniques, was to avoid being hit by it. Mu Xiao had just narrowly escaped the Emperor Palm, the Great Cold without snow. Must not be touched. Mu Yan release fire attribute into the armor. It's been a while. The ice attribute should have strengthened. After speaking in the Sea of Consciousness, he immediately returned to the battlefield. Feeling his body growing warmer and seeing the snow melting at his feet, he knew Mu Yan had succeeded. Snow Emperor looked at the melting snow around Mu Xiao's feet with a hint of astonishment. Had the snow in the extreme north ever melted before? This put Snow Emperor on high alert, but just as he was about to use the Emperor's sword, Mu Xiao suddenly appeared before him. Snow Emperor gasped and stepped back. Was I just afraid? Snow Emperor silently questioned himself. It was understandable. Yinglong belonged to the ancient dragon race, a second-generation dragon god among the current dragons. Losing was normal. However, Snow Emperor was curious how Mu Xiao possessed the power of dragons from billions of years ago, which defied all logic. Yet recalling Mu Xiao's martial soul and that armor confirmed his identity. Back to the scene, Mu Xiao thrust his spear at Snow Emperor, who erected an ice wall to barely block the attack, but it took a toll on him. Moreover, with Mu Xiao's water and fire attributes enhanced by the armor, Snow Emperor couldn't inflict any harm on him. Great Cold without snow. Emperor Sword. Emperor Palm. Snow Emperor cried out, unleashing all 3 of his ultimate techniques. Mu Xiao leaped back to evade the attacks. Ice Emperor watched nervously from the side, ready to intervene with the Ice Emperor possession if anything went wrong, though she wasn't sure if she could block it. Mu Xiao tossed his spear aside, set down his sword and activated only the Yinglong martial soul. He charged at Snow Emperor, who launched the Emperor's sword again, but Mu Xiao's Void Dragon Claw sent it flying, shattering it into ice. The Great Cold without snow failed to harm or exhaust Mu Xiao, merely leaving him standing within it. Mu Xiao feared the Emperor Palm, but with the armor he believed it couldn't hurt him either. So he turned into a reckless fool, swinging his Dragon Claw toward Ice Emperor's jade-like hand. Snow Emperor saw this and tried to withdraw the palm, for he had already acknowledged Mu Xiao as a friend worthy of being the husband of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Striking him dead might sever his friendship with Ice Emperor. But it was too late. The Emperor Palm gently landed on Mu Xiao's Dragon Claw and he remained motionless, alarming both Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. However, after a moment, Mu Xiao moved in the heavy snow. He retracted the armor, revealing his face, now purple from the cold but otherwise unharmed, just cold. Are you alright? Snow Emperor asked. Good. Good. Impressive. No wonder. Snow. Achoo. Snow Emperor. I concede defeat. Sorry for the intrusion. With that he turned to leave, but Snow Emperor blocked his path. Then Mu Yan's stiff leg gave way and he fell, landing on Snow Emperor, his mouth colliding with Snow Emperor's lips. So soft, so fragrant. What was that? The first things Mu Xiao sensed upon regaining consciousness were softness and fragrance. Slowly he opened his eyes. Expecting sunlight, he found only darkness with nothing visible except a pair of emerald eyes. Wait, emerald eyes. He conjured a fireball in his hand to illuminate those eyes, nearly startling him. Ice Emperor was smiling at him. Mu Xiao was lying on Ice Emperor's lap, a lap pillow. You're awake. I thought I was going to become a widow. Are you sure you heard that from humans? Of course. Alright, do you know what widow means? Yes. How many tens of thousands of years ago did you hear that? Not much, just 30,000 years. You win. He. By the way, were you crazy just now? Actually taking on Schwer's Emperor Palm. Didn't you say you'd block it with the Ice Emperor possession? I didn't dare either. If your Dragon Claw came down with Schwer's Emperor Palm, wouldn't it shatter my delicate shell? Mu Xiao delicate. Is a scorpion's shell delicate? I, a genius, had no idea. It seems I need to review that. You're awake. Take this medicine. You still have a bit of frostbite, this should fix it. Snow Emperor handed him a red gelatinous object. Judging by the color. What is this? Red gel. What? Red gel. Mu Xiao was astonished. He had been desperately searching for red gel without success, only to find it in this desolate place. Now Ma Xiaotao could be saved. No, he could be saved, no longer fearing being crushed by Xiao Xiao. Seeing Mu Xiao staring blankly at the red gel, Snow Emperor shoved it into his mouth. Watching Mu Xiao unable to speak with the gel stuffed in his mouth, Snow Emperor cheerfully said to Ice Emperor, "Look, Binger, how happily he's smiling." Mu Xiao, happy my foot. It's not ripe, I'm choking. He quickly used a small fire in his throat to roast it until he could swallow. After swallowing, Mu Xiao felt a surge of heat throughout his body. Mu Yan said in the Sea of Consciousness, Mu Xiao, your fire attribute has improved. I didn't expect something from the Chaos Era to still boost the fire attribute and so powerfully. Gradually the stiffness faded, but the heat remained. Too much. Damn. What are you doing? Are you messing with me? Eating that much feels like I've taken an aphrodisiac. Mu Xiao shouted at the explaining Ice Emperor. Sorry, my bad. Want me to make it up to you? Ice Emperor said, licking her lips seductively. If Ice Emperor's human form weren't that of a lowly Mu Xiao would have given her a flick on the forehead. But it was fine. Ice Emperor said it would only last a day. Mu Xiao pounced on Ice Emperor. Both of them, no one human and one transformed being, had flushed faces. Just then Snow Emperor walked in. Am I interrupting? I'll just get that thing and leave you two to continue. Oh, Snow Emperor was pulled over by Mu Xiao. While Mu Xiao was unconsciously laboring outside in the sea of consciousness, Mu Feng, Mu Yan and Mu Si watched his actions. Mu Yan arg. I'm going to burn Mu Xiao's spiritual body to death. Until the next day, Mu Xiao looked at Ice Emperor on his left and Snow Emperor on his right, utterly bewildered. What the hell? What's going on? Mu Xiao leaped up, but realizing he was completely naked, he hastily put on the frost armor. Mu Xiao, you're awake. Schwerer, you're really something. Although consuming a bit of red gum can elevate one's fire attribute to the ultimate flame, you shouldn't have let him eat so much. My waist is still aching now. Ice Emperor propped herself up against the cave wall, one hand on her waist, the other supporting her as she rose. Binger, that's not fair of you. We're all good sisters here, your husband is my husband too. Snow Emperor said. Mu Xiao, damn it. How much red gum did you feed me? Red gum was a fine thing in the original story. Ma Xiaotao had recovered her original form by consuming it, but how much did Ma Xiaotao eat? And look at how much Mu Xiao had eaten. Moreover, the original story never mentioned that red gum would cause such a frenzy. I'll take my leave now, I still have a clan to manage. Bye. Ice Emperor walked out of the cave, her maidenly form transforming into the jade-green crystalline body of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. How did you sleep last night? No need to ask, it must have been wonderful. Binger and I didn't rest well at all. You were too fierce last night. Binger and I were nearly worn out. Don't you blame me. If you hadn't fed me such a huge piece of red gum, would this have happened? I was struck by the Emperor's palm, yes, but couldn't a tiny bit have sufficed? Mu Xiao demanded loudly. Anyone else would have reacted the same way, consuming red gum, then betting two soul beasts, both 100,000-year ones. The Ice Snow Maiden was one thing, but Ice Emperor. Wasn't I doing it for your own good? And also to deepen the bond between you and Binger. Who knew that when I tried to leave you'd drag me into it too? I admit what happened with Ice Emperor, but you... Mu Xiao's voice choked up. Are you sure you like me? Sure. You call that liking? You call that lusting after my body? You're despicable. Snow Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, yes, I lust after your body. I'm honest, and that deserves praise. Give the honest girl a reward. Mu Xiao. Enough talk. I'm leaving. Mu Xiao picked up his clothes from the ground and hid behind a stone pillar to dress. Once fully clothed, he prepared to depart. Where are you going? Snow Emperor suddenly embraced Mu Xiao from behind. Anyone else might have turned around for another round, but was Mu Xiao that kind of person? The lawful wife was Xiao Xiao, the concubine Ling Luochen, and now there was Ice Emperor too. Could Mu Xiao's little dragon body handle it all? Mind your own business. Are you looking for the cold jade essence? You know where it is. I do, but I'm not telling you. Naya Naya. Snow Emperor stuck out her tongue playfully, making Mu Xiao feel instantly that this Snow Emperor wasn't the one from the original story. In the original she only seemed cute after becoming a spirit soul, but now she was a mature woman acting like a little girl. Bye. He really couldn't stay any longer, staying would drive him mad. Mu Xiao unfurled his dragon wings and flew away. Inside the cave, Snow Emperor watched his retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. As expected of a dragon, such pure attributes. Ah, time to go back to sleep. I was in agony all night. How does that Mu Xiao have so much energy? Alright, I'll just dig around a bit and see if I can stumble upon some cold jade essence. His dragon claws began to rummage wildly through the snow. If Yinglong were present, he'd surely give Mu Xiao a good rap on the head. Using dragon claws as shovels in hundreds of millions of years, only Mu Xiao, this dragon, would do such a thing. And so Mu Xiao dug for an entire afternoon until he finally uncovered a crevice. A chilling aura emanated from the fissure, making him shiver. It seemed the cold jade essence was here. Mu Xiao thought to open the crevice, and indeed there it was. The cold jade essence emitted a faint green glow with visible icy mist swirling above it. Even in this frozen tundra tens of degrees below zero, the mist was palpable. If Mu Xiao had heard of such a thing in his original world, he would have immediately denied its existence, but times had changed. As he drew closer, the color of the cold jade essence deepened. So the essence was all inside the cold jade essence, but what the hell was this big white snot-bubbled grub? Mu Xiao stared at the enormous grub, his head full of question marks. But a white insect sleeping on cold jade essence. Wasn't that a silkworm? Wait, a silkworm. Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. Looking at the still lumbering Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, Mu Xiao's heart was filled with both despair and excitement. Despair because the spot was occupied, excitement because he had long wanted to meet this soul beast famous in the original story for cultivating through sleep. Although Mu Xiao had clashed spiritually with the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, the latter seemed capable of nothing more than high spiritual power and a single Sky Dream finger with an incredibly annoying tone. Gazing at the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, Mu Xiao had no desire to disturb it. What if waking it caused it to run off and ruin Yu Hao's fate? So he merely sat cross-legged beside it, absorbing the cold aura. The armor seemed to sense something, and along with the fire attribute it began to temper this ice attribute. The armor's color shifted and the three dragon heads became even more majestic. A month later. Finally reached the 40th level. It was so hard. Not only did I have to be careful not to freeze, but also to avoid waking the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. Time to go. Back to graduate. Flying back to Shrek, the first thing he saw was Tang San and the others. Seeing them, Mu Xiao joyfully waved from the air, but then he noticed an old man carrying a sword standing beside Ning Rongrong. Mu Xiao slowly lowered his hand, landed on the ground and pointed at the old man. Who is this old lady? He is my grandpa's sword. What? Grandpa? That doesn't look right. Look at his hair, it's so long. Mu Xiao deliberately drew out the word so long. Mu Xiao, show some respect. This is His Excellency Sword Dou. Your Excellency, please calm down. This child Mu Xiao has a screw loose. Flender explained from the side. A screw loose is still better than you money-grubbing old thing. You dig up the entire ground just to get a gold coin stuck in it. Mu Xiao said, eyeing Flender with disdain. But the old man didn't care about Flender digging up the ground. Instead he scrutinized Mu Xiao intently, his gaze making Mu Xiao's skin crawl. Hey, what are you looking at? Mu Xiao pointed at the old man. The old man smiled slightly. You said I look like an old lady, didn't you? So what about you? Your face looks like a girl's and you have long azure hair. If you're not a girl, what are you? I'm your grandpa. Mu Xiao then summoned the Star's hard sword, split it into two and cut off a bit of his hair. After all, if he cut it all off, Xiao Xiao might not recognize him, and besides it would look too ugly. Oh. Your martial soul is a sword. Are you blind? Obviously. But I heard you used a scythe to kill a disciple of my sect. I've killed soul beasts and evil soul masters. Who knows if those evil soul masters include any of your disciples? Mu Xiao smirked at the old man. The old man flew into a rage. My sect could never have evil soul masters. You brat are too arrogant. The old man took out a crystal. These are all evidence of your crimes. Holding a martial soul to Rongrong's throat and killing two of my sect's disciples. You're quite audacious, boy. Mu Xiao looked at the crystal in silence, unable to detect any sign of forgery. It meant his perception hadn't sensed anyone there at the time. Mu Xiao looked at the crystal in silence, unable to detect any sign of forgery. It meant his perception hadn't sensed. Mu Xiao ran to the wall, crouched down and started drawing circles. Indeed, he had miscalculated this time. He should have checked his surroundings again before leaving. Now look at the mess. Sword Dou Chen Xin level 97 Dou martial soul 7 killing sword. Chen Xin announced his title, clearly intending to fight Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao level 43 soul ancestor martial soul Star's hard swording long death scythe. Want to fight? I'll let you hit me once and that should be enough. Mu Xiao said, donning the frostless armor. This isn't about just one hit. Do you know who those disciples were? Why should I care? They were carefully selected through layers of screening to protect Rongrong. Doesn't that make it even more dangerous? The more trusted they are, the greater the chance of assassination, right? You should know this from experience. Don't you dare slander the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Chen Zin's 7 killing sword struck the frostless armor but didn't harm Mu Xiao. The armor itself wasn't damaged much either. After all, rare metals weren't just for show. It only lost some paint which could be touched up later. Boom. Mu Xiao was sent flying and embedded in a wall. Seeing this, Xu Zhuqing rushed over to pull him out while Ning Rongrong blocked Chen Zin's path. Grandpa sword, you said you wouldn't hurt Mu Xiao. Rongrong, be good. He slandered the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Grandpa just taught him a lesson. Chen Xin immediately smiled and explained to Ning Rongrong. But he saved me in the Star Dou Forest. Saved you? Who knows if he lured the Titan giant ape there? And how dare a little bastard like him carry my Rongrong around? Hearing this through his days, Mu Xiao unfastened the frostless armor. In his spiritual space, a blue-haired Mu Xiao joined the ranks of Muse and the others. Mu Xiao, why are you here? And what are you talking about? I'm water. You're not Mu Xiao. No, wait, water attribute. No, now you're ice attribute. How are you here? Muse asked. My name is Mu Bing now. But that's not important right now. After I fused with Mu Xiao, I sought his memories. No more thorough than what you saw. Mu Xiao grew up in an orphanage. Because he was too clever, he was always bullied as a child. But he never felt pain because he has congenital analgesia. Congenital analgesia. What's that? Literally, no matter how much you hit him, he won't feel pain. Unless it's a fatal blow, Mu Xiao won't die. But once he was almost beaten to death. If Jidong Xiao Xiao and the director hadn't shown up, Mu Xiao would have died. Mu Bing said seriously. Ji Dong. Isn't that the god of evil? We never saw Ji Dong in Mu Xiao's memories. We saw Xiao Xiao on the director, but later Xiao Xiao betrayed Mu Xiao and cuckolded him. Ji Dong became Mu Xiao's brother and rival back then. Because Ji Dong started mixing drinks as he grew up. Mu Xiao, as you all know, is a genius, he learned it instantly. But Ji Dong never envied Mu Xiao for it. Instead, he often asked Mu Xiao for mixing tips. The memory potion the god of evil treated us to last time was a recipe Mu Xiao taught him. When Mu Xiao learned Ji Dong had died, he never imagined Ji Dong would transmigrate. So during that period Mu Xiao was deeply depressed. He only came to the Doluo continent after someone tried to assassinate him. We didn't know any of this. Mu Yan said. Then how did you get here? Mu Xiao kicked me out. Outside, Mu Xiao unfastened the frostless armor, his head bowed, bangs covering his eyes. His hair changed from azure to black. B.A.S. Bastard. You called me a bastard just now. Mu Xiao said coldly, his head still lowered. Bastard had become Mu Xiao's shadow. The children who beat him as a child called him that until Ji Dong came and chased them away. He hadn't heard that word since, but it became a lifelong trauma. A dragon has its reverse scale, touch it and you die. The moment Mu Xiao heard the word bastard, he would erupt in rage. And now Xiao Xiao had become his reverse scale. Now hearing bastard again, the power within Mu Xiao exploded. He stood up, pushed away Zhu Zhuqing who was supporting him, said sorry and walked toward Chen Xian. I've always wanted to live a good life, but misfortune after misfortune befell me. Ha! The sky suddenly darkened. Lightning illuminated Mu Xiao, who suddenly looked up with a sinister smile. Lightning revealed Mu Xiao's face, bloodshot eyes, a eerie smile, all displayed before the crowd. Xiao Wu hugged Tang San tightly in fear. Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled. Dai Mubai fought the urge to flee. Zhu Zhuqing pressed herself against the wall. Ning Rongrong screamed and hid behind Chen Xian. Flender had already vanished. Grandmaster rushed out of his office with Luo Sanpao running ahead, only to suddenly kneel before Mu Xiao as if facing a terrifying presence. Xiao San, what's wrong? Grandmaster ran to Tang San's side and asked, is that Mu Xiao? It's brother Xiao. What happened to him? Tang San pointed tremblingly at Mu Xiao, then at Chen Xian. Grandmaster finally noticed Chen Xian and quickly said, respected Sword Doluo, please forgive my negligence. Everyone fall back. This kid is off. Chen Xian said, raising the 7 killing sword at Mu Xiao. He, come play with me. Mu Xiao laughed. Lightning struck his head, but he didn't fall. Instead he laughed loudly, ha ha ha, fun. Give me some pain. Ah ha ha. Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck, each one larger than the last. Finally Mu Xiao was enveloped in lightning. When he emerged, his shirt was burned away, revealing the tattoo of a 5-clawed Long. If it had looked cool before, now it was terrifying. Lightning danced in Mu Xiao's right eye. Another Mu Xiao appeared in his spiritual sea. He, come on. Mu Xiao walked toward Chen Xian. Chen Xian stepped back but then summoned several swords that flew at Mu Xiao. Grandpa sword, no. Ning Rongrong screamed. Oscar desperately covered her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing had collapsed to the ground. Shink. 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 The sound of swords piercing flesh reached everyone's ears. Ning Rongrong was already crying. Oscar stood in front to block her view. It doesn't hurt, old man. Got anything more fun? Mu Xiao pulled the swords from his body and walked step by step toward Chen Xian. With each step blood dripped, and where the blood fell tiny sprouts grew. What? Chen Xian looked at Mu Xiao in disbelief. If you don't, then it's my turn. He. Heaven. Thunder. Extreme. 10 bolts of lightning struck Chen Xian. He tried to block with his sword, but the lightning passed through it and hit him. Star's hard sword appear. Mu Xiao wielded the Star's hard sword and charged at Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian hurriedly raised his sword to fight. Then a bolt of lightning struck Chen Zin's hand and the 7 killing sword fell. Mu Xiao raised the Star's hard sword, wind blades forming on its edge but not yet released. He was about to dismember Chen Xian. No. As the Star's hard sword descended, Ning Rongrong screamed and fainted. Just then the first soul ring lit up and Muse, Mu Yan, Mu Feng, Mu Bing and Mu Lei all appeared to block the wind blades. No. As the Muse summoned the death scythe and blocked the Star's hard sword. Mu Feng and Mu Yan grabbed the spear and sword from the armor. Mu Lei pulled a machete from the void. Mu Bing drew a sword radiating cold from the ground. They all fought Mu Xiao. But Mu Xiao's painless constitution overwhelmed them. They also got tired. Damn it, we're not at our peak yet, Mu Yan cursed. While Mu Xiao was focused on Mu Yan and the others, Mu Lei's machete slashed across Mu Xiao's carotid artery. Blood sprayed and Mu Xiao fell. But the wound closed and he got back up to continue fighting. Mu Bing. Don't fight, damn it. Suppress Mu Xiao's reverse scale. Mu shouted while blocking Mu Xiao's attacks. I'm working on it. Mu Bing retorted. Then Mu Xiao dismissed the death scythe and the spear and sword returned to the armor. Mu Yan, Muse and Mu Feng lost their weapons and could only use their own, but they were still weak and didn't want to hurt Mu Xiao. Just then a beam of light fell on Mu Xiao. The clouds parted and a woman slowly descended from the sky followed by a girl. The elemental ones greet the goddess of time. Muse and the others stopped fighting and knelt before the goddess of time. Are you here to make me feel pain too? Mu Xiao spread his dragon wings and charged at the goddess of time. She pushed him with her hand, reversing his time back to the moment before he went berserk. Mu Xiao fell and Zhu Zhuqing quickly caught him. Teacher, what's wrong with Mu Xiao? Sai, what's wrong with Mu Han? Not taking care of his own son. Now I have to go back in time. Mu Xiao weakly opened his eyes and saw the goddess of time. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Mom. Mother. Mu Xiao fainted. Ha. Mom. Mother. The girl looked at the goddess of time in shock. Yes, Xiao Xiao, I am Mu Xiao's mother. Surprised. Yes. Yes. Mother. Xiao Xiao said, lowering her head. The goddess of time patted Xiao Xiao's head and smiled, calling me mother so soon. Daughter-in-law. Xiao Xiao blushed and said nothing. Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao. Brother Xiao. The goddess of time looked at the Shrek 7 monsters, her gaze finally stopping on Tang San. The future sea god and Azura god. Come Xiao Xiao, continue your time god trial. The goddess of time left with Xiao Xiao. Muse and the others stood up and apologized to Chen Xian, sorry for the spectacle. Mu Xiao has lived alone since childhood. He barely remembers his mother and his memories of his father ended when he was 5. After that he was alone. As a child he was often bullied and they called him a bastard. The word bastard became a lifelong shadow for Mu Xiao. But why did you have to bring it up? Mu Xiao had already let you strike him with your sword. That should have been the end of it. But you had to strike again and call him a bastard. You should be grateful Mu Xiao didn't go for the kill. The last person who provoked him like this was reduced to ashes by 700 bolts of lightning. We hope this teaches you a lesson. Otherwise next time we brothers will finish you off. The last sentence was spoken by all 5 in unison. Mu Bing, can you return to Mu Xiao's body? Yes. He had sealed his heart earlier so I couldn't get back. It should be possible now. With that Mu Bing helped Mu Xiao up, pressed her forehead to his and turned into light that drilled into his mind. The other 4 returned to Mu Xiao's first soul ring. This time Mu Xiao had absorbed the power of heavenly thunder far stronger than beast lightning. Ning Rongrong ran to Chen Xian and helped him up. He said he was fine, Mu Xiao hadn't struck hard. The last time Mu Xiao blackened out, the heavenly thunder extreme had summoned far more than 10 bolts. Mu Xiao woke up in bed and suddenly found someone lying beside him. Overjoyed he thought he had returned to the world of Peerless Tang Sect and that it was Xiao Xiao. But looking at the ceiling he knew something was off. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you in my bed? Ah. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Is it wrong to sleep together after months apart? Mu Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. Who knew that Dai Mu Yan would take over his body and end up kissing Zhu Zhuqing? Arriving at the academy, students gave him a wide berth. Zhu Zhuqing hugged him, "I'll always be with you." Those words reminded Mu Xiao of Xiao Xiao. Thank you. Dean, I want to graduate. Mu Xiao went to the office and told Flender his purpose directly, my dream is to travel the world. Flender agreed. Death God second trial passed. Reward Death God Cloak Death Scythe proficiency. Space first trial passed. Reward space power. Return to Peerless Tang Sect tomorrow afternoon. I have to go. Why? You don't have to say it. I understand. Will we meet again? Definitely. The world is round. We'll see each other again. Zhu Zhuqing kissed him. That night passion ignited. Outside the door Ning Rongrong left an envelope and walked away. In the morning Mu Xiao saw it. It read, sorry Mu Xiao, I apologize on behalf of Grandpa Sword. He knows about your past and feels guilty. He was just messing around back then. Hope you don't take it seriously. Your classmate Ning Rongrong. Mu Xiao smiled after reading it. Though reluctant he had to leave. Spreading his dragon wings he flew into the sky. Then he heard voices and looked down. Tang San Xiao Wuma Hongju and Oscar Dai Mu Bai Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were waving goodbye. Mu Xiao wiped away a tear, made a see you later gesture and flew into the sky. The sky split open and he flew in, returning to Peerless Tang Sect. Xiao Xiao seemed distracted as she held Mu Xiao. Wife, aren't you suffocating holding me so tight? Mu Xiao patted her head. Xiao Xiao looked at him with tearful eyes. What's wrong, wife? Did someone bully you? I'll tear them apart. Xiao Xiao laughed, are you going to tear yourself apart? Looking at Yu Hao and Wang Dong who were watching the show, Mu Xiao thought of Tang San and the others. He thought to himself, brothers, we'll meet again soon. Since Mu Xiao returned from 10,000 years ago he had completed the divine trials of the Space God and the Death God, gaining mastery over spatial power and the Reaper's Scythe. However, Mu Xiao felt that spatial power seemed not to be confined to the star fragment sword alone. In fact, he was like spatial power itself. Even without the sword he could manipulate it while teleporting anywhere he wished, even moving objects. But... Whoa, hey ah. My face. Put. Hey ah. My waist. So painful. Mu Xiao practiced controlling spatial power in the forest, but unlike other elemental forces it required intense concentration. Just moments ago he had learned to use it, but when he did he kept bumping into things. He tried to teleport a stone only for it to vanish and fall on his head from above. If he were still human he would have been half buried in the ground. Teleport. Ah. Dragon wings. This time Mu Xiao was teleported to a cliff. The cliff cracked open and he fell, barely avoiding crashing into the rock wall by quickly deploying his dragon wings. Port. Mu Xiao donned his armor and used spatial power again. This time he succeeded teleporting from the air to the ground. He was unharmed but utterly terrified. Mu Xiao. Where did you get this armor? Ying Long asked, trembling. Ah. This. I fished it out of the Lake of Life 10,000 years ago. What's wrong? To his surprise, Ying Long suddenly knelt and kowtowed to Mu Xiao, or rather to the armor. Second-generation dragon god Ying Long pays respects to master. Ying Long disguised as Xiao Xiao prostrated on the ground, kowtowing thrice. Mu Xiao was dumbfounded. The armor then detached and gradually transformed into a person with dragon horns. Rise. The figure said calmly. Master, what happened to you? Why did you forge your reverse scale into armor? Ying Long asked, seeing no offense taken. Your master is old and needs an heir. But you Ying Long have been exceptionally gifted since childhood, yet your temperament is too arrogant. This armor naturally would not choose you. I know, master. I meant, why did you turn your reverse scale into armor? Because. Ah, let's not speak of it. The figure turned to look at Mu Xiao. Child, since Ying Long has chosen to merge with you, you are now a part of our dragon clan. This armor is called the Divine Dragon Armor, hard as iron. Since it has chosen you, it is yours. With that, the figure gradually dissolved into particles of light and vanished. Ying Long, this child has changed your nature. I look forward to seeing what you will become, but alas, your master will not live to see it. The figure's voice echoed from the sea of spirit. Mu Xiao, is it? Truly remarkable, so young and already wielding spatial power. This old man only grasped a mere fraction of it after 3 million years. And you? You have grasped it all. Mu Xiao, here are my memories of practicing spatial power. I hope you will not disdain them. The particles of light merged into Mu Xiao's body, and suddenly the correct methods for using spatial power flooded his mind. Mu Xiao realized how extraordinary this being, no, this dragon, truly was. Junior Mu Xiao thanks the senior. He knelt on one knee. It is this little dragon's honor to serve the future supreme god. The last sentence plunged Mu Xiao into deep thought. Supreme god. In Peerless, Tang sect weren't the strongest beings the first great gods. What is a supreme god? And why did he suddenly become so reverent toward me? Brother Ying Long, why do you think he suddenly became so respectful to me? Mu Xiao turned to ask Ying Long, who was still kneeling. I don't know. The master might have seen the future. Though Ying Long said this, he was equally astonished. He never imagined that the first-generation dragon god Sun Long would bow and scrape to Mu Xiao. Wasn't Mu Xiao just someone with power and background? And good looks? Ying Long stole a glance at Mu Xiao. Why are you looking at me? Even though you're disguised as Xiao Xiao, you're not her, and I don't even know if you're male or female. With that, Mu Xiao left the sea of spirit. Inside, Mu Yen, Mu Feng, Mu Si and Mu Lei looked at Ying Long and asked, why didn't you speak up? I wanted to, but Mu Xiao didn't give me a chance. Ying Long shed Xiao Xiao's disguise, revealing her true form. If Mu Xiao were there, he would have been speechless with shock. Didn't the time goddess say I am one of Mu Xiao's wives? You all heard her yourselves, didn't you? Ah. Before Ying Long could finish, Mu Xiao returned looking bewildered. Who are you? How did you get into my sea of spirit? Mu Si, where's brother Ying Long? I don't see him. Mu Si and the others hadn't expected Mu Xiao to come back so soon. Caught off guard, all four pointed at Ying Long, who had shed her disguise. Ha! You're telling me she's brother Ying Long. But brother Ying Long is male. Look at her, she has dragon horns. Wait, why do you have dragon horns? No, that's not right. Brother Ying Long has wings, look at her. Why do you have dragon wings too? Brother Ying Long has 5 claws, look at her. Stop. Don't take off your clothes. I understand. Mu Xiao grabbed Ying Long, who was about to undress, to prove her identity. I never imagined the brother Ying Long I've been calling is actually a woman, and a mature one at that. Why didn't any of you tell me? Mu Xiao grabbed Mu Si and the others. You never asked. Oh, by the way, her name is Ying Tian and she's your wife. Mu Yan emphasized the word wife deliberately. I'll think about it. Goodbye. Mu Xiao left the Sea of Spirit with a dark expression. So this is the Heaven Dou Empire. Xiao Xiao Ling Luochen wanna go shopping. To forget the fact that Ying Long was female, Mu Xiao decided to take Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen shopping. Since Ling Luochen had already confessed her feelings for him, Mu Xiao didn't hesitate to drop the honorific senior. You really have no sense of tension, do you? Ma Xiao Tao said. Senior Xiao Tao, we're just calming ourselves down, you know. If you need company you can go find Yu Hao. With that, Mu Xiao grabbed Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen and ran off, leaving Ma Xiao Tao clenching her fists while Dai Yu Hong tried to persuade her to stay calm, reminding her that killing was forbidden in the city. Teacher Wang, where are we staying? Mu Xiao suddenly appeared before Wang Yan using spatial power, startling him. After hearing the accommodation details, Mu Xiao vanished again, nearly making Wang Yan fall to his knees and pray to the gods. Order whatever you want to buy or eat, I have more money than I can spend. Mu Xiao handed some gold soul coins to Ling Luochen and Xiao Xiao. After strolling around, Mu Xiao was holding 10 bags of clothes. He asked Xiao Xiao why he couldn't store them in his storage ring, but Xiao Xiao, holding Ling Luochen's arm, said this better showcased his boyfriend qualities. So Mu Xiao couldn't put them in the storage ring and wanted to store them in his spatial ability, but Xiao Xiao said, if you try any tricks you're done for. Her tone was very cold, as if she knew Mu Xiao had spatial powers, which puzzled him greatly, but he quickly forgot about it and continued happily shopping with the two girls. Mu Xiao, look, is this you? Ling Luochen, wearing the cat mask Mu Xiao bought, pointed to a poster on the wall and asked. Mu Xiao wore his fox mask and Xiao Xiao also had a cat mask. Seeing the poster, Mu Xiao was stunned. He never imagined a woman would cross-dress as Mu Xiao. The key point was that Mu Xiao, a soul tool master, was depicted on the poster as both a soul tool master and a singer, and there was a concert happening today. Wow, Mu Xiao can sing. Ling Luochen's eyes sparkled with joy as she asked. Xiao Xiao proudly said it, of course I was Mu Xiao's first listener. Ling Luochen felt a bit disappointed. If only I had met Mu Xiao earlier, then I wouldn't be the second listener. Mu Xiao wanted to explain that Ling Luochen wasn't the second but the third, but seeing her expression he held back. Mu Xiao, you wouldn't do that to this person, would you? Xiao Xiao tugged at Mu Xiao's clothes and asked. She knew Mu Xiao hated others imitating him. The last time two teenagers were dismembered by Mu Xiao, a scene Xiao Xiao would never forget. Mu Xiao looked at the person on the poster, finally stopping at the chest area. He noticed a slight bulge and immediately asked Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen if he was fat. Both said no. So. Oh my god. Is this Wang Dong in disguise? How could I possibly do that with my two wives beside me? Let's go, let's take a look. He took the two girls to the performance venue where many Mu Xiao fans were discussing. Mu Xiao must be a particularly beautiful young lady, I saw her last time, very pretty. Mu Xiao thought, nonsense, I am not. Who knows, what if it's a man? The Mingda Hall also said he calls himself a master. They bought tickets and found their seats. Ling Luochen naively asked, Mu Xiao, aren't you going to sing? They'll see if he sings well, if not, well, leave. They bought tickets and found their seats. Ling Luochen naively asked, Mu Xiao, aren't you going to sing? They'll see if he sings well, if not, well, leave. I sing very well too. This remark angered a nearby woman. How dare you speak like that? You country bumpkins think you can sing better than Master Mu Xiao. Have you no shame? Hey, we didn't provoke you. Xiao Xiao asked indignantly. Xiao Xiao, forget it. Ling Luochen, put away the ice, we can't kill anyone here. If a dog bites us, do we have to bite it back? Mu Xiao said. Who are you calling a dog? What do you think? Bastard. Hey, are you looking for trouble? We didn't do anything right. You called me a dog. I didn't say who was a dog. Oh, you admitted it. I didn't say it, why did you admit it? You. The concert began and the woman ignored Mu Xiao. All attention was on the Mu Xiao on stage. That Mu Xiao, somehow knowing Mu Xiao wore a fox mask when selling armor that day, began singing. Mu Xiao listened. After the song, Ling Luochen asked, so beautiful. Mu Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Xiao, what do you think? Not good X2Y. Ling Luochen asked, puzzled. Used to hearing Mu Xiao sing. You haven't heard his songs, he can play many more. Mu Xiao. Ha. Where is he? Mu Xiao walked off the stage, erected an ice wall in full view, cornered Mu Xiao and removed his mask. Beneath the mask was a beautiful, astonished face. Mu Xiao looked at the Mu Xiao and asked name. The Mu Xiao, seemingly not reacting, blurted out her name, Nana. Hearing the name, Mu Xiao was startled. Nana. Wasn't that the soul tool master? To confirm, Mu Xiao asked again, but this time Nana didn't answer. Tell me and I'll let you off stage. Nana, upon hearing this, bit her lip, her face full of reluctance. Nana. Knowing the name was enough. He remembered the Mingda Hall master had once invited Mu Xiao to Mingda Hall, but Mu Xiao proposed attending a friendly match instead, so he didn't bother. Mu Xiao remembered this Nana was quite pitiful and was later helped by Yu Hao. How did your parents die? Mu Xiao suddenly asked, removing his mask. Nana's pupils contracted, but she said nothing. Mu Xiao understood it was indeed the work of those evil soul masters. Why did you stop singing? The audience called out. Wait for me a moment. Mu Xiao melted the ice wall, bowed to the audience and said, I apologize everyone. I am Master Mu Xiao. That was my apprentice just now causing inconvenience. Mu Xiao volunteers to offer a song called The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. I hope everyone can find their own star. Nana, get off stage now. He turned slightly and shouted at Nana. Seeing she was exposed and feeling Mu Xiao could help her, Nana complied. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the performance begins. Mu Xiao performed a magic trick, changing his clothes into a white suit and made a heart gesture towards Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen. Senior sister Mu Xiao was about to sing. Listen carefully. Xiao Xiao said happily. The nearby woman, realizing Mu Xiao was the real one, apologized to Xiao Xiao. This little magic trick first calmed the audience a bit, then he took a guitar from his storage ring and began to play. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear? The person looking up, the loneliness and sighs in their heart. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can cry. Give me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lie. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the dark night. The brightest star in the night sky, please light my way. The brightest star in the night sky, do you know? The one who walked with me, where are they now? Oh, brightest star in the night sky, do you care? Whether to wait for the sunrise or for the accident to come first? I would rather keep all the pain in my heart than forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again, oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the dark night, oh, brightest star in the night sky, please light my way. Applause erupted as the song ended. Mu Xiao used his spatial power to return to his seat, grabbed Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen and ran with a crowd of fans chasing him. Mu Xiao created an ice wall to block the fans, then went backstage to find Nana. Upon arriving backstage, he did not see Nana. She must have already left, Mu Xiao mused. Yet he ignored the shadowy corner where Nana had stood for half the night. Arriving at the hotel, everyone was present. Seeing Mu Xiao carrying clothes, they all pointed and laughed. Mu Xiao set the items down, cast a cold glance around and asked, what are you laughing at? What right do you have to laugh? These words struck like a depth charge and the air instantly froze. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Dai Yuehang stepped forward to rebuke him, but Mu Xiao cut him off before he could finish. I have a wife and concubines, do you? Dai Yuehang was left speechless. Don't think I don't know. 10,000 years ago, before your Dai family met the sea god Tang San, they were a bunch of playboys. Every day they'd go to Rose Hotel, find a pair of twins, book a luxury room, prepare everything and indulge in passionate affairs. Don't think I'm unaware. Dai Yuehang was silenced, but then retorted, impossible. You couldn't possibly know about our ancestors' affairs. Oh. I don't. Go ask your father, ask him what your ancestor feared most. Mu Xiao asked coldly. In the divine realm. Wife, I was wrong. Forgive me, wife. I beg you. Am I not your beloved little tiger? Dai Mubai knelt before a woman. Xu Zhuqing stepped out of the room, glanced at Dai Mubai, who upon seeing her quickly called out, sister-in-law, please save me. But Xu Zhuqing merely grabbed a bottle of milk and returned to her room to play games. Dai Mubai knelt on the ground on the verge of tears. Just then Xu Zhuqing poked her head out and said to the woman, go easy on him, Shuayer. This guy's useless, how could you ever have children with him? The woman named Shuayer replied with a smile, got it, sister. Hearing Shuayer's response, Xu Zhuqing nodded approvingly, closed the door and resumed her gaming. Achoo. Dai Mubai sneezed. Shuayer immediately told him to get up. Though Dai Mubai felt someone was cursing him, he still thanked the one who did. Wife, I'm fine. I'm sorry, honey. If you hadn't sneaked a bite last night, this wouldn't have happened. Let's start the meeting. Yu Hao stepped in to ease the awkwardness. Oh right. Mu Xiao, Yuehang, take your seats. This time we're not just facing the Sun Moon team but other teams as well. So there might be some pressure. Wang Yan adjusted his glasses and looked at everyone. But I believe that Shrek is the strongest. Tell me, is Shrek strong? Strong. Everyone replied. Good. Go back and train hard. Face the enemy tomorrow. Yes. Wait, Mu Xiao, Xiao Yu Hao, Wang Dong, stay behind. Ha. Teacher Wang, do you need something from us? Wang Dong asked. Wang Yan took off his glasses and inquired, can you perform a spirit fusion? Yes. Mu Xiao, Yu Hao, do you remember your soul power fusion? Mu Xiao and Yu Hao exchanged glances, recalling it. I remember. That time I almost increased my soul power by a rank. Yu Hao said somewhat sadly. Since you can fuse spirits, you must be able to perform a spirit fusion skill. Wang Yan looked at Mu Xiao and Yu Hao solemnly. So I hope you can develop more spirit fusion skills. Mu Xiao, you and Xiao Xiao both have twin spirits, so you should have 4 spirit fusion skills. Yu Hao, Wang Dong, although you have the golden road, it's far from enough. So I hope you can. Teacher Wang, no need to say more. I understand. Yu Hao, Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, let's go. Well, fuse spirits in my room. Mu Xiao turned and left. Yu Hao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao followed. Wang Yan rubbed his forehead and sighed, Shrek's hopes rest on you all. Mu Xiao, I hope you can bring me more surprises. At the Mingda Hall. What? Grandfather. Why must my sister be married off? Xiao Hongqian exclaimed in the hall master's office, slamming his hand on the desk as he glared at the kindly old man before him. Ah, that master has a mind even sharper than our empire's. Your armor was crafted by imitating the one he made. And I agreed when he sold it to me. What? Grandfather, you just gave my sister away. What if that guy is a pervert? Xiao Hongqian pounded the table in fury. Outside the door, Meng Hongqian slumped against it, unable to believe she had been sold off like this. She had finally found someone she loved, only to be married away. The figure in her heart seemed to drift further and further away. The door opened. Xiao Hongqian looked at Meng Hongqian, knelt down, embraced her, and wept bitterly. The hall master had made it clear the man who called himself a master would have Meng Hongqian as his bride no matter what. Since childhood, Xiao Hongqian had always doted on Meng Hongqian, his sister. And their grandfather, the Mingda Hall master Jing Hongqian, had always cherished her as well. Brother, it's okay. I'll come back. Meng Hongqian stood up and helped Xiao Hongqian to his feet. Xiao Hongqian wiped away his tears and declared firmly, brother will never let you marry that so-called master. You said you like Mu Xiao, then go ahead and like him. Leave everything here to me. With that, Xiao Hongqian left. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Hongqian felt her brother's sorrow for the first time. Since childhood she had rarely seen him so heartbroken. I'll be back. Feel free to come to me if anything comes up. Those words from that person struck a chord with Meng Hongqian. She rushed to Xiao Hongqian's room. He was sitting on the bed deep in thought. Seeing her running joyfully, he knew what she was about to say, because he too had remembered that annoying guy. It seemed they had reached a consensus once again. Mu Xiao embraced Xiao Xiao, sensing the soul power within. Yet aside from the fused soul power of Starbreaker's sword and Tri-Life Exorcism Cauldron, the soul power of their other spirits simply wouldn't merge. Mu Xiao even sensed that Xiao Xiao had a third spirit. Meanwhile, Yu Hao and Wang Dong's progress was also difficult. Soon they all collapsed from exhaustion, their soul power drained. It's no use, Yu Hao said. I can't sense any soul power at all. By the way, do you remember the place where we first fused our spirits? Xiao Xiao suddenly sat up in bed, her clothes soaked with sweat, revealing her slender waistband. Mu Xiao cursed under his breath. Mu Xiao stared and soon felt something trickling from his nose. Brother, you. Wang Dong pointed at Mu Xiao, stifling a laugh. Yu Hao followed Mu Xiao's gaze and blushed, looking away. I am right. The first time we fused spirits was in the grove. Let's go. Mu Xiao snapped his fingers and everyone found themselves outside. He snapped again and they appeared on a mountain. Hurry up or you'll bleed to death. Only then did Xiao Xiao notice. She took a set of clothes from Mu Xiao's ring and hid behind a tree to change. Ha ha ha. It seems we can only do it in a quiet place. Yu Hao panted heavily, speaking with difficulty. Wang Dong leaned on him and lightly punched him. Don't say it so weirdly, you idiot. Xiao Xiao lay on Mu Xiao unconscious from soul power depletion. Yu Hao and Wang Dong were also exhausted. Only Mu Xiao had a sliver of soul power left. He snapped his fingers and they returned to the room. The next day, an old forest ranger stared at the ruins on the mountain, collapsed to the ground and screamed ghost. In that moment the old man felt as if he had returned to his 20s. Get ready. Xiao Xiao, go take a shower and change. Seriously, I've been holding back. Mu Xiao said to Xiao Xiao, who was still sleeping in bed after finishing his own shower. Then he pinched Yu Hao's and Wang Dong's noses to wake them up. I have some business to attend to. If the teacher asks, just say I'm out. I'll see you at the competition. With that, Mu Xiao vanished. Yu Hao's side brother is so amazing, he has so many abilities. Unlike me. Wang Dong comforted him, don't say that, Yu Hao. That makes me feel even more useless. Greetings, Hall Master of Mingda Hall. Mu Xiao suddenly appeared in the Hall Master's office, still wearing a mask. Ah, Master Mu Xiao. What brings you here? Nothing much. Just checking if you need an upgrade for your armor. Master, you belong to the Heaven Dou Empire, don't you? Why would you help us upgrade? Why? Because it makes things more interesting. By the way, who did you give the armor to? I suggest a woman, it was designed for a female. Mu Xiao wasn't worried about the consequences of the armor. But they had no reason to fear because Mu Xiao had installed only melee weapons. As long as they used Crane Grasp and Dragon Capture with Ghost Shadow Mirage Step, it would be fine. They wouldn't dare install other weapons or it would be ruined. Master, wait a moment, the Hall Master said. He then called someone over, whispered something, and that person left. But Mu Xiao heard every word. Soon Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian entered. Xiao Hongqian shot a fierce glare at Mu Xiao before sitting down with Meng Hongqian. Though Mu Xiao knew what the Hall Master intended, he found it amusing and played alone. Hall Master, this is. Master, no need to call me Hall Master. Just call me Jing Hongqian. These are my grandson and granddaughter Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. Master, as I mentioned before, I promised my granddaughter to you. Now I'm keeping that promise. Even as he spoke, Jing Hongqian's heart ached. He had raised the siblings with great effort and now his granddaughter was to be married to Mu Xiao. Listen here, my sister will not marry you. She will only marry the one she loves. Xiao Hongchen grabbed Mu Xiao by the collar but Jing Hongchen ordered him to back off. TCH, how should I put this? Meng Hongchen, are you willing to marry me? Meng Hongchen was stunned for a moment then replied no. Good. Jing Hongchen, you heard her. She's unwilling, so don't force her. After all, they are both my friends. Xiao Hongchen shouted, who's your? But the moment Mu Xiao removed his mask, Xiao Hongchen swallowed his words. Meng Hongchen gasped and covered her mouth in surprise upon seeing Mu Xiao. Long time no see, Meng Hongchen little. Hearing the nickname Little Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen rushed over and punched Mu Xiao in the chest, cursing, are you crazy? Why did you scare us like that? Mu Xiao explained, I told you last time I wouldn't marry his granddaughter. Who knew it would come to this? And was I trying to scare you? You barged in without me even greeting you and you grabbed me by the collar and started scolding me. Xiao Hongchen's face flushed red then turned pale. Meng Hongchen looked at Mu Xiao. The figure in her memory turned around revealing Mu Xiao's face. He smiled at her and said surprised. Grandfather, I want to marry him. Meng Hongchen declared. Ha! Didn't you say you wouldn't marry me? Mu Xiao was startled. His family now included Xiao Xiao Orange and Ling Luochen and now Meng Hongchen. Would this corrupt Orange when he got back? No, I won't marry that master. But I will marry you. Meng Hongchen pointed at Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao thought, what do I do? I really want to snap that finger. I saw you yesterday. Your song was beautiful. Oh. Glad you liked it. Ha ha. Greetings, dear readers. I am Xiao Kong, currently occupied with my high school entrance examinations. Thus I must pause my updates temporarily, but rest assured I shall not cease them permanently. I will return once my duties are fulfilled. By the way, aren't you going to explain yourself? Hallmaster of Mingda Hall. Mu Xiao suddenly turned to look at Jing Hongchen, who was sitting there in a daze. Mu Xiao never expected that he would actually agree to let Meng Hongchen marry him. What's there to explain? The fact is right before you. Xiao Meng has agreed. Jing Hongchen was now in great agony. Recalling the day of the auction, he never imagined that the so-called Grandmaster was actually a kid younger than himself. The key point was the day he had nearly knelt down hoping that the Grandmaster would come to Mingda Hall. But he still decided to marry Meng Hongchen to Mu Xiao. There was no choice, a gentleman's word is his bond. He had to honor it. Didn't I tell you? You really don't have to marry Meng Hongchen to me. I have. Having one more should be fine, right? I think your wife would agree. It's not a matter of agreement. The key is, having one more sister should be no problem. Xiao Meng, what do you think? I can do it. Then it's settled. Xiao Meng has agreed. What more do you have to say? I feel like I shouldn't have come. Mu Xiao said helplessly. It wouldn't have mattered if you didn't come. Well, still meet during the tournament. Xiao Hongchen put his arm around Mu Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile, then it's settled, brother-in-law. Get lost. I haven't agreed yet. Mu Xiao dodged away. But then he thought of the armor he had sold to Jing Hongchen and immediately turned serious. Who did you give the armor to? Mu Xiao asked. I gave it to my little sister. I wore it once and found it too tight, especially around the chest, so I gave it to her. Why? Xiao Hongchen said with a smile, but when the chest area was mentioned he grew angry. Seriously, couldn't you have made amends? Mu Xiao was also quite aggrieved. If he had known, he would have given it to Xiao Xiao. He had sold it hoping to see the expression on someone's face when they happily bought it, only to find it was meant for women. Who would have thought Jing Hongchen would just give it to Meng Hongchen? So have you come to spy on us? Jing Hongchen asked. No, I came for an upgrade. I am now. I forgot. Anyway, I'm stronger than before. Are you willing to upgrade me? An upgrade is a good thing, but you should be on Shrek's side. We don't know if you're playing tricks. Jing Hongchen remained cautious. If I were playing tricks, may I be struck by lightning? Mu Xiao swore he had no such intention. If you want, do it, then I'm leaving. With that, Mu Xiao used spatial power and vanished. Jing Hongchen tried to call him back, but Mu Xiao was already gone. Damn it, that kid is so confident, he must be stronger than us. Jing Hongchen slammed the table. He wanted to look angry, but unfortunately he was not one to get angry easily. Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, seeing him slam the table, tactfully withdrew. Meng Hongchen stood outside the door, took out the armor and looked at the scattered pieces. Her composure crumbled. Xiao Hongchen beside her merely said, you figure it out yourself. Grandpa was just about to ask Mu Xiao if he could repair it, but Mu Xiao left like that. Speaking of which, he's getting stronger and stronger. No wonder your grandfather suspected me. No wonder. Mu Xiao's voice came, but the Hongchen siblings looked around and saw no trace of him. Boo. Mu Xiao's face suddenly dropped from the ceiling, making a funny face. The Hongchen siblings saw it. Come on, give me some reaction. Aha! What the hell? You scared me. Meng Hongqian screamed while Xiao Hongqian cursed. Mu Xiao was so startled that he fell from the ceiling. There, it's done. Mu Xiao held a carving knife stained with the armor's black lubricating oil, wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the upgraded armor with great satisfaction. Then he noticed Meng Hongqian had already left. On the table was a note: I'm going to report first. When you're done, please put it into the soul ring. Thanks. Mu Xiao was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten about the assembly. No panic. He asked Meng Hongqian for a favor: help me find a girl named Nana. I want to take her as my disciple. After writing this, Mu Xiao used spatial power and left. So this is why you didn't come to the assembly all morning. Don't you know we're competing this afternoon? Wang Yan looked at Mu Xiao angrily. Mu Xiao could only keep apologizing. After all, he had refurbished the entire armor. At the same time, Mu Xiao had a bold idea inspired by a movie he had watched in his past life with Xiao Transformers. Selected from the Decepticon fighter jet. The current problem was how to build it and how to make it obey Mu Xiao. Are you even listening to me? Wang Yan suddenly bent down and asked. Yes, I'm listening. Sorry, Teacher Wang. Mu Xiao immediately apologized. In the afternoon. Mu Xiao, I heard you can sing, so the entrance music is up to you. Ha! Music too. I don't know, it just came out of nowhere. They suddenly asked for entrance music. I'll prepare something. On the other side, Meng Hongqian happily pulled Xiao Hongqian's hand, muttering Mu Xiao's new song. Big brother, I love you. Xiao Hongqian, however, looked serious. This time he had to face not only his brother-in-law Mu Xiao but also the armor creator Mu Xiao and his companions. But in Xiao Hongqian's opinion, Mu Xiao alone could wipe out their team. Xiao Hongqian, why is Xiaomeng so happy? A discordant voice came, but Xiao Hongqian ignored it because he was in no mood to pay attention. Ignoring me? Then I'll take Xiaomeng. Get lost. This remark triggered Xiao Hongqian. Scared me. I thought you the Siskin had given your sister away to someone else, said the owner of the voice. Yeah, suddenly giving my sister away is still quite uncomfortable. Did Xiaomeng really find a boyfriend? You agreed. The hallmaster agreed. Yeah, agreed. No. Then I have no chance. That's right. You have no chance. Xiao Hongqian said. Who? Who is it? Our opponent this time. Very strong. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this tournament sponsored by the Heaven Dou Empire's King. Now let's welcome the 10th Ascendier Genius Academy, Shrek Academy. As the host finished speaking, applause erupted. Then a deep music began, followed by English lyrics. What? What is this? What language? The audience asked in confusion. Mu Xiao, what are you doing? Wang Yan asked sorrowfully. Wait, well, time it. Please don't fake it, fake it, fake. Go. Mu Xiao led the group out of the waiting area. The school uniforms, handsome boys and beautiful girls instantly became a spectacle. The uplifting music swept away the audience's confusion and applause rang out again. Shrek Academy's entrance music is truly stirring. Alright, now please let the contestants of Shrek Academy proceed to wait for the tournament to begin. The host's words temporarily halted the enthusiastic applause. Wow, so handsome. Meng Hongqian leaned on the observation deck, shouting happily as she watched Mu Xiao lead the team without the slightest thought of the opponents they were about to face. So this is your brother-in-law. I admit the song is good, but his strength. My little sister's armor was made by the team leader. What? The armor was made by that Nither Malanorphamale guy. What do you mean Nither Malanorphamale? He has a name, Mu Xiao. Alright, we have to go on stage. Xiao Hongqian led Meng Hongqian out of the observation deck. Only that person remained staring at Mu Xiao. I hope you get eliminated in this tournament. How was it, Teacher Wang? Majestic enough. Mu Xiao asked. You're amazing, kid. So awesome. Su Sancher put his arm around Mu Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile. I didn't expect you could change your voice to Mu Xiao. Zhang Nannan said with a smile. Junior brother's song is good, but have you been practicing the purple gold demon eyes? Bei asked with a scholarly smile. Senior brother, that's not good. If you do that, Teacher Xiaoya might fall for someone else, Mu Xiao said awkwardly. In truth, he really hadn't practiced the Tang Sect techniques much aside from the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, Jade Devouring Hand, Mysterious Heaven Technique, 100 Hidden Weapons, some poison making, and the purple gold demon eyes. What? We can play the national anthem. Wang Yan suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong, Teacher Wang? Hui Yuhao asked. Don't any of you feel nervous? Mu Xiao suddenly asked. Brother. I'm a little nervous, Hui Yuhao said. What's there to fear? With me, Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, and brother Mu. Weak, brother. I'm a little nervous, Hui Yuhao said. What's there to fear? With me, Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, and brother Mu. We can win alone. Wang Dong said with his nose in the air. Wang Dong, don't be too arrogant. We don't know how strong the enemy is. Mu Xiao dismissed Wang Dong's idea of soloing. Mu Xiao alone speaks exceptionally well. We know not the strength of our opponents, only our own. In other empires their soul-guided devices are far superior to ours. Wang Yan adjusted his glasses and said, and here only Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao possess soul-guided knowledge worth mentioning. Wang Yan sighed as he spoke. Alright, don't be so disheartened. We are the Shrek 7 Devils. Mu Xiao exclaimed. Right, my martial soul is a rare sight, it cannot be buried like this. Wang Dong also shouted. Then one by one voices rose to boost morale. Witnessing this, Wang Yan silently commended Mu Xiao. Captain, go draw lots to see which team we face. Thus Ma Xiaotao stepped forward to draw. Standing before the two children, Mu Xiao felt utterly helpless, but there was no choice, he had to follow the progression of the plot. At the referee's command, the two opposing children revealed their soul-guided devices. Mu Xiao glanced at them, then looked at Hui Yuhao, who returned his gaze. Yuhao, you know what to do. Brother, I understand. The two pitiful children, seeing Mu Xiao and the others talking, thought they were being looked down upon and charged at them. Boo! Hui Yuhao's 100,000-year soul ring flashed instantly, accompanied by Mu Xiao's bloodline pressure. The two children lunged forward, their soul rings glowing, and even the surrounding audience, unable to bear the pressure, revealed their own soul rings to alleviate it. Is this all your strength? Mu Xiao taunted. Insignificant ants. Hui Yuhao followed suit, joining in the arrogance. Mu Xiao examined their soul ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Rank 50. Mu Xiao couldn't help but be startled, considering Wang Dong and the others were only. Shrek wins. In the end they secured an effortless victory. After countless matches, Bei Bei suddenly proposed that Su Sancher should take the next round. A string snapped in Mu Xiao's mind. Senior brother, are you sure? Mu Xiao asked cautiously. Of course you haven't witnessed San's true prowess yet. Bei Bei said with a faint smile. We have. Last time brother chopped him into a turtle and teacher Zioya's dragon whisker needles turned him into a tortoise. Wang Dong said. That was a mistake, a mistake. Trust me, this time he'll astonish you all. Su Sancher hurriedly interjected. Alright Yuhao, you and Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao and the others do your best to hold me back. I'm afraid I might rush up and kill Su Sancher. Mu Xiao suddenly declared. Hearing this, Su San's, his foot poised to step onto the stage, hesitated for a moment. Alright, begin. The referee announced. Su Sancher was pitted against a plump youngster. From the start, Su Sancher immediately retreated, and amidst the bewildered gazes of everyone except Bei Bei, Jiang Nanan and Mu Xiao, he leaped off the battle platform. Buzz. One of Su San's 10th ascendier soul rings flickered and the plump youngster was out. Buzz. Mu Xiao's soul ring glowed. He wielded his death scythe martial soul as a purple soul ring emitted a blinding radiance. Brother, calm down, we won. Brother, sit down and cool off. Mu Xiao stayed. With the three holding him back, Mu Xiao finally retracted his martial soul. The necromancer god Elux awakened within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. No mistake, it is indeed the death scythe. Elux's aged voice startled Hui Yuhao. He wanted to inquire, but Elux told him to discuss it tonight. Hui Yuhao thought it over, he couldn't afford to be distracted now. Glancing at the stage, Su Sancher flashed a sign toward them. Senior Nanan, when you two get married, who will be on top, you or him? Wang Dong asked. Jiang Nanan paused for a moment before replying, I choose Mu Xiao on top or Mu Xiao underneath. Ha! Mu Xiao, inexplicably caught in the crossfire, looked at Jiang Nanan, who gave him a warm smile. From the muscles in her face, Mu Xiao deduced that Jiang Nanan genuinely hoped for him to be either on top or underneath at that moment. How was it, Nanan? Was I handsome? Su Sancher asked as he stepped off the stage. Don't even mention it. If Wang Dong, Yuhao, Xiao Xiao and I hadn't held brother back and persuaded him, you'd probably be dead by now. Wang Dong retorted. Su Sancher looked at Mu Xiao, who met his gaze. A bead of sweat trickled down Su San's forehead. Forget it, I'll let it slide this time. But if you ever pull a stunt like that again, I'll chop you up without a second thought. Yes, sir. Su Sancher quickly shouted. Mu Xiao's threat to dismember him was not one to be taken lightly. In the next match, Su Sancher faced a woman. Seeing Su San's tortoiseshell blocking her path, the woman became enraged, striking frantically, but in the time it took Mu Xiao to take a sip of water, she was already off the stage. Though he knew what had transpired, Mu Xiao dared not ask. The next round changes format, it's a duo match. You and Nan will go. Ma Xiaotao said. When will it be the captain's turn to take the stage? Ma Xiaotao lamented. Mu Xiao shuddered violently at her words. Xiao Xiao sat nearby, lost in thought. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Mu Xiao patted her shoulder. Xiao Xiao flinched, and seeing it was Mu Xiao, quickly replied, Nothing. Oh, the next match is Senior Nanan and Su Sancher. Mu Xiao said, pulling a bottle of mineral water from his ring. Mu Xiao, do you think Senior Nanan really likes you? Xiao Xiao asked, perhaps to divert attention from her earlier reaction. Put. Mu Xiao sprayed water. What are you saying? Senior Nanan is obviously Su San's. Now let's watch the match. Mu Xiao turned his attention back to the arena where Jiang Nannan had an opponent in a hold followed by the 8th segment throw. Having dealt with her own opponent, she looked over at Su Sanchi, who, having grown bored, easily secured victory. I'm leaving first, there's nothing interesting to see. Mu Xiao stood up. All I've seen is Su Sanchi acting shameless and Senior Nannan driving the crowd wild. With that, he used his spatial attribute to teleport outside the arena. After buying a bottle of water, he wandered around aimlessly. Sacrifice. Black Tortoise descends. Suddenly Mu Xiao sensed an overwhelming power. In an instant his body was taken over by Ying Tian. Mu Xiao, lend me your body for a moment. Let me fully experience the spatial attribute. Thanks. With those words the blue-haired man vanished into the street. Ying Tian teleported to the scene using Mu Xiao's body where a serpent coiled around a tortoise. Long time no see, Black Tortoise. After all these years of death your temper hasn't changed a bit. No wonder your bloodline is so scarce. Mu Xiao placed a dragon claw on Su Sanchi's head and commanded sit. Su Sanchi dropped to his knees instantly. Yet he never ceased leaking his soul power. Senior Jiang Nannan, my apologies. Mu Xiao pulled Jiang Nannan, who was nearby, into an embrace and said, if you keep this up I'll have my way with Jiang Nannan tonight. Mu Xiao declared. Hearing this, Su Sanchi's head shot up, his eyes bloodshot. Mu Xiao suppressed Su Sanchi's black tortoise aura with his own pressure, gradually calming him down. Mu Xiao helped Su Sanchi up, then returned to the stands and relinquished control of the body to Mu Xiao. I'm sorry for failing to protect you. Su Sanchi leaned on Jiang Nannan's shoulder and whispered. Jiang Nannan froze. Elder Xian approached and led Su Sanchi away. He had intended to disperse Su Sanchi's black tortoise aura, but that would severely damage his bloodline. There was no other choice. Then Mu Xiao suddenly appeared, pressing his dragon claw onto Su Sanchi's head, unleashing a pressure even greater than Su Sanchi's. Even Elder Xian was stunned, for the Taotai also bore a trace of dragon bloodline. Gradually Su Sanchi's imposing aura faded and Mu Xiao returned to the stands. Back in the stands, Mu Xiao took over Su Sanchi, guiding Jiang Nannan to sit down. He then laid Su Sanchi's head on her lap. Jiang Nannan showed no reaction, only trembling slightly before going still. Senior Nannan, I'm sorry for just now. Mu Xiao apologized, silently cursing Ying Tian for taking over his body without any warning. It's fine. Jiang Nannan murmured. Senior Nannan, please take care of him from now on. Mu Xiao said. All right. Mu Xiao used his dragon claw to cut open a vein, blood gushing out rapidly. He quickly pried open Su Sanchi's mouth and placed his hand over it. Dragon blood flowed slowly into Su Sanchi's mouth and gradually his entire body grew hot. He'll be fine once he wakes up. Mu Xiao said, standing up. He stumbled and nearly fell. Jiang Nannan moved to support him, but he refused. No need. The old tortoise can't move yet, let my blood circulate through his veins. Don't move. Mu Xiao steadied himself and walked away, a few drops of blood still falling to the ground, emitting faint dragon roars. Su Sanchi's body trembled once, then went still. Jiang Nannan looked at the blood, but it had vanished, leaving only a charred patch on the floor. It seems the time has come, Ying Tian remarked. Meanwhile Mu Xiao gazed at his wound, cursing inwardly that it hadn't healed yet. By the afternoon it was time for the team leaders' battle. Ma Xiaotao bounded onto the stage excitedly. Before that she had devoured 6 plates of steak, 5 bowls of sago pudding, 4 macarons left as a midnight snack for Wang Dong, and 3 glasses of red wine prepared by Mu Xiao. Watching Ma Xiaotao hop onto the stage without a hint of discomfort, it seemed she felt no fullness at all. Doesn't she feel stuffed after eating so much? Mu Xiao asked, glancing at the quarter of food missing from his ring. Xiaotao has always been like this. They say she developed her chest back in 2nd grade, and her classmates joked that her stomach was in her chest. Dai Yueheng helplessly answered Mu Xiao's question. She had chests in 2nd grade. Mu Xiao secretly glanced at Xiao Xiao. Well, flat. But it didn't matter since Ling Luochen could balance it out. But right now we need to worry about Xiaotao's evil fire. Wang Yan adjusted his glasses, looking at Mu Xiao. Let me make this clear first, I'm not helping this time. Last time I gave her an absolute 0 and she got addicted. She suddenly dragged me away and I ended up kneeling on a washboard all night, enduring Huo Yuhao and the others' occasional snickers. Mu Xiao refused outright to help suppress the evil fire this time. Alright, then Huo Yuhao can assist later. Seeing Mu Xiao's direct refusal, Wang Yan turned to Huo Yuhao. Ha! Me. Huo Yuhao pointed at himself innocently. But I need to cultivate the spirit fusion skill with Wang Dong. ITLL, be quick, Yuhao. Just freeze her and you can leave the rest. Mu Xiao patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder. But Wang Dong wasn't happy. No, I still need to train with Yuhao. Before he could finish, the match began. The team leaders charged at each other, unleashing their powerful soul skills. Ma Xiaotao, however, was different. She directly unleashed a phoenix meteor shower. In an instant, cries of pain filled the air. Mu Xiao found it a bit noisy and covered his ears. Before long, Ma Xiaotao descended, muttering as she walked, how can they be so weak? I haven't even shown my true strength yet. Mu Xiao couldn't help but ask, do you have the nerve to call them weak after you flew straight up and unleashed a phoenix meteor shower? I'm right, Ma Xiaotao said as black smoke began to emanate from her body. She seemed somewhat pained, crouching down while clutching her chest. Quick, Yu Hao, extinguish her evil fire. After saying this, Mu Xiao pushed Ma Xiaotao, who was walking toward him, into Hui Yu Hao's arms. The moment Hui Yu Hao touched Ma Xiaotao, his first sensation was intense heat. Then came shyness. After all, he still wasn't sure if that day had been a dream. Hui Yu Hao used the Ice Empress Jade Scorpion Spirit to suppress some of the black smoke and supported Ma Xiaotao as they left. For the rest of the afternoon, Hui Yu Hao didn't reappear. That evening, Mu Xiao went to check on Xiao Xiao, who hadn't eaten anything. Xiao Xiao, have a little. Mu Xiao brought a bowl of yellow millet porridge, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to cool it, and brought it to Xiao Xiao's lips, saying "Ach." Xiao Xiao took a bite and the fragrance of yellow millet filled her mouth, showing how much effort Mu Xiao had put into the porridge. Mu Xiao. I had a nightmare. I dreamed you left me and became an evil soul master. And then I also dreamed you killed all of us. Xiao Xiao whispered. Mu Xiao's hand holding the spoon paused briefly. I tried to wake you up, but you were indifferent. Xiao Xiao's voice choked up. What are you thinking? Do I seem like that kind of person? How could I ever do something like that? Mu Xiao flicked Xiao Xiao's forehead, speaking with a gentle smile. If I ever become an evil soul master, you just make me a bowl of porridge. I promise they'll remember you. If not, I'd rather suffer divine punishment 1,000 times. No need. You don't have to do that. Xiao Xiao covered Mu Xiao's mouth. I understand. Thank you, Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao smiled. Come on, let's go see how Yu Hao is doing. Mu Xiao took Xiao Xiao's small hand. At the door, Su Sancher was eavesdropping, pressed against it. He had originally come to thank Mu Xiao, but curiosity drove him to listen. Suddenly the door opened and Su Sancher lunged forward, knocking Mu Xiao over. Su Sanchi. Mu Xiao. You'd better explain yourself before I split you in half with a sword. Mu Xiao said. No, I'm sorry. I came here this time to thank you. Nan Nan told me everything. When I went berserk, you suppressed my aura and even fed me your blood. We all know how precious you consider your blood. Thank you. Su Sancher bowed deeply. It's nothing. Mu Xiao waved his hand generously. By the way, the guardian didn't hurt you this afternoon, did he? Su Sancher asked. No. Though Mu Xiao said this in his memory, the guardian had pinned him down to check if he was a soul beast. Fortunately, Yingshan's spiritual power was superior, allowing him to simulate human bones and be let go. If he hadn't lost so much blood, he would have killed the man on the spot with 1,000 ways to dispose of the body. By the way, where's my brother? Mu Xiao asked. Hui Yu Hao. He's in Sister Xiaodao's room. Ah. One more thing, how comfortable is Senior Sister Nanan's lap pillow? Mu Xiao turned back to ask before leaving. Su Sancher immediately blushed. Uncomfortable. Then he'll invite Senior Sister Nan to my room tonight. Comfortable. Su Sancher answered quickly. Arriving at Ma Xiaodao's door, Mu Xiao knocked and the door slowly creaked open. Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao exchanged a glance before slowly pushing the door open. What's wrong, little Yu Hao? Afraid he'll peek at your little peanut? Mine is not a little peanut. Mu Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Sorry to intrude, X2. Hey. Brother. Hui Yu Hao called out when he saw Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao. It's fine, pretend we were never here. Remember, we were never here. Mu Xiao closed the door, then turned back. Yu Hao, don't overexert yourself. There's a match tomorrow. With that, he shut the door. Mu Xiao knew what came next, Hui Yu Hao's sister acknowledging session. He couldn't bear to hear Hui Yu Hao cry. Too noisy. Wang Dong, what are you doing here? Nothing. Wang Dong left after speaking. For some reason, Mu Xiao sensed a hint of sadness in him. In the Sea of Spirit, Ying Tian revealed her plan to Mu Xiao, the cocoon-breaking plan. This plan concerns not only your cultivation but also your life. This stage is a critical juncture for the dragon race. Succeed and you become a dragon king, fail and you become... First I will use your body to scrape off the dragon scales, then tear off the dragon claws with my mouth. Don't make that face, it's just the nails. I'll leave you your hands. Then snap off the dragon horns and gouge out the dragon eyes. Some wounds heal quickly, but these are different, they take longer. The slow recovery of your wounds says it all. Right now you're undergoing a blood exchange. Next come changes in other parts. However, during this plan I will seal your memories. For that period you won't recognize anyone. That's the side effect. During that time you absolutely cannot use the Yinglong martial art, understand? As for other details, he'll tell you when you've lost your memories. After speaking, Ying Tian expelled Mu Xiao from the Sea of Spirit. During this period, whether you stray onto the wrong path and hurt those you love, that's the real side effect. Ying Tian murmured. After leaving the Sea of Spirit, Mu Xiao looked at Xiao Xiao snuggled beside him, bent down to kiss her forehead, then left. One black and one blue eye glowed in the darkness. After Mu Xiao left, Xiao Xiao opened her eyes. If Mu Xiao had been there, he would have noticed that Xiao Xiao's right eye had turned into a golden clock with hands slowly ticking. Xiao Xiao sat up and pulled a book from the void. Mu Xiao, I believe you're definitely not that kind of person. Xiao Xiao murmured as she opened the book. Why hasn't anyone raised any objections? Next match, Sun Moon Empire vs. The announcer declared. In the spectator area, Xiao Xiao and Mu Xiao had not exchanged a single word for 10 minutes, though Mu Xiao occasionally spoke with Ling Luochen. What's wrong with them? Bei Bei asked Hui Yuhao as he pulled him aside. I don't know. Brother was fine with Xiao Xiao yesterday. Did they have a fight last night? Hui Yuhao had just gained a sister and spent the entire night awake oscillating between joy and sorrow, so his reply was somewhat feeble. Yuhao, do you need to rest? Wang Dong asked. All right. Hui Yuhao said as he sat down. Yuhao. Do you want to lie down? Well. Okay. Watching Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's display of affection, Mu Xiao strongly wished to sever their brotherly bond unilaterally. Time to head up. This is a team battle, we must show the spirit of Shrek. Bei Bei said as he stepped forward. Mu Xiao was still pondering what he might have forgotten, while Xiao Xiao was worrying about what would happen if Mu Xiao lost his memory. Alright Xiao Xiao, Luochen, let's go. Mu Xiao took both their hands and said. Ready, begin. At the referee's command, Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao first used Ice Attribute to amplify Ling Luochen, then Mu Xiao unleashed his domain technique Absolute Zero. The opposing team had an adorable little princess, albeit rather annoying. Right from the start she identified Ma Xiaotao as the highest cultivator, immediately restraining her, infuriating the battle-hungry Ma Xiaotao. Void Dragon Claw. Mu Xiao unleashed his soul skill toward the little princess. Though its nature was unclear, it appeared like a cage. The Void Dragon Claw struck the cage, causing it to tremble, but without any damage. Instead, the penetrating soul skill dissipated. What's going on? Mu Xiao, don't fight that princess. Her soul skill contains a power of the stars that only a deity can break. What the hell? That's not how the original story goes. Just as Mu Xiao prepared to clash with the cage using his death scythe, a massive beam of light struck the cage, shattering it instantly. At that moment, everyone's soul power seemed suppressed. Radiance amidst brilliance, the golden path. He almost forgot that Wang Dong was also part of the butterfly god. Well done, Yuhao. Ma Xiaotao cast a grateful glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who were embracing. Phoenix Meteor Shower. Phoenix Fireline. Ma Xiaotao unleashed the signature soul skill of the evil Fire Phoenix. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky. The opponents had to dodge both the fireballs and the Phoenix Fireline. One contestant failed to evade and was about to be struck when a shield appeared before him. Your Highness. The contestant turned to see the prince's fifth soul ring glowing. The deep black soul ring swayed slowly. Everyone take cover here, the princess called out. A pale yellow shield enveloped them as the Phoenix Meteor Shower continued to fall from the sky. It's no use, Ma Xiaotao's soul power is almost depleted. Bei Bei remarked, then pressed his hand to the ground. Lightning accompanied by shattered gravel surged through his dragon claws. Mu Xiao, you taught me this. Watch. Dragon rising. Bei Bei abruptly lifted his hand and the lightning and rubble coalesced into a massive dragon that erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky before diving toward the shield. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed. The shield cracked, but the princess quickly repaired it while the dragon crumbled into a heap of rubble on the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Su Jujia's forehead as her soul power drained away. Sister Xiaotao, stop. If you keep this up. The evil fire is rising. Su Sancher shouted as he noticed black smoke gradually emerging from Ma Xiaotao in the sky. Ma Xiaotao heard him, ceased releasing her soul skill, fell to the ground and was eliminated. While those inside dodged the meteor shower, they kept an eye on the opponents. But they failed to notice two figures embracing behind them. They only saw a dark blue-haired boy and a pink-haired boy holding each other in front. Withering amidst brilliance, the golden path. Divine punishment. A massive cauldron and a golden ray struck the shield in succession. Boom. Boom. Two explosions left a crater in the arena, but no one was inside. Honestly, if I'd known it was so fragile, I'd have let Wang Dong and the others handle it. Mu Xiao said while holding the weakened Xiao Xiao. In the distance, Mu Feng used Wind Attribute to lift them while Mu Sis Dark Attribute enveloped them, protecting them from the blast. We lost. Su Jojo said. Shrek is truly formidable. Their nation is one we can never defeat. The person beside Su Jojo remarked, then seemed to notice their princess acting strangely. Her face flushed crimson. Your Highness. You. So. Handsome. Su Jojo murmured. Princess. Your Highness, you. That person is so handsome. A person. How did I not notice? Could it be his soul skill? Yes, but I clearly saw the blue-haired boy raise his hand, and then two identical copies of him appeared and saved us. I am certain that golden beam could shatter my barrier. If that cauldron were added we might very well. The bystanders having heard Jujia's words couldn't help but inhale a sharp cold breath. That was too ruthless. That's why I. Jojo covered her face with her hands. Meanwhile Mu Xiao remained oblivious to the feelings of a princess toward him. All he wanted now was to sleep. You how Wang Dong continue without me? I'm exhausted and going back to my room. Mu Xiao supported the already asleep Xiao Xiao as he spoke. Mu Xiao, let me help you. Bei took Xiao Xiao from him and smiled gently at Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao had saved Tang yet and resolved the shadow in her heart. It was only right for Bei to lend a hand now, especially since Mu Xiao was also a member of the Tang sect. Watching Bei carry Xiao Xiao then glancing at Yu Hao supporting Wang Dong, they staggered to the doorway but finally collapsed only to be caught by Su Sancher and Ma Xiaotao. Mu Xiao smiled faintly, his eyelids too heavy to hold. He closed them. When he awoke it was already night. I slept that long. It seems he'll have to resort to that after all, Mu Xiao thought. Habitually he reached out to both sides and touched two soft objects. Mu Xiao. Sitting up he looked to his left. Ling Luochen lay beside him, drool on her lips betraying a delightful dream. He looked to his right. Meng Hongchen lay there staring at him with wide eyes. You. How did you get here? I sneaked over. Meng Hongchen finished speaking and leaned against Mu Xiao's shoulder. What's wrong with you? Don't you know how worried I was? I'm sorry. By the way, let me take you back or little Hongchen will be furious. Mu Xiao said, then teleported himself and Meng Hongchen back to their team. Facing the entire team staring at him holding Meng Hongchen, Mu Xiao couldn't help but feel terribly awkward. Xiao Hongchen, your sister. Brother. Meng Hongchen stepped down from Mu Xiao's arms, her head bowed like a child caught in mischief. Do you have any idea how hard today's victory was? Do you know how worried I was about you? Why did you run off? Xiao Hongchen's voice grew louder, but from his hoarse tone it seemed less like anger and more like concern. I was wrong. I was just worried about Mu Xiao. Meng Hongchen's voice was barely a whisper. Silence. How about this, Meng? Xiao Meng, after the competition I'll take you out to have some fun. Mu Xiao broke the silence. Xiao Hongchen, what do you think? All right. You go back and rest and report your safety to grandfather. Mu Xiao and I need to talk. Xiao Hongchen finished and pulled Mu Xiao away. I'm sorry for putting you through. Take care of my sister. I beg you. Xiao Hongchen suddenly said. Mu Xiao stood there at a loss. We only have grandfather as family. Counting me, the girl Meng Hongchen has only 2 relatives. But now including you there are 3. Xiao Hongchen finished staring intently at Mu Xiao. That's it. I don't know why that girl has taken a liking to you, whether it's your voice or your strength. In any case, in daily life you're my brother-in-law, my sister's boyfriend. But on the battlefield we are nothing to each other. I hope we don't end up facing you. In any case, in daily life you're my brother-in-law, my sister's boyfriend. But on the battlefield, you have no idea. Bei went up there and absolutely demolished them. His agile form, his long legs, perfectly matched with the Tang sect hidden weapons. Bei, please accept my devotion. Get lost. I don't want it. Bei snapped, striking Su Sancher with a jade hand and sending him flying. Mu Xiao meow. Senior brother, are you putting on a lover's quarrel show for us as soon as we arrive? Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao approached. There was a purple bruise on Hui Yuhao's face. Yuhao, your face. Class monitor, were you abused by Wang Dong last night? Xiao Xiao had reverted to her usual Fujoshi mode, but this was exactly what Mu Xiao wanted to see. Ever since Mu Xiao learned that the cocoon breaking plan would seal away some memories, Xiao Xiao had been gloomy, as if she knew every move and thought of Mu Xiao. Xiao, don't think that just because you have big brother backing you up you can be too arrogant. Watch out for your waist later. Bingdi possessing Hui Yuhao said to Xiao Xiao with a smile. That day, that night, Bingdi would never forget it, and neither would Shueti. Xiao Xiao caught the innuendo. Oof, well, see who loses in the end. Watching Bingdi and Xiao Xiao bicker unknown, Mu Xiao and Wang Dong exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Yuhao, that's enough. Xiao Xiao, you too, who knows, maybe tonight we'll actually have that contest. Mu Xiao intervened to stop the two beauties' quarrel. Next match, Shrek Academy versus the Sun Moon Empire Academy. The announcer's voice rang out and Mu Xiao couldn't help but freeze. In daily life you're my brother-in-law. My sister's boyfriend. But on the battlefield we are nothing to each other. Xiao Hongchen's words thundered through Mu Xiao's mind like a bolt of lightning. Gulp. Mu Xiao swallowed his saliva. In the first round of battle between team leaders, Ma Xiaotao enthusiastically rushed onto the stage. Mu Xiao knew it wouldn't be that simple because the body sect hadn't arrived and Ma Xiaotao hadn't turned dark either. This Ma Xiaotao is about to become an evil soul master, Mu Si said. Is there a way to save her? There is, and you know it too, the red gum. If we suppress the evil fire, shall be fine. But the red gum was simple, find another one. Mu Si spoke with such nonchalance while Mu Xiao was in so much pain. Are you amusing yourself by teasing me like this? No, you're not. Come on, come into the Sea of Spirit and we'll have a fight. Bring it on, am I afraid of you? Come on, if you don't you're a dog. Aya. One left kick, one right jab. I dodge and return a right jab. I was careless, I didn't dodge. Again. Come on. Bang. Mu Xiao abruptly came out of the Sea of Spirit and what met his eyes was a corpse. Captain. The opposing team shouted. Has what was destined to come finally arrived? You how go suppress Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. I'll go check it out. Brother. I want that woman to pay for our captain's life. Calm down, friendship first, competition second. Friendship. Dream on. Call that woman out now. Calm down, calm down. Bei with his refined smile tried to soothe them alongside Mu Xiao. There's no calming down. Right. Call that woman out. Mu Xiao said, I give you face and you take an inch. Mu Xiao pointed his shattered star sword at the opponent. No need him here myself. Brothers charge. The opponent fully unleashed their martial souls and rushed toward Ma Xiaotao. At the critical moment Elder Xian appeared, his immense pressure nearly forcing everyone to their knees. Leave it to the referee. A single carefree sentence silenced everyone. And that referee was now bearing the gaze of everyone present, a look that felt as though they could devour him. We must refer this to our superiors. For now let's proceed with the other matches. No need. Let one of you fight that contestant now. We never interfere in personal vendettas, a man in a suit said as he stepped forward. Fine. Let's do it. This. Head referee, is this appropriate? It's perfect. Ma Xiaotao, come here. I'll freeze you one last time. Stay strong, don't let the evil fire control your mind. Mu Xiao pulled Ma Xiaotao away. Xiao Xiao wanted to say something but held back. The opponent, seeing Mu Xiao take Ma Xiaotao away, sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, a chilling wind blew even though it was summer. Stay strong. Sis, you. Stay strong. Mu Xiao watched as a massive golden broadsword cleaved toward Ma Xiaotao, but she stood frozen motionless. Mu Xiao, what are you doing? What else? Saving her. No, you'll get hurt too. I can't care about that now. Seeing Mu Xiao spread his dragon wings and fly into the fray, Bei shouted, Mu Xiao, you're insane. I'll be fine. Mu Xiao replied briefly and ignored him. Absolute zero. Mu Xiao raised a massive ice blade and clashed Heaton with the greatsword. But the ice blade still cracked. Mu Xiao, get out of the way. Ma Xiaotao shouted anxiously. Go on. Since you're Yu Hao's sister, act like one. Mu Xiao switched to the shattered star sword, struggling to hold his ground. Mu Xiao, move. The shattered star sword is about to break again. As the sword was on the verge of shattering, Ma Xiaotao shoved Mu Xiao aside and the broadsword struck her. Ma Xiaotao. Mu Xiao took one last look at her. The black smoke around Ma Xiaotao grew thicker and thicker. She looked at Mu Xiao and smiled. In the end, the phoenix flame that symbolized Ma Xiaotao transformed into an eerie purple fire. Ma Xiaotao had finally become an evil soul master. Xiao Xiao murmured, no one can change history, not even you, Mu Xiao. By the time Mu Xiao woke up, it was already night. Yu Hao, how is Ma Xiaotao? Hui Yu Hao lowered his head, tears streaming down, and choked out, my sister. She's become an evil soul master. What? Mu Xiao was shocked. So I really can't change the plot. Take me to see her. Mu Xiao got out of bed, but a wave of weakness surged over him the moment he stood. Brother, you have internal injuries. You can't move yet. Nonsense. The righteous fire of a phoenix can't turn into evil fire. Mu Xiao got up and the Yinglong tattoo on his body alleviated some of the weakness. Mu Xiao will carry you there. Xiao Xiao crouched down and looked at him. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry for the trouble. It's nothing. Xiao Xiao gave a sweet smile. Upon arriving at the meeting room, everyone was gathered around a massive block of ice inside which Ma Xiaotao was frantically pounding. Impossible. I blocked so much light. Impossible. Mu Xiao got down from Xiao Xiao's back and roared as he watched Ma Xiaotao. Yu Hao. Hurry. Yu Hao, we can still fix this. Quick. Mu Xiao said as he activated his ice attribute. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the ice. Brother. Mu Xiao. Everyone rushed over. Leaning against the ice, Mu Xiao muttered to himself. Why? But suddenly, as if realizing something, Mu Xiao lifted his head. Right, absorb her. I advise you not to do that. Mu Si's voice echoed in Mu Xiao's mind. What? Even Mu Si, being a dark attribute, advised against it. You can't change it anymore. If you do that, you'll become an evil soul master too. But. Do you want to make Xiao Xiao sad? Mu Xiao seemed to deflate. No. Then don't do it. Mu Xiao, are you okay? Xiao Xiao shook him. "I'm fine, Xiao Xiao. Let's go rest." Mu Xiao supported himself on Xiao Xiao as he stood up. "Well, try again tomorrow." After saying this, Mu Xiao had no strength left. In the room, Mu Xiao lay in bed while Xiao Xiao sat beside him. The golden clock eye appeared once more. "Mu Xiao, I beg you, don't go again. If you do, you'll—" The next day Mu Xiao felt refreshed indeed. There was nothing that a good night's sleep couldn't resolve. If there was, then one should just sleep again. After the lesson learned last time, Mu Xiao knew deeply that failure to implement the breaking cocoon plan would lead to disaster. Whenever she had free time, she would hand her body over to Ying Tian, but now there was the issue of the dragon's horns and scales. After a series of battles, Mu Xiao arrived at the room where Ma Xiaotao was imprisoned. Ma Xiaotao was asleep in a block of ice with a soul-guiding dagger that Dai Yaoheng had bought for her placed beside her. Just protect her like this, Mu Xiao thought. "Yu Hao, I'm not feeling well and not going today." She informed Yu Hao through the communication soul device, who simply replied with a good and then fell silent. It seems Yu Hao is still in a state of sadness. Looking at Ma Xiaotao on the ice block, Mu Xiao truly wanted to strike her with a thunderous bolt. "Why did you push me away for no reason?" Mu Xiao asked while touching the ice block. "Because she doesn't want you to get hurt," a cold voice replied. "Who?" Mu Xiao's broken star sword struck fiercely behind her. "You are still as impulsive as ever," another voice echoed. This voice, it couldn't be. "Mu Xiao, did you not expect that we are not dead?" "Humph, indeed, unexpected. I didn't think you would survive like a coward," Mu Xiao retorted. "You!" Her brother exclaimed, preparing to summon his martial spirit to fight Mu Xiao, but was stopped by his elder. "I won't hold it against you because we were once soul masters from the same village. Our target is that woman. Hand her over to us." Saying this, the elder brother dashed forward as Mu Xiao unleashed a blade of wind. However, the soul skill that once defeated them was severed by her brother's dagger. "What?" Mu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Since you killed us, our remains were brought back by the cult leader and successfully resurrected. Now we are much stronger than before." "Oof. So what?" Mu Xiao's hand holding the broken star sword began to tremble. He was afraid. After all, he had dismembered them himself back then, but now they were standing before him again. It was nothing too surprising. "Your hands are shaking. Are you still going to resist futilely?" the brother with the dagger asked. "Mind your own business." After Mu Xiao finished speaking, he charged at his brother with the broken star sword. The first strike was aimed at his brother's neck, but it was blocked by the dagger. The second strike attempted to stab him, but he bent down to evade, resulting in a cut on Mu Xiao's wrist. Mu Xiao looked at the wound, which did not heal as usual but continued to bleed. "It seems you have weakened. Then I won't play anymore." "If you won't give it to me, I will just take it," the elder brother said as he rushed towards Mu Xiao. Oh no, he couldn't see the figure. Spider web. Before he could summon the spider web domain, his neck was slashed by the elder brother. Blood gushed out as Mu Xiao pressed hard on the wound, slowly sliding down against the wall. The younger brother approached and plunged a dagger into Mu Xiao's heart. Mu Xiao gritted his teeth, glaring at the twins. He couldn't hold on anymore. The last thing he saw was the twins lifting the ice block away. Bastard! Mu Xiao murmured before losing consciousness. Under his clothes, the Ying Long tattoo emitted a faint glow. If one looked closely, they could see the Ying Long slowly moving. The glow faded and Mu Xiao slumped against the wall, fainting. The wound on his neck was slowly healing, but the dagger still embedded in his chest prevented it from closing. But at least Mu Xiao would not die. This dragon saved him. On the stage, the competition had reached a fever pitch, with Ling Luochan battling against Meng Honchen. Both women were Mu Xiao's wives. To outsiders it appeared they were fighting for the championship, but in their eyes this was an opportunity to see if they could serve Mu Xiao in the future. If they failed, the opportunity would be lost. Splashing sound. It started to rain. Wang Dong was somewhat delighted, but Wang Yan was not. It's raining. While this benefits Ling Luochan greatly, there is also a downside. Wang Laosher, what's the downside? Yu Hao asked. Meng Honchen's martial spirit is toxic and in the form of smoke. Isn't that a good thing? Su Sancher approached and asked. The smoke spreads faster in the rain, Wang Yan said, adjusting his glasses. What? Su Sancher exclaimed in surprise. In his eyes, anything in smoke form would be fine as long as there was water, but he didn't expect this situation. Go Ling Xuejie! Yu Hao shouted. It began. Ling Luochan was the first to freeze Meng Honchen with her ice attribute. She completely encased Meng Honchen in ice, but when Ling Luochan attempted to freeze her a second time, Meng Honchen had already released the toxic mist. As the toxic mist dispersed, Ling Luochan stood in front of the massive ice, her bangs soaked by the rain obscuring her eyes, making it hard to see her expression. Bang! Ling Luochan fell backward. She lost. In the final match, the opponents were Xiao Hongchen and Meng Honchen. Our side, Hui Yu Hao and Wang Dong. Wang Dong brother isn't here. Do you have confidence? Yu Hao asked. Absolutely. I want to show him that I am also very strong. Wang Dong declared with conviction. It began. Hui Yu Hao first used a mental shock to interfere with Meng Honchen, providing cover for Wang Dong. Indeed, upon seeing Hui Yu Hao's eyes, Meng Honchen scratched her head and squatted down. Flash of the Butterfly God. Wang Dong unleashed a 1,000-year soul skill with his purple soul ring shimmering. Ice Emperor's possession, Hui Yuhao said calmly. Ice crystals attached to Hui Yuhao's body as he launched an attack on Meng Hongqian. Meng Hongqian took a while to recover. Just as she raised her head she saw Mu Xiao's brother charging at her with ice crystals. Meng Hongqian dodged thinking Hui Yuhao's soul skill was a direct charge but she failed to notice the ice blades beneath Hui Yuhao's feet. Indeed Hui Yuhao had learned from Mu Xiao. Ice Emperor's Claw. Hui Yuhao struck out landing a blow on Meng Hongqian like the claw of a scorpion. Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian were pressed down at the beginning and nearly forced off the stage before gradually turning the tide in their favor. Meng Hongqian. Understood. The two embraced and two massive toads appeared behind them. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong also embraced and behind them an eye and a butterfly formed a golden beam of light that shot out. Xiao Hongqian's toads also spat fireballs. A beam of light collided with a fireball. The fireball was extinguished and the beam of light was also neutralized. Just as Xiao Hongqian and the others prepared to strike again Hui Yuhao and the others' martial spirits changed. Ice Emperor martial spirit combined with the Haotian hammer martial spirit. In the sky a figure gradually condensed. At first glance one might think it was Hui Yuhao. Is that Yuhao? So handsome Wang Dong thought. The blazing in the extreme east, Heavenly Emperor's hammer. When the Heavenly Emperor's hammer struck down it transformed into countless small golden hammers. The true words in the void, spiritual storm. The Spirit Eye martial spirit combined with the Haotian hammer martial spirit. Then it transformed again condensing light in the sky gradually taking the form of a woman. The solo dance in the frost, the Ice Emperor martial spirit combined with the light goddess butterfly martial spirit the woman slowly danced in the air. Everyone around was stunned. You have lost the woman said slowly. The victorious sighed, Shrek. Yeah. We won. Mu Xiao we won. Mu Xiao. Xiao Xiao shouted loudly. Everyone also noticed that Mu Xiao was slumped against the wall touching his neck. Brother. Hui Yuhao rushed up to shake Mu Xiao but there was no response. Brother. What's wrong with you? Wake up. Hui Yuhao cried. Mu Xiao wake up. My glorious achievements are not yet told to you. Mu Xiao. Wake up. Immediately the joy of victory was instantly replaced. Cough. Cough. Cough cough cough. Ah 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 ah. Yuhao get up quickly you're on the dagger. Mu Xiao suddenly woke up and shouted. Brother. It's great that you're okay. Yuhao said happily. Cough I feel that if you don't get up soon I might be in trouble. After Mu Xiao finished speaking Hui Yuhao immediately scrambled to his feet. Everyone only noticed that there was still a dagger embedded in Mu Xiao's chest when Hui Yuhao got up. Mu Xiao. What happened? Xiao Xiao approached and hugged Mu Xiao crying. Ouch Xiao Xiao please let go it hurt so much Mu Xiao gritted his teeth and said. After Xiao Xiao got up Mu Xiao bit his hand and pulled out the dagger. Mu Xiao can you tell me what happened? Elder Xian walked in with a wine gourd and a chicken leg and asked. The evil soul master do you remember those twins? They are not dead Mu Xiao replied. What? Evil soul master. Elder Xian exclaimed in surprise. This dragon seems to have saved me. Mu Xiao pointed at the Ying Long tattoo on his body. It's just a pity. I couldn't stop them from taking Ma Xiao Tao away Mu Xiao sighed. It's good that you're okay I will report this matter to the school. That night Xiao Xiao held a book a little surprised. Last night she saw that the last page was Mu Xiao's death date and the method of death was exactly the same as today but now it had added a few pages. The one who changes time, Mu Xiao. A line of small text appeared on the cover of the book but then it disappeared. So we won? Mu Xiao asked. That's right. We won. The final round was all thanks to Yuhao and Wang Dong. You have no idea how impressive they were. Su Sancher chimed in. Indeed. So can we head back today? You may but aren't you all interested in having some fun? Wang Yan inquired. Can we the group asked? Of course. I'll let you off to enjoy yourselves today. Go ahead I want report it to the academy. Awesome. Mu Xiao exclaimed then grabbed Xiao Xiao and Ling Luchen's hands and vanished in a flash. Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong. Su Sanchi. Bei Bei remarked what's the rush? Mu Xiao teleported back pulled Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong along and said to Bei Bei before leaving senior brother teacher Xiaoya asked you to buy her some things. Otherwise you know what happens. After sending the four off he went alone to find Jing Hongqian in the street. Yo pavilion master how have you been lately? Jing Hongqian didn't answer he just stared at Mu Xiao. I'm leaving now. Bye. You'll come back won't you? Jing Hongqian said. Probably. Mu Xiao smiled walked over to shake hands with Jing Hongqian and then departed. Ying Tian can the cocoon breaking plan be postponed? I suppose so. Your situation is a first for me. In our era the moment we heard of a dragon eligible for the cocoon breaking plan would be overjoyed like it was New Year's and start within a day. This is the first time I've encountered someone wanting to delay it. Ill try. After Ring Tian finished speaking, his voice faded away. Arriving on the street and seeing the four waiting for him, Mu Xiao took out a small storage ring and said to Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen, Xiao Xiao Luochen, this storage ring has about 3 cubic meters of space and contains 50,000 gold soul coins. Buy whatever you want, clothes, food, drinks, whatever you fancy. Yu Hao and I will look around for any soul conduit metal materials nearby. Then he looked at Wang Dong and said, Wang Dong, since you're not fond of soul conduits, could you take care of the girls for me? Without waiting for a reply, Mu Xiao grabbed Hui Yu Hao and ran off. Bro, why are we running? Yu Hao, you don't get it. Accompanying girls on shopping trips is exhausting. What about Wang Dong? And I really do need to buy materials. Come on Yu Hao, follow me. Mu Xiao pulled Hui Yu Hao into a small alley. He took out the design he had spent 3 weeks on at Shrek and showed it to Hui Yu Hao. Hui Yu Hao was at a loss for words after seeing it. Bro, are you sure you want to build this? Hui Yu Hao asked, his voice trembling. Yeah, look at it, the cool exterior, the imposing soul cannon, and it can even transform from a humanoid form into a fighter jet. How awesome is that? Mu Xiao said. But the amount of metal it consumes must be enormous. And bro, how would you control it? Given your soul power and the support from milk bottles, such a large humanoid soul conduit might drain everything in about an hour. Yu Hao carefully examined the stack of blueprints. Yu Hao, why do you sound just like Teacher Fan Yu? He also said this was impossible, though it might be possible in the future. Mu Xiao remarked. Bro, I think Teacher Fan Yu is right. This kind of technology is impossible in the current era. It's more likely to be realized in the future. Ah, that's a problem. We'd need the technology to store milk bottles first. Mu Xiao sighed. Come on, I'll treat you to something to eat. Mu Xiao put away the blueprints, dusted off the dirt on his pants and said to Hui Yu Hao. As they walked out of the alley, Mu Xiao was still brushing off his pants, drawing stares and whispers from passers-by. A little girl toddled over and asked Hui Yu Hao, big brother, is this big sister your girlfriend? Sensing trouble, Hui Yu Hao turned to see Mu Xiao freeze mid-motion, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. He walked over, crouched down and patted the little girl's head, speaking in a feminine voice, little girl, you guessed wrong. I'm his sister. Then the little girl was pulled away by her mother. Before leaving, she asked her mother if a brother and sister living together could get pregnant. Mu Xiao, if she were an enemy, I'd have blasted her to pieces already. Akim going. As they entered the gates of Shrek, Su Sancher spread his arms wide as if embracing the sun and shouted, only to receive a kick from both Jiang Nan Nan and Mu Xiao on each side. The seniors returned to their classrooms, leaving only Mu Xiao, Hui Yu Hao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. At the foot of the teaching building, 2 classes were bickering. How dare you provoke us when the class monitor and brother Mu are away? Have you no shame? Teacher Zhou, aren't you going to control your students? Teacher Mu Jin said with a sarcastic tone. No, I won't stop my students from scolding a dog. Zhou Yan, the veteran teacher, struck back with a single sentence that made Mu Jin fume with rage. Humph, without Mu Xiao and his crew, your class is nothing but a bunch of useless wastes. But it's this useless class that produced 4 geniuses, and those 4 geniuses won the championship for Shrek. Mu Xiao said leisurely as he walked to the front. Teacher Mu Jin, please show some respect for our class. Ah. The class monitor, Wang Dong, brother Mu and sister-in-law are back. Someone shouted, igniting the entire class. Reporting to Teacher Zhou, we secured first place in this competition. Mu Xiao and the other 3 saluted Zhou Yan. Someone shouted, igniting the entire class. Reporting to Teacher Zhou, we secured first place in this competition. Mu Xiao and the other why wouldn't we? Let them know our class isn't to be trifled with. Yeah. Let's take them down. Charge. The friendly match ultimately ended with Dai Huabin nearly beaten to death by Mu Xiao and Hui Yu Hao's fists. Back in the classroom, Zhou Yan addressed the whole class. Did you all see that? If Hui Yu Hao and the others hadn't returned, would be the next Dai Huabin. Do you understand the gap now? Yes, Teacher Zhou. We will train hard and strive to crush their class. Excellent. That's the spirit of my class. Hui Yu Hao, Mu Xiao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, come to the office. The 4 followed Zhou Yan to the office. As soon as they entered, Zhou Yan spun around and gave them a bear hug, embracing all 4 at once. Wah! Teacher Zhou, I can't breathe. Hui Yu Hao gasped. Zhou Yan quickly let go and then thoroughly praised the 4 in the office. A few months later, Mu Xiao was suddenly summoned by Elder Mu. Arriving at the Sea God Pavilion for the first time, Mu Xiao entered. Elder Mu, you called for me. Aren't you the old grandfather? Haha, young man, I've heard of your legendary feats. Impressive. Elder Mu said from his recliner. This time I also want to ask for your opinion. What opinion? Mu Xiao craned his neck to look behind Elder Mu and saw Jing Hongchen with a dark expression while Meng Hongchen stood beside him blushing. Pavilion Master. Hongchen. How are you? That's why we need your opinion. I wouldn't dare presume. No, you dare. Mu Xiao. In the end, the matter was settled. Before leaving, Elder Mu swindled a 9th level soul tool out of Jing Hongchen. Elder Mu instructed Mu Xiao to give it to Hui Yuhao, and on the way Mu Xiao couldn't help but envy his younger brother. Yuhao, here you go. Mu Xiao finished his task and left. Now they awaited the exchange of students. Time always passed swiftly. Mu Xiao felt nothing from crafting soul tools, but Fan Yu kept a close watch on his movements. One day as Mu Xiao tested a soul device, Fan Yu entered. You're quite bold skipping Zhou Yan's class. Fan Yu asked. I already know it all, why attend? Mu Xiao replied without looking up, for this time he had to be serious. Still working on that humanoid soul tool. Fan Yu examined the latest blueprint Mu Xiao had made. This genius does what he sets his mind to. Then you're quite. Fan Yu didn't finish, for he saw Mu Xiao had fallen asleep. Lifting Mu Xiao, he suddenly glimpsed the inscribed array. That pattern. Why did it resemble an 8th grade rather than a 6th grade one? Gently setting Mu Xiao down, Fan Yu picked up the array for a closer look. The earlier engravings were excellent, but the final strokes had become crooked, likely because Mu Xiao was drowsy. Not bad, this kid. Fan Yu carried Mu Xiao to his own dormitory, laid him on the bed and drew the curtains. Golden sunlight fell upon Mu Xiao's jade-white hands, his light blue hair scattered messily on the bed. Perhaps feeling the warmth, he loosened his collar, revealing fair skin and prominent collarbones. Fan Yu hastily stepped out. That sight. A Haman old man nearing his grave shouldn't entertain such thoughts. He returned to Mu Xiao's workshop to tidy the desk, organizing the blueprints, fragments of the inscribed array, and Mu Xiao's 6th grade soul engineer certificate. What a pair of brothers, one taking the 6th grade exam, the other already a 6th grade engineer. Both were prodigies. Wait. This kid is still a 6th grade soul engineer. Fan Yu quickly retrieved Mu Xiao's inscribed array. It was indeed an 8th grade one, but the later crooked strokes had ruined the dignity of this soul array. Wait, something's off. A 6th grade soul engineer. 6th grade. 6th grade. A 6th grade soul engineer already tinkering with 8th grade soul tools. Where's his 7th grade one? Fan Yu searched again, finally finding it in Mu Xiao's keepsake box. Impressive. His skill had already reached the 8th grade level. No wonder the Sun Moon Empire so coveted Master Mu Xiao. Master. 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 He was the legendary Master Mu Xiao who shook the entire soul tool world. Of course his name is Mu Xiao. Fan Yu left Mu Xiao's workshop without testing the 7th grade soul array. There was no need. Fan Yu. Teacher. Are you alright? Hui Yuhao looked at Fan Yu's haggard face. Is that Yuhao? I'm fine, just a little sad. Ha! You have a wonderful brother. Cherish him. Ha! Hui Yuhao was utterly confused, but Fan Yu told him Mu Xiao was in his dormitory. But where? He eventually found Mu Xiao with Hikate's help. Brother, I'm here to get you. Hui Yuhao pushed open the door. What met his eyes was a girl with waist-length light blue hair sitting on Fan Yu's bed, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at the setting sun outside. Sorry, wrong room. Hui Yuhao blushed and closed the door. Mu Xiao sat on the bed, utterly bewildered. Where am I? Why did Yuhao close the door? Who did he mistake me for? Mu Xiao climbed off the bed and spotted a mirror nearby, walking over. Yuhao's reaction was so strong. Had this young master changed gender? He checked. No, he hadn't. Stepping out, he saw Hui Yuhao knocking on doors one by one. What are you doing? Mu Xiao asked as he approached. Brother, where did you pop out from? Ha! That room you just opened. Oh, I thought there was a senior sister lying in bed. So why are you here? I'm busy. Oh, 2 things. First, the day after tomorrow, brother, he and I are going to the Sun Moon Empire as exchange students. Brother, will you come? Maybe, I'm not sure. What's the second thing? Oh, you skipped class 30 times, so teacher Joe wants you to have tea in her office. What? How is that even a thing? Fine, I'll go. Kill 1 Mu Xiao and 1,000 more shall rise. Alright, I'm off. Hui Yuhao turned to leave. Wait, Yuhao, do you remember what you said? Ha! Which part? Hui Yuhao scratched his head, clueless. The blueprint, the blueprint. Mu Xiao pulled Hui Yuhao toward his workshop. As he was tugged along, Hui Yuhao felt his heart tremble, and a strange thought emerged. If brother were a girl, would I have a chance? Arriving at the workshop, Mu Xiao was stunned. Who tidied my desk? He searched. Soon the neat workshop was in chaos again. Ah, found it. Mu Xiao pulled out a soul array. Come, Yuhao, look at this. He showed it to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao examined it. It looked like one from a book. A second glance confirmed it. This was an 8th grade soul array. Could it be? Could this be? Hui Yuhao's hands trembled in shock. That's right, an 8th grade soul array. 8th grade. Brother, aren't you a 6th grade soul engineer? I made this in secret. I'll tell teacher Fan Yu. Huo Yuhao dashed off. Almost at the door. Swoosh. I sealed the path. Are you stupid? Why do you think I made it in secret? To avoid fame. Promise me you won't tell. All right. Good. There's one more. Mu Xiao took another soul array from his storage ring. This pattern. Could it be? 9th grade. Huo Yuhao was astounded. Yes, don't tell anyone. Crack. The ice vanished. Hikaitu stood there with a bag full of grilled squid. 8th grade. MMMPH. Hikaitu was pulled over by Mu Xiao. Quiet down. Mu Xiao's hair turned crimson instantly, his star-shattering sword at Hikaita's throat. In that moment Huo Yuhao had his answer. Impossible. Even if she were, I'd probably be beaten every day. In the end they reached a consensus: keep it secret. 2 days later. Yuhao, take this. If you're in danger in the Sun Moon Empire, put it on immediately. Mu Xiao stuffed an armor into a storage ring and handed it to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao was deeply moved, first a 9th grade defensive soul tool, now this armor. Where could one find such a brother? Seeing Huo Yuhao's emotion, Mu Xiao patted his shoulder. This armor was actually made to Chengxi's measurements. When Mu Xiao discovered his daughter Mu Chengxi could change size, he crafted it. Back then Mu Xiao and Xiao Xiao had stared at each other in disbelief. This is my daughter. Can she shrink and grow? The result. It was too small when worn tight, and Chengxi disliked it, so he gave it to Huo Yuhao. Come Yuhao, try it on. Huo Yuhao put it on. It fit, except the chest area was a bit loose. Was it weighted? He Yuhao, listen. It's fine. When you're in danger, the bulge on your chest might save your life. Think about it, when another soul master tries to kill you, they'll aim for your chest. Well, this bulge absorbs some damage. Plus it looks cool, right? The flashy red and orange combo creates a visual shock. Don't underestimate those few seconds, they could let you counterattack. Mu Xiao did his best to bamboozle his innocent brother. Xiao Xiao held back her laughter, having watched Mu Xiao make it for Chengxi. Still, Mu Xiao was a good father, he used a soft rare metal instead of hard stuff, considering flexibility. Just then the Sun Moon Empire delegation arrived. As soon as she stepped off the flying soul tool, Meng Hongqian pounced on Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, what's blocking my vision? Xiao Xiao. Ling Luochen. Mu Xiao, we meet again. Meng Hongqian clung to him. Get off. I can't. Can't breathe. He nearly shouted. Ah, sorry. Meng Hongqian quickly scrambled off and apologized. Mu Xiao, explain yourself. In unison, Chengxi, ah daddy, is this a new mommy? Long time no see, Mu Xiao. Xiao Hongqian stepped forward and shook Mu Xiao's hand. He now held genuine respect for Mu Xiao. At the auction this guy had spent 499999000 gold soul coins on a soul beast egg for his brother. I've brought what you asked for. But I'm curious why the sudden urge to take on disciples. Xiao Hongqian released his hand and stepped back, Nana staring at him. Because I have a groundbreaking invention but no one to collaborate with, so I want to recruit students. Then why recruit me? Nana asked. You're beautiful, okay? Mu Xiao replied. Nana blushed and looked down. Alright Yuhao, bye-bye. Mu Xiao said to Huo Yuhao. You're coming too this time. Jing Hongqian stated. Ha. Why? Wasn't it supposed to be a year from now? Mu Xiao was puzzled. The contract says so in black and white. Jing Hongqian produced the contract. Mu Xiao fell silent. I was careless. Signed it without reading. He then walked toward Xiao Xiao, who was chatting and laughing with Ling Luochen and Meng Hongqian. Thump. Mu Xiao dropped to his knees dramatically. Ha. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Sorry Xiao Xiao, plans changed. I have to leave now. Go ahead. I'll take care of Chengxi. Xiao Xiao resumed chatting with Meng Hongqian. In that moment Mu Xiao felt abandoned. Fine, let's go. You're coming too. Mu Xiao said to Nana. Can't I get a break? Nana asked. You can sit on my brother's lap. Huo Yuhao joked from the front seat. Hey there, little Yuhao, itching for trouble. Not itching, I'm just cheeky. Nana sat to the side gazing at Mu Xiao's profile. The memory of that song surfaced and she blushed unbidden. After an unknown amount of time they finally arrived at the Sun Moon Empire. Jing Hongqian led them on a brief tour, but halfway through he left Mu Xiao and Huo Yuhao to explore on their own. Entering the student's workshop, a rather handsome individual approached. However, appearances are not everything, one could easily be a wolf in sheep's clothing. True to form, upon seeing Mu Xiao the man thrust his hands into his pockets, striking a pose that screamed, "Handsome, look at me." Mu Xiao thought, is this person mentally deficient? Ignoring him, Mu Xiao wandered around the workshop. Since it was probably a holiday, there were few people around. So impressive. Hui Yuhao walked over to a table and picked up a blueprint. It depicted a soul tool that bore a striking resemblance to Mu Xiao's AWM. Fortunately they didn't know how to construct it. Mu Xiao leaned in to look. The blueprint's top left corner bore a name written in exceptionally elegant calligraphy. The name was Zhu Zi. The instructor was Xian Ziwen. What? Mu Xiao took the blueprint and saw the names Zhu Zi and Xian Ziwen written on it. This soul tool must not be allowed to be developed. Mu Xiao burned the blueprint, froze the ashes with ice, and then used his wind attribute to scatter them away. Glancing at the next one, it was by Cuckoo. Mu Xiao didn't check the instructor's name, but since Cuckoo was a good person, he burned that blueprint too. He then surveyed the area for any other suspicious soul tool designs. Mu Xiao continued his search with this thought while Hui Yuhao wandered off elsewhere. It didn't matter, Mu Xiao could locate him in an instant. Hey beautiful, is there anything I can help you with? The man was back again. Mu Xiao wanted nothing to do with him, so he ignored him. But the man, perhaps thinking Mu Xiao was shy, stepped forward and cornered him against the wall. Mu Xiao thought, a madman. Get lost. Mu Xiao's voice, soft yet deep, made the man shudder involuntarily. A man. I said get lost. Mu Xiao was growing impatient. He still needed to find Hui Yuhao, who was dashing around this place like an excitable child. No problem, a man is fine too. We can just switch positions. The man reached out to strike Mu Xiao's chest. Mu Xiao grabbed the hand, pinning him, executed a perfect shoulder throw. After the throw, he didn't forget to stomp a few times before leaving. He wasn't the least bit afraid of who the man might be after all. The plot had changed. Hey! Wait! Do you know who I am? The man called out from behind. No, and I don't care to. Mu Xiao glanced back slightly. No, and I don't care to. Having said that, he left. In that moment the man felt he had fallen in love, even if it was with another man. Young master, are you all right? A servant approached and asked. I'm fine. By the way, investigate that person thoroughly. This. Young master, why do you wish to investigate him? I don't know. This young master seems to have developed a strange feeling for him. The next day. Yuhao, why aren't you cultivating the purple gold demon eye? What are you doing here? Mu Xiao patted Hui Yuhao on the shoulder. He had already fully mastered the purple gold demon eye. Due to his dragon attribute, a purple aura visibly surged into his eyes upon activation. It was painful at first, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. Brother, you have to attend class too? Hui Yuhao asked, looking at the roster. Am I not a master instructor? Mu Xiao curiously took the roster and looked. It indeed listed Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao's names with Xianziwen as the instructor. Damn it, I've been tricked again. Mu Xiao pulled out the contract and read it carefully. It specified when to go to the Sun Moon Empire and what to do there. He clearly remembered Jing Hongqian saying they were going to teach there, since he styled himself as a master. But the contract stated he was to attend classes alongside Hui Yuhao. Mu Xiao thought, I must read contracts carefully in this life. I still haven't shaken off that bad habit from my past life. Sai, let's go. Time for class. Mu Xiao patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder. The contract was signed, they had to go. Entering the classroom, it was empty. Mu Xiao wandered around casually. Hey! Who are you? A voice rang out. Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao turned to see a man with glasses, his bangs covering his eyes but failing to hide his former handsomeness, asking the question. Greetings, teacher. We are here to attend class. Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao bowed to Xianziwen. Here for class. Since you chose me, let me see what you're capable of. Xianziwen didn't look at them, he went back to his own research. Teacher Xian, may I call you that? Do you look down on us? Mu Xiao asked. So what if I do, so what if I don't?
他就是个没信用的混蛋。场面顿时陷入死寂。黑人壮汉不可置信地看着同伴。伙计，你至少要为你下面的小兄弟。
Hui Yuhao declared. Mu Xiao smiled at Hui Yuhao. It seemed that the flair for showing off had finally rubbed off on little Yuhao. As his elder brother, he felt quite gratified. 3 hours. Fine. 3 hours. If you fail, get out. As Xianziwen spoke, a female student walked in. Mu Xiao knew at first glance that she was Zhu Zi for one simple reason: the characteristics from the manga glasses, intelligent and well endowed. Hui Yuhao, clearly not used to such beauty, stared at Zhu Zi. Don't stare, it's rude. Mu Xiao patted his head and said. Oh sorry. Hui Yuhao blushed and apologized to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao patted him again. Why are you apologizing to me? Apologize to her. I'm sorry. Hui Yuhao blushed and apologized to Zhu Zi. But Zhu Zi ignored him. She found a desk and fell asleep as soon as she entered the classroom. Come on, Yuhao. Let's go make some soul tools. Mu Xiao looked at the materials. Excellent, all rare metals. He glanced at Hui Yuhao, who hadn't started yet, probably still thinking about what to make. Mu Xiao smiled and made a hammer. Little did he know Hu Yuhao was using his spiritual detection to watch Mu Xiao's every move. 3 hours later 2 hammers were completed. Xian Ziwen looked at the 2 identical hammers and adjusted his glasses. Tell me who copied whom. No one. Xian Ziwen said nothing more. He picked up Hu Yuhao's hammer. Hu Yuhao had mostly used the ice attribute from the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul in its creation combined with high-temperature forging. Xian Ziwen's eyes lit up. He channeled some soul power into Hu Yuhao's hammer and hurled it at a distant testing device. Boom! The testing device cracked. Xian Ziwen was somewhat astonished. None of the students he taught could complete a rank 5 soul tool in 3 hours, not even Zhu Zi had that speed. Even if they did it wouldn't have much power. But Hu Yuhao's hammer possessed such immense force. Xian Ziwen couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Hu Yuhao. How much for this soul tool? Xian Ziwen cornered Hu Yuhao against the wall. Mu Xiao thought, old man, stay away from my brother. Sorry teacher Xian, it's not for sale. Hu Yuhao shook his head. 50 million. 50 million gold soul coins for a rank 5 soul tool is a steal for you. You know it will have a better future in my hands. Xian Ziwen began to negotiate. Mu Xiao stood to the side, ignored. Teacher Xian, don't you want to see mine? Mu Xiao asked. Test it yourself. Xian Ziwen ignored Mu Xiao, still haggling with Hu Yuhao. Boo! 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 A series of sounds interrupted Xian Ziwen. The tremendous noise drew many students out of their classrooms to see what was happening. I'm done testing. Mu Xiao said. You must be joking. Xian Ziwen stammered. Mu Xiao used wind to drag the hammer over and handed it to Xian Ziwen, want to inspect the goods. Xian Ziwen took it, but the moment the hammer was placed in his hands he stumbled and fell. So heavy? Xian Ziwen asked. Ha! Heavy. Mu Xiao tossed it a few times and handed it back to Hu Yuhao. Hu Yuhao took it with his martial soul and tossed it a few times as well. When the hammer came into contact with soul power, faint sparks of lightning emerged. Say, teacher Xian, are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Mu Xiao asked. Xian Ziwen's face turned red and pale alternately. He tried to speak, but Mu Xiao cut him off. You don't need to say anything. He'll give it to you, but you have to join the Tang Sect. Tang Sect? What is that? Xian Ziwen asked. I'm asking if you'll join or not. With the soul tool he coveted right in front of him, Xian Ziwen didn't think twice and agreed, then was dragged by Mu Xiao to sign a pledge. Teacher Xian, what about her? Hu Yuhao asked, referring to Zhu Zi. Right. Xian Ziwen leaned close to Zhu Zi's ear and shouted, today's special chocolate-braised giant prawns. Zhu Zi heard him and was up in 2 seconds. Moments later Zhu Zi stormed back furiously, teacher, you lied. There's nothing. It was to wake you up. Come, this is Hu Yuhao and this is Mu Xiao. Your future junior schoolmates. Zhu Zi leaned in to look at Hu Yuhao, noticing his eyes were different from ordinary people, then leaned in front of Mu Xiao. What an adorable girl. Zhu Zi said this out of the blue. Crack. Mu Xiao cracked his neck. You want to die. Hu Yuhao quickly held Mu Xiao back and said to Zhu Zi, my brother is a man. Mu Xiao, where did you learn that soul tool array? Xian Ziwen suddenly asked. I taught myself. Mu Xiao said. Do you know Master Mu? Xian Ziwen suddenly grabbed Mu Xiao's shoulders and asked. I am that so-called Master Mu. Mu Xiao said slowly. Xian Ziwen stammered, really? Is it true? Are you really the master? Mu Xiao impatiently swatted Xian Ziwen's hand and replied, yes, I am. All right then. However, after saying that he regretted it. Because Xian Ziwen excitedly knelt down and hugged Mu Xiao's leg, begging for an autograph. You are the teacher, please maintain some decorum. To meet the master even as a teacher it doesn't matter. Please master, just one autograph. In the end he reluctantly gave him the autograph. Mu Xiao wondered, are the teachers of the Sun and Moon Empire really this fierce? Comparable to a masked Zhou teacher. Later various conflicts emerged, such as Hu Yuhao disturbing Zhu Zi, accidentally freezing her, and then Zhu Zi threatening him while holding herself. So boring. Mu Xiao placed his feet on the table, leaning back in his chair and gazing at the sky. I can't go out and I can't fly either. Sigh, I wonder if Nana can understand the blueprint. Thanks to Mu Xiao, Nana hadn't reported for a long time, the reason being she had stared at that blueprint for 3 days and nights without comprehending it. Before falling asleep Nana cursed, what the hell, what is a genius world doing with a mediocre student like me? Bang. The door was kicked open and Zhu Zi's group walked in while Mu Xiao and Hu Yuhao couldn't be bothered to look at them. Dare to ignore us? Brothers, go. Buzz. Mu Xiao's soul ring lit up and Hu Yuhao simulated soul skills to project 300,000-year soul rings. Seeing that Hu Yuhao was not to be trifled with, they turned their attention to Mu Xiao, who had conspired with Hu Yuhao, as this was the result he desired. Yuhao, you will be the witness, you must testify for me. Mu Xiao shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. Just as they prepared to attack, Mu Xiao vanished and suddenly ice spikes emerged from the ground, piercing the leader. Puff! The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Xiao walked over and patted his face, saying, "Don't panic, you won't die. If you were to die, I would too. I'm just restraining you." After saying that, Mu Xiao stood up and looked at Juzi, who didn't know he was the revered master Mu Xiao that Xianziwen idolized. Their eyes met, but Juzi's gaze was filled with terror. Mu Xiao approached Juzi holding the fractured star sword as Juzi slowly backed away until she reached the door. Swoot! The sword passed through the door, and although the blade was only a few centimeters from Juzi's face, the sword she still cut her skin. Not bad, seeking revenge. He leaned close to Juzi's ear and asked, "If you wish to die, I wouldn't mind throwing you to the extreme north." After saying this, Mu Xiao drew back his sword and retracted the ice spikes. "What do you think? Do you need help?" Mu Xiao trapped the leader with spider silk and then tossed him toward his lackeys. "Go back and apply medicine. Use the best because I poisoned him. If nothing unexpected happens, he might live a few more decades. If something unexpected happens, he might not make it through tonight. You're finished. Do you know who he is? I'm giving you 3 seconds. Get lost. Did you hear what I said? 3. Damn it, you're done for. 1. Hearing the word 1, the group immediately left. There shouldn't be any classes today. Yu Hao, let's go help me. Mu Xiao said to Yu Hao without even looking at them. Hey, are you not leaving? Do I need to invite you? Mu Xiao glanced at Juzi behind him. Juzi seemed to sense that Mu Xiao had let her go and hurriedly ran away. Alright Mu Xiao, are you daring to cheat on this emperor in Shuer? Hua Yu Hao suddenly said. The entire classroom was covered in ice. Ice. Emperor? Mu Xiao asked. Yes, that's this emperor. Hua Yu Hao, no, it should be the ice emperor, placed his hands on his waist looking at Mu Xiao. What did you just say to that? Why does it matter? I just said that if she creates trouble again, I would throw her into the canyon of the extreme north. The corner of the ice emperor's mouth twitched. You are too ruthless. If I'm not ruthless, how can I make 2 of the 3 great kings of the extreme north fall in love with me? After Mu Xiao said this, the ice emperor blushed and then Hua Yu Hao returned. Bro, did you know? I really want to laugh. Oh. Why? Brother Tianmeng keeps drawing circles and saying I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy. Mu Xiao asked, so you're mocking him? Not at all, I feel a bit sorry for Brother Tianmeng. Alright, don't think so much. The world of soul beasts is survival of the fittest, you want like it. After saying that, he left. Bro, wait for me. Hua Yu Hao followed and Nana had just finished class and was looking at the blueprint. Mu Xiao noticed Nana sitting on a bench engrossed in studying the blueprint. Did you understand it? He asked from behind, causing Nana to visibly flinch. How do you even look at this? Nana stared at Mu Xiao with a black line across her forehead. Let's take a break today, Hua Yu Hao suddenly cheered. Really bro? A day off today? Schoolwork is busy, after all you are human. Mu Xiao said. Here's the plan for tonight, take a look. Nana took out a piece of paper from her. Mu Xiao took it and glanced at it. When did you write this? Just now. Mu Xiao was surprised, how could she write so quickly? It listed eating, shopping and so on. You guys go ahead, I have some things to do. Mu Xiao took out his stash of money, which amounted to 8,000 gold soul coins. Bro, aren't you going? You guys go ahead, I have some things to do. Mu Xiao took out his stash of money, which amounted to 8,000 gold soul coins. Bro, aren't you going? After Mu Xiao finished speaking, he teleported away. The two looked at each other helplessly and walked away, but there was still quite a distance between them. Soon after they left, Mu Xiao returned. How could I forget where I was? Where is everyone? He looked around, shook his head and walked away. He could only rely on what he saw with the dragon eye. Flying in the air, he opened his dragon eye and indeed saw a very blurry scene. Mu Xiao cursed, damn it. Let's just make do with it. Mu Xiao looked around in the air, then sensed the presence of evil soul masters using dark attributes. Upon arriving at that place, he indeed found several evil soul masters on guard. Mu Xiao donned his frost armor, blended into the shadows, quietly planted dozens of bombs and then left lying down on a distant hillside. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The bomb exploded. Once more, thunder extreme. Purple lightning struck down. Alright, you are free now. Mu Xiao teleported in front of the imprisoned people and conveniently stored away the item that had imprisoned Nana's parents. He never expected the evil soul masters here to be so weak. How long had it been? Your new home is Shrek City. After Mu Xiao said this, he expanded his spatial power and teleported the people to Shrek City, where their rescuers were waiting. Mu Xiao had already arranged for them to assist. Ah, done. Another good deed accomplished as expected of me. Mu Xiao stretched lazily. Damn woman, you better stop right there. Z. The heavenly thunder struck the owner of the voice and there was no more sound. Now it's quiet. Having dealt with those people, Mu Xiao flashed back. That night they played until late, so the next day Nana and Mu Xiao dozed off in class. Hua Yu Hao, however, appeared wide awake and even felt a hint of excitement. As a result, he fell asleep while engraving. Xian Ziwen was a good teacher. When he learned of Mu Xiao's identity he was momentarily stunned, but during lessons he would scold Mu Xiao at the slightest distraction, completely unaware that he was reprimanding his own idol. At Shrek Academy, Meng Hongqian was applying medicine to Xiao Hongqian's face. "Brother, why did you have to start a fight for no reason?" Meng Hongqian said this while carefully tending to his wounds. "I forgot we weren't in the Sun Moon Empire anymore," Xiao Hongqian replied with a smile. Through this brawl he deeply realized how unruly Class 1 was without Mu Xiao's supervision. Zhou Yi for Mu Xiao's sake paid close attention to them and would always help resolve any troubles in their cultivation. "Alright, don't fight anymore." Meng Hongqian put away the medicine and said irritably, "Mu Xiao really is something, managing so many terrifying people." Xiao Hongqian, hey, you're indirectly praising Mu Xiao. Meng Hongqian hugged Xiao Hongqian just like when they were children. He Mu Xiao is my husband, but you're my brother." A sound interrupted the tender scene. Xiao Xiao had thought that since Meng Hongqian was part of Mu Xiao's harem she should help to leave a good impression. She went to the infirmary planning to reverse time to heal Xiao Hongqian faster, but when she pushed open the door this was the scene she saw. Xiao Xiao froze for a moment. Noticing the two staring at her she walked over, activated her Eye of Time and reversed Xiao Hongqian's time, instantly healing his injuries. Then Xiao Xiao left under their gaze. Closing the door she thought that scene. Ahem, I've discovered a new continent. Her eyes sparkled but she shook her head. No, I mustn't lose myself. Yet she opened the door again, poked her head in and said, "Sorry, I came to help. Just pretend I was never here." Meng Hongqian reached out to explain but Xiao Xiao shut the door. Then it opened again. "It's not. You two carry on. I want tell Mu Xiao." Xiao Xiao smiled and closed the door. "I am Mu Xiao. I have a very tricky problem now. Do you remember how I helped Nana? I brought that thing back and little Yuhao was successfully helped. Yes, as an older brother I feel quite gratified. To thank me Nana kicked little Yuhao out and then." Nana locked the door and slowly disrobed before Mu Xiao's eyes. "Master, please savor me." "What the hell? What are you doing?" Mu Xiao quickly retreated to the corner and donned his frost armor to protect himself. "This is my gratitude, master." Nana approached Mu Xiao, grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest. Mu Xiao kept his eyes tightly shut, refusing to look though the armor covered his hand. Nana, you don't have to do this," Mu Xiao said with his eyes closed, already feeling her body drawing near. "No, I must," Nana said. "If you keep this up they'll go kill your parents right now." Mu Xiao issued a harsh threat and Nana stopped. Mu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Xiao found out I'd be dead. But at that moment Xiao Xiao was lying in bed reading the Book of Time. Ha! Why did it stop? That was so thrilling. Xiao Xiao felt a bit disappointed. Wang Dong, sleeping in the next bed, shuddered in fright. "I'm sorry, master, I was too forward." Nana stood up. "Put your clothes on first." Mu Xiao still kept his eyes tightly shut. After a moment Nana said and dressed. Mu Xiao opened his eyes in relief and the first thing he saw was white. "What the hell? You're not dressed." Mu Xiao closed his eyes again. Nana laughed, put on her clothes and said to Mu Xiao, "I'm really dressed this time." Mu Xiao didn't believe her. Nana let Hui Yuhao in and asked, "Hui Yuhao, am I dressed or not?" Hui Yuhao, confused, replied, "You are." "What's wrong?" Only then did Mu Xiao dare to open his eyes. "Brother, what happened?" Hui Yuhao asked. He had only heard Mu Xiao's shouts and Nana's first words from outside the door. "Savor." "What savor?" "Not dressed." "What's not dressed?" "Ahem, Yuhao, tell your big brother you don't know anything about what just happened, right?" "No, brother, I clearly heard you shouting about not being dressed or something." "What really happened?" Mu Xiao didn't know how to explain and finally asked, "Can you promise not to tell Xiao Xiao?" That was explanation enough. Hui Yuhao smacked his fist into his palm. "Oh, I see. So I'm getting another sister-in-law." Mu Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tapped Hui Yuhao on the head and said impatiently, "Go do your homework." Hui Yuhao, holding his head, went to complete the assignment Xian Ziwen had left. Left alone again. "You don't have to call me master or do things like that to me," Mu Xiao said awkwardly. "Then what should I call you?" Nana asked. "Anything you like, just not master." "I hate that feeling." Mu Xiao walked away holding his head. Nana stood behind him murmuring, "Then I'll call you husband." She then whispered, "Husband." Mu Xiao heard her clearly but didn't look back. Watching his retreating figure, Nana decided she would stay by Mu Xiao's side for life. Now things had spiraled out of control. Ever since Zhu Zi brought those people there had been no peace in the classroom. Either the door was kicked in mid-lesson or there were provocations and verbal abuse, or someone was practically begging for death and nearly beaten to death by Mu Xiao. "You should lie low for a while. He'll say you've gone on a mission," Xian Ziwen said, feeling helpless. "Okay, I have no objections." "Yuhao, what about you?" Mu Xiao asked. Hui Yuhao said he had no problem with it either. So the next day they boarded a spider-like soul tool vehicle. Nana wasn't taken along and she pouted as she watched the four of them get on. Hui Yuhao and Zhu Zi sat in the front while Mu Xiao and Kuka sat in the back. The problem was that Kuka hadn't slept all night and immediately fell asleep leaning on Mu Xiao. Nana ground her teeth below. They say to guard against theft fire and best friends, how true it was. Now there was Hui Yuhao, Mu Xiao, Zhu Zi and Kuku. Let's rest a while. Since Kuku was asleep, Zhu Zi was driving. Hui Yuhao said, let me take over. The two in the back were as silent as air. Eventually both of them ran out of soul power to operate the vehicle. It's noon. Let's rest here, Mu Xiao said. I'll go with what brother says. After taking out the ingredients she had bought, Mu Xiao was about to prepare a feast with Hui Yuhao when Zhu Zi volunteered to cook, leaving Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao no choice but to find a sunny spot to cultivate. Mu Xiao, when do you plan to carry out the plan? Ying Tian asked. Mu Xiao pondered for a moment, then replied, I'll wait until after the sea god's engagement ceremony. I can't leave Xiao Xiao all alone, can I? Ying Tian rolled his eyes and said, suit yourself, but be warned, your blood is already becoming impure. Your recovery and soul power regeneration will be much slower than before. With that his voice faded. Mu Xiao said, I know. With my armor set and the divine dragon armor, what do I have to fear? Zhu Zi finished cooking and Kuku, who was already munching on some food, said, you're in luck today. Zhu Zi personally prepared this meal. Mu Xiao took a bite, it was quite impressive. The steak was cooked to a perfect medium rare, melting on the tongue, and the black pepper sauce not only made the steak look tempting but elevated its flavor to another level. Mu Xiao even felt it could rival Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. The sago dessert was also perfectly sweetened. The soft glutinous sago mixed with milk, pears, bananas and lemons offered no trace of sourness, only the refreshing fragrance of lemon. Hui Yuhao ate and remarked, it's pretty good. But then he added, still it's not as good as my brother's cooking. Mu Xiao gave him a light tap on the head. Don't talk nonsense. My cooking isn't that good. Trust me, if I give it to your future wife, she'll spit it out. After speaking, he lowered his head and continued eating. Once the meal was finished, they decided to move on. Following the same order as before, Kuku drove first for about 2 hours before Zhu Zi took over. After driving, Zhu Zi fell asleep immediately. Does this thing really consume that much soul power? Mu Xiao wondered. They traveled until nightfall and stopped to rest by a lake. With Mu Xiao's help, Hui Yuhao caught many fish. Mu Xiao watched Hui Yuhao start grilling the fish, provided some fire and then left. His whole body reeked of kuke scent. If anyone sniffed it out, he'd be done for. Folding his clothes, Mu Xiao stepped into the water. The chilly lake water stimulated his ice attribute. He began to cultivate in the water, unaware that he was cultivating in Kuke's bathwater. Upstream, Kuku was bathing. When Kuku returned, Mu Xiao had not yet come back. Hui Yuhao was tied up with the fish. Zhu Zi was inspecting soul tools, leaving only Kuku idle. Under the gaze of the other two, Kuku went to look for Mu Xiao. Hui Yuhao finished grilling several fish and was about to set them aside to cool when Kuke's scream startled him, causing his hand to jerk and dropping the freshly grilled fish into the charcoal. Hui Yuhao stared at the ruined fish. He muttered. Zhu Zi walked over and asked, what's wrong? Hui Yuhao shook his head. I don't know. When the two returned, both had flushed faces. What happened? Zhu Zi and Hui Yuhao asked in unison. Zhu Zi, if you still consider us friends, don't ask, said one. Yuhao, if you still consider us brothers, don't ask, said the other. They both spoke at the same time, then turned to glare at each other. Stop copying me, X2, who's copying you, X? Don't talk nonsense, I wasn't copying you, X2, I'm not talking to you anymore, X2. The two started arguing, leaving Hui Yuhao and Zhu Zi at a loss for words. No one else knew what had happened between them. In the end, they confessed while eating grilled fish and meat. There was no choice, as all the grilled fish had fallen into the ashes and were inedible, so they had to throw them into the forest for soul beasts or wild animals. Mu Xiao had brought wine. After getting drunk, he taunted Kuku, saying she definitely wouldn't dare to drink. Kuku fired up, competed with Mu Xiao in drinking, and she too ended up drunk. Yuhao, tell me, was it my fault or hers? Mu Xiao asked, drinking wine and eating grilled fish. Zhu Zi, tell me, was it my fault or his? Kuku asked, holding a wine glass and eating grilled fish. You still dare to say that? I was cultivating there and you came to look on your own. My brother's body was seen by a strange woman. You think I wanted to? I had no choice. With a figure like yours, don't flatter yourself. I'm asking you, is my figure good or not? Yes. Kuku said, downing the glass in one gulp and then refilling it. That night, for the first time, Hui Yuhao felt that his grilled fish could rival Mu Xiao's. The two of them made a ruckus all night. The next morning, Kuku woke up and the first thing she saw was Mu Xiao bare-chested sleeping beside her. Looking at herself, she was completely undressed. Aha! Kuku suppressed the urge to vomit and kicked Mu Xiao off the bed, startling him awake. Hui Yuhao and Zhu Zi crawled out of their two tents. What happened? Hui Yuhao activated his martial soul to scan the surroundings. At Kuke's scream, he had thought a soul beast was attacking. Hey! What are you doing? That hurts. Mu Xiao stood up, rubbing his head and roaring. But what he saw was Kuko, her eyes brimming with tears, wrapped in the blanket, looking like a victim. "What did you do?" Mu Xiao asked. But Kuko didn't answer, she just cried. "Mu Xiao. Crying. No, why are you crying?" "I didn't." Before Mu Xiao could finish saying do anything, Kuko spoke first, her voice choked with tears. "Pervert. Shameless. Lecher. Vile. Despicable. Base. Obscene. Shameless." She hurled insults until Mu Xiao was left dumbfounded. Zhu Zi suddenly understood. "Kuko, don't tell me you. Zhu Zi, why didn't you protect me last night?" Kuko asked tearfully. Zhu Zi hesitated, unsure whether to speak, but in the end she told the truth. "Last night you volunteered to sleep with Mu Xiao. We couldn't pull you apart. As soon as we did, you'd cling back to him. You even said, 'I'm going to feel his body tonight.' Zhu Zi, don't stop me. If you do, we can't be sisters anymore. Don't pull me away." Upon hearing this, Kuke's face alternated between red and pale. "I volunteered." "No, Yuhao, why didn't you pull me away?" Mu Xiao, now understanding the situation, asked Hua Yuhao. Hua Yuhao replied weakly, "I can't beat you, brother." Mu Xiao. Let's call it even. We're quits. Yesterday you saw me naked and Anyway, we're even." Kuku immediately stopped crying. "Not even. You took my first time. Not even. I also." Mu Xiao started to retort but stopped. When he was drunk, it seemed he had done something with Xiao Xiao. "Fine, you win." After saying this, Mu Xiao prepared to teleport away with Hua Yuhao. "Put on some clothes. It's autumn," he reminded before leaving. "Yuhao, did you hear any strange noises last night? You were the closest to our tent. You must have heard everything clearly." Mu Xiao grabbed Hua Yuhao by the collar and demanded. No. Hua Yuhao immediately denied it 3 times. But in truth he had heard it, and it inexplicably reminded him of the light goddess preventing him from entering meditation, so he had to sleep instead. "That's good," Mu Xiao said calmly, his composure frightening Hua Yuhao. Just then a wolf appeared ahead. The wolf lunged at them, but a spike of ice suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through its body. A black soul ring floated above the wolf's body. Mu Xiao had now reached level 60. He reached out to touch the soul ring, but it merged into his hand and vanished. "Gone. That's it?" Mu Xiao asked. Boom. A massive explosion sounded behind them. "Let's go, Yuhao. Your brother will take you to hunt the Wolf King." With that, Mu Xiao donned the divine dragon armor, grabbed Hua Yuhao, and used his ice attribute to slide over to the source of the explosion. At this moment, Mu Xiao was heading toward the source of the explosion with Hua Yuhao. If my memory serves me right, it must be Kuku and the others who have encountered trouble, Mu Xiao thought. Indeed, gradually several millennium-aged silver wolves came into view. But all were slain by Mu Xiao with a single swing of his scythe. Slowly more and more wolves emerged, yet Mu Xiao did not halt. Behind him, Hua Yuhao used his ice explosion technique, obliterating entire packs of wolves at once. About 200 meters from the location, Mu Xiao could see Zhu Zi and Kuko struggling. But for every wolf they killed, another took its place. Sooner or later their soul power would be exhausted. In the distance a wolf was watching as the pack launched its assault. Mu Xiao's eyes narrowed. This must be the Wolf King. "Yuhao, this Wolf King's soul ring is yours," Mu Xiao said. "All right, brother. In a moment I'll hold them off so you can seize the chance to rescue them." After speaking, Hua Yuhao manifested the dark golden terror claw on his right hand and charged toward the wolf. Without a sound the Wolf King fell. "Yuhao, absorb it quickly." "I'll stand guard," Mu Xiao said. "Brother, you didn't leave." Hua Yuhao was somewhat surprised. They should be able to hold on a little longer. "Hurry up," Mu Xiao urged. The black soul ring slowly approached Hua Yuhao. He could feel the Wolf King's lingering resentment, but in the end he gritted his teeth and absorbed it. Watching the soul ring grow fainter, Mu Xiao gave a slight nod. Then he turned his gaze toward them. "Please just hold on," he thought silently. Because of Mu Xiao's urging, Hua Yuhao had Bing Di suppressed the wolf's resentment directly, so the absorption was swift. "Good, let's hurry." After Mu Xiao spoke, he slid forward. Hua Yuhao also rushed ahead. The wolf pack seemed to notice that one area was gradually thinning out. A golden wolf turned its head only to have its skull pierced by a spear. Its companion watching alongside met the same fate. If what Mu shouted here could be called brutal, then what Hua Yuhao wrought was a bloody storm. The dark golden terror claw tore through the hides of golden and silver wolves, carving them into mere stubs, and each swipe felled a large swath. Kuko made up her mind she would rather die in a soul tool explosion than fall into the wolf's jaws. The dark golden terror claw tore through the hides of golden and silver wolves, carving them into mere stubs, and each swipe felled a large swath. Kuko made up her mind she would rather die in a soul tool explosion. "Damn it!" Mu Xiao cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Hua Yuhao, seeing the wolf pack surging toward him, donned the armor without needing Mu Xiao's reminder. "Zhu Zi, get out of here. Hui Yuhao slashed his way through the wolves, arriving at the soul tool that was about to self-destruct. But the self-destruct sequence required someone to operate it, so Coco refused to leave, and Zhu Zi, as her close friend, naturally wouldn't abandon her either. Seeing that neither was willing to go, Hui Yuhao steeled himself, knocked Zhu Zi unconscious, and said to Coco, "My brother will be here soon." Then he flew away with Zhu Zi in his arms. Meanwhile, Mu Xiao noticed that his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate as he killed wolves. "What's going on? My soul power is draining too fast. Muse, lend me a hand." Mu Xiao summoned Muse and the others. With their help the pace quickened, but his soul power consumed even faster than before. By the time he reached Coquet's side, his soul power was nearly gone. The dragon god armor dissipated on its own and Muse and the others vanished. "Let's go." Mu Xiao tried to pull Cuckoo away, but she said it wasn't ready yet. Knowing this was the self-destruct sequence, Mu Xiao sat down to rest and recover his soul power. The wolves outside dared not approach, only watching from a distance. After recovering some soul power, Cuckoo urged now. Mu Xiao immediately scooped her up and flew outward. But his soul power drained rapidly. Just as safety seemed near, the shockwave of the explosion sent metal fragments piercing into Mu Xiao's body. Yet when he landed, he still held Cuckoo tightly. Cuckoo scrambled up to check Mu Xiao's injuries. Just then the wolf pack returned, led by another alpha. This was the true Wolf King. Mu Xiao struggled to look, then slowly rose to his feet. Cuckoo quickly steadied him. His face smeared with blood, Mu Xiao managed to smile at her. Then he stepped forward. Cuckoo watched his back, fragments still embedded in his body, yet he had gotten up anyway. Roar! A low growl escaped the Wolf King's throat. To Cuckoo it sounded like the prelude to an attack, but to Mu Xiao it meant something else. "You carry the aura of a dragon. I'll spare you. Step aside." Mu Xiao, enduring the pain, sneered, "Ha, and if I don't? Then I'll have to cross over your corpse." "Bring it on." Mu Xiao mustered every ounce of strength to unleash his pressure. Instantly more than half the wolf pack collapsed to their knees. "You're at the end of your rope. I'll give you one last chance, step aside and we'll give you herbs to heal your wounds. But if you refuse, we will cross your corpse. I say this for the last time." The Wolf King spoke against the pressure. "Oh. So you mean to say you're planning to touch my woman?" Mu Xiao said, secretly inhaling from a milk bottle. "I won't harm you out of respect for your kinship with us soul beasts. There's a path to heaven, yet you won't take it. There's no gate to hell, yet you barge in. Don't blame us." After speaking, the Wolf King revealed its soul ring, a red 100,000-year soul ring. But its color was a shade of pink, indicating it was only around 100,000 years old. Sigh. Here goes nothing. As Mu Xiao spoke, dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning bolts occasionally struck down, killing a few wolves. Heave. Boom. Thunder roared. Awoo. The wolf pack howled. Lightning. Quick. Kill him. Sensing something amiss, the Wolf King urgently commanded. Ultimate. Mu Xiao bellowed. Lightning surged down, striking straight at the wolf pack. Mu Xiao shielded Cuckoo, ensuring she wasn't electrocuted. After about 15 minutes, Mu Xiao's soul power was completely drained. The wolf pack was annihilated, leaving only the Wolf King struggling. Mu Xiao slowly walked over, pressed his dragon claw onto its head and spat viciously, "You sure know how to play dead, you bastard." Just as the Wolf King tried to explain, Mu Xiao crushed its skull. "Brother." Hui Yuhao ran over with Zhu Zi. The thunderclap moments ago had alerted him that Mu Xiao was in danger. Mu Xiao glanced at Hui Yuhao, then having no strength left fell backward onto Cuckoo, his face buried in her chest. But for once Cuckoo didn't mind. When Mu Xiao regained some strength and opened his eyes, he saw Coquet's profile. She was leaning against him asleep. Mu Xiao wanted to move, but the pain immobilized him. Then he noticed the Wolf King's pink soul ring already fading. Damn it. Mu Xiao thought, quickly summoning Muse. "Muse, what's on my back?" Mu Xiao asked. "On your back." A piece of metal fragment pierced it. Muse said flatly. "Pull it out for me, quick." Mu Xiao said. "Are you sure? It's going to hurt." Muse could hardly believe what Mu Xiao was saying. "Hurry up. That silver Wolf King's attribute is most likely metal, and it's a 100,000-year soul ring. I can't miss it. Ying Tian helps suppress the Wolf King when I absorb it." Mu Xiao gently set Cuckoo down, then slowly crawled out, tearing off a blood-soaked piece of his shirt and putting it in his mouth. "Come on," Mu Xiao said indistinctly. Muse grabbed the fragment and yanked it upward. Mu Xiao bit down on the cloth, drenched in sweat and gasping heavily. Squelch. Hearing the sound of the fragment being pulled out, Mu Xiao knew what had happened. He slowly spat out the cloth and blood, gritted his teeth, managed to thank you, and crawled toward the soul ring. Reaching the soul ring, Mu Xiao clenched his teeth against the pain, sat cross-legged and endured. A massive hole gaped in his back, slowly healing, but the recovery was far slower than the blood loss washing away the medicine on his wound. Mu Xiao gritted his teeth and drew the soul ring into his body. As it neared, the Wolf King's resentment lashed at his wounds. The pain was so intense that he shut his eyes, hypnotizing himself that it didn't hurt at all. Seeing this, Ying Tian immediately used his pressure to suppress the resentment, making the absorption go smoothly. After absorbing the soul ring, Mu Xiao's soul power even rose by 2 levels, reaching level 62. Death God's third trial: experience death. Upon success, I will teach you the technique to revive souls. The Death God descended coldly, staring at Mu Xiao with his eyes closed. Mu Xiao opened his eyes, looked at the Death God and said slowly, "I accept." Then he slumped forward motionless. When Mu Xiao opened his eyes again, the scenery around him had completely transformed. The soul rings that once littered the ground were now replaced by scattered bones, and the trees had turned into pillars hung with corpses. The river, once clear, was now swollen with floating bodies, its waters no longer pristine but a horrifying crimson. Where is this? Mu Xiao stood up and surveyed his surroundings, suddenly realizing his back no longer hurt. Ha! My back doesn't hurt anymore. Mu Xiao was astonished. At that moment a figure approached from a distance. He immediately tensed, reaching out to grasp the Starbreaker sword and pointing it at the stranger. But then he sensed something was wrong. Something kept tugging at the hem of his pants. "Give it back," a hoarse voice rasped from below. Mu Xiao glanced down and saw a skeleton clutching his pant leg. He looked at the so-called Starbreaker sword in his hand. It was a bone, but unlike the others which were white, this one was a gleaming azure blue. "Give it back." The skeleton's voice grew louder as the figure drew nearer. With each step the figure took, the skeleton's cries intensified. Something was off. Mu Xiao decided to retreat. As he moved away, the figure instantly appeared before the skeleton, grabbed its leg and dragged it off. "No, no, no. Please spare me. I beg you. No." The skeleton clung desperately to another skeleton. Spotting yet another azure bone, it abandoned its own leg, broke free, crawled over and snatched it. The figure returned to the skeleton, who was clutching the bone tightly. He reattached its leg and then dragged the fainting dead skeleton away. Like a cycle, the skeleton broke free again, snatched another's bone, and the victim was dragged away, only to break free and steal yet another bone in turn. Instantly all the skeletons stood up and clutched their own bones tightly. And so that skeleton was dragged away. Then Mu Xiao heard a piercing scream, followed by a skeleton being thrown into the lake. The moment it touched the water, it turned to ash. Gulp. Mu Xiao swallowed hard. It was a good thing he was holding the bone, otherwise he might have been the one reduced to dust. "Starbreaker sword." Mu Xiao called out, but there was no response. He called again, still nothing. He tried to release his soul rings. Why could he release his soul rings but not his martial spirit? Muse. Mu Feng. Mu Yen. Mu Lei. Ying Tian. Are you all here? He asked into his spiritual sea, but only silence answered. Hey! Don't scare me, he shouted again. Still nothing but dead silence. Then the figure suddenly appeared before him. Mu Xiao stepped back, clutching the bone tightly. The figure wore a mask revealing only a pair of eyes. Mu Xiao thought that as long as he had the bone he would be safe. But he was wrong. Loud noise. Punishment 30 seconds. The figure grabbed Mu Xiao's neck with astonishing strength. Mu Xiao tried to break free, but the figure added resisting punishment. Time doubled. The grip tightened further. Mu Xiao struck the figure's arm, accidentally knocking off the mask. The figure immediately released him and scrambled to retrieve it. Once down, Mu Xiao swung the bone at the figure's head. But a hand caught it. Now he could see the figure's face clearly. It was a woman. Her voice didn't match. A voice changer. The woman had a delicate face, seemingly ordinary except for her right eye. It resembled a clock, glowing blue and spinning rapidly. You want to hit me, she spoke. Mu Xiao nearly fainted. Was she using illusion or charm tech? Without hesitation, Mu Xiao kicked her. She released the bone and he snatched it, fleeing without looking back. That kid has a time scar inside him. No, didn't I give it to Shi Wei? What's wrong with that girl? The woman pulled out a flintlock pistol, tilted her head and aimed it in the direction Mu Xiao had run. But then she lowered it. Better to ask first before killing. The word sounded strange coming from such a pure-looking face. Mu Xiao kept running, still clutching the bone. It gave him a vague sense of security. Perhaps that was why the woman hadn't killed him outright. He ran until he couldn't anymore and stopped to rest. Should be safe now, he gasped. But as he spoke, a sword grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Then the girl appeared before him again. She held a flintlock in her left hand, pointing it at him, and a sword in her right. He'll ask again, where did you get the time scar? I don't know any time scar. What the hell? Mu Xiao backed away, only to hit an invisible barrier. Then do you know Shi Wei? She pressed. Who? Mu Xiao was bewildered. Who was Shi Wei? A girl's name. Did he know her? Did she know him? His mind raced. No, he replied, then swung the bone at her head. The sword blocked it, so he wielded the bone like a blade. He struck the sword, then immediately lifted it for an upward slash. She blocked again, but he suddenly thrust forward. She parried, then he swung horizontally. She hadn't expected that, thinking he would change direction. But she still had her gun. Bang! She fired, hitting Mu Xiao's right arm. Admit it. You're too weak. You even got hit by that. She mocked him. Mu Xiao clutched the wound, cursing her silently. The bullet was still inside, slowing his recovery. She switched from warrior to shooter, firing shot after shot at him. Mu Xiao slumped back. His body was riddled with more than 10 bullet holes. If she had aimed for his head, he would be dead. Last chance. Where did you get the time scar? What did you do to Shi Xue? She grabbed his hair and forced his head up. I don't know, he insisted. Is that so? You'll talk. She fired a shot into his thigh. Hey ya! Mu Xiao screamed as his blue hair began to fade. Gradually he went silent, his hair turning black. Dead. How boring. Even with a time scar, you're this weak. She holstered her weapons and stared at him. A cough sounded from behind him. Not dead. Great. She was relieved, but then sensed something wrong. The cough came from a water-attributed version of Mu Xiao. What? She looked around. A sudden killing intent struck her from behind, but when she turned, no one was there. The pressure mounted and panic set in. Then Mu Xiao descended from above, wielding the Starbreaker sword. She blocked with her sword and fired her gun. Mu Xiao leaped back, dodging the bullet. He stood before the blue-haired Mu Xiao, glanced back at him, then turned and pointed his sword at him. So this is the real me. Have you all been deceiving me? No. I am. The blue-haired Mu Xiao tried to protest but was ignored. Interesting. You have not only a time scar inside you but also the scythe of death. The woman raised her gun. My name is Bai. Come entertain me. Bang bang bang. 3 shots hit Mu Xiao, but he merely walked slowly toward Bai. Unfazed by pain. She wondered. No. Goddess of time. He is cough, he is. He is. Cough. The blue-haired Mu Xiao, or rather Mu Bing, cried out. Mu Xiao unleashed his spider web domain, sealing the space around Bai. He charged forward, stabbing repeatedly. She blocked each thrust, but he didn't stop. Bai stepped back, firing her gun again and again, but Mu Xiao felt no pain, focused solely on defeating her. I can't keep this up any longer. Bai thought this as Mu Xiao suddenly retreated, clenching his hand. Close. Mu Xiao said indifferently as the spider silk instantly closed in. Bai darted back and forth within the strands, finally hurling his sword at the last moment and shooting toward its direction, escaping just as the silk formed a sphere, but his face was cut. This wound is returned to you. Mu Xiao said flatly. A mortal wounding a deity. Bai touched the cut on his face in astonishment. Ha, in all these years only one person has ever harmed me. You are the second besides him. Bai remarked, gazing at Mu Xiao. Then from now on I will treat you with utmost seriousness. Don't you dare die. Bai said as the clock in her right eye spun faster. Time scar manifest. Bai intoned softly as a blue clock materialized behind her, then shattered, enveloping her. Moments later Bai stood before Mu Xiao clad in a white battlesuit. 3. Bai said calmly as flames slowly kindled within her gun. 2. Mu Xiao's hand gripping his sword tightened involuntarily. 1. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Mu Xiao raised his sword to cleave the bullet, but the projectile shattered the star-breaking sword. Just as it was about to pierce his skull, a golden clock blocked the attack. Oh. Time scar, it seems you've indeed done something to Shi Xue. The clock spun rapidly in reverse, then shattered to envelop Mu Xiao. Moments later he stood in a platinum-white suit, a small flintlock pistol in his right hand. Sensing the immense power within, Mu Xiao turned to look at Mu Bing. Mu Bing instantly merged into Mu Xiao, granting him ice affinity. His spatial power returned, and with it all elemental forces. Mu Xiao vanished from his spot, reappearing before Bai in an instant, slashing horizontally. Bai retreated immediately. This kid was even stronger than before. Bai wiped the sweat from his face. Mu Xiao vanished again, leaving only an ice wall in his wake. Then he reappeared behind Bai as Bai turned to shoot. Mu Xiao disappeared once more, appearing on the left then the right until ice walls encircled Bai. Upon closer inspection the ice walls mirrored the figures of Mu Xiao and Bai like a hall of mirrors. At that moment Bai felt a wound on his left waist, then another on his right, as if struck simultaneously by time itself. Bai also vaguely glimpsed a divine halo behind Mu Xiao. A first-rank deity. Bai was astounded. Just as Mu Xiao prepared to strike again, a scythe blocked him and he felt a dizzy spell before losing consciousness. Bai, are you alright? I'm fine. What's up with this kid? Bai asked. This child. You should know Shi. I do, Shi Xue's son. But what does that have to do with this kid? Unless. Bai looked stunned. Impossible, I clearly remember Shi had a birthmark. Bai walked toward Mu Xiao, pulled open his collar and infused a bit of divine power. A clock-shaped birthmark appeared. Impossible, Shi. Bai was utterly shocked. This kid goes by Mu Xiao now, the god of death said awkwardly. What? Mu Xiao. Same surname as Mu Han. Mu sure has grown bold, agreeing not to change the name. With that, Bai returned to the divine realm. The god of death looked at Mu Xiao, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He woke Mu Xiao and told him he had passed the trial. Mu Xiao didn't refuse, knowing he was still the same Mu Xiao, still afflicted with pain and sensitivity. You're quite something, making a deity bleed, the god of death teased. If not for that time scars, I'd probably be dead, Mu Xiao said with a bitter smile. Now I'll teach you other things like necrotic revival. Use them well. Mastering this means you're not far from becoming a The god of death tapped Mu Xiao's head as he spoke. Alright, you can go now. The god of death stood up. And then. That's it? Mu Xiao asked. What else? The god of death replaced his mask. How do I get back? Mu Xiao inquired. The god of death stumbled. Wait right away. He raised his scythe. Mu Xiao instinctively lifted his sword to block. Hold on. Mu Xiao said, I need Mu Bing back. The numbness of no pain is unbearable. He summoned Mu Bing. Mu Bing braced for a scolding, but surprisingly Mu Xiao didn't berate him. Instead he asked if he could merge again. Why do you allow it? Mu Bing asked. You said it yourself, you are me and I know you best. Mu Xiao opened his arm. In the end Mu Bing merged with Mu Xiao once more. As the god of death's scythe fell, Mu Xiao awoke. Opening his eyes, he was still in the forest. The wound on his back had inexplicably healed, but his clothes were nearly ruined. So what is Bai to me? Mu Xiao wondered silently. Brother, you're okay. Hui Yuhao approached with medicine and food, astonished to see Mu Xiao unharmed. Fine. How could your brother not be? Mu Xiao replied. Leave the food, I need to change. Noticing Hui Yuhao's gaze, Mu Xiao quickly said. Hui Yuhao left. Mu Xiao was still in tattered clothes. He tried to summon the so-called time scar, intoxicated by the power he had felt earlier. As expected, it didn't work. What if he got hurt? He wondered, then cut his hand, but the time scar didn't appear on him either. Did it require a fatal wound? Never mind, head, change clothes first. Ha! Mu Xiao, you're okay. Coquette's voice made Mu Xiao grab a shirt to cover himself. Damn, you wake up now of all times? I just took off my pants. To his surprise, Coco didn't scold him but complimented his physique. Why are you looking at me like that? It's making me nervous. Mu Xiao quickly dressed as he noticed Coquette's odd gaze. Coco licked her lips, looking quite seductive. Mu Xiao, what the hell? What's happening? Nothing, just want to get to know you better. Coco approached slowly. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao and Zhu Zi were dragged away by Zhu Zi. Hey! What are you doing? I just changed. Don't tear my clothes. Mu Xiao's cries echoed from afar. Coco finally stopped her teasing. Mu Xiao quickly finished a bowl of rice, then felt his entire body burn. Recalling, damn it. Yuhao had left the food next to her. I swear it's drugged. Mu Xiao's mind went blank. What happened next? Hui Yuhao didn't know, Zhu Zi didn't know, Mu Xiao didn't know, only Coco did. In the divine realm. Muhan, get your ass out here. Bai shouted, hands on her hips, before the space temple. The guards dared not stop her. Mother-in-law, what's the matter? Muhan emerged with the goddess of time. Bai looked at Shui, then at Muhan, and finally asked who changed Cheri's name. Muhan instantly knew what had happened, but Shui seemed unaware. Mom, what's wrong with Xiaoyi? Shui asked. Muhan, out with it. Did you change it? Bai demanded. Mom, it was. Muhan stammered. It was the creation god's idea, Muhan said weakly. Find a chance to tell him his name is Shui, not Mu Xiao. How dare the creation god change the name I gave? Bai vanished after speaking. Muhan and Shui exchanged glances, then hand in hand they returned to the space temple. Bai suddenly popped up again, saying, don't rush to have another child just yet, the first one isn't done for. I've seen Cheri's future, it holds infinite potential. Mom. Shui blushed. We were handling official business. Alright, got a husband and forgotten your mother. Go on then. Bai teased. Here, take back the time scar, Cheri doesn't need it. Bai handed a golden pocket watch to Shui. Mom. Why are you taking it away? I gave it to Xiaoyi for self-defense. Xiaoyi doesn't need it, he has a divine artifact, though it's not much use yet. Bai left truly gone this time. Shui looked at the time scar, then summoned Xiao Xiao. Teacher, do you need me? Xiao Xiao asked. Don't be so formal, call me Mom. Shui pressed the pocket watch into Xiao Xiao's hand. This is. Xiao Xiao felt the immense power within and couldn't help asking. Try if you can use it. I can. Looking at the white dress and flintlock on herself, Xiao Xiao asked, will this affect combat? No, and you can engage in real combat now. The Book of Time can assist. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Xiao said happily before Muhan teleported her to the Dolua continent. No, and you can engage in real combat now. The Book of Time can assist. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Xiao said happily before Mu Han teleported her to the Dolua continent. Mu Xiao had fully recovered his soul power and had plenty of milk bottles, meaning he was no longer spent. I'm not weak anymore. I think I can take on 10 more. Mu Xiao jumped as he spoke. Then you should lead us back, Zhu Zi said. Mu Xiao instantly cowered. If it's all set, sure. But it's not ready yet. Mu Xiao murmured. What? Zhu Zi asked. Nothing, Mu Xiao replied. Hu Yuhao walked over and said, brother, how long would it take for the armor to fly to the academy? Mu Xiao said, if we fly to the academy, it might give out a few kilometers before the gates. Any further and it'd be wrecked. Then let's fly back to the academy, Hu Yuhao said. How about I pair with Hu Yuhao and Kuko with you, Mu Xiao? Zhu Zi said. Hu Yuhao, no objections. Kuko, I can barely accept it as long as this guy doesn't pull anything mid-flight. I object. Mu Xiao shouted. It's settled then. Kuko, I'm sorry to put you through this. Zhu Zi placed her hand on Kuke's shoulder with feigned sympathy. I protest. Sorry brother, protest denied. Hu Yuhao said with a smile. Yuhao, are you just going to give in like that? Hu Yuhao just smiled and said nothing. Fine, but I'm going alone. Mu Xiao put on the frostless armor, daring not to activate the dragon wings. Once those spread, his soul power would drain in no time. No. Hu Yuhao can't bear that much weight. Zhu Zi pushed Kuku toward Mu Xiao. Then our Kuku is in your hands. Take good care of her. Mu Xiao, don't make it sound like you're marrying off your daughter, damn it. In the end they flew anyway. Holding Kuku, Mu Xiao barely resisted the urge to drop her. Imagine being drugged and then told you took advantage of someone. Could you tolerate that? Mu Xiao certainly couldn't, but every time Mu Xiao loosened his grip, Kuku would cling to him like a koala, squeezing so tight that he nearly choked and returned to the afterlife several times. No choice but to endure. Hey, want to take a break? Mu Xiao asked as dusk approached. No, we need to get to the academy early. Zhu Zi said. But doesn't your city have rules against flying over it? Mu Xiao yelled. Yes, so well land at a distance. Zhu Zi replied. No, we can't drag this out any longer or we'll all die. Yuhao, we have to stop. If we don't, we'll die. Mu Xiao shouted. His soul power was nearly depleted and the armor was heating up. Hu Yuhao sensed something wrong with his armor too, but it was too late. Mu Xiao plummeted with Kuku, and then Hu Yuhao's armor's flight system shut down from overheating, causing him to fall. Mu Xiao used his last bit of soul power for ice, conjuring 2 ice pillars to cushion them just meters above the ground. When he woke up, he found himself and Kuku nestled together on the pillar barely above the ground. Mu Xiao decisively kicked Kuku off. Then, sporting a bump on his head, he followed behind her, vowing never to use the armor again. Ying Tian, I've decided to start the plan right away, Mu Xiao said to Ying Tian. Ying Tian was meditating cross-legged. At Mu Xiao's words she casually agreed, then suddenly snapped her eyes open, scrambled over excitedly and said, You're starting. Mu Xiao was startled, paused and said, I have to. It's too embarrassing, a level 60 soul master can't outlast someone in their 40s. It's shameful. Ying Tian, I think so too. And you've never come to see me. I've been cultivating here the whole time, almost ready to leave your body. Hearing this, Mu Xiao's face dimmed for a moment before returning to normal, but Ying Tian caught the shift. Don't worry, you'll still have the Yinglong body, just a bit weaker than now. It's not about being weak or strong, Mu Xiao thought to himself. What? Ying Tian asked. Nothing. I wish you success soon. Mu Xiao turned to leave, then looked back as if to say something, but Kuku knocked him out of his daze with a sharp rap on the head. What are you thinking? Kuku asked. None of your business, Mu Xiao retorted. How can you talk like that? After all, we've... Kuku started, but Mu Xiao pressed a finger to her lips. You. Shoo. Mu Xiao quickly silenced Kuku, sensing something approaching them. As the sounds grew louder, Mu Xiao peeked out and saw a dark gold terror claw bear. Its size suggested it was over 10,000 years old, meaning it could easily kill Mu Xiao in one strike. Damn it, Mu Xiao muttered, but the bear turned toward his hiding spot, forcing him to duck back. The dark gold terror claw bear crept closer step by step. Mu Xiao clamped his hands over both his and Kuke's mouth, stifling any sound. They could even hear the bears breathing above them. Then a drop of translucent blood-tinged drool slowly fell right before Kuke's eyes. Kuke's pupils dilated instantly. Mu Xiao quietly drew his death scythe, ready to sever the bear's claw if it made him. The dark gold terror claw bear left, but Kuku couldn't help gagging from the stench of its saliva. The bear returned, but Kuke's gagging wouldn't stop even with her mouth covered. Gritting his teeth, Mu Xiao pressed his lips to hers to silence her. Kuku froze and the gagging ceased. When Mu Xiao tried to pull away, Kuku pulled him back, pointing upward to indicate the bear hadn't left. After what felt like an eternity, the dark gold terror claw bear finally left. That was way too intense. Mu Xiao gasped, lying on top of Kuku. Then he felt a tap and looked down. His hand was resting on her chest and Kuke's face was flushed. Mu Xiao sprang up, not wanting her to think he was aroused. By nightfall there was still no sign of Hu Yuhao. Mu Xiao shouted to tell him to meet at the academy, then led Cuckoo into a cave. Staring at the torch before him, Mu Xiao leaned against the wallpaper in pen in hand, imagining Xiao Xiaoling, Luochen, Ice Empress, Snow Empress and Ying Tian in wedding gowns, sketching them out. Cuckoo leaned over and asked, "Your loves?" Mu Xiao said proudly, "Wives got it." Then he went to sleep. Deep in the cave, a pair of eyes snapped open and a figure slowly rose and walked toward the entrance. Mu Xiao was the first to sense something amiss. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of eerie green orbs staring at them. Then the ground began to tremble. In Mu Xiao's vision, a colossal bear lunged at Cuckoo. Mu Xiao instantly sprang up and tackled Cuckoo to the ground, startling her awake. Roar! Mu Xiao carefully estimated the bear's length, only to discover it was the same 10th Sandy or soul beast as the one from the afternoon, also a dark golden dreadclaw bear. This is trouble. Mu Xiao cursed under his breath at the bear. What a damn coincidence hiding in this beast's den. Roar! The dark golden dreadclaw bear charged at them. Mu Xiao pushed Cuckoo aside, drew his Starseeker sword and held it across his chest. The dark golden dreadclaw bear swatted Mu Xiao away with a single slap. The Starseeker sword was shattered into fragments that flew out of the cave, leaving Mu Xiao clutching nothing but a hilt. Mu Xiao, your martial soul is broken. Cuckoo brought out a soul tool to restrain the dark golden dreadclaw bear's movements. But Mu Xiao merely smiled, wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood up and pointed the sword hilt at the dark golden dreadclaw bear. In that moment he was like a war god. Yet the next second he coughed up blood and fell to one knee. Cuckoo. Indeed, I can't show off like that. Mu Xiao stood up, channeled his soul power, and the sword fragments returned. The hilt along with the fragments transformed into a sheet of iron. This. Can a martial soul be used this way? Cuckoo asked. Mu Xiao thought to himself, this is the true form of my martial soul, all right. Roar. The dark golden dreadclaw bear, enraged, charged forward to tear Cuckoo apart. But then Cuckoo suddenly vanished. A figure with long blue hair stood before the bear, then disappeared again. The bear then felt a wound on its waist. Looking around, it found itself trapped in a place surrounded by walls of ice. Another wave of attacks followed. Cuckoo, still holding the soul tool, stared blankly at the dark golden dreadclaw bear as it was continuously wounded. She had read about this soul beast in the library. The dark golden dreadclaw bear was a creature capable of cross-dire combat. Although it was only 10,000 years old and could be killed by Mu Xiao, even Mu Xiao dared not fight it heathen. A 10th Sandy-year dark golden dreadclaw bear could hold its own against a 100,000-year soul beast for a time, but it was a mere novice before the Silver Dragon King or a fully powered Yinglong. Having mastered the ice and space attributes, it was time for fire. Mu Xiao summoned the fragments back, forming the Starseeker sword wreathed in flames. With the wind attribute, the fire blazed even fiercer. With each strike of the sword, the dark golden dreadclaw bear seemed hardly injured but only grew more enraged. It swiped a claw, interrupting Mu Xiao's soul skill. Mu Xiao leaped back, planted his foot on a rock and charged again. Meanwhile, Cuckoo ran outside with a signal flare and launched it, a flare unique to their academy. Far away, Orange and Huo Yubao heard a loud bang. A line of text appeared in the sky, "In danger, come quickly." Orange's face instantly changed. The only signal gun was in Cuckoo's hands, meaning Mu Xiao and Cuckoo were in peril. "Yubao, hurry. I sense your big brother is in danger." Tianmeng Iceworm's annoying voice echoed in Huo Yubao's spiritual sea. "Fatworm, you sensed it too." Eluk's old hoarse voice caught Huo Yubao's attention. "Teacher, what's wrong? Why can't I see what's happening?" Huo Yubao asked. Earlier he had used spiritual detection to try to find Mu Xiao, but aside from soul beasts there was nothing but soul beasts. He couldn't locate Mu Xiao at all. "Yubao, your spiritual power is not as strong as mine. It's normal that you can't find that little Dragon King. In short, he has begun to use his primordial power. We must hurry." Huo Yubao led Orange swiftly through the forest. Tianmeng Iceworm's voice told him that Mu Xiao was in danger, the kind he couldn't handle alone. Mu Xiao had helped him countless times. From the day he became his brother, he had always treated him like a younger sibling, shielding him from danger and giving him the best things first. "This time let me help you, big brother. Yubao, can you fly? I can sense the little Dragon King using the power of death." Elux said. "What?" Huo Yubao slowed down in shock. Indeed, the moment Mu Xiao saw Cuckoo fire the signal, he had put away the Starseeker sword and switched to the Yinglong martial soul. Facing the overwhelming pressure, the dark golden dreadclaw bear showed no panic and continued its assault. Mu Xiao's dragon claw imbued with fire struck its chin, followed by consecutive fire attribute attacks. Ice attribute was used to slow its speed, while Cuckoo provided interference. Mu Xiao dared not use the darkness attribute, now fearing he would lose himself and kill not only the dark golden dreadclaw bear but also Cuckoo. He didn't want to see that happen. The last time he used the darkness attribute he had blackened out and was only controlled thanks to Mu's proxy fighting. Now Mu Xiao didn't dare call for a proxy. He wouldn't use it until the cocoon breaking plan unless absolutely necessary. But gradually Mu Xiao found himself growing more courageous in the fight. He leaped up and struck at the bear's back, but the dark golden dreadclaw bear dodged nimbly, leaving only a few claw marks on its back. It was too tanky. Seeing no other way, Mu Xiao decided to gamble. He brought out the death scythe and a purple soul ring swayed before him. He didn't know where the soul ring came from, but it was useful, so he went with it. The purple soul ring flashed. Black smoke billowed from Mu Xiao's body. In the next instant a death god's cloak enveloped him, its hood covering his eyes. Then Mu Xiao vanished, reappearing beneath the dark golden dreadclaw bear. He slashed upward, then spun to cut at the bear's leg. The death scythe passed through the bear's hind leg like cutting through water. An agonized roar from the dark golden dreadclaw bear shook the cave. Loose stones fell, one hitting the bear squarely on the head. Seeing this, Cuckoo accelerated her soul power consumption, intensifying the soul tool's power. Mu Xiao pushed Cuckoo out and returned to the fray. He decided to use the technique taught by the death god. Mu Xiao slammed the death scythe into the ground. The blade embedded itself in the earth. Instantly black, purple and red smoke began seeping from the cracks. The dark golden dreadclaw bear began to panic. If it didn't finish off the human now, it would surely suffer. The dark golden dreadclaw bear dispersed the smoke and charged at Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao had no time to pull out the scythe. As the bear's paw descended, a figure began to form and the smoke still flickering. Mu Xiao closed his eyes. Damn it, death god. It needs to charge up. Mu Xiao cursed inwardly. But the pain never came. He slowly opened his eyes to see Hu Yubao wearing an emerald green crown struggling to block the bear's paw. Yubao! Mu Xiao shouted. Get away. He truly didn't want his brother, even if only an adopted one, to get hurt. No. Big brother, use your soul skill. Hu Yubao yelled, holding the bear's paw with both hands. This time I will contribute too. Hu Yubao slowly raised his hands, his blue-violet eyes showing determination. In the name of the King of Hell, I command you to obey me, to die for me, to fight for me, to trample the enemy before me. Mu Xiao chanted the incantation. Of course there was more to it. As the god of necromancy, Lux couldn't be unaware that Mu Xiao was hiding his true strength. But he understood Mu Xiao had only mastered a quarter of it. The death god had only given him a quarter. Ice Emperor's protection. Ice Emperor's pincer. Hu Yubao used the techniques of the Ice Jade Emperor's scorpion. The dark golden dreadclaw bear panicked. How could it have imagined that these two lowly humans were so powerful? A figure slowly emerged from the smoke, eventually taking the form of a titled Doluo. What? The Ice Emperor in the spiritual sea cried out in shock. What Mu Xiao had summoned was a being that could crush her. Yet such an existence had not become a god. This showed how difficult it was to attain godhood. The dark golden dreadclaw bear sensed the overwhelming pressure and tried to flee. But as it reached the cave entrance, it was stopped by a massive spinning wheel. Wheel of Fortune began to spin. A man with short yellow hair said slowly. The wheel gradually stopped, its pointer landing on a red section, which instilled immense pressure in the dark golden dreadclaw bear. A pity your fate is not good. The man said with a hint of regret. He extended his hand and spoke the name of his soul skill, destruction. In an instant, countless blood-red bats enveloped the dark golden dreadclaw bear. The bear frantically clawed at its own face, but the bats were unharmed. They flew onto the bear's body, tearing at its flesh. Slowly the dark golden dreadclaw bear was engulfed. But was it over? The blood-red scene was suddenly illuminated. The bats were blown away, revealing the bear's battered body. The deep black soul ring on its body stood out starkly in the cave. The explosion just now was its trump card, mountain-splitting, earth-destroying slash. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze toward the dark golden dreadclaw bear growing intense. It's been a long time since I fought a dark golden dreadclaw bear. The man began to warm up. Yubao, let's go too. Mu Xiao said to Yubao. His soul power was still over half after absorbing a small milk bottle. Hu Yubao nodded, turned to the dark golden dreadclaw bear and switched to his spirit eyes martial soul. Spiritual confusion. His eyes flashed and the dark golden dreadclaw bear was hit, staggering slightly. Mu Xiao remembered that Hu Yubao had a soul skill called imprint. He said to him, Yubao, use imprint to copy my wind blade. Hu Yubao's black soul ring flashed. Mu Xiao switched to the Starseeker sword and used wind blade. Hu Yubao successfully imprinted it. Together they charged forward, Hu Yubao holding a phantom Starseeker sword. Wind blade. Mu Xiao and Hu Yubao shouted. The wind attribute concentrated in an instant within the cave, forming numerous wind blades that struck the dark golden dreadclaw bear's wounds, worsening them. The dark golden dreadclaw bear roared in pain. Just then its eyes were attacked. Orange and Cuckoo were assisting from the side. Final blow, Hell's Cage. The man clenched his fist and bats rushed to envelop the dark golden dreadclaw bear. Sovereign's Descent. Hu Yubao used Sovereign's Descent with his spiritual power. It was a technique taught by Old Mu in secret from Mu Xiao. Thunderclap. Spider web domain. Instant kill. Mu Xiao switched between three martial souls in an instant and used three soul skills. A fist condensed from spiritual power struck the enveloped dark golden dreadclaw bear. Lightning pierced through the stones and struck the bear. Countless fine threads then harvested the bear's skin. The final blow was delivered by Mu Xiao with the death scythe. In the end the dark golden dreadclaw bear let out a reluctant cry before dying. Mu Xiao understood it. You cheated. Mu Xiao gave a cold smile. In the soul beast world the fittest survive, the unfit are eliminated. With that he used instant kill to sever the dark golden dreadclaw bear's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground and the man vanished. Only a pitch-black soul ring remained floating. Mu Xiao's death scythe emitted a faint glow absorbing the soul ring. Then behind Mu Xiao another pitch-black soul ring appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was stunned. A tenth sandier soul ring had just appeared on Mu Xiao. With a wave of his hand the death scythe glowed again and the man reappeared. Another wave and the man vanished. Mu Xiao collapsed to the ground. Switching between 3 martial souls and using 3 soul skills in succession had completely drained his soul power. Though not fully satisfied there were no side effects, this was what relieved Mu Xiao the most. But he dared not show off again. It seems the little Dragon King's 100,000-year soul skill, no divine skill, is summoning a proxy stronger than himself, Elux said with a smile. Old thing, what do you think the Death God sees in this little Dragon King? Is it his recklessness? Tianmeng Iceworm asked. Perhaps. Elux smiled looking at Mu Xiao slumped on the ground. Then why didn't he pick me? I'm charming, handsome and beasts love me. Tianmeng Iceworm said cheekily. Mu Xiao replied, because I have a wife. Only then did Tianmeng Iceworm realize it could see her. Damn. Is having a wife a big deal? Sorry, having a wife is a big deal. Ah. You Bao teach this guy a lesson for me. Who does he think he is, the little Dragon King? Ha 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 ha. Mu Xiao laughed first and soon the cave was filled with laughter. In the divine realm. Muhan watched Mu Xiao's recent actions through the divine realm and sighed, son, you're too reckless. The death god patted his shoulder. Xiaoyi is amazing. We gods can't interfere. Don't forget the creator god sealed his memories for the future great war. It's fine to be reckless now, then there won't even be a chance. Muhan turned to look at the death god, his gaze melancholic as he watched Mu Xiao. Father-in-law, do you think I'm a good father? Leaving Xiaoyi when he was so young. He was just a child. He massaged his forehead. Come on, let's go back quickly or your mother-in-law will scold us. The death god walked away. His words lifted Muhan's spirits a little. Let's go. As a seasoned henpecked husband I must always listen to my wife. The death god said as he walked. So? What are you planning to do with this thing? Kuku pointed at the corpse of the dark golden terrorclaw bear and asked. What else can we do? Eat it, of course. Yuhao, start the fire and boil some water. Mu Xiao said to Hui Yuhao, then dragged the bear's corpse away. Before long he returned with a plate of meat. Hui Yuhao didn't hesitate and truly began to boil water. Mu Xiao could only sigh in resignation and decided to make a stew, though he had originally wanted to braise it. It was around midnight when the pot of soup was finally ready. Initially Orange and Kuku were strongly opposed to having a midnight snack. But the moment Hui Yuhao lifted the lid they had to admit to hell with diets and maintaining a perfect figure. In the end the 4 of them only managed 3 hours of sleep. By 6 in the morning Mu Xiao and Hui Yuhao were the first to wake, heading to the cave entrance to cultivate their purple gold demon eyes. After finishing their cultivation they woke the 2 who were still clinging to each other, had a simple breakfast and set off again, not flying this time but walking. Along the way any soul beasts they encountered were chased away by Mu Xiao as if it were training. At some point Mu Xiao had grown increasingly irritable, always wanting to destroy something. Eventually Hui Yuhao consulted Elux to learn that Mu Xiao wasn't yet a god of death and the skill he used still had side effects. They only started flying when they were about 10 kilometers from the academy. Upon returning Mu Xiao collapsed onto his bed and slept for an entire day. The next day during Xian Zaiwen's class he saw Kuku acting cute. What's the matter with you? You managed to break a grade 5 mobile soul tool. Xian Ziwen pointed at Kuku and scolded. I'm sorry, teacher Xian. I know I was wrong. I'll pay you back, okay? But teacher Xian, you know I'm just a poor kid with no money, so could I use? Alright. Go prepare the lesson materials for the next class. Xian Ziwen waved his hand dismissing Kuku. He turned around and saw Mu Xiao standing at the door looking bewildered. Master Mu, you're here. By the way, thank you for taking care of Kuku and Orange this past month. Xian Ziwen walked up to Mu Xiao to express his gratitude. Ah. Oh, no problem. Mu Xiao replied before going to prepare for his own class. Oh, about your mobile soul tool. I was the one who broke it. I'll compensate you with a new one. It's fine. Xian Ziwen waved dismissively, though his heart was bleeding. The day's lessons passed quickly and soon it was time for homework. After finishing his homework Mu Xiao continued his research with Nana. With Nana's help Mu Xiao successfully created an arm, but the rest of the construct could only remain in its aircraft form, which was quite troublesome. Finally he dismissed Nana and went to eat. On his way back to the dormitory he happened to run into the person Orange had brought earlier. Oh, if it isn't the transfer student? The person asked. Mu Xiao looked at his trembling legs and suppressed a laugh as he asked, do you have any momentum? The other party was stunned for a moment and replied, "My body certainly has no momentum." Hearing this, Mu Xiao held back his laughter and said, "Good thing you don't. If you did, I would have given you some momentum myself." With that, he walked away, not giving the other party a chance to react. "If you want me to leave Hu Yuhao's body intact, stop right there." The other party shouted urgently as Mu Xiao was about to leave. Then they only felt a gentle breeze pass by and the leader was pinned to the ground by Mu Xiao. "What have you done to Yuhao?" Mu Xiao lifted his head and asked the lackeys. "We. If you don't speak, you'll make him wish he were dead," Mu Xiao said, making as if to crush the leader's head. "Stop. Let him go and we'll take you there." Hearing their leader's screams, they quickly answered. Mu Xiao stood up, his eyes cold, and said, "Lead the way." After passing through countless corridors, the group brought him to a room and told him Hu Yuhao was inside. Mu Xiao walked in. Sure enough, Hu Yuhao was tied to a pillar. Seeing Mu Xiao arrive, Hu Yuhao immediately shouted, "Brother, get out of here." Then Hu Yuhao saw Mu Xiao walk up to him and say, "You couldn't even beat them." "Hu Yuhao. I'm sorry, brother. I trusted them," Hu Yuhao said. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from behind. Mu Xiao turned around and saw a hand push him onto another pillar. It was the leader. The moment Mu Xiao was pushed onto the pillar, he felt his soul power seemingly sealed. Then numerous spikes pressed against his back. This is called the Dragon Binding Pillar. It can seal your soul power, preventing you from using soul skills or soul tools. The spikes behind you will slowly pierce through your body until you die. "Ha ha ha, how about that? Isn't it fun?" the leader said. Mu Xiao looked at Hu Yuhao. Hu Yuhao's back was already bleeding from the spikes and a faint pale red protective shield was barely visible around him. Mu Xiao recognized it, the red dust protection. As long as Yuhao was safe, that was what mattered, Mu Xiao thought. "Yeah, it's so fun. I can't wait to feel them pierce through my body. It'll be quite amusing, won't it?" Mu Xiao said with a smile. "Then let the game begin." The man paused for a moment before speaking. Then Mu Xiao felt something protrude from behind, pressing against his back. Mu Xiao's constitution was no longer what it used to be. In the past such things couldn't harm him, but now it was different. He lunged forward only to be impaled again. Hu Yuhao watched as the spikes tore through Mu Xiao's body, piercing every part except his head and heart. "Brother!" Hu Yuhao cried out in desperation, but the man punched him in the stomach. "This has nothing to do with you. Once your soul power is depleted, that soul tool of yours will be mine." "Ha ha ha, so you'd better use up your soul power quickly." "Try hitting him again," Mu Xiao said through the pain, but the next second he was punched in the face. "Excuse me, do you understand the situation here? You're in my hands. I could kill you anytime I want." With that, he slammed Mu Xiao's head against the pillar. "You were pretty eager to grab my face earlier, weren't you? Come on, you try it too." "Brother. Are you okay?" Hu Yuhao shouted anxiously. "Quiet." One of the lackeys punched Hu Yuhao in the face twice. Hu Yuhao gritted his teeth and glared at him. At that moment, as if sensing something, Hu Yuhao withdrew the red dust protection. "Yuhao. Have you lost your mind?" Mu Xiao, his face covered in blood, cursed at Hu Yuhao. "Out of soul power already." The man looked at Hu Yuhao, but his anger towards Mu Xiao was far greater. He retracted the spikes, leaving Mu Xiao tied to the pillar to bleed out. Just then the door opened. Orange entered, pushing someone in a wheelchair with Jing Hongchen by her side. "Mu Xiao." Seeing Mu Xiao's condition, Jing Hongchen rushed over and helped him down. After getting down, Mu Xiao went to release Hu Yuhao. The man, drenched in sweat, knelt on one knee before the person Orange had wheeled in. It turned out that after learning Hu Yuhao and Mu Xiao had been taken away, Orange went straight to the Imperial Palace, obtained the Emperor's identity token from Su Minghan, and mobilized the army to find this place. "Hall Master Jing is the master, all right?" Su Minghan asked, looking at Mu Xiao with a smile. "He is not. This is very serious," Jing Hongchen quickly said. Hu Yuhao slowly walked over and tears streamed down his face at the sight of Mu Xiao. "What are you crying for? I'm not going to die." "Ow." Mu Xiao tried to scold Hu Yuhao, but the pain from his wounds made him. "Your Highness'll take the master and Hu Yuhao to the infirmary now," Jing Hongchen said to Su Minghan. Then he led Hu Yuhao and Mu Xiao slowly towards the infirmary. At that moment Mu Xiao remembered who Su Minghan was. So as he passed by Su Minghan, Mu Xiao said in a low, ominous tone, "I know all about the foolish things you've done. So if you have even the slightest intention of harming our nation, I will destroy your country in an instant." Mu Xiao clearly saw the smile freeze on Su Minghan's face. Mu Xiao had the audacity to say this because 5 months ago he and Hu Yuhao had secretly completed a robot. In other words, if Mu Xiao was forced to, he could mass-produce tens of thousands of robots in 3 days. And no matter how powerful Su Minghan was, he couldn't defend against a backdoor attack. So while Su Minghan's guards were fighting, Mu Xiao could still secretly eliminate him. A few days later, Mu Xiao, his entire body wrapped in bandages, stared out the window. "I'm so bored." Mu Xiao wailed from his hospital bed, not caring in the slightest whether he might wake Hu Yuhao. Just then the door opened and Coco walked in. The first thing she did was come to Mu Xiao's bedside to check on his injuries. Mu Xiao closed his eyes pretending to sleep. He could faintly hear Hu Yuhao stifling his laughter. Coco meanwhile cursed loudly. Damn it, they were so vicious. I should have gone and castrated them myself. Put. Did you just laugh? You definitely laughed. Coco said with certainty. Mu Xiao still didn't open his eyes. Suddenly he felt something crawl into his hospital bed and lie on top of him. Stop. Just as Coco was about to lick him, Mu Xiao grabbed her head and said. Awake. How much did you hear? Cuckoo asked. Not much, Mu Xiao said. Coco leaned in again, but Mu Xiao stopped her once more. Is this how you treat a wounded person? Mu Xiao asked. Who told you to pretend to be asleep? I felt like it. And I felt like doing this. That's so logical, I'm speechless. Both. Get out. I'm leaving. After an unknown span of time, Mu Xiao had fallen asleep, but Hu Yuhao was awake. He glanced around and only relaxed when he found himself in a hospital room. A short while later, just as he was about to doze off, the door was pushed open. Zhu Zi walked in, and upon seeing the bandages on Hu Yuhao, she covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Yuhao, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't brought them against you back, then you wouldn't have clashed with Wang Xiaojie. I've harmed you. Zhu Zi sobbed quietly. Hu Yuhao was startled. Hearing her words, he felt a mix of helplessness and curiosity about her relationship with that prince, but in the end he didn't ask and simply pretended to sleep. Suddenly a rustling sound came from beside him, and then Hu Yuhao felt something soft touch his hand. At that moment moving was utterly impossible. Zhu Zi lay on the bed like that, watching Hu Yuhao's sleeping posture. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a golden hue on her hair. Hu Yuhao's feelings toward Zhu Zi were extremely complex. There was wariness, yet also a trace of fondness. He even felt that she overlapped with Ma Xiaotao, but Ma Xiaotao was Ma Xiaotao. Yuhao, do you know? The first time I ate the barbecue you made, I was captivated by that flavor. Your cooking is different from Mu Xiao's. His is carefree, but yours is not. The cuisine you create made me feel the taste of my father's cooking once more. I once said that if I were to marry someone with all my heart, it would have to be a chef as outstanding as my father. Though you are much younger than me, I must admit I have fallen for you. But this affection can only be buried deep in my heart. After all, we can never be together, whether because of age, experience, or everything else. We are destined not to be. I can see that in Shrek Academy you are undoubtedly a prodigy. With the power of 4 rings you can contend with a soul emperor, and even a 10th Asandi or soul beast cannot stand against you. You are the most outstanding soul master I have ever seen. In the near future you will surely shake the continent. But do you know? You also have a flaw, standing by as a cold observer. Perhaps I see it more clearly. Unlike Mu Xiao, your greatest weakness is your sharpness, while Mu Xiao holds his strength back until the very end. Even if you desperately try to conceal your brilliance as a genius, how can you possibly hide it all? Endure for a moment and the wind and waves will calm. Take a step back and the sky and sea will expand. This is the only lesson I can teach you. If you can achieve it, your future will surely be bright. After saying this, Zhu Zi got up from the bed, looked at Hu Yuhao and continued, I hope this is my last time crying. Soon I will leave the academy. I don't know if we'll ever meet again, but if we do, I hope it won't happen, because the next meeting might be on the battlefield. Then perhaps you will be my prisoner or I will be yours. Endure for a moment and the wind and waves will calm. Take a step back and the sky and sea will expand. This is the only lesson I can teach you. How I wish I could be that heroine. But I cannot. I must go. This final gift I hope you will accept. Having said that, Zhu Zi bent down. A faint refreshing scent drew near and her cool moist lips fell upon Hu Yuhao's cheek, tinged with tenderness and an inexplicable sorrow. When her lips left his cheek, her image was indelibly etched into Hu Yuhao's heart. Even if not in a romantic sense, it left a permanent mark. Zhu Zi wiped the tears from her eyes and said to Hu Yuhao, this is my first kiss, you know. I wanted to kiss your lips, but without your consent I kissed your cheek instead. Your first kiss should be saved for your destined one. I'm leaving. Don't let me see you again or I might strike at you. One last thing, Coco might become your sister-in-law. With that, Zhu Zi gently embraced Hu Yuhao's stiff body. As if tears were about to fall again, she turned and left without looking back. Hu Yuhao opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Sister Zhu Zi, have you ever thought how much I wish you could live a peaceful life? Is the emotional drama over? Mu Xiao's voice came from beside him. Brother. You're awake. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that Coco became your sister-in-law and I woke up terrified. I turned around and saw Zhu Zi kissing you. Not that little fire chicken, you've stolen her first kiss. Mu Xiao teased. Brother, don't say that. Sister Zhu Zi has her own unspoken hardships. Hu Yuhao, do you know that Zhu Zi knew you were awake? Mu Xiao, suddenly addressing him by his full name, felt a bit strange. When you're awake, the helix of your ear presses tightly against your ear, but when you're meditating or asleep it shows a slight gap. That's how Zhu Zi could tell. So how about it? I'm a better brother than Wang Dong, aren't I? Mu Xiao revealed Hua Yuhao's weakness and Hua Yuhao shuddered. Remember the solo soldier plan. It taught not only killing but also that those who achieve great things must be ruthless. You should still recall those lessons. Hua Yuhao took a few breaths to steady himself. Your breathing control once earned you praise from the instructor, but now it seems you still have a long way to go. Don't worry, I won't blame you. You're almost 15, making you so heartless at this age is impossible. At this stage emotions are blooming, especially for someone like you, still naive and confused, and all of this will affect your mood. After all I've said, you should understand what I mean. Mu Xiao stated. Brother, I understand. Only by becoming stronger can I influence everything in this world and possibly control it all. Hua Yuhao replied. Seeing that Hua Yuhao understood his meaning, Mu Xiao nodded. After a moment, as if remembering something, he said to Hua Yuhao, Yuhao, you're not asleep yet. Whether you're asleep or not, take your brother's advice, not everything you see is real, some things are false. If one day you suddenly discover that the reality around you is harsh, then you must remember that before you face that harshness, the tenderness around you might all be lies. Hua Yuhao simply hummed in response, then entered meditation. Dreamy Ice Silkworm Bing Bing Yi Lao, may I call you that? Mu Xiao addressed the three entities in Hua Yuhao's spiritual sea. You may. You want us to help Hua Yuhao leave the dream when he confronts reality, don't you? Yi Lao's aged voice came through, and Mu Xiao looked at Hua Yuhao with concern. Don't worry, it's just the four of us here. Dreamy Ice Silkworm said this cocoon was made with brother's spiritual power. Except for those stronger than brother or Bing Bing, it can block everything including sound. Ice Emperor slapped Dreamy Ice Silkworm's body. Damn Dreamy, are you asking for a beating? Mu Xiao placed his hand on Dreamy Ice Silkworm's head. Who told you to call her that? Finally silence prevailed. So you want us to be wary of that Zhu Zi? Dreamy asked. I don't know why Zhu Zi said those things. Though I didn't hear the earlier part, I feel she had a purpose in saying them. Ice Emperor asked, what if Zhu Zi genuinely likes Yuhao? Everything she just said proves she's stepping out of his world, doesn't it? Mu Xiao retorted, if I asked you to forget me, but before you forget me I remind you that you must forget me, would you remember me or forget me? Ice Emperor was momentarily speechless. In any case, well, keep an eye on Yuhao. You can rest assured. Elix said. Thank you, Yi Lao. You'll have him pay more attention to your divine sense fragments. The first thing we find will be given to you. Mu Xiao expressed his gratitude. Ha, divine sense fragments, once they're gone, they're gone. Why bother looking for them? But you. You must be Death's disciple. Would you be interested in learning some magic from this old man? Elix suddenly extended an olive branch to Mu Xiao. This. Mu Xiao thought it over and finally agreed. He didn't know the purpose of the death side aside from resurrecting the dead and dismembering others, so he decisively switched from warrior to mage. Good. From now on I, Elix, have a successor. Elix taught Mu Xiao some necromantic spells and told him to return in 3 days. Only if he passed the test could he continue learning. Mu Xiao was exceptionally talented and mastered those spells in 2 days. This was mainly because he carried the aura of death, making the learning process effortless. I leave Yuhao's matters to you all. After saying this, Mu Xiao exited Dreamy Ice Silkworm's cocoon. They said they still needed to discuss whether to pay extra attention to Hua Yuhao's various issues. One had to admit they managed things far too well. Mu Xiao looked at Hua Yuhao, who had already fallen asleep, and silently vowed he would never let Yuhao suffer emotional harm as he had. But before that, Mu Xiao had to deal with someone. With that thought, Mu Xiao took out his fox mask and said, how long has it been since I last wore you, old friend? After speaking, he put it on and teleported away, leaving only some food on Hua Yuhao's bedside table.